Chapter 1 Lingia Village. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the earth, heralding Genude fled with vigor forth the moon of Lingia village. Thedamo was ripe for spring sowing, and the able-bodied men, having finished their breakfast, eagerly ventured into the fields. However, the village children were quite different face compared to the near bibructo frolic. The oldest among these children was no more than teenager sauvage, fort hose above a thetash had already joined their parents in the fields to toil. Let's recito the river bank, shouted a little fellow, and doth heater did like he anora released from abo. This child Thuftra said modestly, possessed a striking appearance, why thy estat sparkled with mischief, unmistakably marking Himasa spirited rascal. Lin Yu, look at your brother hesting by taking offierly, remarked the tallest child amongst them, addressing Lin Yu. This child, named Lin Hu, towered over the rest. Isheno talways lekethas, you should be custom toit by now. If you wish a stobe the fierce did theiver, Lethimavite, Lin replied nonchalantly. Lin Yu and Thiboyoho just dashed off a worries identical lastwopius inapod, sharing the same dark and piercing black eyes. No ton lidded their assembly okother, but their stature was alsor like. They were a twin brothers Lin Fong, the elder, and Lin Yu, the younger. Their father, Lin Chozu, named Theman hopes of auspicious weather and bountiful harvests. Despite their identical appearances, their personalities diverged greatly. Lin Fenggui's exuberant full of energy, akin to a lively monkey, constantly causing mischief and pranks everyone in the village had fallen victim to his antics. In contrast, Lin Yu was obedient, often assisting his parents with chores, consistently excelling in his studies, and always a jertalande helping hand to neighbors. To their parents, he was the ideal syntotiakers, he was a model student and to the neighbors, he was the perfect child. The group of children Lathadan played as they raced, with Lin Feng reaching the Iver bank first. Upon arrival, however, Asensio Funia gripped him. Typically, Athasher, the Iver bank was devoid of human presence, yet today, to his astonishment, several masked figures clad in black surrounded a young man dressed in white. Don't trune any further the recm stobe trube ahead, Lin Feng cautioned his companion in a hushed tone, crouching low onjusing thethicinder brush for cover while he's ignalan for silence. The third children, upon hearing Lin Feng's warning, mirror a dissection sen concealed themselves among the foliage. They soon discerned the scene before them four masked figures, each wielding dual spinning blades, encircled white clay diaph. Perhaps hold head back, suggested that timid child named Lin Chi. At Linkus words, a wolfed hemortimid children felt a wave of trepidation and contemplated retreating to the village. After all, none of them had eterneten, and they had never witnessed such a sinete black-clad figures wielded genuine weapons. If you wish to return, do soon your own. To retreat before a Thiberdal has begun to display an utter lack of courage, Lin Feng replied with a stoic expression, casting a disdainful glance at those who wished to flee. Just as the children hesitated, the masked attackers sprang into action against white clay diaph. Simultaneously, they hurled their spinning blades, which flew toward Shime with fury intent, scorching the ground as they passed. Watching Thundermed white clay diaph, Lin Feng full Sergio Fangxi. How could that defenseless unman withstand the salto featrazer sharp blades, yet, despite Lin Feng mounting concern, white clay diaph appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. As that blade short led toward him, hesita stepped with grace, narrow livating four of them. Simultaneously, Hishans surrupted with Athan Blushimer, using themamentum officely evisto deflect their remaining blades away. The masked assailants did not relent they shift to their positions, maintaining Theothot the center of their formation, making escape nearly impossible. They continued to alternate between retrieving gun launching their blades, relentlessly attacking white clay diaph. Although they managed to evade or block their strikes, the onslaught intensified with each passing moment. Those who defend must eventually falter, white clay diaph understood the truth. Hebegin to move Hishans rapidly, Thebla waves manaten gutward, growing in intensity. In an instant, a brilliant blue light surged forth, intercepting all the assaults from the four black-clad figures. Seizing themament when their attacks were thwarted, white clay diaph leapt into the air, executing a somersault to land gracefully in the center of Tiver. His lightness of foot was remarkable, Asha stood confidently upon the water's surface as if it were a solid ground. However, direction spied off to four masked figure swayzestanishing, as soon as White Clay Day escaped their encirclement, he followed swiftly, leaped gracefully on top water's surface and see gain surrounding him. At that moment, Thiel stood atop the water, yet tear posturous revealed the disparity in their strengths. White Clay Day stood from Likey Mountain, seamlessly blending with water whereas the four black-clad figures appeared strained, their feet creating gripples in water as they struggled to maintain balance. By Hantien, don't think that just because you have cultivated water elemental energy you can escape or grasp. As a practitioner at the opening stage, how can you hope to contend with Alphorophus? Today, even if he has sprout wings, you shall not flee. This day next year will mark your death anniversary, Onofti masked figures declared. Meanwhile, Theother 3 close said in and by Hantien, tightening their news. Do you truly believe that Cheyenne for ghosts skull take my life? You underestimate ourselves, by Hantien replied dismissively, swirling his long sleeves. When did you learn your identity as Cheyenne for ghosts? The leader of the group, known as Great Ghost, was taken aback. Thrug hat their pursuit they had remained masked out could by Hantien know what they were? Brother, why waste a breath in 'em, to de marksend? What does it matter if he no sweareth the Cheyenne for ghosts, the dead cannot speak. Even if Simeon no sway killed by Hantien with a mind of offered Chimo sect, what do we to fear, asserted third ghost. Indeed, what is there to discuss with imminent the verge of death? The Great Ghost concurred, signaling to Theothers to prepare for action. The Cheyenne for ghosts should long been all coordinated team. Upon the Great Ghost signal, they launched a tire attack almost simultaneously, 8 spinning blade shirtlin forward with syringe energy. Rather than dodge, by Hantien clasped Tish and stowed there, a blue light flashing forth and then has separated them. A sword hilt materialized in his right hand and with a swift motion, a long sword seemingly emerged from his left palm, crystallized from Puris. Up and seeing thesis warden by Hantian's grasp, an ominous feeling surged within Cheyenne for ghosts, yet it was already too late. With Theus sword in hand, by Hanshin Leopedentothere, executing a somersault thought positioned him head down, feet up. An array of caught emanated from him, and Dasha swept the sword across to water's surface, like instant life rosine toys. The Cheyenne for ghosts, caught bites, felt the Chelsea pinta their bodies, rendering them stiff and immobile. By Hanshin landed on Thes and with Afflicophysis word, has swiftly cut through Hatrode soft Cheyenne for ghosts on B1. You the Great Ghost glared venomously at by Hantien, as if you wished out something, but after a single word escaped his lips, his head tilted sharply and hofellifless. Thebertal concluded within mere moments, leaving the children hidden in Thebrush and stun excellence. Thessinethe had just witnessed wasn't had done le heard from Uncle Lin Haichuan witness and jit first hand was nothing short of astonishing. Evericald Arbor dreams of becoming a practitioner, and now a powerful one stood before them, igniting a mixture of excitement, tension, and a hint of fear with him. After all, White Clay Daoth had just slain 4 individuals, and Dolphoff it was evident that the masked attackers were in innocence, the children were still apprehensive. Lin Haichuan had often cautioned them that many practitioners were capricious, and Dinesh would never judge a practitioner's character solo libeth their appearance. In Ruth, when Lin Fengen Theothers first arrived at the Ivor Bank, both by Hantien and Cheyenne for ghosts sensed their presence through their cultivation. A brief assessment revealed that the newcomers were merely children, thus they paid him little heed. By Hantien merely cast a glance at the children hiding in the grass before returning his focus, shaking his sword, which instantly transformed into countless crystals, dissipating into the After brushing off his robe, by Hantien turned it. Chapter 2 The Master Apprentice Dermoileg was a rare occasion to encounter a powerful cultivator, and the children couldn't help but wonder if they could become a formidable practitioners themselves by taking him as their master. However, they hesitated to Kalutoto by Hantayana Shepri Pered Taliv, their faces flushed with urgency. Esteemed master, please wait, Lin Feng burst forth from the bushes, summoning Galiscouragito shout out by Hantien. Theater master is a respectful title for cultivators, and does injit when uncertain of their kiss not deemed impolite. Brother, do not speak utoftern, Lin Yu said, rushing Guto Fethicate, nervously tugging at Lin Feng's sleeve. What is it, young one? By Hantien turned calmly, addressing Lin Feng. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied with trepidation, I wish to become your disciple, if I would be so candas to accept me. By Hantien scrutinized that wa brothers and noteth a lively spark canona twinsius and thestidi compasser in theathers, sen singen in natremanating from them. This pair of twins may very well possess spiritual roots. If that is indeed the case, it would not be inappropriate to take them as disciples, by Hantian mused inwardly. Wadoyo wish to be a disciple, by Hanshin inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips. Because he were the most formidable person he have ever encountered, and door swordsmanship is nothing short of miraculous, capable of erasing the ivor's surface. You must be a powerful practitioner, Lin Feng exclaimed, demonstrating a few movements with palpable excitement. Themor a fact that by Hantian engaged haming conversation sparked hope before his aspiration shada turned away without a word, it would have been truly disheartening. Becoming medisciple is not out of the question, beauty you ought to consult our parents first, by Hantian remarked, having recognized that whence potential and feel inclined to take under his wing. It would indeed be a pity for such vanege to remain hidden in this small village. Omlight possessing spiritual roots can become cultivators, and the stronger the roots, the greater the heights in can achieve cultivation. It is succeeding rare to find individuals with such roots among the countless people, making cultivators as scarce yet formidable presents. Those who apply skilled in cultivation possess abilities beyond comprehension, capable of moving mountains and phalanxes, and can live for centuries, earning respect and from sovereigns. This has led man ordinary plea to dream of becoming cultivators. I for parents agree, can my brother and debuff become your disciples? Lin Feng thought it fitting to include his brother in such a fortunate opportunity. Theben between Tetwin brother shade always been strong, with Lin Feng displaying gassons of a humility towards Lin Yu, who in turn held deep respect for his older brother. Doya wished to become a disciple as well, by Hantian's gaze a shift towards Lin Yu upon hearing Lin Feng's intent to bring his brother along. Yes, it a wish to be disciple, Lin Yu replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Despite his normal immature demeanor, he was still a chill dunder tenanda net to learn from a cultivator. As the other children observed the prospect of Lin Feng and Lin Yu becoming disciples, they clamored to express their desire to study under by Hantian, causing Han considerable annoyance. Enough noise, there were conditions to becoming a disciple will and lie except those with spiritual roots, and they must possess water attribute roots. Among you, light hosatwumi have jutroots, but there is no boranti the auri of few water attribute. As for the Ristofia, you're a Pezarislim, by Hantian stated, gesturing towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Upon hearing by Hantian swords, the children's faces fell in disappointment. No the understand, I shall to leave. If I outwalitions receive your parents' consent to become a disciples, return here tomorrow morning to find me, by Hantian declared before graceful departing, vanishing from the children's 18 merry moments. The children, witnessing by Hantian's departure, lost all desire to play. Brother, let us return home, Lin Feng se dashed to Klin Yushandandran towards the village. Eager to share the prospect of becoming a disciple with their parents, Lin Feng was consumed by this singular thought, rendering Alalzi insignificant. Upon reaching home, Thetwa brothers were breathless, startling their mother, who feared something had transpired. It was in laughter hearing their Talathach understood their excitement. After a brief silence, Lin's mother Li Wenxiu said, "Let us wait for your father to return before making any decisions." A sad traditional woman should adhere to the notion of deferring to her husband. Although she harbored reservations about their desire to become disciples, she concealed her feelings and opted to await Lin Xiao's return for a resolution. The morning passed quickly, and when Lin Xiu returned home, he found his wife and children gathered around the table, Thuntached meal awaiting his arrival. One show, Eva told du countless times Hattie have an autumn formulas while working in the files. When the food is ready, you should eat with the children, Lin Xiu marked to his wife. Father, my brother and I have something to discuss with you, Lin Feng said eagerly upon seeing his father. Li Wengzia Shatherol desks in a warning glance, eat first we can discuss your matters after the meal. It must be thought you have caused trouble again. Boys will be boys, mischief isn't natural, Lin Xiaozi chuckled, dismissing the concern. Lin Xiaozi was relatively lenient in disciplining his children, having never resorted to physical punishment. Even when Lin Feng was mischievous, he only received verbal admonishments. Conversely, Li Wengxi was stricter with Lin Feng, but she tended to follow her husband's lead, which often Lin Feng to secreted with his father when he misbehaved. That's noted, father. Lin Feng began to explain, but upon meeting his mother's spersagaze, he quickly silenced himself. After the meal, Lin Fengan Lin Euracanta Thir de Zarito Bekami Disapulsta Thir Father on Simor. I support our wish to study under Amister, but it can Italo Utodoso without knowing what this person a sandwich sect the belongs to. How can your mother and diabetes with you becoming his disciples? Lin Xiaozhi pondered for a moment before he expressing his concerns. Caught off guard by their father's words, Thebrothers felsolent, Lin Feng's face contorted with dissatisfaction while Lin Yust glad to find words. Seeing the evident disappointment in Thetwin's faces, Lin Xiaozhi felt a pang of sympathy. After all, becoming cultivators was their greatest aspiration. Very well, tomorrow morning I shall accompany you to meet these individuals and ascertain his character. If he proves to be trustworthy, he will consent to your apprenticeship, Lin Xiaozhi ultimately decided, opting to investigate by Hantayan before concluding the matter. Thank you, Father, Thebrothers exclaimed, their spirits lifted, for as long as their father had not outright refused, there remained hope. However, you must be prepared shoot these by Hantayan at reliable person, I will absolutely not permit Autobekami ha disciples, Lin Xiaozhi's expression turned serious. Voila by your judgment, Father, Lin Fengan Lin your plead in unison. Undoubtedly Thetwin brothers shared a remarkable synergy, their thoughts and words often mirroring. That night, filled with excitement, as the brothers fell asleep, Lin Xiaozhi and his wife engaged in Ayosha discussion in third room. Lin, how can you agree to our apprenticeship? It is said that cultivation is Adamilas endeavoransa to embark in thispathy, what knows when they will return, event hath are not my biological children, I cannot bear the thought of losing them, Li Wengxi expressed, her emotions running. Lin Fengan Lin you were not Lin Xiaozhi and Li Wengxi is biological children 9 years prior, Li Wengxi you had been washing clothes with Iver when dark clouds gather adominously, and a fierce winderos. A purplish-black vortex appeared above the Iver, from which twine fans emerged, gently landing before her. The vortex initiated quickly as it appeared, the storm dissipating, and the sky returned to its former state. Had the twine fans not been right in front of her, she might have doubted her senses. Unable to abandon the infants, Li Wengxi autoanetham homi and raised the Mesharon for the past 9 years. During this time, Lin Xiaozhi and Li Wengxi treated them as their own flesh and blood. Given their modest means, after adopting Lin Fengan Linyu, the couple forgoana plans for biological children, dedicating themselves to nurturing Thetwa boys. Could a bird apart with them, Beauty have raised them for 9 years. Lin Feng has been expressing his desirito bekomi cultivator since she was 4 or 5, often yarning tobe come Lin Heichuan's disciple. If it weren't for the business of the past 2 years with long ways court-agency, Lin Heichuan would have visited Linjia village more frequently, and Lin Feng might have already joined him. Though Lin Yu was said little, his ayas like to whenever he heard word cultivator, Lin Xiao's aside, feeling both helpless and understanding of his children's dreams. Lin Yu's usual is understanding. If I do not agree to his apprenticeship, he will certainly heed your words. Now both children wish to take in a master if they both depart, Wadamatodo, Li Wengxi spoke, her voix a trembling as if on the verge of tears. Although Lin Fengan Lin Yu were their biological children, over the past 9 years she had come atorgard the her own flesh and blood. When shio, ito sherry or sentiments. Yet, children inevitably grope, and we cannot flee their inherent nature such actions wouldn't lie yield counterproductive results. Surely you are aware of Lin Feng's temperament when hesitates mind to something, he pursues it with determination. As for Lin Yu, she possesses agently exterior beauty resolute spiriton she makes a decision, it is no easily swayed. We cannot keep these children by our sides forever. Since this opportunity has arisen, let us allow them to explore it, Lin Xiao's hugently ressured, embracing Li Wenxiu. Upon hearing her respond swords, Li Wengxi gradually found solace. Deep down, she understood thought both children harbored dreams of becoming cultivators, yet as Samather, she could not help but wish to keep her children close. Chapter 3, The Elemental Spirit Test. On the following morning, Lin Xiaozu, accompanied by Lin Feng and Lin Yu, ventured to the riverbank in search of Bai Hantian. The brothers wore expressions of steadfast anticipation regarding the prospect of apprenticeship. Upon their arrival at the river, they beheld Bai Hantian clad in white standing atop the water's surface, wielding a sword forged from ice, practicing a series of sword techniques. Bai Hantian's figure flowed gracefully, as if he were treading upon solid ground, his icy sword danced up and down, gliding left and right, scattering glimmers of ice crystals in a solemn display. Before long, the three were entranced, witnessing Bai Hantian's ethereal elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Once he concluded his practice, he waved his right hand lightly, and the icy sword vanished into thin air, as he leapt gracefully from the water's surface to stand before them. It was not until Bai Hantian alighted that Lin Shozu snapped back to reality. He hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "May I inquire as to your esteemed title, sir? We, as father and sons, did not mean to intrude upon your practice." "There is no need for such formalities," Bai Hantian replied with a courteous demeanor. "Practicing sword techniques is merely a leisurely pursuit. I presume you are the father of these two children." "I am Bai Hantian, a disciple of the Crystal Palace." Observing these two, "It seems they possess elemental spirits. They are truly gifted individuals. I wish to take them as my disciples, if you would permit it." Bai Hantian's politeness stemmed from Lin Shozu's strict upbringing, where every action and word adhered to decorum. The Crystal Palace is a prestigious sect with stringent rules. Its few disciples, though not numerous, are renowned. These children, from a young age, have aspired to become cultivators, and I respect their wishes. Though I am but a humble villager, I have heard of the illustrious Crystal Palace. If my children could join, it would indeed be a blessing for them and a testament to our Lin family's merit." Upon hearing Bai Hantian mention his sect, Lin Shozu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Crystal Palace is well regarded in the cultivation community, known for its rigorous codes and the valor of its disciples. Moreover, the palace is home to many skilled practitioners and a wealth of cultivation texts, essential for upholding justice in a world rife with demons and chaos. "Excellent. We are on the verge of joining a sect and embarking on the path of cultivation." Lin Feng and Lin Yu cheered with excitement upon hearing their father's consent. "My sons are still young and naive. I hope the esteemed master will not hold it against them. You too, come forth and pay your respects to your master." Lin Shozu gently pulled the exuberant brothers to him. Upon hearing they were to pay their respects, Lin Feng and Lin Yu prepared to bow. "Wait, whether you may take me as your master depends on your elemental affinity test. The Crystal Palace only accepts those with water element spirits. If you do not possess this affinity, I cannot defy the rules of the sect." Bai Hantian swiftly intervened as the brothers were about to kneel. The brothers' excitement shifted to anxiety. Their father had only just agreed to their apprenticeship, yet now they faced an uncertain test, causing their hearts to flutter with apprehension. "Esteemed master, what kind of test must we undergo?" Lin Feng asked, mustering his courage. "It is quite simple. We shall use the elemental spirit test talisman to assess your affinities." Bai Hantian responded, producing several white paper cards from his robes. The brothers examined the cards with curiosity, unable to discern anything particularly special about them, aside from being slightly thicker than ordinary paper. Do not underestimate the elemental spirit test talisman merely because it appears to be a simple card. This talisman is crafted from the bark of the elemental spirit absorbing tree. It is a precious item specifically designed to test elemental affinities. One such talisman is worth a low-grade elemental stone, while the average internal cultivation practitioner possesses assets of merely a dozen low-grade elemental stones. Bai Hantian noted, observing the brothers' puzzled expressions. "What exactly is an elemental stone?" Lin Feng inquired, with Lin Yu displaying a similar curiosity. "Elemental stones are the currency of practitioners, akin to gold and silver among mortals, yet their value far surpasses that of gold. A single low-grade elemental stone is equivalent to 100 taels of gold. And no practitioner would exchange elemental stones for gold," Bai Hantian explained with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the exorbitant value of the elemental stone, the brothers were left speechless. They were well aware that Lin family village was not affluent. Most villagers relied on farming for their livelihood, and even the wealthiest families could scarcely produce 10 taels of gold. The thought that a single elemental spirit test talisman could be worth a low-grade elemental stone seemed preposterous to them. "Esteemed master, the elemental spirit test talisman is far too valuable to use on my sons. We truly cannot accept such a burden." Lin Shozu interjected hastily. "If fear not afford to ascertain their elemental spirits, the use of the talisman is imperative. Besides, I intended to take them as disciples. Guiding exceptionally gifted youths into the Crystal Palace would also earn me the sect's favor. If one of them possesses extraordinary talent, it would indeed be a fortunate event for me," Bai Hantian assured them. "Since the esteemed master has spoken so, we thank you for your consideration." Lin Shozu bowed gratefully to Bai Hantian and then turned to his sons, saying, "Should you have the fortune to become disciples of the esteemed master, you must honor and respect him, never forgetting his kindness. We are aware and will never forget the master's grace." Lin Feng and Lin Yu replied in unison, "There is no need for such formalities. Let us proceed with the test. Bai Hantian addressed the brothers. Esteemed master, how do we undergo this test? Lin Feng and Lin Yu asked simultaneously, each placing a hand on their foreheads in unison. This pair of twins not only spoke identically but moved in synchrony as well. If they were to train a dual sword or blade technique together, their potential would be immeasurable, Bai Hantian mused to himself. The remarkable harmony between the brothers only solidified his desire to take them as disciples. Now, he merely awaited to discover whether they possessed the aptitude for cultivation. The test is quite straightforward. Simply place the elemental spirit test talisman in your palms, then join your hands together. After 10 seconds, you may open your hands, Bai Hantian instructed, pausing briefly before continuing. If there are any changes to the talisman, it will prove that you possess elemental spirits, and the nature of the changes will reveal the type of elemental spirit you possess. If the talisman turns green and displays leaf-like patterns, you have a wood element spirit. If it shows scorched black spots, that indicates a fire element spirit. If yellow granules resembling sand appear, it signifies an earth element spirit. If there are scratches reminiscent of a blade, that indicates a metal element spirit. Only if the talisman shows signs of being moistened by water can it confirm a water element spirit. Bai Hantian concluded his explanation and handed each brother an elemental spirit test talisman. The brothers held the talismans, their curiosity piqued as they examined the seemingly magical cards. Follow my instructions, place it in your palm, then join your hands together, wait for my signal to open them. Bai Hantian's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Lin Feng and Lin Yu obediently complied, placing the talismans in their palms and bringing their hands together. Meanwhile, they fervently hoped, it must be a water element spirit. It must be a water element spirit. After roughly 10 seconds, Bai Hantian announced, "Alright, you may now open your hands." The brothers quickly obeyed, unveiling their palms. Lin Feng's talisman remained unchanged, while Lin Yu's displayed green patterns, scorched black spots, yellow granules, blade-like scratches, and traces of water. Lin Feng stared at the unchanged talisman in his hand, his face paling in an instant. He had understood from Bai Hantian's earlier words that the lack of response indicated he possessed no elemental spirit. Meanwhile, Lin Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, uncertain of the significance of the changes on his talisman. Observing Lin Yu's hand, Bai Hantian's expression grew rapt, his gaze fixed intently on the talisman, as if he were about to devour it. This intensity startled Lin Yu, prompting him to instinctively step back, filled with trepidation, uncertain if he had erred in some way. Seeing his brother's fear, Lin Feng immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yu. Glaring warily at Bai Hantian, realizing his lapse in composure, Bai Hantian quickly regained his demeanor. Do not be alarmed, Lin Feng, since your elemental spirit test talisman shows no changes, it confirms you do not possess an elemental spirit. Bai Hantian reassured them, collecting his thoughts. Does that mean I cannot become your disciple? Lin Feng asked boldly, encouraged by Bai Hantian's return to normalcy. Because you lack a water element spirit, it seems our destinies as master and disciple are not meant to be. Bai Hantian replied with a hint of regret. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's face grew even paler. From Bai Hantian's remarks, he realized his hopes of apprenticeship were dashed. Though you lack an elemental spirit, it does not mean you are devoid of any spirit. Besides the elemental spirits, there are also lightning, wind, and other special attribute spirits. The elemental spirit test talisman can only detect elemental affinities. If you possess a lightning or wind spirit, it will not be revealed. Bai Hantian offered this as a consolation, fully aware that in the cultivation realm, practitioners with special attribute spirits are exceedingly rare, so rare that many elemental practitioners may never encounter one in their lifetime. The scarcity of these special attribute practitioners also renders their cultivation journey immensely arduous. The scarcity of practitioners inherently signifies a dearth of cultivation texts. Some cultivators with unique attributes may spend their entire lives in search of manuals that resonate with their innate spiritual properties, yet find none. Furthermore, certain practitioners, anxious to avoid the interruption of their lineage, may find themselves without a suitable successor even as their time draws to a close, ultimately leading to the extinction of their heritage. Even if Lin Feng were indeed endowed with a unique spiritual essence, Bai Hantian lacked the talismans necessary to detect such attributes. Even the Crystal Palace had no means to identify special properties. The methods for discerning unique spiritual essences are accessible only to practitioners who embody those very attributes. In Chapter 4, upon his arrival at the Lin family estate, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware that Bai Hantian's words were intended to offer him solace. Igniting a flicker of hope within him, the inability to apprentice under Bai Hantian or enter the Crystal Palace mattered little. He resolved to explore the vast world when he matured, confident that he would discover a sect willing to accept him as a disciple. As these thoughts swirled in Lin Feng's mind, his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Lin Shouzu observed the subtle shifts in Lin Feng's expression and felt a surge of satisfaction. Lin Yu, might I take a look at the 5 elements spirit testing talisman you hold? Bai Han Tian inquired softly, wary of startling Lin Yu further. Master, could you please discern what spiritual attribute I possess? Lin Yu, reassured by Bai Han Tian's return to normalcy, extended the talisman towards him without hesitation. Bai Han Tian accepted the talisman with utmost care, as if it were a rare treasure, fearful of inflicting even the slightest damage. His gaze intensified as he scrutinized the talisman. Could this be the fabled all-encompassing 5 elements attribute? He murmured to Lin Yu, I find it challenging to ascertain your spiritual attribute at this moment. However, I have decided to remain in Lin family village for the time being to provide guidance in your cultivation. Should you indeed possess water attributes, I shall take you back to my sect and formally accept you as my disciple, Bai Han Tian stated with composed deliberation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. The prospect of becoming Bai Han Tian's apprentice was truly exhilarating. Previously, after witnessing the talisman's uncanny transformation, he had feared his hopes of apprenticeship had been dashed. While elation coursed through him, Lin Yu dared not display it too overtly. Concerned it might upset his brother. At this moment, he felt a profound conflict within, torn between following Bai Han Tian to the Crystal Palace and the reluctance to part from his parents and brother. Although he appeared mature for his age, he was, after all, only 9 years old. Lin Yu, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and thank the master, Lin Shouzu urged, nudging him gently. Thank you, master. Lin Yu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Since that is the case, if the master wishes to linger in Lin family village, I humbly invite you to stay at my humble abode. Though modest, it is tidy enough, and there are 2 vacant rooms available. Lin Shouzu responded with a steady demeanor, elated at the opportunity for Lin Yu's apprenticeship. That sounds splendid. I shall abide by your generous offer, Bai Han Tian replied solemnly. As a practitioner of the Crystal Palace, I have little concern for material comforts. Merely a place to rest suffices. His conviction in Lin Yu's exceptional talent had already solidified within him, and if Lin Yu's spiritual essence proved as he suspected, the Crystal Palace would undoubtedly nurture him diligently. Reflecting greatly on Bai Han Tian himself, thus his demeanor towards Lin Shouzu grew increasingly affable. Lin Shouzu, eager to express his humility, interjected, Master, please refrain from addressing me so. I am but a simple countryman and unworthy of such titles. Lin Degu, do not be so formal. Once I accept Lin Yu as my disciple, we shall be like family henceforth. You need not call me master. Simply refer to me as Han Tian. Bai Han Tian replied with a broad smile. Very well, since the master insists, I shall not be impolite. Lin Shouzu mused thoughtfully. And yet you still call me master. Bai Han Tian feigned a stern expression. Ah, then I shall daringly address you as Bai Laodi. Lin Shouzu, a straightforward man, felt no need for excessive formality after Bai Han Tian's invitation. Come now, let us return home and inform your sister-in-law of your arrival in Lin family village. I shall ask her to prepare a clean room for you. Lin Shouzu cheerfully beckoned Bai Han Tian, striding confidently towards the village. Before long, they reached home, and Lin Shouzu animatedly introduced Bai Han Tian to his wife. Recounting the amusing events of the earlier incident, he then requested her assistance in preparing the guest room. Li Wenshou's initial glance at Bai Han Tian had been far from amiable. Her disdain for the man intent on taking her son as a disciple was palpable. Had it not been for Bai Han Tian's appearance, the prospect of Lin Feng and Lin Yu apprenticing under a practitioner would have seemed as unattainable as climbing the heavens, nearly impossible. The fact that Bai Han Tian now wished to reside in their home only fueled her ire, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration, though she refrained from expressing her anger in front of Lin Shouzu. It seems my sister-in-law harbors some reservations towards me, Bai Han Tian remarked, seeking insight from Lin Shouzu. Fear not, she does not dislike you, merely finds it difficult to part with her children, especially with you planning to take them away for cultivation, Lin Shouzu explained, his tone tinged with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Bai Han Tian grasped the situation. Who would readily welcome someone intent on whisking their children away? The fact that no confrontation had ensued spoke volumes of her restraint. Li Wenshou returned home within half an hour, having diligently tidied the various rooms to pristine order. In that case, I shall share a room with the 2 children, allowing me to conveniently guide them in their cultivation without disturbing Lin Degu and Lin Desau's rest. Bai Han Tian proposed with a smile upon seeing Li Wenshou's return. As Li Wenshou opened her mouth to respond, Lin Shouzu silenced her with a glance. We have no objections. We humble folk are not well versed in matters of cultivation. We shall defer to Bai Laodi's expertise. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask us. there is no need for formality, Lin Shozu encouraged. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and added. Will Lin Feng also be training with you? I thought your sect only accepted disciples with water attributes. I shall merely impart some foundational knowledge, I will not accept him as a disciple. Bai Han Tian replied, the age before 10 is a crucial period for establishing a solid foundation in cultivation. It is of utmost importance, for missing this window would lead to irreparable regret. While I cannot formally accept him as a disciple, I can certainly help him solidify his fundamentals, and he may seek a more formidable master in the future. Though Bai Han Tian voiced this sentiment, internally he held a different perspective. How could one without a spiritual essence possess any aptitude for cultivation? Yet, moved by Lin Feng's pitiable circumstances, he resolved to impart some basic techniques to him. If Lin Feng could reach the external refinement stage through these foundational exercises, it would be a remarkable achievement. Should he falter, it would be no fault of Bai Han Tian's. Thank you, master, for guiding my cultivation. Lin Feng expressed his excitement, bowing deeply to Bai Han Tian. You too must commit wholeheartedly to learning from Bai Laodi. Lin Yu, do not let your innate talent lead you to complacency. Be sure to heed Bai Laodi's words. Lin Shozu admonished the children with a serious expression. Yes, father, we will certainly listen to the master and diligently pursue our cultivation. The brothers replied in unison, their young voices still tinged with innocence, yet brimming with resolute ambition and eagerness for cultivation. From now on, you may call me teacher. Addressing me as master feels rather awkward. Bai Han Tian expressed, slightly uncomfortable with the title. Understood, teacher. Lin Feng and Lin Yu stood tall, hands clasped behind their backs, their faces earnest. Their earnest demeanor elicited laughter from the adults, even prompting a smile from Li Wenxiu, who had initially opposed their desire to apprentice. In that moment, she realized from their expressions just how fervently they yearned for cultivation. With this understanding, she resolved to support their aspirations as a mother, willing to stand quietly behind them. My two sons are growing up, Li Wenxiu said softly, ruffling the boy's hair with a gentle smile. Upon witnessing his wife's expression, Lin Shozu understood that she had come to terms with the situation and was no longer opposed to their apprenticeship. Mother, stop ruffling my hair, it'll get all messy, Lin Feng protested, furrowing his brow in discontent. His expression provoked another round of laughter from the adults. In Chapter 5, Bai Han Tian engaged in further conversation with Lin Shozu and his wife before inviting the brothers to accompany him back to his quarters, where he intended to impart foundational knowledge of cultivation. Lin Shozu had prepared a modest yet adequate dwelling for Bai Han Tian, a small house with its own entrance, situated adjacent to the main residence. Spanning approximately 40 to 50 square meters, ample space for 3 occupants. Since you aspire to become practitioners, you must remember to cultivate diligently. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current, without effort one will inevitably regress. Today, I will begin by teaching you the basics of cultivation, and I expect no laziness from you, should you approach your training with insincerity, even if you possess remarkable talent. I will not deign to instruct you. This is a principle you must understand, Bai Han Tian declared, pulling a chair over and sitting down with a serious expression. After all, there were certain matters he needed to clarify, and he would not shy away from being strict when necessary. A teacher, we understand, the two brothers replied solemnly. It is indeed a stroke of great fortune to have a cultivator guide them in their practice. How could they not dedicate themselves to diligent study? It is good that you are aware. No matter how exceptional a master may be, they cannot teach a lazy student. As the ancients have said, the master leads you to the door. Cultivation is up to the individual. The path of cultivation, aside from the teacher's guidance, requires one to engage in rigorous self-discipline to achieve success. After finishing his words, Bai Han Tian gestured for the two brothers to take a seat across from him. When it comes to cultivation, one must not exhibit even the slightest negligence, should there be any points of confusion. It is imperative to inquire. One must never make assumptions on their own, lest it lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, cultivation must proceed step by step, particularly with regards to orthodox techniques. Any lapse in practice could result in injury or, in severe cases, death. You must keep this in mind. Bai Han Tian's expression turned solemn as he fixed his gaze upon the two brothers, awaiting their response. We will certainly remember this, teacher. The brothers nodded earnestly. Now, let me elaborate on the fundamental knowledge of cultivation. As cultivators, your primary task is to comprehend the essence of the 5 elements, for what cultivators cultivate is none other than the primal energy of the 5 elements. The 5 elements categorize all things in the world into 5 attributes: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, collectively known as the 5 elements. Bai Han Tian commenced his lecture. Although he lacked extensive experience in teaching, it did not hinder his ability to instruct Lin Feng and Lin Yu. For within the Crystal Palace, there exists a method for instructing new disciples, and Bai Hantian was quite familiar with this method, ensuring that it would be beneficial when guiding his students in the future. Due to time constraints, Bai Hantian spoke about the differentiation of the 5 elements and the ranks of cultivators. The 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, possess both generative and restraining qualities. The generative cycle of the 5 elements implies a supportive and mutually beneficial relationship between different elemental attributes. Specifically, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, and water generates wood. Conversely, the restraining cycle indicates a relationship of mutual constraint between different elemental attributes, manifested as wood restrains earth, earth restrains water. Water restrains fire, fire restrains metal, and metal restrains wood. While the concept of the 5 elements may seem simple, it is, in truth, profound and unfathomable. When applied correctly, the generative and restraining dynamics of the 5 elements can aid one in overcoming adversaries. However, if misapplied, one risks inflicting harm upon oneself. The ranks of cultivators are divided into 7 major realms, progressing from low to high: the external cultivation realm, internal cultivation realm, channeling realm, spell realm, integration realm, illusory spirit realm, and profound void realm. Each major realm is further subdivided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. With each transition to a higher major realm, a cultivator's strength sees a significant enhancement. This is due to the fact that upon entering the next major realm, a cultivator not only experiences an increase in primal energy but also gains various abilities. The initial major realm of cultivation is the external cultivation realm, which focuses on strengthening the muscles, bones, skin, and membranes. When perfected, one's bones become as hard as steel, skin as tough as iron, and muscle strength is greatly enhanced, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. The second major realm, the internal cultivation realm, primarily involves cultivating internal primal energy. As primal energy increases, one can envelop their entire body with it, resulting in superior attack power, defense, speed, and agility compared to the external cultivation realm. The first 2 major realms emphasize the cultivation of the physical body and primal energy. Once reaching the 3rd major realm, the channeling realm, the primary goal shifts to transforming internal primal energy into elemental primal energy, enabling one's attacks to possess the damaging attributes of the 5 elements. Given the varied attributes of elemental power, the enhancement provided by elemental primal energy differs in terms of attack power, defense, speed, and agility. For instance, fire elemental energy boasts formidable attack power, delivering explosive and burning effects. Yet its defensive capabilities are relatively weak. In contrast, while earth elemental energy may lack in attack speed and ferocity compared to fire, it possesses exceptional defense. The 4th major realm is the spell realm. When a cultivator reaches this realm, they can harness the elemental power of the 5 elements from the heavens and earth using their internal elemental primal energy, condensing it into substantial elemental attributes for attack, defense, or speed enhancement. They can also refine elemental primal energy into weapons for close combat. The 5th stage of cultivation is the integration realm, where cultivators can be referred to as celestial masters. This is because cultivators of the integration realm meld their bodies with the heavens and earth. With each movement of their limbs, the elemental forces surge forth, allowing them to fly through the air without reliance on external aids. It is this ability to soar unaided that earns them the esteemed title of Celestial Masters. At this stage, if a cultivator is not the head of a sect, they are often a formidable figure in their own right. Upon reaching the illusory spirit realm, a cultivator's soul undergoes a transformation, ultimately allowing it to shift between the tangible and intangible, freeing itself from the constraints of the physical body and existing independently in the world. The soul can traverse great distances to strike down foes, appearing and disappearing without a trace, wielding unimaginable power. Cultivators who attain this realm are exceedingly rare, as it requires both extraordinary talent and unwavering determination. Those in the illusory spirit realm are often leaders of sects or revered elders. As for the 7th stage of cultivation, the profound void realm, this is the ultimate realm of cultivation, is known by Bai Hantian. It is said that cultivators of the profound void realm, barring unforeseen circumstances, can enjoy a lifespan of millennia, akin to divine beings. Most cultivators at this level lead secluded lives, rarely involving themselves in sect matters or the cultivation world. However, any sect with a master of the profound void realm is not easily dared to be trifled with, showcasing the formidable deterrence of such a master. The power of a profound void realm cultivator surpasses imagination. For they have mastered the ability to merge their being with the forces of nature, forging a unique domain of the 5 elements. Merging with the heavens and earth allows them to transform their entire being into their corresponding elemental attribute. Rendering their physical form obsolete, they can become a colossal tree, flames, rock, metal, or flowing water. As long as the attacking energy does not exceed their domain's energy, almost all attacks will fail to inflict tangible harm upon them. Lin Feng and Lin Yu, upon hearing Bai Hantian's discourse, found themselves captivated by the prospect of one day becoming powerful cultivators, soaring through the skies without external aid and striking down enemies from afar. What a thrilling notion it was! Initially devoid of any understanding of cultivation, their newfound knowledge only fortified their resolve to pursue it. Observing the brothers' bright eyes, Bai Hantian felt a sense of comfort. His intention in sharing this knowledge was to ignite their desire for cultivation, for one must possess tenacity and perseverance in all endeavors, yet, whether he himself could maintain such determination was a different matter altogether. And the answer was evidently in the negative. If it were something he truly wished for, even without supervision, he would steadfastly uphold it. The same applies to cultivation. Only those who ardently seek self-improvement and aspire to become high-level cultivators can truly progress in their journey. Conversely, without unwavering confidence and formidable willpower, relying solely on talent makes it exceedingly difficult for a cultivator to grow stronger. As Bai Hantian continued his narration, the days swiftly passed, and both lunch and dinner were delivered by Lin's mother. That will be all for today. Take your time to comprehend this, as there are further training sessions awaiting you tomorrow. Rest well after tidying up. Bai Hantian concluded the day's lessons, noting the late hour. Yes, teacher, the brothers responded, collecting their thoughts. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Lin Yu return to their room to rest, Bai Hantian also retreated to his own quarters to meditate and cultivate. Daily meditation had become an integral aspect of Bai Hantian's life. Beginning his cultivation at the age of 7, he had persevered for 20 years through all seasons without interruption. Such resilience is not something ordinary individuals can achieve, were it not for this unwavering dedication. He could not have attained the spell realm in merely 20 years, a feat closely tied to his diligent efforts. Chapter 6, The Body Forging and Energy Nurturing Technique, Part 1. Despite Lin Feng and Lin Yu adhering to their teacher's advice and retreating to their room for rest, thoughts of their teacher's teachings on cultivation made sleep elusive. Brother, do you think I can truly become a cultivator? Lin Feng asked, turning to Lin Yu, who was also wide awake. You will definitely become a cultivator. Did our teacher not say that you might possess a special elemental spirit? The 5 elements testing talisman is unable to measure it in terms of physical strength and combat ability. Who among the children of our village could rival you? Even those 2 or 3 years older than you would not stand a chance against you. With your talent, you will surely become a cultivator in the future, Lin Yu asserted, facing Lin Feng with unwavering confidence. In Lin Yu's heart, his brother was the strongest person. Once, Lin Yu was bullied by a child 3 years older than them, who was significantly taller and sturdier, yet Lin Feng showed no fear. Instead, he displayed a fierce determination to avenge his brother. The two boys soon found themselves in a scuffle, and onlookers anticipated a grim outcome for Lin Feng. However, the conclusion defied all expectations. Not only did Lin Feng avoid being beaten, but he also ended up giving the bully a black eye. Throughout the fight, Lin Feng maintained the upper hand, surpassing his opponent in strength and speed, coupled with an aura of intimidation that struck fear into the other boy. After this encounter, no child dared to bully Lin Yu again. And Lin Feng became a standout among his peers. Of course, I am certain I can become a cultivator. One day we will both become cultivators and venture out to explore the world. Battling demons and vanquishing evil, Lin Feng declared, clenching his small fists. Indeed, we will surely both become cultivators. In Lin Yu's heart, becoming a cultivator was the greatest aspiration. Thus, the two little ones grew increasingly animated in their conversation. Excitement bubbling over. In the adjacent room, Bai Hantian shook his head continuously, torn between the desire to interrupt the brothers' chatter and the reluctance to do so, for they were merely expressing the dreams of children. Moreover, today stands as the solitary day they can enjoy a peaceful slumber. Tomorrow, they shall be instructed in the art of cultivating their vital energy. Henceforth, every evening will be consumed by the monotony of meditation. Well, if they find joy in their chatter, let them indulge. Bai Hantian sighed inwardly. On the following morning, Bai Hantian roused the two brothers, who were still enveloped in slumber. The two little ones, reluctant to rise, had only just succumbed to sleep after conversing late into the night. However, despite their reluctance, under Bai Hantian's watchful gaze, they had no choice but to comply and commence their morning exercises. The morning routine was quite simple: a run from their home to the riverbank and back again to complete the session. Lin Feng found the task to be exceedingly easy, and even Lin Yu believed he could effortlessly accomplish the morning exercise. This was largely because, during their leisure time, they often frolicked by the riverbank with their village companions. The distance was not great, and given their stamina, a round trip was hardly a challenge. Do you think it is a trivial task to run to the riverbank and back? Upon observing the expressions of the brothers, Bai Hantian discerned their thoughts. Lin Feng and Lin Yu merely nodded silently, their intentions clear without need for words. You shall soon reconsider that notion. Bai Hantian spoke with a solemn tone, simultaneously enveloping the brothers' feet in 2 wisps of mist. In an instant, the brothers felt as if their feet were treading upon cotton fluff, their footing rendered unstable, and their balance severely compromised. They stumbled about like 2 inebriated men, appearing as though they might topple at any moment, making even the act of walking a considerable challenge, let alone running. Why is this so, master? What have you done to us? Lin Feng inquired, struggling to maintain his balance. This is a water attribute control spell known as the Mist Cotton Entanglement Technique, whose primary effect is to impede the speed of the enemy. Those afflicted by this spell feel as though they tread upon cotton, their sense of balance severely affected, rendering their full speed to a mere fraction of its potential. However, practitioners with robust vital energy are less affected. If the opponent's energy surpasses that of the caster, the Mist Cotton Entanglement Technique may fail to take hold. Bai Hantian explained gravely, there is one additional point I have not mentioned. The Mist Cotton Entanglement Technique is merely a low-level restriction spell. If the opponent's vital energy is not vastly inferior to that of the caster, they can dispel the entanglement by exerting their energy against their feet. Is this what you refer to as magic? Lin Feng asked, his tone serious. Indeed, this is a power possessed only by those above the realm of spells. The Mist Cotton Entanglement Technique is the most rudimentary of control spells. Bai Hantian would never resort to such a technique in battle. Firstly, because its control is rather weak, and secondly, its speed of deployment is exceedingly slow, making it easy to evade. Any practitioner with a modicum of preparation would find it nearly impossible to be struck by this spell. Lin Feng and Lin Yu were filled with curiosity about the spell and were eager to pose further questions to Bai Hantian, but he halted them. You two must hasten and run. Should you lag behind and return too late, there will be consequences. Bai Hantian's expression darkened as he spoke sternly. Upon hearing Bai Hantian's words, the brothers dared not utter another word and promptly began to run. Though given their current predicament, it was quite difficult for them to move swiftly. Thus, the brothers ran for 2 hours before returning home from the riverbank. Along the way, early rising villagers observed the 2 brothers, whose running antics were rather comical, resembling 2 drunken men, leading to a few stumbles. Had the villagers not heard whispers of Lin Feng and Lin Yu seeking to apprentice under a practitioner, they might have assumed the 2 had lost their minds. As Lin Feng and Lin Yu reached their doorstep, they beheld their mother, Li Wenshou, waiting for them. At that moment, Lin Shouzu had already departed to tend to the fields. Li Wenshou gazed at her 2 children, now covered in mud, and her heart felt as though it were being devoured by 1,000 ants, though she had come to accept their path of cultivation. Witnessing her children endure such hardship caused her maternal heart to ache. Look at you 2, filthy as little kittens, go wash your faces and then sit down to eat. Bai Hantian has worn himself out accompanying you in your training. Hurry inside and have your meal. Li Wenshou forced a smile, though it appeared as if it were frozen on her face, a testament to her discomfort. Not difficult at all, not difficult at all. Bai Hantian noticed Li Wenshou's pallor and quickly dispelled the spell upon the brothers, urging them to wash up and eat. In the blink of an eye, mealtime was over, especially for Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who, having exhausted themselves from running, devoured their food with increased appetite, finishing their meal in a whirlwind. After dining, the group returned indoors, and Bai Hantian commenced his teaching of Lin Feng and Lin Yu. He primarily instructed them in various movements, some simple and others exceedingly challenging, particularly those requiring considerable flexibility. Fortunately, at their tender age, the brothers exhibited commendable flexibility. The movements Bai Hantian was teaching were, in fact, the external techniques of the body refinement and vital cultivation method, one of the training pathways for external practitioners. The body refinement and vital cultivation method comprises 12 levels, the first 3 of which serve as an introductory stage. Relatively easy to master, even an ordinary person, with diligent practice, could achieve proficiency within 2 to 3 years. However, advancing beyond this point depends heavily on one's innate talent. Those lacking in talent might require a decade or more to progress from the 3rd to the 4th level. And those with exceptionally poor aptitude may find themselves hopelessly stalled for a lifetime. Upon reaching the 4th level, one enters the initial stage of external cultivation, marking the divide between ordinary individuals and practitioners. Though the initial stage signifies the lowest tier of practitioners, it nonetheless categorizes them as practitioners. Lin Feng and Lin Yu diligently adhered to Bai Hantian's instructions, practicing the movements with rapt attention. Initially, they stumbled through their attempts as if lost in a fog, encountering numerous difficulties. However, with continuous practice, they grew increasingly adept, their movements becoming more precise. Once their motions became standardized, even the fatigue accumulated from their morning run seemed to dissipate like a gentle breeze. Leaving the brothers filled with a sense of wonder, unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Feng inquired of Bai Hantian, "Master, do these movements possess a miraculous ability to alleviate fatigue?" At that moment, Lin Yu, though silent, fixed his gaze on Bai Hantian with an expression of eager anticipation, akin to a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment. "It appears you have begun to grasp it. The movements I just taught you are indeed part of the external techniques of the body refinement and vital cultivation method. The more precisely you execute these movements, the more profound the nourishment for your physical forms will be, resulting in a steady increase in both your strength and speed, akin to the rapid growth of spring bamboo. Each level possesses its unique characteristics. What I have imparted today is merely the first level's movements. Once you practice these to the point of fluidity, you may progress to the second level." Bai Hantian replied with a gentle smile, "Merely a few movements can significantly enhance one's strength and speed. The art of cultivation is truly remarkable." The brothers simultaneously nurtured the thought, they must dedicate themselves to diligent practice to uncover more wondrous techniques. "If there are no further matters, continue your practice." Bai Hantian observed the brothers lost in thought, his expression darkening as he spoke firmly. "Yes, master." The brothers, as if awakened from a dream, returned to their practice of the body refinement and vital cultivation method. Chapter 7, Body Refinement and Vital Cultivation Method, Part 2. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and the hours of practice passed swiftly. Before long, noon arrived, and Lin Shozu returned home. Li Wenshou called the two brothers, still immersed in their training, to come inside for lunch, yet the brothers dared not move without Bai Hantian's command. Seeing the brothers' expressions, Li Wenshou immediately understood and turned her gaze toward Bai Hantian. "Let them practice a while longer." Bai Hantian, catching the shift in Li Wenshou's gaze, quickly responded. Bai Hantian felt a sense of helplessness toward his sister-in-law. After all, what mother could bear to see her children not only toil in their training but also endure hunger? "Wonderful, time for a meal," Lin Feng exclaimed, darting into the house like a startled rabbit. After the meal, Bai Hantian instructed the brothers to take a midday rest while he conversed with Lin Shozu. "Brother Lin, these two children possess a truly astonishing aptitude for cultivation. They grasp the techniques I teach them almost instantaneously, a remarkable talent indeed. Moreover, it appears that Lin Feng may possess a unique elemental constitution. To avoid wasting their potential, I must ensure their schedules are filled to the brim, leaving no time for idleness. Some disciples begin their training at the tender age of 7 or 8. And many become practitioners before they turn 10. Their starting point is already behind that of others, thus necessitating every precious moment for practice." Bai Hantian spoke with barely contained excitement, for while he had initially sensed Lin Yu's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated Lin Feng's capabilities to be equally impressive. To instruct students who are both gifted and eager to learn is a teacher's greatest joy. As their father, I cannot help but feel elated. If they wish to devote all their time to cultivation, I see no issue with that. However, I am aware that Lin Shozu's concerns, though unspoken, relate to the possibility of the two children becoming so absorbed in their practice that they neglect their education. "Brother Lin, you need not worry. Each day I will set aside time to teach them literacy and numeracy." A practitioner who cannot read or write, even if precious texts are laid before them, is akin to a blind man. How tragic that would be, Bai Hantian hastily assured him. "That is excellent. I can rest easy now." Lin Shozu smiled broadly, not wishing for his children to become mere brutes, solely consumed by their training. Lin Yu's literacy was assured. However, Lin Feng would require more attention from Bai Hantian. At that moment, Li Wenshou, having tidied the dishes, approached them. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, our crystal palace possesses a unique method for nurturing talent." Bai Hantian spoke confidently. "It appears that Lin Feng is about to face some misfortune. This teacher is certainly not as easily deceived as the masters of the private academy. However, this turn of events might be for the best. As Lin Feng has always been notoriously lazy and shows little interest in reading or writing." Li Wenshou mused quietly. After a brief period of casual conversation, Bai Hantian took the initiative to return indoors to rouse the two children who were napping, so they could commence their studies. "Lin Feng, Lin Yu, rise and shine. It is time for class." Bai Hantian called softly at the bedside, addressing the still slumbering brothers. The two of them jolted awake as if struck by an electric current. One suddenly alert, Lin Feng bleary-eyed, sleepily inquired, "Teacher, what class are we having?" "This afternoon, I shall teach you to read and write," Bai Hantian replied succinctly. Upon hearing that they would be learning to read, Lin Feng instantly became fully awake. He had always detested studying and would often doze off at the sound of the teacher's lectures. He never expected that Bai Hantian would also instruct him in reading. However, Lin Feng soon had another question arise in his mind, prompting him to curiously ask, "Teacher, I see you haven't brought any books. How will you teach us to read?" Lin Yu nodded in agreement, noting that Bai Hantian was devoid of any possessions apart from the clothes he wore, making it improbable for him to possess any teaching materials. "Today, allow me to show you the wonders of the cultivation world." Bai Hantian raised his left hand and subtly channeled his elemental energy. The ring on his finger suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance, almost as if by magic. Several books materialized on the table, including the tome on the body refinement and qi nourishment technique. Lin Feng and Lin Yu were left utterly astonished. Their eyes wide with wonder at this marvel, both fixed their curious gazes on Bai Hantian. "This ring on my hand is no ordinary ring. It is a magical storage ring. Within it lies an independent space, akin to a mysterious treasure vault, capable of holding various items." Bai Hantian lifted his left hand, allowing the brothers to closely examine the ring. At first glance, the storage ring appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary ring, and after scrutinizing it for some time, the brothers could not discern any special features. "With your current level of perception, you are naturally unable to detect any peculiarities. The true marvel of the storage ring lies in the fact that only by channeling elemental energy can one access or store items within it." Bai Hantian patiently explained, "Storage rings are meticulously crafted by cultivators of the profound void realm, for they have already mastered the power of domains, which can alter the properties of specific spaces. This represents a perfect fusion of elemental energy and spatial force. As a rare magical artifact, though lacking any offensive or defensive capabilities, its value far exceeds that of artifacts of the same grade. This is primarily due to the rarity of profound void cultivators. After all, each of them is either an esteemed ancestor of a top sect or a revered elder. Convincing these esteemed cultivators to craft a storage ring for you is no simple feat. Given their noble status and high standing, they would hardly be swayed by mere elemental stones. And moreover, the primary material for crafting storage rings, the Yuan Kong stone, is itself a rare commodity, making acquisition difficult even for some major sections. Thus, all storage rings originate from top sects that possess profound void cultivators. Bai Hantian's storage ring was equally hard-won, a reward for his first-place victory in the sect's grand tournament. Without such an accolade, his financial means would scarcely suffice to procure a storage ring. Even at the risk of impoverishing himself, the afternoon's lesson proved to be tedious, particularly for Lin Feng. Several times, he nearly succumbed to sleep, prompting Bai Hantian to resort to making him stand as a form of punishment. In contrast, Lin Yu excelled at reading, displaying a dedicated commitment to his studies, which pleased Bai Hantian greatly. As night fell, Bai Hantian began instructing the two brothers in the internal aspects of the body refinement and qi nourishment technique. Both brothers approached their studies with utmost seriousness, as the cultivation of internal energy demanded precision and care. While guiding them, Bai Hantian emphasized the importance of a steady and composed approach, cautioning against impatience. In this regard, Lin Yu demonstrated a marked superiority over Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's performance was commendable, it did not quite match that of the newly initiated ordinary disciples of the Crystal Palace. The internal cultivation of the body refinement and qi nourishment technique served as a remarkable key, primarily aimed at fortifying the body and condensing elemental energy within, thereby nourishing the flesh. A stronger physique would yield a more abundant flow of elemental energy, creating a beneficial cycle. Cultivators of the external refinement realm do not possess impervious bodies, nor can they store elemental energy within their meridians for extended periods. Consequently, they must tirelessly reinforce their bodies and meridians with elemental energy, akin to diligent bees. Once they have refined their bodies to the point of becoming impervious, they can then store elemental energy within as if it were a treasure vault, allowing them to challenge the internal refinement realm. Throughout the night, the two brothers maintained a meditative state, diligently channeling their internal energy, while Bai Hantian remained vigilant, staying awake like a devoted guardian. After all, this was their first foray into internal cultivation, and Bai Hantian could not afford to be lax. Should any issues arise, his mastery of spellcasting would enable him to intervene in a timely manner. Awakening from his meditative state, Lin Feng felt rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn. A night of cultivation had significantly enhanced both his physical and mental vigor. Lin Yu too felt invigorated, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength lay within him. The brothers couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of cultivation. In just a single day, they had experienced such extraordinary transformations. This remarkable progress was primarily attributable to their exceptional talents, akin to radiant stars. Had they been ordinary children with mediocre abilities, a day of cultivation might have yielded negligible results or perhaps only the faintest of changes. How many times did you both channel your elemental energy according to the body refinement and chi nourishment techniques method? Bai Hantian inquired gently, his gaze piercing as he regarded the newly awakened brothers. I channeled it 5 times, teacher. Am I impressive? Lin Feng exclaimed, his face alight with pride, akin to a boastful peacock. Not bad. Bai Hantian replied, his expression as tranquil as a still lake, betraying no emotion, yet within him a tempest of astonishment was brewing, silently exclaiming, genius. It is worth noting that during his own first attempt at cultivating elemental energy, he had only managed 4 channels, and even his master had marveled at his talent. In comparison to Lin Feng, he felt slightly inferior. Teacher, I channeled it 8 times. Lin Yu's voice was as soft as a whisper. Fearful of overshadowing his brother, just as Bai Hantian was astonished by Lin Feng's prowess, Lin Yu's declaration struck him like a thunderclap in his ears. He could scarcely believe his senses, suspecting that his sleepless night had led to hallucinations. To achieve 8 channels on the very first attempt was beyond the realm of genius. It was nothing short of monstrous. At that moment, Bai Hantian became increasingly convinced that Lin Yu possessed the legendary 5-elemental spiritual physique. Only such a prodigious entity could account for the extraordinary nature of Lin Yu's talents. Brother, you are truly remarkable. To manage 5 channels is already my utmost limit, yet you have achieved 8. Lin Feng exclaimed, draping an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders, a smile of genuine admiration gracing his face. Indeed, achieving 8 channels on the first attempt is double my own count, Lin Feng reflected, having spent 2 decades to reach the realm of spellcasting. While Lin Yu might reach that milestone in just 10 years, contemplating this, Bai Hantian let out a deep sigh, feeling a pang of realization. Having a disciple with talents far surpassing his own was indeed a humbling experience. Chapter 8, The Fundamentals of Martial Arts Training. Thus, under Bai Hantian's meticulous guidance, Lin Feng and Lin Yu diligently repeated their daily regimen like clockwork. In the early morning, they would run towards the rising sun to enhance their physical fitness. In the morning, they practiced the external aspects of the body refinement and chi nourishment technique, absorbing strength like sponges. In the afternoon, Bai Hantian transformed into a purveyor of knowledge, teaching them to read and write. And by night, they practiced the internal components of the body refinement and chi nourishment technique beneath the tranquil moonlight, nurturing their bodies with elemental energy. Each day was meticulously planned by Bai Hantian, resulting in rapid progress akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after rain. It must be said, Bai Hantian's dedication as a teacher was truly commendable, as he accompanied them through their nightly cultivation of elemental energy. Relying solely on the brief respite of midday for rejuvenation, time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and it had been over a month since Bai Hantian began teaching Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Many events transpired during that month. Due to their home-based training and absence from the private academy, some of their peers came to invite them to play at. Bai Hantian observed this but did not intervene. Seeking to test the resolve of the 2 children, as expected, they did not disappoint him. Despite their strong desire to join their friends in play, they ultimately chose to continue their cultivation at home. In addition to those seeking the brothers, there were also adults who came with their children, hoping to have them apprenticed to Bai Hantian. However, he rejected these requests without mercy, citing insufficient talent as the reason. These were simple folk from farming families, and although Bai Hantian did not take their children as apprentices, none harbored resentment. From today onwards, you need not run in the mornings, with your current physical condition. You are now ready to learn the basics of martial arts, Bai Hantian announced to the 2 brothers, who had just awoken. Wonderful, teacher is finally willing to teach us martial arts, Lin Feng exclaimed. Unable to contain his exuberance, brother, keep your voice down, you might wake father and mother, Lin Yu quickly cautioned, for it was barely 5 in the morning and Lin Shouju and his wife were likely still lost in dreams. Bai Hantian, displaying exemplary leadership, took the lead as he and his 2 brothers dashed towards the riverbank like arrows released from a bow. Today, as Bai Hantian had not employed the misty cotton entanglement technique, the 2 brothers ran with the freedom of unbridled stallions, their strides swift and sure. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes, the trio reached the riverbank, a feat that halved the time it typically took the brothers to arrive. Showcasing the fruits of their month-long training, next, I shall demonstrate the fundamental boxing techniques of our Crystal Palace. You must observe closely, he announced, and with that, Bai Hantian began to execute the basic boxing forms with a grace akin to flowing water. His movements were not hurried, and the techniques were not overly complex, Within approximately 5 minutes, the demonstration was complete. Have both of you committed the foundational techniques to memory? Bai Hantian inquired, his gaze piercing as it focused on Lin Feng and his brother. Indeed, I have memorized them, Lin Feng replied confidently, eager to assert his understanding. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, indicating that he too had retained the knowledge. Excellent. In that case, begin your practice, Bai Hantian commanded as he stepped back a few paces. Lin Feng and Lin Yu mirrored Bai Hantian's earlier demonstration, diligently practicing the basic boxing techniques. At this moment, Bai Hantian resembled a stern instructor, his intense gaze scrutinizing the brothers' movements for precision, through their recent training in the body refinement and vitality cultivation technique. Lin Feng and Lin Yu had undergone a transformation, their physical abilities had been greatly enhanced. They approached the boxing techniques with familiarity, although they were slightly lacking in power during some moves and failed to exhibit the imposing might that the techniques demanded. While your execution of the techniques is commendable, you lack the indomitable spirit that should accompany each strike, and your power application is somewhat off. You ought to channel your energy in such a way that each punch conveys the force to consume mountains and rivers, obliterating all in its path. Only then will your strikes possess the grandeur they deserve. The force of your punch should arrive before the punch itself, instilling an unavoidable fear in your opponent. Bai Hantian elaborated, demonstrating with a powerful punch that sent a gust of wind across the river, causing ripples to dance upon the surface. Lin Feng and Lin Yu diligently followed Bai Hantian's guidance, eagerly repeating the basic boxing forms while secretly contemplating the essence of the power he described. For the two brothers, who were novices in the foundational techniques, mastering the art of power application was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Yet, to imbue their strikes with true force would require extensive practice and a profound understanding of that very essence. Observing the two children engrossed in their practice filled Bai Hantian with pride. These youngsters were not only exceptionally gifted but also displayed remarkable diligence. Sacrificing a month of his own training to guide them was truly worthwhile. In truth, Bai Hantian had embarked on a significant mission, one that entailed eliminating 10 formidable foes listed on the infamous blacklist. This blacklist was jointly compiled by the esteemed sects of Qingyuan Prefecture, identifying individuals who were either malevolent practitioners of the demonic path or traitors from the righteous sections. Practitioners of the demonic path, driven by their brutal natures, were known to take lives without a second thought, oftentimes deriving pleasure from the act, treating human lives as mere fodder. In the eyes of these demonic masters, the subjugation of the weak by the strong was a fundamental truth, and weakness was viewed as an original sin. In contrast, the practitioners of the evil path differed from their demonic counterparts. They focused on malevolent techniques, some deriving power from the consumption of blood, while others accumulated killing intent through murder to enhance their abilities. There were even those who sought to elevate their cultivation through the absorption of yin and yang energies. It was said that the most proficient among them could even consume souls to bolster their strength, an abhorrent practice that was nothing short of monstrous. A month prior, Bai Hantian had slain the Red Flame 4 ghosts, disciples of the Red Demon sect, notorious for their merciless nature. During his mission, after eliminating 5 practitioners of the Red Demon sect, Bai Hantian found himself being relentlessly pursued by the Red Flame 4 ghosts. Under normal circumstances, Bai Hantian, with his prowess, could have dispatched them with ease. However, he always exercised caution, revealing only his full strength when necessary, uncertain of whether additional masters of the Red Demon sect lurked nearby. He led the Red Flame 4 ghosts on a 2-day pursuit through the mountains until he was confident no others were present, before finally annihilating them. The Red Demon sect was a formidable adversary, rivaling the Crystal Palace in strength, and their territories were in close proximity, leading to frequent conflicts akin to daily occurrences. Each year, numerous disciples from both sects fell at the hands of their adversaries, and even elders had been known to perish in such skirmishes. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Crystal Valley and the Red Demon sect were sworn enemies. Consequently, the masters on Bai Hantian's blacklist were all disciples of the Red Demon sect. Now, he needed only to slay one more master from the blacklist to fulfill his mission and return to the sect. Though he lamented the precious time lost in Linjia village, nevertheless, the effort was worthwhile. With Lin Yu's talent, if Bai Hantian were to bring him back to the sect, the elders would likely vie for him as a disciple. Even to the point of fierce contention, however, Bai Hantian was unwilling to relinquish such a promising pupil to the elders. Yet, what if the palace master wished to take him as a disciple? This thought troubled Bai Hantian, for it was rare to encounter a disciple with such exceptional talent, especially one like Lin Yu, who possessed the essence of all 5 elemental spirits. His future achievements were destined to be boundless. Just as Bai Hantian's thoughts raced uncontrollably, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Feng's melodious call. "Master, do you think my boxing technique is satisfactory?" In a swift moment, Lin Feng imitated Bai Hantian's stance, exerting all his might in a punch that sent ripples across the placid water surface. Bai Hantian's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the delicate waves, momentarily at a loss for words. The ability to grasp the essence of the techniques after merely observing a few demonstrations was nothing short of astounding. Bai Hantian marveled at how, since meeting these two brothers, he seemed to inhabit a world filled with wonder. As they continually challenged and reshaped his understanding, "You performed quite well. Keep up the good work," Bai Hantian replied, feigning calmness as he offered a nonchalant acknowledgement. "Lin Feng has already begun to generate a punch-us wind. Lin Yu, you must also strive harder," he added, directing his encouragement towards Lin Yu. It appeared that each brother had developed their own strengths. Lin Yu excelled in cultivating vital energy, while Lin Feng surpassed him in the art of boxing. As the morning practice drew to a close, Lin Yu had yet to master the generation of punch wind, which left him feeling rather disheartened. In contrast, Lin Feng was brimming with pride, although he could not match his brother in scholarly pursuits or the speed of cultivation. He had finally found an area where he excelled, thus restoring his confidence in his training. It was no wonder Lin Feng held such thoughts, for Bai Hantian, lacking experience in teaching, merely guided them in their practice without ever acknowledging that they had already surpassed their peers. Fearing that they might become complacent, he refrained from offering praise. However, he was unaware that a child's learning and growth thrived in the balance of criticism and encouragement. Without any praise, a child could easily lose confidence. And those with stubborn temperaments might even develop a rebellious attitude. Conversely, excessive praise could lead to arrogance, fostering a haughty disposition. Thus, teaching students is indeed an art. It requires a measured approach, where commendation is given when deserved, motivating them to strive for even greater achievements, while constructive criticism must also be delivered to help them understand where they falter. Chapter 9: The emergence of a master from the Red Demon sect. On that particular morning, by the riverbank downstream from Linjia village, several individuals clad in the garb of the Red Demon sect were engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly plotting something. Apart from these individuals, 4 disfigured corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, their clothing matched that of the Red Flame 4 ghosts, who had been slain by Bai Hantian. The senior brothers searched high and low in this village but found nothing. Nor did anyone witness a figure resembling Bai Hantian. One of the disciples reported respectfully to the leader. This leader was Su Zhongkue, the foremost disciple of the inner sect of the Red Demon sect. A man who had mastered the heart-burning demonic art to the point of becoming a relentless killer. Not only had countless ordinary individuals and disciples from other sects perished at his hands, but even dozens of his fellow sect members had met their demise beneath his blade. His formidable mastery made him a challenging foe for ordinary practitioners, which only amplified his arrogance within the sect. "Useless," Su Zhongkue exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to one of his disciples. The force sent the disciple flying 5 meters backward, landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the disciple possessed some inner cultivation, or this blow might have cost him his life. Trembling, the disciple stood up, his face a mask of suppressed anger. The disciples sent to assist Su Zhongkue on this mission were all too aware of his volatile temperament. He was known for his unpredictable moods and would tolerate no dissent. Should anyone dare to challenge him verbally, unless their strength surpassed his, death would be their only fate. The Red Flame 4 ghosts were utterly pathetic, falling to a mere practitioner of the channeling realm. "If word of this gets out, our Red Demon sect will be utterly disgraced," Su Zhongkue scoffed with disdain. "Master brother's words ring true. These 4 fools have truly brought disgrace upon themselves." The other disciples quickly chimed in, each wearing a fade of sycophancy, fearful that the slightest hint of displeasure from Su Zhongkue might spell their own doom, given that no one in the village seemed to know the whereabouts of Bai Hantian. Their value for survival had all but evaporated. Su Zhongkue, with a stoic expression, coldly declared this. The disciples, fully aware of his intentions, recognized that Su Zhongkue was preparing to cleanse the village with blood, and thus hastily armed themselves, rushing towards the village. Before long, the air was filled with anguished cries and pleas emanating from that direction. Upon hearing these sounds, Su Zhongkue closed his eyes tightly, a look of rapture overtaking his features. As if the wails were a series of melodious symphonies, with him reveling in the exquisite music, it was evident that this fiend had completely lost his humanity, his ruthlessness reaching an abhorrent pinnacle. "Master brother, the task is accomplished. How should we proceed next? Please show us the way." Several disciples returned to the riverbank one after another to report to Su Zhongkue. "You useless buffoons, do you still require my guidance on what to do next?" These unfortunate souls were fished out from the river, which means they must have drifted down from upstream. We shall scour the villages upstream one by one, surely we will uncover something. If we still find nothing, it can only mean that your search was not thorough enough. If so many of you cannot locate Bai Hantian, then your legs are as good as worthless, you might as well chop them off and feed them to the dogs. Su Zhongkui's finger jabbed menacingly at the disciples before him, his gaze was as ferocious as that of a ravenous wolf, his countenance twisted into a devilish snarl, instilling fear in the hearts of his followers. Su Zhongkui was known for his resolute follow-through. If he declared that legs would be severed for failure, he would show no mercy. Terrified, the disciples of the Chiemo sect hastily fled upstream, hoping to find any clues. Meanwhile, Bai Hantian remained blissfully unaware, diligently instructing Lin Feng and Lin Yu in the fundamentals of their martial arts practice by the riverbank. After days of diligent study, the brothers had made remarkable strides. Lin Feng's strikes were imbued with the vigor of a descending tiger, each punch and kick executed with pinpoint precision and formidable force. Lin Yu, too, could manifest a gust of wind from his punches. Though he still lagged slightly behind Lin Feng in terms of finesse. Quickly conceal yourselves in the grass, do not emerge without my command. Bai Hantian suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Acutely sensing a ripple of elemental energy flowing from downstream, akin to a fervent flame, intense and agitated, this stirred doubts within him. Could it be disciples from the Chiemo sect? With resolve, Bai Hantian prepared for battle, channeling his elemental force like a surging tide, ready to unleash a fierce assault. At that moment, he resembled a poised tiger, prepared to strike with overwhelming force upon confirming the identity of the intruders as Chiemo sect disciples. His focus could not waver, for he had not only to safeguard himself but also to protect Lin Feng and Lin Yuda. In his perception, there were 5 approaching individuals. Should he falter and fail to eliminate them immediately, the 2 children could be plunged into peril. As Bai Hantian concentrated and readied himself, the 5 disciples of the Chiemo sect finally came into view. Their garments were emblazoned with the Chiemo insignia. Leaving no doubt about their affiliation, without hesitation, Bai Hantian summoned the water element from the heavens, coalescing it into a crystal-clear ice sphere the size of a human head before thrusting it towards the Chiemo disciples. Although there was still some distance between them, the ice sphere flew with lightning speed, reaching the 5 in the blink of an eye. Only then did they realize Bai Hantian's presence and the imminent threat of the ice sphere. This is the ice crystal explosion technique. Dodge! One disciple, the most powerful among them, shouted, propelling himself backward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly channeling his elemental force for protection. The others followed suit, scattering in various directions, but despite their quick reactions, they could not outpace the ice sphere's velocity. Boom! Bai Hantian chanted a command, and the ice sphere detonated like thunder, shattering into countless shards that rained down like a torrential storm. In an instant, crimson mist enveloped several Chiemo disciples as the attack's ferocity tore through everything within meters. Of the 5, 3 fell lifelessly, 1 gravely injured and on the brink of death. Only the disciple who had first detected the ice sphere, a late-stage Chi transformation disciple, managed to barely shield his vital areas with elemental force, though he was severely wounded and unable to rise. Bai Hantian conjured a long sword of ice, ready for any potential threats, and cautiously approached the fallen Chiemo disciples to assess their condition. Pleased with the effectiveness of his attack, he halted 5 meters from the gravely wounded disciple, remaining vigilant for any traps. Please, do not kill me. The Chiemo disciple, upon seeing Bai Hantian advance with the ice sword, was gripped by terror, pleading for his life. I may spare you, but you must divulge your purpose here and how many of you have come. Bai Hantian pressed, needing to ascertain whether these Chiemo disciples had reinforcements to prepare adequately for his next move. All right, I will tell you. Yet before he could complete his sentence, a fiery spear, launched from a distance, pierced his chest, extinguishing his life on the spot. Fortunately, Bai Hantian had remained vigilant. Otherwise, that spear might have struck him instead. The spear, forged from fire elemental energy, soared like a fire dragon, exuding an overwhelming force, suggesting that its wielder was also a practitioner of spells. It remained unclear who was more powerful compared to Bai Hantian. Traitors to the sect shall find no place to rest. Su Zhongkui's expression darkened, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption as he approached Bai Hantian with measured steps. The 5 Chiemo disciples scoured the vicinity like hunting dogs, while Su Zhongkui followed at a deliberate pace, resembling a confident predator. However, he was caught off guard as the 5 fell victim to Bai Hantian's ambush. Upon arrival, he overheard the desperate pleas of the Chi transformation disciple, reminiscent of a chick having its throat grasped, pitiful and hopeless. Originally, he intended to surprise Bai Hantian, but Bai Hantian was as wary as a fox, refusing to approach within 5 meters of the pleading disciple. In his frustration, Su Zhongkui had no choice but to eliminate the Qi transformation disciple first. Bai Hantian scrutinized the newcomer cautiously. The figure was tall and robust, resembling an iron tower, with a mane of black hair interspersed with fiery red strands. Akin to a blazing inferno. He appeared to be around 30 years old, donned in the garb of an inner disciple of the Qi Mo sect, his expression haughty, as if no one in the world could match his prowess. "You are Bai Hantian, the foremost disciple of the Crystal Palace's inner sect." His voice was rough and gravelly, echoing like a worn-out gong in the air. "Indeed, that is I," Bai Hantian replied, then inquired, "I presume you are Su Zhongkui of the Qi Mo sect?" "Ah, indeed, that is I. As the foremost disciples of the Qi Mo sect in the Crystal Palace, our meeting here is truly a case of fate's irony. Today, let us engage in a contest to determine whether your crystal transformation technique surpasses our Qi Mo's heart-burning technique." Su Zhongkui's laughter rang out, booming like thunder in the valley. Upon recognizing Su Zhongkui, Bai Hantian felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that trouble was brewing. Though Su Zhongkui was arrogant, he possessed genuine skill. With talent that could rival his OWN.AT32, he had entered the realm of spellcasting 3 years prior. While Su Zhongkui had a slight age advantage, Bai Hantian had only just ascended to the realm of spellcasting. While Su Zhongkui had immersed himself in it for 3 years, undoubtedly making his powers more formidable. In terms of elemental cultivation, Su Zhongkui held the upper hand, but in terms of attributes, Bai Hantian had the advantage. Hence Bai Hantian was not overly apprehensive about Su Zhongkui. After all, the outcome of a confrontation was still uncertain. However, he harbored concerns that a battle with Su Zhongkui could inadvertently harm Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were hidden in the grass. Chapter 10, Ice Crystal Illusion Technique. From what I gather, it seems that today's fierce battle is unavoidable, Bai Hantian remarked, furrowing his brow in response to Su Zhongkui. "No, you are gravely mistaken. Today we shall not only settle our differences but also determine life and death." Su Zhongkui cackled, his laughter resonating like the wails of demons from the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing Su Zhongkui's declaration, Bai Hantian understood that there was no room for negotiation with this fiend. Thus, he resolved to engage in a swift battle. In an instant, Bai Hantian surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his right hand wielding the sword as a viper strikes, aiming directly for Su Zhongkui's throat, while his left hand formed an ice blade, sweeping horizontally like a tiger descending the mountain. His feet surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, incessantly channeling water attribute energy into the ground, instantly freezing it into a slick ice surface. An attempt to restrict Su Zhongkui's movement faced with Bai Hantian's relentless assault, akin to a tempestuous storm. Even Su Zhongkui, with his formidable prowess, found it prudent to temporarily evade the onslaught. The fiery spear that manifested in his grasp resembled a soaring fire dragon, repeatedly parrying Bai Hantian's attacks, while his figure retreated with the swiftness of a gust of wind. As the ground transformed into ice, Su Zhongkui summoned fire attribute energy beneath his feet, igniting a blazing inferno upon the frozen surface, thereby mitigating the ice's hindrance to his speed. Observing Su Zhongkui's continual retreat, Bai Hantian's longsword glimmered, instantly morphing into 5 icy daggers that shot towards Su Zhongkui like meteors racing towards the moon. At that moment, Su Zhongkui hurled his flaming spear, crossing his arms before him, and then sweeping downwards towards the ground. In an instant, a wall of fire erupted from the earth like a volcanic explosion, blocking the incoming daggers. Bai Hantian, in a precarious moment, narrowly evaded the spear cast by Su Zhongkui. A thunderous roar reverberated, akin to a bolt from the blue, as the fiery spear struck the ground and exploded. This unforeseen event sent shockwaves crashing towards Bai Hantian, causing him to stagger. Su Zhongkui seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His fists ablaze with searing flames reminiscent of 2 burning meteors, they struck fiercely at Bai Hantian's torso. In that fleeting moment, Bai Hantian found no escape, and had no choice but to summon all his water attribute energy, forming a shield of solid ice before him. With a crack, Su Zhongkui's iron fist smashed against the ice, shattering it, sending Bai Hantian reeling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This blow inflicted significant injury upon Bai Hantian, who realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Moreover, their fierce battle threatened to endanger Lin Feng and Lin Yu, hidden within the nearby thicket. Thus, Bai Hantian made a decisive retreat to the cliffside upstream. Intending to confront Su Zhongkui once more without hesitation, Bai Hantian conjured several flying daggers that shot towards Su Zhongkui like bolts of lightning, while he himself dashed towards the cliff with the speed of an arrow, channeling his energy through his feet. Su Zhongkui, taken aback by Bai Hantian's sudden retreat, managed to deflect the daggers thrown his way, but ultimately lagged behind, allowing Bai Hantian to distance himself by several meters. Not daring to lose momentum, Su Zhongkuai quickly gathered his energy and pursued in the direction Bai Hantian had fled. Bai Hantian, how dare you claim to be the chief disciple of the Crystal Palace with such cowardice? You flee like a stray dog after just a few exchanges. Your actions bring nothing but shame to the Crystal Palace, Su Zhongkuai pursued relentlessly, taunting him in an attempt to provoke Bai Hantian further. If you truly recognize your defeat, kneel before me and bow 3 times, and perhaps in my good graces, I might spare your wretched life. Seeing Bai Hantian remain silent only intensified Su Zhongkuai's mockery. Bai Hantian, burdened by unspoken anguish, longed to retort, but as he opened his mouth, blood poured forth like a torrent from the corner of his lips. Severely wounded, he realized he could not afford to speak while channeling his energy. Amidst their frantic chase, the two soon reached the summit of the cliff. Atop the precipice lay a clearing of about 30 meters in diameter. Bai Hantian, moving with swift grace, leaped into the center of the clearing. Noticing that Bai Hantian had ceased his flight, Su Zhongkuai also halted 10 meters before him. Bai Hantian, how unexpected that you would lead yourself to such a dead end. It seems fate has come to claim you. Su Zhongkuai remarked with a mocking grin. Before Bai Hantian loomed a sheer cliff, its face as steep as a knife's edge, plunging several hundred feet into the abyss. Even a cultivator of the magical realm would meet a tragic end should they lose their footing. Bai Hantian suddenly whirled around, and Su Zhongkuai realized that he had already conjured a crystalline ice orb in his hand, shimmering with a translucent brilliance. With a vigorous thrust forward, Bai Hantian unleashed the ice orb, which shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. It was none other than the ice crystal explosion technique. Quite timely, yet Su Zhongkuai remained undaunted. He was well aware that this technique was exclusive to the Crystal Palace, only wielded by cultivators above the magical realm. The stronger the practitioner, the more formidable the ice crystal explosion they could unleash. However, this powerful technique bore a critical flaw. The ice shards that erupted upon detonation were indiscriminate, harming friend and foe alike. Thus, one must not use it too close to oneself, lest they suffer injury before their enemy. Caught off guard by Bai Hantian's audacity to employ such a technique at such close range, Su Zhongkuai was nonetheless quick to react. Explode, Bai Hantian shouted, hand-weaving intricate seals, while he retreated with the speed of a tempest. The moment Bai Hantian executed the ice crystal explosion, Su Zhongkuai had already begun channeling his energy, erecting impenetrable walls of flame before him. However, to his dismay, the ice orb vaporized upon contact with the first wall of fire, disappearing without a trace. Not good, I've fallen into a trap, Su Zhongkuai thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. At that instant, Bai Hantian's hands flew through the air, crafting seals with the grace of a dancing butterfly. The water attribute energy around him surged like a raging torrent, coalescing into a colossal dragon formed of ice crystals. As it opened its maw, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the skies, its scales shimmering with an icy radiance, as unyielding as steel. Ice crystal illusion dragon, Bai Hantian bellowed, immediately spewing blood, collapsing backwards like a kite severed from its string. This attack had nearly drained all his energy. In a frantic scramble, Bai Hantian retrieved several pills from his storage ring, swallowing them like a lifeline, desperately hoping to regain some vitality. The dragon surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming force and a flurry of ice crystals, racing towards Su Zhongkuai with lightning speed. The sheer might of the dragon made Su Zhongkuai's heart tremble, prompting him to focus every ounce of energy within him. At this moment, to hold back even a fraction would be tantamount to courting disaster. The ice crystal illusion dragon was a pinnacle technique of the crystal transformation arts, a feat achievable only by those of exceptional talent. It was said that cultivators capable of mastering this technique had a significant chance of breaking through to the illusion spirit realm. Confronted with such a formidable assault, Su Zhongkuai had no choice but to summon his own secret weapon. With a decisive strike, he slammed his palm against his chest, a fountain of vital blood erupting forth to form a blood sphere. Channeling this blood, flames forged its form, instantly transforming into a colossal fire demon with a single horn. This expenditure of blood was a severe drain on Su Zhongkuai's vitality. Without a month or two of recuperation, he would struggle to return to his former state. Such a technique was not employed lightly, as it was a double-edged sword that could inflict as much harm upon oneself as upon the enemy. The horned fire demon roared like a furious lion, unleashing a deafening cry as it charged towards the ice crystal dragon with fists like iron hammers. The fists of the fire demon struck the head of the ice dragon with meteoric force, while the ice dragon coiled around the fire demon's body like a formidable serpent. Thus, the two colossal beings clashed as if they were planets colliding in the cosmos. The opposing elements of fire and water collided in a breathtaking display. Igniting a cataclysmic explosion, the resounding roar echoed through the heavens, threatening to tear the very fabric of the world asunder. Shattered ice rained down like a torrential downpour, flames ascended like a fire dragon, and the ground was torn asunder with debris flying in all directions. In the midst of this fierce conflict, both the ice dragon and the horned fire demon vanished without a trace, leaving the elemental energies atop the mountain in a tumultuous disarray. Bai Hantian and Su Zhongkuai, having exhausted their energies to defend themselves, narrowly escaped the catastrophic explosion. In their aftermath, Su Zhongkuai emerged slightly more favorable. Though pale as a ghost, he remained firmly planted on the ground, his robes unscathed. Bai Hantian, on the other hand, swayed perilously, struggling to maintain his stance, his white robe riddled with tears, his spirit seemingly drained from his very being. "Ha, it appears I have the upper hand after all. You are but a lamb awaiting slaughter on the butcher's block," Su Zhongkuai declared triumphantly. "Fear not, I shall not take your life so easily. For your existence holds greater value alive than dead." With the posture of a victor, he looked down upon Bai Hantian. "I still possess one final technique. Should you withstand it, I shall concede, though I truly do not wish to unleash it." Bai Hantian's expression turned grave, his body wavering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. In your current state, what more could you possibly achieve? Are you to beg for mercy? If you truly kneel and plead for your life, I might show you mercy and spare you. Su Zhongkuai taunted, a smirk plastered across his face. Recognizing Su Zhongkuai's intentions, Bai Hantian understood that he would not be easily spared. Thus, he fell silent, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Chapter 11. The Snowflake's Secret Fan. Bai Hantian stood tall and straight as a pine, gently brushing his right hand over his storage ring, whereupon a white folding fan materialized in his grasp as if by magic. The ribs of this fan are meticulously crafted from the exquisite ice crystal stone, resembling translucent ice crystals that emanate a subtle chill. The paper of the fan's surface is as pure as freshly fallen snow, seemingly composed of the most pristine snowflakes, immediately revealing its extraordinary nature. Delicately painted upon the fan's face are intricate vitality patterns and lifelike snowflake designs, as if encapsulating an entire world of ice and snow within this small fan. This folding fan is none other than the Snowflake's Secret Fan, one of the 3 treasures of the Crystal Palace. A truly invaluable artifact, these treasures possess unique abilities. Some wield unparalleled elemental attack power, while others offer indomitable elemental defense, and still others exhibit an array of bizarre special powers, due to their multitude of extraordinary capabilities. Such artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even a sect as renowned as the Crystal Palace possesses only 3. Moreover, there are numerous prerequisites for utilizing such treasures. Firstly, the user's attributes must harmonize with the artifact. Akin to the conflict between fire and water, a fire element cultivator could never unleash the formidable power of a water element artifact. Secondly, the user must be at least at the integration stage. Should a cultivator at the spell stage attempt to forcefully use it, they would not only suffer grievous harm but may also jeopardize their future cultivation path. For cultivators below the spell stage, attempting to wield a treasure would likely result in being drained of all their elemental energy, leading to immediate demise. The Snowflake's Secret Fan was lent to Bai Hantian by the master of the Crystal Palace for self-defense before he departed from the sect. He was acutely aware of the consequences of employing the Snowflake's Secret Fan, and thus would only resort to it in the direst of circumstances. Had the visitor not been Su Zhongkuai, but rather another formidable spell stage adept, he might have found a way to escape. However, given that it was Su Zhongkuai, Bai Hantian had no alternative. He understood Su Zhongkuai's narrow-mindedness and penchant for cruelty. If he attempted to flee, Su Zhongkuai, in a fit of rage, would likely unleash a bloody massacre upon the nearby villages. Therefore, Bai Hantian was compelled to engage Su Zhongkuai in a life-or-death struggle, ultimately left with no choice but to unveil the treasured Snowflake's Secret Fan. Upon catching sight of the fan in Bai Hantian's hand, Su Zhongkuai was instantly struck with terror, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. He hurriedly gathered his strength, charging towards Bai Hantian like an arrow released from a bow, intent on preventing him from invoking the fan's mysterious powers. Yet, it was already too late. Bai Hantian had unfurled the fan, gently waving it with his right hand. In an instant, snowflakes danced as if they were joyous spirits, fluttering joyfully from the fan's surface, their pristine beauty akin to a dream. However, in Su Zhongkuai's eyes, these snowflakes resembled vengeful specters. He desperately summoned all his elemental energy, encircled by searing flames, yet all was in vain. The snowflakes effortlessly pierced through Su Zhongkuai's seemingly impervious fiery defense. The snowflakes that settled upon him vanished without a trace, and wherever they touched his body, it felt as though he had been ensnared by ice. rendering him numb and nearly halting the flow of his internal energy. Su Zhongkui realized he was trapped in an inescapable predicament. With the meager elemental energy remaining within him, he could not withstand the onslaught of this formidable chill. As the coldness slithered like a venomous serpent towards his heart, it signified the moment of his demise. Faced with such a life and death scenario, Su Zhongkui's inherent malice was thoroughly awakened. He concentrated all his energy into his feet. Charging forward like a rampaging bull, attempting to hurl Bai Hantian off the cliff. However, upon colliding with Bai Hantian, he discovered that he had struck nothing but a cold frosty decoy. The icy decoy shattered upon impact. And in his reckless momentum, Su Zhongkui found himself teetering on the edge of the precipice. At that moment, Bai Hantian, using the decoy as a cover, ghosted behind Su Zhongkui. He lifted a leg and kicked forcefully at Su Zhongkui's back, propelling him forward by 2 steps, sending him plummeting over the cliff. You shameless wretch, despicable coward, you shall not have a good death. Su Zhongkui's furious curses echoed from below, gradually fading into the abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, concealed within the thicket, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were overwhelmed with concern for Bai Hantian, having witnessed the fierce battle and his subsequent retreat towards the cliff. Brother, the teacher hasn't returned for so long. Could something have happened? Lin Yu's voice trembled, revealing her anxiety. Indeed, it seems the teacher was injured during the confrontation. I wonder if he can triumph over that formidable foe, Lin Feng remarked thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. Why don't we stop waiting and go check on the cliffside mountain? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng leaped from the thicket, racing towards the cliffside mountain. Wait for me, brother. The teacher instructed us not to act without his command. Have you forgotten? Lin Yu hurriedly dashed out, blocking Lin Feng's path. At this point, what does it matter? You saw that the teacher appeared to be injured. Can you really rest easy without checking? Lin Feng declared passionately. His concern for Bai Hantian evident. Despite Bai Hantian's often strict demeanor towards him, Lin Feng understood it was for his benefit. As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces a capable student. Fine, we'll do as you say this time. But we must proceed with utmost caution. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of her brother's words. Thus, the 2 brothers cautiously made their way towards the cliffside mountain, taking over an hour to reach the summit due to their meticulous care. Upon arriving, they discovered that aside from Bai Hantian, the mountaintop was devoid of any other presence. Bai Hantian sat cross-legged on the ground like a statue, holding a spirit stone as he cultivated to restore his energy. The 2 brothers, upon seeing this, tiptoed over to Bai Hantian's side, ready to protect him. After another hour, Bai Hantian slowly awakened from his meditation. At that moment, his energy resembled water drawn from a well. Having recovered only a fraction, and his injuries were severe, akin to flowers battered by a tempest, requiring a period of rest for recuperation. However, the most pressing issue was that his realm wavered like a candle in a storm. Precariously close to regressing to the chi circulation stage, a dire consequence of forcefully using the snowflake's secret FANIT, was imperative to find a way to stabilize his realm quickly, otherwise a regression would be akin to a collapsing edifice. A grave predicament indeed. Bai Hantian could not help but sigh inwardly. Did I not say that you should not emerge without my command? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Bai Hantian's voice was weak, like a flickering candle flame, ready to extinguish. We were just worried about you, so we came to take a look, Lin Feng replied anxiously, his demeanor like that of an ant on a hot stove. Teacher, are your injuries serious? Lin Yu inquired with concern, her expression radiant like a blooming flower, filled with warmth. Bai Hantian initially felt a twinge of anger at the 2 children for disobeying him. But upon seeing the tension and worry etched on their faces, his irritation dissipated like clouds blown away by a spring breeze. I won't punish you this time, but let it be a lesson learned. Now let us return. If we delay any longer, your mother will surely be beside herself with worry. Bai Hantian rose with some difficulty, his movements reminiscent of an elderly man, slow and labored. All right, teacher, the 2 brothers replied in unison, their voices melodious as the song of a yellow oriole. Bai Hantian, accompanied by the 2 children, resolutely decided to first deal with the corpses by the riverbank. Upon encountering these bodies, Lin Feng remained relatively composed, while Lin Yu was utterly terrified, daring not to approach even a step. Bai Hantian felt a profound sense of helplessness. Lin Yu excelled in many areas, yet her timidity was akin to that of a mouse, which was indeed not favorable for a cultivator. In contrast, Lin Feng, facing the dismembered corpses and bloodied faces, merely felt a slight discomfort, yet was still able to assist Bai Hantian in handling the bodies. Such courage in a 9-year-old child was remarkable. Upon returning home, Li Wenxiu had been anxiously awaiting their arrival at the door, while Lin Shouju had been anxiously waiting inside for Bai Hantian and the others to return. Given that their morning training sessions were typically of similar duration, and more than 2 hours had passed without sight of the three, Lin Shouju remained at home, prepared to search for them by the river if they did not return soon. Upon seeing the trio in such a disheveled state, especially by Han Tian's white robe stained with splatters of blood, Li Wenxiu was horrified. Lin Feng, Lin Yu, are you alright? She asked urgently, carefully checking both children for injuries. Hearing her voice, Lin Shouju rushed out from the house, equally astonished at their condition yet relieved to find the two children unharmed. By Han Tian, what has happened to you? Have you encountered some wicked foe? Lin Shouju inquired with deep concern. Indeed, brother Lin, today I encountered a formidable opponent from a rival sect. Had fortune not favored me, I might have already met my untimely demise. Bai Hantian's voice was weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The arduous journey had exacerbated his injuries, which showed signs of worsening. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shouju understood the severity of Bai Hantian's condition and hastened to support him into the house for rest, simultaneously offering words of comfort. It is a relief to know you are all safe, Han Tian. Let us discuss matters once you have fully recovered. Your injuries are quite serious, and it is imperative that you focus on healing. Bai Hantian sat cross-legged on the bed, merely nodding in agreement, choosing not to speak, clearly acknowledging Lin Shouju's counsel. Thus, the others exited the room, leaving Bai Hantian alone to cultivate and mend his wounds. Back in the main house, Lin Shouju inquired of the two children regarding the events that transpired that morning. The children spoke animatedly for a quarter of an hour, allowing Lin Shouju and his wife to grasp the general sequence of events. They held Bai Hantian in high esteem for his unwavering concern for the children's safety even in the face of a formidable enemy, truly a distinguished disciple worthy of profound friendship. Under the circumstances, had Bai Hantian chosen to flee, he would have had a considerable chance of success. It was evident that his concern for others compelled him to engage in a desperate battle with Su Zhongkue. The couple mused that having the children take Bai Hantian as their master was indeed a wise decision. Seeing that their parents had no further inquiries, Lin Feng and Lin Yu proceeded to the courtyard to practice the body refinement and vitality nourishment technique. Under Bai Hantian's meticulous guidance, they understood that to achieve success on the path of cultivation, one must possess unwavering perseverance, and daily practice was an essential prerequisite. Chapter 12, Brothers parting on the morning 3 days later. Bai Hantian awakened after meditating to heal his injuries, following 3 consecutive days of recuperation. Combined with the unique healing elixirs of the Crystal Palace, his wounds had largely healed during these 3 days. Despite Bai Hantian's absence, Lin Feng and Lin Yu remained diligent, adhering strictly to the daily training regimen Bai Hantian had set for them. In fact, as Bai Hantian was occupied with his recovery and could not supervise their reading, they dedicated the afternoon hours originally intended for study to practicing the external aspects of the body refinement and vitality nourishment technique, although Bai Hantian spent most of his time in meditation. He occasionally cast his attention towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu's progress. He found it quite remarkable that these 9-year-old children maintained their daily practice without supervision and did not reduce their training intensity. As Bai Hantian stepped outside, the two children, upon seeing him, displayed great excitement and rushed to greet him. Hello teacher, you haven't been slacking off these past few days, have you? Bai Hantian inquired, fully aware they had not. Not at all, teacher. We not only maintained our practice but increased our training load. If you don't believe us, feel free to test us at any time, Lin Feng confidently replied, satisfied with the diligence he and his brother had exhibited. Convinced that he had made significant progress in his martial arts, over these 3 days, Lin Feng's foundational boxing skills had reached an introductory level, showing considerable improvement compared to before. You seem full of confidence. Let us begin sparring. Bai Hantian succinctly instructed the two brothers to commence their practice. As this was not their first encounter in sparring, the brothers each assumed their stances for basic boxing techniques and soon engaged in an intense exchange. Just then, Li Wenxiu heard the commotion outside and stepped out of the house. Concerned, she asked Bai Hantian, Brother Hantian, how is your recovery progressing? Your condition that day left us all quite worried. You haven't eaten much these past few days. Tell me what you wish to have, and I shall prepare it for you. Thank you, sister-in-law, but there's no need for such concern. Let us wait until Brother Lin returns at noon, and we can dine together. For practitioners like us, going a few days without food does not have a significant impact, Bai Hantian politely responded. Seeing Bai Hantian's reassurances, Li Wenxiu ceased her insistence and turned her attention back to watching the two brothers sparring in the courtyard. At this moment, their practice was nearing its conclusion, with the victor about to be determined. From the outset, Lin Feng had maintained an advantage, primarily due to his superior proficiency in boxing techniques, for cultivators at the external refinement level. The mastery of martial techniques often outweighs raw strength, unless there exists a vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Despite Lin Yu's rapid advancement in the internal aspects of the body refinement and vitality nourishment technique, he had yet to establish a significant gap compared to Lin Feng. Consequently, with Lin Feng having grasped the fundamentals of boxing, Lin Yu consistently found himself unable to surpass him in their sparring sessions. However, it was evident that Lin Yu's strength had gradually begun to eclipse Lin Feng's. Each time their fists and palms collided, Lin Feng could no longer claim any advantage. This indicated that the internal practice of the body refinement and vitality nourishment technique had significantly contributed to Lin Yu's growth and strength. Although Lin Feng remained in the lead, securing an easy victory over Lin Yu was no longer a certainty. With Lin Yu's continuous progress, the outcome of their sparring could soon shift. That will suffice for today's practice. Bai Hantian observed as the two brothers were on the verge of determining the winner, signaling them to pause. Lin Feng and Lin Yu, upon hearing Bai Hantian's instruction, immediately halted their movements and swiftly approached him to stand at attention. "Did you discover anything new during your practice just now?" Bai Hantian inquired, gesturing for Lin Feng to speak first. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng slowly articulated, "I noticed that Lin Yu's strength seems to have increased significantly. And his speed has also improved. If this had been a few days ago, I might have already won, but today we are nearly evenly matched." Bai Hantian nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Lin Feng's self-awareness. He then turned to Lin Yu, eager to hear his observations. Feeling Bai Hantian's gaze upon him, Lin Yu spoke, "In today's practice, I sense that my strength has surpassed my brother's, yet I still lack his proficiency in boxing techniques. Consequently, I found myself on the defensive for most of the time, which placed me at a disadvantage in our sparring. First and foremost, I must commend you both for your evident progress over the past few days." Bai Hantian continued, "Secondly, your self-analysis just now was quite astute. The ability to recognize your opponent's advancements and your own shortcomings during practice is, in itself, a form of progress. However, the key lies in addressing your deficiencies, which is the very purpose of training. Lin Feng, you need to enhance your internal cultivation of the body refinement and vitality nourishment technique, as your growth and strength and speed does not match Lin Yu's. This explains why you feel his strength and speed have improved. As for you, Lin Yu, you must devote more effort to mastering the foundational boxing techniques through diligent practice." Bai Hantian provided a brief analysis of the brothers' sparring and clarified the essential points. Upon hearing this, both youths nodded in agreement, realizing the value of their teacher's insights. Having a mentor was indeed vastly different from self-study. Bai Hantian instructed the two brothers to practice the external aspects of the body refinement and vitality nourishment technique while he found a spot in the courtyard to sit. Observing their training while awaiting Lin Shouzu's return, he had an important matter to discuss with Lin Shouzu and his wife. Lin Shouzu did not keep Bai Hantian waiting long and soon returned home. Upon seeing Bai Hantian seated in the courtyard, he inquired with concern, "Hantian, have your injuries fully healed?" Bai Hantian smiled as he replied, "Rest assured, brother Lin, I am completely recovered." Upon hearing this, Lin Shouzu's face broke into a joyful smile. "That is truly wonderful. We have all been quite worried about you these past few days, especially Lin Feng and Lin Yu." Despite their brief acquaintance, Bai Hantian could discern that Lin Shouzu's happiness was genuine. Consequently, he adopted a serious demeanor. "I appreciate the concern you and sister-in-law have shown these past few days." Lin Shouzu waved his hand, indicating there was no need for concern. "My wife and I were merely worrying for no reason. In reality, we could do little to help. Fortunately, brother Hantian has his own fortuitous fate." Bai Hantian's expression turned earnest. "Brother Lin, there is a matter I need to discuss with you and sister-in-law." Recognizing the importance of the discussion, Lin Shouzu invited him inside to speak further. "I believe you and sister-in-law are quite curious about the events that transpired 3 days ago," Bai Hantian stated as soon as he entered the house. Lin Shouzu and his wife nodded in acknowledgement. And Bai Hantian proceeded to recount the events of that day, also mentioning the impending sect trials he was about to undertake. "Hantian, now that you have completed your sect mission, do you plan to return to the sect?" Lin Shouzu inquired thoughtfully after a moment. "Yes, brother Lin, although I am not in a rush to report back to the sect after completing my mission. The people from the Red Demon sect are now approaching Lin family village. If they discover my presence here, it could lead to the slaughter of the entire village by the Red Demon sect's cultivators. Therefore, I must return to the Crystal Palace promptly to announce my return to the sect. This way, even if the Red Demon sect harbors resentment, they will be unable to act, thus preventing any repercussions for Lin family village." Bai Hantian explained his reasoning. The assassination of the chief disciple of the Red Demon sect was no trivial matter. Remaining in Lin family village not only jeopardized his life but could also spell disaster for the entire village. Since you have considered this so thoroughly, we shall not insist you stay any longer. However, your departure will surely sadden the two children. Lin Shozu thought inwardly, wishing Bai Hantian could linger a while longer, yet understanding the soundness of his reasoning, he refrained from pressing the matter further. Upon my return to the sect, I am uncertain as to when I shall have the opportunity to visit Linjia village again. Thus, I intend to bring Lin Yu back with me. Lin Yu is a promising talent in cultivation, and we cannot disregard his innate abilities. However, I am unsure whether brother Lin and sister-in-law would permit Lin Yu to accompany me to the Crystal Palace for training. Bai Hantian, sensing Lin Shozu's misunderstanding, hastily explained, Lin Yu is also eager to become your disciple. Since you are inclined to mentor him, allow him to accompany you to the Crystal Palace. Lin Shozu then sighed. It is only regrettable that Lin Feng, this child, does not possess such fortune and cannot go to the Crystal Palace for cultivation. Brother Lin, I too wish for Lin Feng to join the Crystal Palace. His talent is equally remarkable, particularly in the practice of martial arts. Alas, due to the sect's regulations, I cannot take him back with me. Bai Hantian remarked with a hint of regret. His time spent with Lin Feng had fostered a fondness within him. The child was intelligent and diligent, demonstrating extraordinary talent in cultivation. However, due to the lack of a water attribute spiritual essence, he was unable to contravene the sect's rules to take Lin Feng as a disciple. No matter how esteemed his position was within the Crystal Palace, since Brother Hantian has stated this, I shall not impose upon you further. When do you intend to return to the Crystal Palace? Lin Shozu inquired. With Bai Hantian having made his intentions clear, Lin Shozu ceased to press the matter. Although it is somewhat rushed, I hope to take Lin Yu back to the Crystal Palace immediately. Delaying further will only complicate matters. I wonder if Brother Lin and sister-in-law would consent? Bai Hantian earnestly asked. Brother Hantian, could you not linger for a while longer? Your injuries have only just healed. Would it not be better to rest a few more days before departing? Li Wenxiu said, reluctant to see her child embark on a journey. Wenxiu, Brother Hantian is also concerned for Linjia village. The longer he stays, the greater the risk. We should heed Brother Hantian's advice and set out at once, Lin Shozu said earnestly, fully aware of the circumstances, though feeling reluctant. Very well, I shall prepare Lin Yu's belongings at once. Li Wenxiu recognized the wisdom in the words of both Bai Hantian and Lin Shozu, yet tears still streamed down her face uncontrollably. I will accompany you. Upon seeing the tears in his wife's eyes, Lin Shozu felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Bai Hantian sighed inwardly as well. Were it not for the fear of the Chimo sect's pursuit, he would not wish to leave Linjia village so soon. After all, he still desired to impart more knowledge to Lin Feng. Though Lin Feng's talent was not as exceptional as Lin Yu's, he was still quite remarkable. Bai Hantian stepped outside, calling for the two brothers to enter the house and informing Lin Yu of his impending return to the Crystal Palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was filled with disappointment, while Lin Yu, though excited, dared not reveal his joy due to his brother's expression. Brother, once I have achieved success in my cultivation, I shall return to visit you. Father and Mother, Lin Yu said, not knowing how to express himself otherwise. Fenger, from my observations over the past few days, your cultivation speed is far beyond that of an ordinary individual without a spiritual essence. I am 90% certain that you possess a special attribute, spiritual essence. As long as you diligently cultivate the body refining and essence nourishing technique I have taught you, achieving the perfected stage of external cultivation, you will surely find a renowned master during your travels. Though practitioners with special attributes are rare, there are indeed sects that specifically accept such individuals, Bai Hantian expressed, wishing not to see Lin Feng's potential wasted. Teacher, I will strive to cultivate diligently. One day, I will leave Linjia village in search of those sects for practitioners with special attributes, Lin Feng declared, his tone resolute. Becoming a powerful practitioner was his dream, and he would not give up easily as long as there was an opportunity. At that moment, Lin Shozu and his wife had already packed Lin Yu's belongings and emerged from the inner room. Come here and see if there is anything you have forgotten, Li Wenxiu asked, her heart heavy with reluctance. Mother, everything is in order. Nothing is missing. Father, I will work hard in my cultivation and strive to return to visit you soon. Lin Yu replied firmly, since everything is ready, let us depart. The longer we delay, the greater the danger becomes, Bai Hantian stated, aware that further discussion would only make Li Wenxiu more reluctant to let Lin Yu accompany him to the Crystal Palace. I entrust this child, to you, Brother Hantian, Lin Shozu said, gently pushing Lin Yu towards Bai Hantian and Brother Lin, sister-in-law. Do not worry, I still possess some influence in the Crystal Palace. I will ensure that does not suffer any injustices. Bai Hantian assured confidently, having made the decision to take Lin Yu as his disciple, he was determined to protect him from any external harm. What kind of master would he be if he could not even protect his own disciple? Come, Yuer, Bai Hantian said, stepping towards the door. Lin Yu bowed to his parents and then followed Bai Hantian outside. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Lin Feng felt a whirlwind of emotions, regret for his brother's departure, sorrow at not being able to accompany him to the Crystal Palace, but above all, a firm resolve to pursue his own cultivation. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself clenching his fists unconsciously. Father, mother, I shall begin my cultivation now. Call me for dinner later, he said, glancing at his parents who were gazing into the distance. Chapter 13. The hasty 5 years. Time flies. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng, once a 9-year-old child, has now transformed into a graceful young man. Although merely 14 years of age, he stands nearly as tall as an adult. His long black hair is casually tied back, and his deep-set eyes sparkle with determination. Even clad in simple garments, he cannot conceal his innate charisma. In these 5 years, Lin Feng's growth extends far beyond mere appearance. His strength has also surged remarkably. Throughout this time, Lin Feng has not squandered a single moment, dedicating nearly all his time to cultivation. Mornings are spent practicing martial arts. During the day, he diligently trains the external aspects of the body, refining in essence nourishing technique. And at night, he focuses on internal cultivation. Were it not for Bai Hantian's admonition regarding the importance of literacy, Lin Feng would have devoted even his time in the private school to training. Lin Feng's cultivation knows no seasonal bounds. He trains relentlessly, demonstrating a level of dedication that few can match. It is this perseverance that has allowed him to master the body, refining in essence nourishing technique to its 10th layer within 5 years. Even without a mentor's guidance, this achievement is enough to astound any practitioner. Now Lin Feng has attained the late stage of external cultivation, though he has realized his dream of becoming a practitioner. He does not feel the anticipated joy, for in these 5 years, neither Lin Yu nor Bai Hantian has returned to Linjia village. Despite having the title of a practitioner, Lin Feng lacks anyone to share his joys with. And the absence of Lin Yu weighs heavily on him and Lin Shouzu and his wife. While many have heard of the Crystal Palace, few know its exact location. Thus, even if Lin Feng wished to inquire about news, he would have no means to do so. He dares not even mention his cultivation endeavors in front of his parents. Today, as usual, Lin Feng ascends the cliffside to practice the foundational martial arts of the Crystal Palace. He has mastered this set of martial arts. However, he remains unsatisfied. The martial arts consist of 3 realms, and mastery is merely the second realm, beyond which lies the higher realm of control. Only upon reaching the realm of control can the martial arts be considered truly perfected. Yet, Lin Feng is unaware that within the Crystal Palace, few practitioners ever cultivate the foundational martial arts to the realm of control, as its power becomes trivial with the increase of strength. Among practitioners at the late stage of external cultivation like Lin Feng, most have studied 3 to 4 more advanced martial arts manuals. This can largely be attributed to Bai Hantian's hasty departure years ago, which left no other martial arts manuals behind, compounded by the lack of a mentor's guidance. Even if Lin Feng wished to learn other martial arts, he had no means to do so. Fortunately, Lin Feng maintains an open mindset, believing that if he cannot even master the foundational martial arts to the realm of control, he would only be spreading himself too thin. Therefore, he persists in diligently practicing the foundational martial arts, hoping to one day reach the realm of control. Ha! Lin Feng shouted, delivering a powerful punch that struck a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, causing it to snap in response. He continued to unleash a flurry of punches, each carrying the force to uproot and shatter. Small trees fell before him, none spared. Even trees as thick as an adult's thigh, while not broken, swayed violently under the impact of his punches. Remarkable, this young lad's martial arts have improved. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Uncle Haichuan, what brings you here? Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly as he ran to Lin Haichuan. Of course, I am here to escort you to the Changwei Escort Agency as an escort. Do you not wish to go? Lin Haichuan inquired with a smile. That's wonderful, Uncle Haichuan. I have longed to leave Linjia village and venture into the outside world, Lin Feng replied, his face brimming with excitement. However, his smile quickly faded as a troubling thought crossed his mind. While I am eager to join you as an escort, my parents will likely not allow me to leave Linjia village since my brother has gone to the Crystal Palace and has not returned in years. Lin Feng lamented. Lin Feng's words elicited a hearty laugh from Lin Haichuan. Young lad, if you do not want me to help you, why do you complain? Lin Feng expressed his discontent. Do not fret, young one, I have already made plans and devised a method to persuade your parents, Lin Haichuan assured, patting his chest confidently. That is excellent news. But Uncle Haichuan, what method do you intend to use to convince my parents? Lin Feng, although excited, was also curious about Lin Haichuan's strategy. You need not worry about that. Your Uncle Haichuan has his own clever schemes. Lin Haichuan paused before adding, though I am curious about how well you have honed your skills. Are you qualified to join the Changwei escort agency? Qualified? Why not test me and see? Lin Feng replied, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. As Lin Feng spoke, his fists clashed against each other, producing a dull thud that indicated the considerable strength behind his blows. This lad certainly possesses a remarkable confidence. I, Lin Haichuan, have roamed the world and am no stranger to such encounters. Today, let us test your prowess. Lin Feng, are you prepared? I shall strike. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Haichuan unleashed a swift punch aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest. With remarkable agility, Lin Feng stepped back with his right foot, deftly deflecting Lin Haichuan's attack with his left hand. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng retaliated, delivering a powerful blow to Lin Haichuan's chest. The force of this punch was formidable and unstoppable. Realizing the potency of the strike, Lin Haichuan hastily protected his chest with both arms, yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly from the impact of Lin Feng's punch. Seizing the opportunity as Lin Haichuan staggered back, Lin Feng pursued with another punch, even more powerful than the last. Observing this, Lin Haichuan exclaimed, Lin Feng, stop, if you continue, I won't be able to withstand it. Upon hearing his plea, Lin Feng immediately halted, gazing at him in surprise. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his initial punch had already left Lin Haichuan's arms tingling, while the second had been nearly impossible to counter. Lin Haichuan had witnessed Lin Feng's earlier prowess during practice, capable of effortlessly shattering trees as thick as a bowl, and thought to himself that he could achieve the same. However, what he did not realize was that Lin Feng had not exerted his full strength while training. Had Lin Feng unleashed his complete power, this small forest would have been reduced to rubble long ago. With his current abilities, a full-force strike from Lin Feng could easily shatter not only trees but even boulders half a person's height. In their sparring match, Lin Feng had utilized merely 30% of his strength, yet even so, Lin Haichuan appeared to struggle to withstand it. Once Lin Haichuan regained his composure, the tingling in his arms subsided, and he eagerly inquired, Lin Feng, tell me, how much strength did you just employ? Lin Feng, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, replied, perhaps around 30 or 40%. Now he understood that Lin Haichuan must have underestimated his abilities, which led to his injury from Lin Feng's strikes. What a remarkable fellow! The training methods of cultivators are indeed extraordinary. The decades of effort we martial practitioners have invested seem to pale in comparison to your few years of practice. In just a few short years, you have grown so powerful that I now find it difficult to endure even your full strength, Lin Haichuan remarked with a smile, his tone devoid of any displeasure, instead filled with genuine admiration. The display of strength by Lin Feng brought Lin Haichuan heartfelt satisfaction. In his youth, Lin Haichuan had ventured far from home, apprenticing under a renowned master and acquiring formidable martial skills. Subsequently, he joined the Changwei escort agency, tirelessly working and, as a result, missing the opportunity to settle down and start a family, remaining single for many years. Nevertheless, he held a deep affection for children, particularly for the mischievous Lin Feng, whom he cherished as if he were his own nephew. In Lin Feng, Lin Haichuan saw a reflection of his own childhood, equally playful, resilient, and filled with dreams, as well as the courage to strive for those dreams. Uncle Haichuan, am I now qualified to join the Changwei escort agency? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. He had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. He recognized that within the Changwei escort agency, Lin Haichuan's abilities were ranked among the top, making him a notable figure in Jinyun City. Yet, even such a formidable master was unable to withstand his strike, which deepened Lin Feng's appreciation for the might of cultivators and solidified his resolve to leave Linjia village. He believed that only in a broader world could he find mentors to guide his cultivation. In Linjia village, under the current training methods, he found it increasingly difficult to make significant progress. With only the body refining and qi cultivating technique at his disposal, even reaching the pinnacle of the 12th level would merely bring him to the completion of external cultivation, and without other techniques, breaking into internal cultivation was nearly impossible. You rascal, Lin Haichuan chuckled, shaking his head. Come, let us head to your home. I must persuade your parents to allow you to leave the village. If you continue to chatter, I may just leave it to you to plead your case. Uncle Haichuan would never be so petty, Lin Feng replied with a grin, always with the banter. Hurry along. Lin Haichuan feigned annoyance. All right, I shall set off immediately. With those words, Lin Feng took the lead, darting through the woods like a nimble monkey, disappearing from Lin Haichuan's sight in a few leaps. Lin Feng still retained the childhood habit of preferring to be ahead of others. Though he appeared much more mature than 5 years ago, he still held on to a touch of innocence. After all, he had grown up in a mountain village, and his thoughts remained pure. That impish rascal. Lin Haichuan sighed, shaking his head as he too made his way towards Linjia village. Upon returning home, Lin Feng found both his parents present and hurriedly informed them, "Uncle Haichuan will be visiting us today. Father, you'll have company for drinking." Upon hearing this, Lin Shouzu expressed curiosity. "Brother Haichuan has returned to Linjia village. It has indeed been a long time since we last drank together. Where is he now?" Given that Lin Haichuan was 4 years older than Lin Shouzu, he respectfully referred to him as brother. However, upon hearing that Lin Haichuan was coming, Lin Wenshou, Lin Feng's mother, appeared displeased. His visit surely brings no good tidings. Sensing his mother's mood, Lin Feng cleverly concocted an excuse to step out and meet Uncle Haichuan. Swiftly leaving, Lin Feng had long been puzzled. Every time Lin Haichuan was mentioned, his mother would display an unhappy expression. Of course, there were reasons behind this. In recent years, Lin Haichuan had noticed Lin Feng's cultivation of martial techniques and had intentionally sought to take him to the Changwei escort agency. His initial intention was to broaden Lin Feng's horizons. And even if Lin Feng could not become a cultivator in the future, after years of training, he could inherit his position in the agency. However, whenever this topic arose, it met with vehement opposition from Lin Wenshou. Even Lin Shouzu's words lost their weight in this matter, as their second son, who had gone to the Crystal Palace for training, had remained missing ever since. Each time Lin Haichuan returned to Linjia village, he would bring up old matters, which greatly annoyed Lin Wenshou. Chapter 14. Leaving Linjia village during dinner, Lin Shouzu and Lin Haichuan clinked their cups and drank heartily. However, to Lin Feng, this was rather uninteresting. So he retreated to cultivate. After finishing his meal, "Shouzu, let us discuss something serious," Lin Haichuan said only after Lin Feng had left. "Brother Haichuan, if you were referring to taking Fenger out of the village, I hope you will refrain from mentioning it again," Lin Wenshou interjected quickly upon seeing Lin Haichuan broach the topic. "That lad, in my view, would eventually leave the village to seek his fortune. With or without my guidance. If Fenger is determined to go, I wonder if you two could truly keep him confined to Linjia village for life," Lin Haichuan asserted, resolutely intent on persuading Lin Shouzu and his wife. "Brother Haichuan makes a fair point, Wenshou. Perhaps we should allow Fenger to venture out a bit. With Brother Haichuan looking after him, there should be no issues," Lin Shouzu agreed, finding merit in Lin Haichuan's words. And turned to Lin Wenshou in encouragement. "Let me think," Lin Wenshou replied, hesitating. "Sister-in-law, you may not be aware, but Lin Feng is no longer the same as before. Even with my strength, I cannot withstand a single strike from him. Such power is wasted in Linjia village. The heavens are vast, allowing birds to soar. The seas are broad, granting fish the freedom to swim. Only the wider world outside is truly suitable for him." Noticing that Lin Wenshou had not immediately declined, Lin Haichuan sensed an opportunity and intensified his persuasion. "Brother Haichuan, do not jest. How could Lin Feng possibly be stronger than you, let alone defeat you with a single strike?" Lin Shouzu expressed skepticism. "To be a head of an escort agency, one must possess genuine skill. I have witnessed Lin Feng's diligent training over these years, but to assert that he is strong enough to defeat you in one blow is hard for me to believe. Shouzu, would I deceive you? This is no trivial matter. I intended to test Lin Feng's abilities today, only to find that he struck me with such force that my arms went numb, and that was without him using his full strength." Lin Haichuan recounted, still feeling a bit shaken by the experience. Had Lin Feng unleashed his full power, he might well have been severely injured. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by the idea of their son defeating Lin Haichuan with a single blow. If Fenger has become this strong, why not let him join Brother Haichuan at the Changwei escort agency to gain some experience? With Brother Haichuan overseeing him, he should be quite safe, Lin Shouzu suggested. Casting hopeful glances at Lin Wenshou, seeing her husband's expression, Lin Wenshou realized he had already come to terms with the idea. "Since you both feel this way, I suppose we can let Fenger go out and see the world," she conceded reluctantly, though still wary of the potential complications if Lin Feng were to run away from Linjia village. "Sister-in-law, you are quite reasonable," Lin Haichuan chuckled heartily, pleased with the outcome. "I agree to take Fenger to the Changwei escort agency. But I also have a request that I hope you can accommodate." Lin Wenshou regarded Lin Haichuan with a serious expression, indicating that if he did not agree, she would not permit Lin Feng to leave the village. "Sister-in-law, please speak freely. Whatever Brother Haichuan can manage, I will not hesitate to comply. If your concern is Lin Feng's safety, there is no need. As long as I, Lin Haichuan, am present, no one shall dare to bully him at the agency." While Lin Haichuan spoke confidently, he inwardly doubted, knowing that with Lin Feng's current strength and his unwillingness to be taken advantage of, he would likely be the one doing the bullying. A thought suddenly emerged in Lin Haichuan's mind. He was curious about who possessed greater strength. The young lady or that Lin Feng lad? With the reassurance from brother Haichuan, he felt at ease. After all, the Fenger was dear to him, and he wished for no harm to come to him. Since Lin Yu had gone to the Crystal Palace, Li Wenxiu had been extraordinarily kind to Lin Feng, almost pouring all the love she had for her two sons onto him, which left Lin Feng feeling quite overwhelmed for a time. Indeed, with brother Haichuan's words, the couple felt reassured, though they hoped he would not indulge the boy too much. Since they were outside, it was crucial that not everything be granted to him. Lin Shouzu chuckled and remarked, "Just rest assured, I possess a modicum of experience in educating others. After all, Lin Haichuan, manage dozens of people at the escort agency." Lin Haichuan confidently thumped his chest. "We trust your words, brother. Let us continue to drink." Lin Shouzu laughed heartily, raising his cup and drinking deeply. With matters settled, Lin Haichuan joyfully indulged in his drink, embodying the spirit of revelry. 3 days later, on a clear morning, Lin Haichuan and Lin Feng embarked on their journey to Jinyun City. Lin Shouzu and his wife accompanied them to the village entrance, reluctant to part ways, especially Lin Wenxiu, whose eyes brimmed with reluctance. "Uncle Haichuan, how did you manage to persuade my mother?" Lin Feng inquired after his parents had disappeared from sight. He genuinely could not fathom how Lin Haichuan had managed to sway his mother, given her resolute stance. "Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood?" Lin Haichuan countered. "Of course, the truth." Lin Feng replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. "The truth is, I promised your parents that I would find you a beautiful bride in Jinyun City," Lin Haichuan stated with utmost seriousness. Yet his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Lin Feng, realizing he was being teased, retorted, "Uncle Haichuan, I am still quite young, marriage is not urgent. However, when will you find me an aunt? You cheeky rascal, do you dare jest with me? Do you believe I won't send you back this instant?" Lin Haichuan feigned a fierce demeanor. "I jest with you only because you first deceived me, treating me like a mere child, thinking I am so easily fooled." Lin Feng scoffed, unafraid of Lin Haichuan. After much effort, Lin Haichuan had managed to extricate himself from Lin family village. He would not easily send Lin Feng back. "You insolent brat," Lin Haichuan grumbled through gritted teeth. "Isn't that what you taught me, uncle? Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss," Lin Feng replied with a grin, playfully waving his right fist. "You little imp, how dare you call yourself the boss in front of me? Today, I'll teach you a lesson," Lin Haichuan declared, stepping forward to kick Lin Feng's rear. However, Lin Feng swiftly dodged, leaning forward to evade the attack. "Uncle Haichuan, please do not be angry. I was merely joking," Lin Feng quickly said. Not daring to truly confront Lin Haichuan. "At least you know to be sensible," Lin Haichuan huffed. The sun had risen to its zenith, and Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan had traveled for half a day. "Uncle Haichuan, how long until we reach Jinyun City?" Lin Feng asked, glancing at the endless grassland with growing boredom. This was his first time venturing so far from the village. He had expected to find something interesting outside, but all he saw was the vast expanse of grassland. "Let us find a clean spot to sit and eat. It is time for lunch," Lin Haichuan said, noticing it was midday, not far ahead. They spotted a large rock, and upon reaching it, Lin Haichuan took out some provisions and handed them to Lin Feng. "At our current pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should reach Jinyun City in 2 days. However, we have now entered the Qinghui grassland, so we must be extra cautious on our journey," Lin Haichuan stated after taking a bite of the food. "I remember all the precautions you mentioned. Uncle, you need not worry. If any beasts appear, I will gladly show them the power of my iron fists," Lin Feng replied eagerly, looking forward to testing his skills against any wild beasts. "Do not let your abilities lead you to underestimate the dangers. The Qinghui wolves are numerous in this grassland. They often attack in groups of dozens or even hundreds. If targeted, you will face their assaults from all sides. A mere human body cannot withstand such an onslaught and will quickly become their prey," Lin Haichuan said with a serious expression. Having heard tales of the ferocity of the Qinghui wolves, Lin Feng immediately dismissed any notions of underestimating them and steeled himself for the journey ahead. The Qinghui wolves were apex predators on the grassland, capable of turning any animal into their meal, especially large herbivores, which were their primary targets. This was also why neither Lin Feng nor Lin Haichuan rode horses. As long as they remained careful on their journey, the chances of encountering a pack of Qinghui wolves were not exceedingly high. Chapter 15. The Qinghui Wolf King. Throughout their journey, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan had not encountered a single Qinghui wolf. And they were now just half a day's journey from Jinyun City. Both began to relax their vigilance. Just as they let their guard down, a Qinghui wolf suddenly leaped from the bushes. Less than 20 meters away, Lin Haichuan immediately became alert, knowing that Qinghui wolves typically did not act alone. The appearance of one often signified the presence of a pack nearby. Fenger, hurry, follow me, there may be a pack of Qinghui wolves in the vicinity. Lin Haichuan urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. Uncle Haichuan, where are we running to? Lin Feng asked, sensing Lin Haichuan's urgency. Run west. I recall there's a mound in that direction, Lin Haichuan replied, remaining clear-headed despite his panic. Understanding the importance of holding advantageous terrain, without hesitation, they dashed westward. Although Lin Feng's speed exceeded Lin Haichuan's, his unfamiliarity with the route forced him to follow closely behind. The scout Qinghui wolf, seeing its prey attempting to flee, let out a loud howl, which was soon followed by a chorus of howls from the surrounding grassland, numbering in the hundreds. Upon hearing this, Lin Haichuan realized the gravity of the situation. He estimated that in a favorable position, he and Lin Feng could contend against 30 or 40 Qinghui wolves, but facing over 100 was beyond his confidence. Fenger, when we confront these Qinghui wolves, you must not hold back. I believe that with our strength, we can tackle this pack, Lin Haichuan encouraged Lin Feng, despite his inner doubts, wishing to bolster the boy's fighting spirit. Rest assured, Uncle Haichuan, I will give it my all, Lin Feng assured him, determination evident in his voice. Though nervous, Lin Feng was filled with a strong fighting spirit. He understood that if he feared even these beasts, his path of cultivation would come to a halt. Bai Hantian's teachings echoed in his mind. A cultivator without courage cannot achieve great things. Today, Lin Feng felt both anxious and excited, relishing the rare opportunity to showcase the results of his years of training. They ran swiftly, but the pack of wolves pursued them just as quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan spotted the mound Lin Haichuan had mentioned, standing approximately 10 meters tall. Upon reaching the mound, they looked down at the wolves below. Although the Qinghui wolves paused beneath the mound without attacking, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan dared not relax their guard. The number of wolves gathered around the mound was staggering, no fewer than 200, and their eyes sparkled with the thrill of spotting prey. Seemingly awaiting a command before launching an attack, just as Lin Feng pondered why the wolves had yet to strike, a massive wolf emerged from the pack, towering over the others. Its size was extraordinary, and it bore a distinct appearance compared to the other Qinghui wolves. While ordinary Qinghui wolves had a grayish-blue coat, this giant wolf's fur was gray, adorned with a deep blue mane encircling its neck, exuding an air of majesty. Uncle Haichuan, is that wolf also a Qinghui wolf? Lin Feng asked, pointing at the giant wolf below. Indeed, it is a Qinghui wolf, and it is their leader, known as the Qinghui Wolf King. Lin Haichuan thought to himself, feeling a pang of despair. Though it was his first time witnessing the giant wolf, he immediately recognized it as the legendary Qinghui Wolf King. He had heard of its distinctive characteristics, especially that unique deep blue mane, which made its identity unmistakable. It must be incredibly powerful, given its size compared to ordinary Qinghui wolves, Lin Feng remarked. If the pack decides to attack, I intend to take down that Wolf King first. Do not underestimate it. The Qinghui Wolf King is said to be exceptionally formidable. However, your strategy is sound. If we can eliminate the Wolf King amid the pack, it may cause the others to scatter without leadership. Lin Haichuan cautioned Lin Feng while acknowledging the wisdom in his approach. Qinghui wolves are social creatures, typically commanded by an alpha. If they could successfully slay the Wolf King, the pack would likely disband in disarray. It seems you do not have faith in my abilities, Uncle Haichuan. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess, Lin Feng declared, retrieving the steel knife Lin Haichuan had gifted him a few days prior. With the knife in his right hand, he suddenly slashed at his own left arm. With this action startled Lin Haichuan. He had expected Lin Feng's arm to be severed, yet to his astonishment, no blood spurted forth, and the arm remained intact. Lin Haichuan hurriedly seized Lin Feng's left arm for a meticulous examination. Aside from a torn sleeve, he discovered merely a faint white scar on Lin Feng's arm, akin to a light scratch from a fingernail. Although the steel knife gifted by Lin Haichuan was neither a divine weapon nor crafted by a master artisan, its quality was exceptional enough to make it formidable against flesh and blood. With unwavering confidence, Lin Feng proclaimed to Lin Haichuan, Uncle Haichuan, with my iron-like resilience, defeating the Grey Wolf Monarch should be a mere trifle, since stepping into the latter stages of external cultivation, his strength and speed had significantly surged, and his body's defensive capabilities had notably enhanced. Apart from a few vital spots, he could withstand the assaults of ordinary blades. Lin Haichuan responded half-jokingly, you are truly extraordinary, your cultivation almost seems beyond that of a mere human. With such a steel knife, to not even break the skin, you are indeed a marvel. Just as Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan engaged in conversation, the Grey Wolf Monarch appeared to have lost its patience. Typically, prey would tremble in its presence, yet these two exhibited no fear. The gray wolf monarch resolved to unleash its pack to shred the two intruders. It emitted a series of howls, prompting the wolves to advance towards the earthen mound. Lin Feng let out a mighty roar, striking a pose of basic martial arts, momentarily halting the wolves in their tracks. However, having ruled the Qinghui prairie for an extended period, the gray wolf monarch would not be easily dissuaded. Lin Haichuan patted Lin Feng's shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Lin Feng, when the opportunity arises, focus on eliminating the wolf monarch. Once it falls, the pack will surely scatter." He held steadfast confidence in Lin Feng, for even ordinary blades could not harm him, let alone the fangs and claws of the grey wolves. At that moment, a grey wolf had already scaled the earthen mound. Lin Feng kicked out, sending one wolf flying over 10 meters, and upon landing, it coughed up blood, howling twice before succumbing. As Lin Feng dispatched that wolf, several others leaped onto the mound. One lunged at Lin Feng, but Lin Haichuan reacted swiftly, slicing the wolf's neck with his knife. Its head severed cleanly due to the proximity. Lin Feng was splattered with wolf blood. Nevertheless, he paid it no heed, plunging the steel knife into the ground and resorting to fists and feet to dispatch several more wolves. Lin Feng was not adept with the knife. His agility with fists and kicks proved more effective. Despite this being his first taste of battle, he felt no overwhelming anxiety with each grey wolf that fell. His blood surged with exhilaration, witnessing Lin Feng's valiant performance. Lin Haichuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, and he too unleashed his most formidable skills, with his long knife swirling in the air. Two more grey wolves met their demise beneath its blade. Although the pack was fierce, the combined efforts of Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan led to the slaughter of 7 or 8 more grey wolves, instilling fear in the remaining ones, causing their advance to slow. After all, even sentient beings cannot escape the instinctual dread of death, yet the grey wolf monarch howled fiercely, compelling the pack to renew their ferocious assault. Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan, occupying the advantageous terrain, faced the onslaught without trepidation. As long as the wolves could not effectively encircle them, they had the means to take them down one by one. For while a single grey wolf possessed formidable combat prowess, it paled in comparison to the martial expertise of Lin Haichuan, not to mention Lin Feng, a practitioner in the latter stages of external cultivation. The wolf's ferocity, though intense, failed to inflict substantial harm upon Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan, leaving behind over 20 corpses of grey wolves. The grey wolf monarch, witnessing this, seethed with fury. Never before had any creature inflicted such significant casualties upon its pack in the Qinghui prairie. As the leader of the grey wolves, the monarch possessed considerable intelligence. It recognized that these two were not to be trifled with, yet after witnessing the death of so many of its kind, it was unwilling to let these two humans escape unscathed. Thus, the grey wolf monarch resolved to take matters into its own paws, targeting Lin Feng directly, the one responsible for the most deaths among its kin. Cunning and patient, it did not rush into action but awaited the opportune moment. Chapter 16. Slaying the grey wolf monarch. The wolves continued their assault, and Lin Haichuan was beginning to tire. The intensity of the battle had drained his energy. Every strike was executed with utmost effort. In contrast, Lin Feng still appeared quite sprightly, showing little sign of fatigue. Noticing Lin Haichuan's condition, Lin Feng proactively took on some of the burden, thereby increasing his own stress. At this moment, the grey wolf monarch spotted an opportunity. As several grey wolves attacked Lin Feng, it lunged forward, leaping to pounce on him, its massive jaws aimed directly at Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng remained vigilant, sensing the danger emanating from the grey wolf monarch, and was poised for the chance to deliver a decisive blow. Ignoring the attacking grey wolves, he focused intently on the monarch's movements. Although the ordinary wolves' assaults caused him some discomfort, they were far from lethal. The threat posed by the monarch was of a different magnitude. With the monarch closing in, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful punch aimed at its head. The strike sent the grey wolf monarch hurtling through the air, while Lin Feng utilized his strength to repel the attacking wolves, seizing the steel knife from the ground and hurling it at the monarch. The blow had momentarily disoriented the grey wolf monarch, and as the knife struck its head, it fortuitously landed on its nose, a critical weakness, unprotected by fur and devoid of sturdy bone support. The impact elicited a pained howl from the monarch, igniting its ferocity. It braced itself on all fours, glaring at Lin Feng as he charged forward for another punch, seeking to capitalize on the moment. Yet his inexperience in combat led him to underestimate the danger of an injured beast, especially one with a measure of cunning. As Lin Feng delivered his punch, the grey wolf monarch raised its massive paw to swipe at him. Realizing that he would be struck before his punch could land, Lin Feng quickly retreated. However, the monarch's speed matched his own, and its claw raked across his left shoulder, leaving several bloody gashes. Lin Feng staggered sideways. propelled by the force of the blow, but managed to regain his footing. This was his first injury since entering the latter stages of external cultivation. Though not severe, it sparked a twinge of regret within him. He had been somewhat careless. Do not underestimate it, young one. This beast is far stronger than the ordinary gray wolves, not just in strength but also in intelligence, Lin Haichuan urgently cautioned upon witnessing Lin Feng's injury. Rest assured, Uncle Haichuan, that was my oversight. As long as I remain cautious, this creature is no match for me. You, however, must hold your ground. Once I deal with the monarch, I will assist you with the remaining pups. Lin Feng replied confidently. Having gauged the monarch's strength from their earlier encounter, he recognized that while it was formidable, it still fell short of his own power and speed. Lin Feng moved his left arm. Assessing the wound, it was not deep, and the blood loss was minimal, allowing him to unleash his full potential. The Grey Wolf monarch, fixated on Lin Feng, refrained from immediate pursuit, instead urging its pack to attack. Aware of Lin Feng's capabilities, it sought to utilize a strategy of overwhelming numbers to breach his defenses before delivering a fatal blow itself. However, the ordinary Grey Wolves proved insufficient to inflict serious harm upon Lin Feng. As yet another 7 or 8 succumbed to his fists and feet, Lin Feng approached the Grey Wolf monarch deliberately, intent on employing a methodical approach against it. As the number of fallen Grey Wolves continued to rise, they began to exhibit signs of fear towards this human. The Grey Wolf monarch too contemplated retreat, yet Lin Feng would not grant it that opportunity. He had closed the distance to within 3 meters. Well within striking range, he surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the monarch's head, seemingly identical to his previous strike. The Grey Wolf monarch extended its massive paw in retaliation. However, Lin Feng was prepared this time. Leaning back, he instead delivered a swift kick to the monarch's jaw. The resounding crack of bones echoed as the impact landed, yet Lin Feng had no intention of letting up. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each landing squarely on the monarch's head. Though the monarch attempted to retaliate, it struggled to inflict any meaningful damage upon Lin Feng. The relentless sounds of impact filled the air, and even the Grey Wolf monarch's defenses crumbled under such sustained assault. Blood streamed from its 7 orifices, and its skull shattered. It was as good as dead. Seizing the lifeless form of the Grey Wolf monarch, Lin Feng hurled it into the midst of the remaining wolves. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, the pack was engulfed by fear, causing them to gradually retreat. The pressure on Lin Haichuan suddenly lightened as the several Grey Wolves attacking him ceased their assault. He couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to Lin Feng. This young lad was truly formidable, having slain no fewer than 30 Grey Wolves, and even managed to defeat the Wolf King. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of internal energy flowing within him, compelling him to let out a mighty roar towards the heavens, which startled the pack of Grey Wolves into retreat. As his roar resonated through the air, Lin Feng sensed an increase in his strength. He realized he had entered the 11th level of the body forging and energy cultivation technique, leaving him but one step away from achieving perfection in external cultivation. Recalling Bai Hantian's words about the importance of combining practical combat with rigorous training for swift advancement, Lin Feng reflected on the day's battle. Although brief, he had exerted his utmost strength, and such wholehearted engagement in combat undoubtedly facilitated his growth. Are you alright, Fenger? Lin Haichuan, hearing Lin Feng's furious roar, rushed to his side, concerned something had gone awry. It's nothing, Uncle Haichuan, there's no need to worry, Lin Feng replied cheerfully. Nothing? Then why all the shouting? Are you trying to deafen me? Lin Haichuan retorted, observing Lin Feng's playful demeanor, which reassured him that all was well, allowing him to exhale in relief. It was indeed their good fortune today, had Lin Feng not demonstrated his formidable prowess in dispatching the Wolf King. They might have become the wolves' midday meal. I didn't mean to provoke you, but since you called it a shout, I must clarify that it was not mere noise, it was a form of cultivation for cultivators. Lin Feng said with a grin, looking at Lin Haichuan. A shout is still a shout. Spare me your attempts at justification. I doubt you are truly cultivating, Lin Haichuan scoffed. I assure you, that roar stirred my internal energy and enhanced my strength. Lin Feng boasted proudly. I believe you have little credibility, Lin Haichuan replied dismissively. Unperturbed, Lin Feng remained in high spirits, pleased with his newfound strength, thus unfazed by Lin Haichuan's remarks. You lad possess great strength. See if you can skin the Wolf King's hide. That pelt should fetch a handsome sum, Lin Haichuan suggested, attempting to peel off the wolf's skin himself but finding it too laborious, so he turned to Lin Feng. He handed his own dagger to Lin Feng, for it was sharper than Lin Feng's steel blade. Is this wolf pelt really valuable? Lin Feng inquired curiously. This is the hide of the Grey Wolf King. Naturally, it holds great value. It is a pity that the Wolf King's fangs were nearly shattered by you, Lin Haichuan lamented. Had I not done so, would you prefer the Wolf King to bite you? Lin Feng retorted, somewhat annoyed. Thank goodness you do possess some talent, otherwise we might have truly fed the wolves today, Lin Haichuan remarked with a hint of gratitude. That sounds more like it, Lin Feng said. Following Lin Haichuan's guidance to skin the wolf and sever its 4 sharp claws, after wrapping the pelt in claws, they both sat down to rest. This battle had nearly exhausted Lin Haichuan's strength. And had Lin Feng delayed in killing the Wolf King, he might have faced dire consequences. Although Lin Feng felt no fatigue, he recognized Lin Haichuan's genuine exhaustion. Without a brief respite, they would struggle to continue their journey. Since they could not proceed immediately, Lin Feng chose to reflect on the recent battle and identify areas for improvement. Chapter 17. Arrival at Changwei Escort Agency. After resting on the earthen mound for over an hour, Lin Haichuan felt considerably rejuvenated, and the two resumed their journey, aware that the gray grassland held more than just this pack of gray wolves, and it was prudent to set off early. Half a day passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan arrived near Jinyun City, where the city walls became visible from afar. Uncle Haichuan, is that Jinyun City ahead? Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Pointing at the distant walls, having never ventured far from home, he could not help but feel a thrill at the sight of such an imposing city. The walls of Jinyun City rose to 10 meters high. Clearly visible from a distance, with the 3 golden characters spelling Jinyun City adorning the gatehouse, this city served as the political, economic, and transportation hub for the surrounding 500 miles, which was one of the reasons the Changwei Escort Agency was established here. Its prosperous economy and developed transportation network greatly facilitated the agency's growth. Indeed, this is Jinyun City. This journey has been quite arduous, Lin Haichuan remarked, reflecting on his frequent travels between Jinyun City and Linjia Village, where he had never encountered a single gray wolf until today, let alone the Wolf King. He silently rejoiced that he had Lin Feng accompanying him. Had he journeyed alone, survival would have been improbable. Fenger, we should hasten into the city. If we delay any longer, we might miss the closing of the city gates, Lin Haichuan urged, noticing Lin Feng's wandering gaze. All right, Uncle Haichuan, let us hurry, Lin Feng replied eagerly. He had often listened to Lin Haichuan regale tales of Jinyun City's wonders, and now he was finally able to witness them firsthand, prompting him to quicken his pace. Lin Haichuan, bemused, also accelerated his steps. Entering the city posed no complex procedures, particularly under the guidance of Lin Haichuan, a local veteran. The Changwei Escort Agency was well acquainted with the local authorities, and Lin Haichuan had established deep connections with the soldiers stationed there. Each of these officers had received remuneration from the Changwei Escort Agency and benefited from its services. This rapport ensured that the lower-ranking soldiers treated Lin Haichuan with courtesy, especially since his martial prowess was renowned in Jinyun City. Earning their respect, Uncle, where are we headed first? Once inside the city, Lin Feng's eyes widened at the array of unfamiliar sights, a stark contrast to his upbringing in Linjia Village, although darkness had begun to fall. The bustling streets remained vibrant, illuminated by the glow of shoplights. Lin Feng whirled around Lin Haichuan, eagerly taking in everything. Lin Haichuan chuckled at Lin Feng's enthusiasm, recalling his own first visit to Jinyun City and how similarly wide-eyed he had been. Where else? Our first stop is the Changwei Escort Agency, Lin Haichuan replied earnestly. Lin Feng gazed longingly at the lively streets. What else is there to see once you settle in at the Changwei Escort Agency? There will be ample time for exploration, Lin Haichuan said, a touch of exasperation in his voice. It dawned on him that Lin Feng was merely a 14-year-old boy experiencing the wonders of a grand city for the first time. Fine, I shall heed your advice, Lin Feng conceded, his earlier enthusiasm waning. Lin Haichuan led Lin Feng towards the city's center, where the Changwei Escort Agency was situated on the most prominent street, lined with establishments owned by the affluent and powerful. As ordinary merchants could not afford the exorbitant land prices, upon arriving at the Changwei Escort Agency, Lin Feng was surprised to find its architectural style rather unremarkable compared to his expectations. Uncle Haichuan, is this truly the Changwei Escort Agency? He asked, taken aback. In his mind, he had envisioned a grand establishment with towering gates and burly guards stationed at the entrance, accompanied by the sounds of escort masters training within. Indeed, this is the Changwei Escort Agency, Lin Haichuan confirmed. Just as they spoke, a servant from within the agency spotted Lin Haichuan and hurriedly approached the entrance, saying, Head Escort Lin has returned, please come inside. I will arrange for hot water for you to wash off the dust of travel. Zhang Meng, instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal. We have been eating dry rations for the past few days. And my nephew and I are famished, Lin Haichuan ordered. Understood, Head Escort Lin, I will take care of it right away, Zhang Meng replied, heading towards the kitchen. Wait a moment, make sure the room next to mine is tidied up properly. My nephew Lin Feng will be residing there, Lin Haichuan added after a moment's thought. Zhang Meng nodded, assuring him, rest assured, head escort Lin, I will handle it. After a brief refresh, Lin Haichuan and Lin Feng were greeted by Zhang Meng, who informed them that the meal was ready. Alongside him stood a robust youth of about 15 or 16 years. This young man was exceptionally tall and strong, surpassing many adults despite his youth. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Linhu, it's been years. You've grown so much you could be mistaken for a black bear, he exclaimed. You Win boy, always have something to say. I hurried over the moment I heard you were at the agency, Lin Hu replied in a deep voice. Alright, I admit my fault, Lin Feng said, stepping forward to embrace Lin Hu warmly. He then whispered, your back is sturdier than any black bear's. Lin Feng's playful remark elicited hearty laughter from Lin Haichuan, causing Lin Hu to feel a bit bashful. Lin Hu had always been the tallest and strongest among his peers, and after turning 12, he had grown even more rapidly, leading to the challenge of managing his enormous appetite, which could rival that of several full-grown men. Linjia village is not a prosperous place, and the living conditions of Lin Hu's family can only be considered average among the villagers. To ensure he could have enough to eat without adding to his family's burdens, Lin Hu began his apprenticeship as a bodyguard at the Changwei Escort Agency when he was merely 13. Alongside Lin Haichuan, and now, after 2 years of training at the agency, he is still a bit short of the experience needed to officially become a bodyguard. However, his robust physique places him among the elite of the apprentices. Lin Hu is quite confident in his abilities, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he is seized with the desire to challenge him. Back in Linjia village, he was the tallest and strongest among his peers. Yet he had never bested Lin Feng, who was a year younger than him, in fights or wrestling, making Lin Feng the undisputed leader of their cohort. After 2 years of martial arts training at the Changwei Escort Agency, Lin Hu feels certain that he can triumph over Lin Feng this time. Therefore, after Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan finish their dinner, Lin Hu suggests a contest. Lin Feng is indifferent to the idea. Lin Haichuan, however, is inclined to intervene, as he is well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. Not only would Lin Hu not be a match for Lin Feng, but even 10 of him would fall short. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that Lin Feng is no longer a child who would go all out without consideration. You two may spar, but do keep it light, he cautions. Rest assured, Uncle Haichuan, I will show restraint and ensure Lin Hu remains unharmed. Lin Feng replies casually, not considering Lin Hu a worthy adversary given their significant difference in physique. Don't speak so boastfully. Today, I will show you what I have learned over the past 2 years. Lin Hu retorts somewhat indignantly, alright, you two may head outside to the courtyard to compete, Lin Haichuan declares, hoping to avoid any property damage within his home. The three make their way to the center of the courtyard, where Lin Feng and Lin Hu take their positions, ready to engage. Since you are both prepared, commence. Lin Haichuan gestures for them to begin and neither speaks, both adopting their stances without making the first move. Lin Feng refrains from attacking first, knowing that Lin Hu, despite his strength, cannot surpass Lin Haichuan, and thus feels no urgency to strike. Lin Hu, on the other hand, wishes to observe his opponent's movements before making a decisive attack to defeat Lin Feng. Despite his imposing stature, he remains calm and collected during the contest. If you don't make the first move, don't complain if you lose, Lin Hu taunts. Sensing Lin Feng's confidence, this only serves to deepen his curiosity about Lin Feng's capabilities. I believe you should be the one to initiate, for once I strike, you will be defeated. How embarrassing it would be if you lost without even landing a blow, reducing you to a shadow of your former self. You may have grown taller, but your courage seems to have shrunk. Do you lack the audacity to challenge me now? Lin Feng shakes his head, sighing and displaying an expression of disappointment upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Hu feels a surge of anger and abandons any pretense of caution, charging at Lin Feng with a massive fist aimed squarely at his face. However, Lin Feng's speed is beyond Lin Hu's reach. He effortlessly sidesteps the attack. With one failed attempt, Lin Hu's onslaught intensifies, his fists raining down upon Lin Feng, who skillfully evades each strike. After several fruitless punches, Lin Hu feels a growing frustration. He is acutely aware of his inferior speed compared to Lin Feng. Although strength is his strong suit, speed is undeniably his Achilles heel. You leap around like a wild monkey from the mountains. Do you lack the ability to face me in a direct confrontation? I dare you to test your mettle against me. Lin Hu pauses, glaring at Lin Feng with a commanding tone. Lin Hu, after more than 2 years apart, it seems your skills have not improved. But your bravado has certainly grown. Not if I do not demonstrate some skill today, I fear you will underestimate me. Lin Feng responds with a smile, shaking his head. Don't talk big. After you lose, you'll have to call me Brother Hu, Lin Hu scoffs. Lin Feng remains silent, launching a punch at Lin Hu. The speed of this punch is measured, he intends to defeat Lin Hu using his own strength against him. When Lin Hu sees Lin Feng's fist coming, he counters with his own, only to be met with an overwhelming force that sends him stumbling back 2 steps. In disbelief, Lin Hu stares at his own fist. The pain radiating from it confirms this is no illusion. He has been bested in strength by Lin Feng. He glances at his arms, thick as a grown man's thigh, then at Lin Feng's slender arms, struggling to comprehend how Lin Feng could possess such power that it could repel him so easily. Seeing Lin Hu retreat with a dazed expression, Lin Feng decides against pressing the attack, instead glancing toward Lin Haichuan, wondering if he has inadvertently knocked Lin Hu senseless with a single blow. Though he did not strike his head, being defeated by Lin Feng is no disgrace. This young lad is as formidable as a beast. On our way back to Jinyun City, he single-handedly dispatched over 30 gray wolves. And even the Grey Wolf King was no match for him, being felled by just a few of his strikes. Lin Haichuan steps forward and pats Lin Hu on the shoulder. He recognizes Lin Hu as a promising martial artist from Linjia village and wishes to bolster his spirits rather than see him discouraged. Uncle Haichuan, you've misled me. If I had known Lin Feng was this powerful, I would never have agreed to a contest. If he can kill over 30 Grey Wolves, along with several others, wouldn't he stand a chance against him? Lin Hu exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Haichuan chuckles awkwardly. Lin Hu, now that you know the truth, you should submit. Lin Feng will always be your elder. If you wish to defeat me and earn the title of Brother Hu, I dare say you'll never have that opportunity in this lifetime. Lin Feng chuckles derisively from the side, while Lin Hu, feeling embarrassed, realizes he had hoped to win against Lin Feng today. However, now that he understands Lin Feng's achievements, he knows that victory is entirely out of reach. This realization dampens his spirits, but he quickly reconciles himself to the fact that he has never won against Lin Feng before, so losing again bears no significant loss. From now on, remember not to engage in internal strife within the agency. We are all from the same village and must stand united. Only through solidarity can we establish our footing at the Changwei Escort Agency, Lin Haichuan states with a serious expression, emphasizing the importance of mutual support among those from the same village. Lin Feng nods in understanding, and Lin Hu does the same. Lin Haichuan's demeanor softens as he invites them back inside to continue their conversation, eager to inquire about the happenings at the agency during his absence. Chapter 18. The escort leader Qi Changfa from Lin Hu. Lin Haichuan learns that the chief escort and the young lady have set out on a journey and may not return for several days. After 2 years apart, Lin Feng and Lin Hu, having been childhood companions, have much to discuss, yet the day is drawing to a close. Let us leave it at that for today. I'm feeling a bit weary. Tomorrow, I'll take Lin Feng to explore our agency so he can quickly familiarize himself with the surroundings, Lin Haichuan says, fatigue evident in his voice, after battling a large pack of gray wolves and traveling for most of the day. He is ready to rest. Uncle Haichuan, I have no plans for tomorrow. Let me accompany you both. I can handle any tasks that arise, sparing you the worry. Lin Hu offers. Very well, it's settled then. Lin Feng, do you have any objections? Lin Haichuan inquires, looking toward Lin Feng. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng replies, I am unfamiliar with everything here, so I will depend entirely on your arrangements, once the three agree on their plans. They each retire to their quarters for the night. Lin Haichuan enjoys a restful sleep, while Lin Feng remains industrious. Upon returning to his room, he sits cross-legged, practicing the internal techniques of his body refinement and nurturing arts. The next day, Lin Feng rises early, venturing outside to practice his punches. Early morning training has become a habit over the years, and after days of travel without practice, he resolves to seize every opportunity to train to ensure his strength continues to grow. Lin Feng's punches are executed with vigor, each strike generating a gust of wind, the sound of his powerful punches resonating with sharp cracks. After completing a round of practice, he feels invigorated rather than fatigued. Just as he prepares to repeat the foundational forms, Lin Hu arrives at the courtyard, calling for Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan to join him for breakfast. At that moment, Lin Haichuan also emerges from his quarters. The trio heads to the dining hall, which is conveniently close to Lin Haichuan's residence. As they walk, several bodyguards and attendants greet Lin Haichuan with respect, the admiration in their eyes genuine. As a veteran of the Changwei Escort Agency, Lin Haichuan commands great respect not only due to his martial prowess but also because of his character and conduct. Upon entering the dining hall, they find many already engaged in their meals. They select a table near the entrance. Uncle Haichuan, the food here is quite impressive, with a variety of dishes. It's quite a treat to enjoy such meals daily at the agency, Lin Feng remarks. Clearly pleased with the array of options available for breakfast. Of course, those at the agency are martial artists. How could they train effectively without proper nourishment? Lin Haichuan responds matter-of-factly, indeed, if I do not satisfy my appetite. I shall lack the strength to practice my skills. As Lin Hu spoke, he did not forget to pop a bun into his mouth. After all, you are nothing but a glutton, your consumption rivals that of 7 or 8 people. Yet you have never contributed anything to the escort agency. At that moment, an unharmonious voice interrupted, belonging to a man in his 30s. He was tall and robust, standing over 6 feet, with well-defined muscles on his arms and torso. However, his already somewhat unattractive face appeared even more sullen as he spoke. You have no right to critique my subordinate, Chi Changfa. Lin Haichuan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Glaring at Chi Changfa, you speak the truth. Lin Hu is indeed your man, thus, you are merely sustaining a useless individual with the agency's funds. I have long heard that you, Lin Haichuan, abuse your authority within the agency, forming cliques and nurturing your own loyal followers with the agency's silver. Chi Changfa mocked. Both Chi Changfa and Lin Haichuan held the position of escort head at Changwei Escort Agency, yet their responsibilities differed greatly. Lin Haichuan primarily handled bodyguard duties, while Chi Changfa was responsible for instructing the apprentices in martial arts. Having been trained in a prestigious sect, Chi Changfa felt superior and resented his position of teaching martial arts, which he deemed lacking in profit. Consequently, he constantly undermined Lin Haichuan, hoping to one day usurp his role as a bodyguard. Your words are nothing but slander. Do not presume that my usual respect for you is born of fear, Lin Haichuan retorted angrily. While Lin Haichuan and Chi Changfa exchanged barbs, Lin Feng quietly inquired of Lin Hu regarding Chi Changfa's identity, to which Lin Hu simply replied, he is an enemy within the agency. Lin Hu, how unfortunate that a perfectly fine breakfast has been interrupted by a barking mad dog. It truly dampens the mood. Lin Feng's voice rang out loudly in the dining hall, such that no one could miss it. A bodyguard behind Chi Changfa pointed angrily at Lin Feng and shouted, who are you calling a mad dog? Are you asking for a beating? My apologies, I misspoke. It is not merely one mad dog, but rather a pack of rabid dogs barking, Lin Feng said, gesturing towards Chi Changfa and his entourage, clearly insulting them. You insolent brat, what relation do you have to Lin Haichuan? Chi Changfa, though enraged, managed to maintain his composure. Who are you calling an insolent brat? Lin Feng retorted. I am addressing you, insolent brat, Chi Changfa snapped. So you are referring to me? What business do you have with me? Lin Feng replied with a grin. The crowd in the dining hall erupted in laughter. Many within Changwei Escort Agency harbored grievances against Chi Changfa but dared not voice them, for his martial prowess was formidable. Even Lin Haichuan lacked the confidence to defeat him, which led to his continual avoidance of confrontations, inadvertently bolstering Chi Changfa's arrogance. Chi Changfa cast a furious glare around the room, silencing the crowd, and with a satisfied smile, he proclaimed, Lin Haichuan, if you are unafraid of me, let us head to the training grounds today. Should you hesitate, you may as well resign your position and return home to farm. Very well, let us duel. I wish to see whether your iron wall fist prevails or if my swordsmanship is superior. Lin Haichuan replied, knowing that if he backed down now, he would no longer be able to maintain his standing in the agency. You do possess some courage. Let us proceed to the training grounds. Chi Changfa said, pleased at the prospect of finally ousting Lin Haichuan from the agency. You are truly shameless. If my uncle Haichuan loses to you, he must return home to farm. Yet if you lose, there are no repercussions for you. Does that seem fair? Lin Feng pointed at Chi Changfa. Unfair, indeed, Lin Hu echoed, leading the chorus of agreement from the crowd. Although many feared Chi Changfa, there were also those with spirit and others who had benefited from Lin Haichuan's kindness. If you lose to head Lin, you must leave Changwei Escort Agency, someone shouted from the crowd. Who dares to speak so recklessly? Do you all wish to court death? Step forward if you have the courage. Chi Changfa's companion shouted at the crowd. Very well, today, I shall compete with Lin Haichuan. Whoever loses will voluntarily depart from the agency, severing all ties with Changwei Escort Agency, Chi Changfa declared, feeling somewhat trapped. For he loathed Lin Feng. Had it not been for Lin Feng's provocations, the situation would not have escalated so. Though confident in his skills, Chi Changfa recognized that Lin Haichuan's hard-earned experience as a bodyguard was not to be underestimated. Should he accidentally lose, it would be a significant blow to his pride. See you at the training grounds, Lin Haichuan, Chi Changfa said, turning on his heel and striding out of the dining hall. So arrogant. Let us see how you cope when you lose, Lin Feng taunted. Insolent brat, if I were to lose, we would be in dire straits. Lin Haichuan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He lacked confidence in defeating Chi Changfa, yet he had no choice but to proceed. Fear not, Uncle Haichuan, if you cannot best him, allow me to step in. I shall ensure his insolent mouth is silenced, and he shall think twice before boasting again. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Having gained a certain understanding of his own abilities, he dismissed Chi Changfa as a threat. If I rely on you, I may as well abandon my position in the agency. You must not intervene during the duel, understood? Lin Haichuan said, fixing Lin Feng with a serious gaze. Understood, Uncle Haichuan. Lin Feng replied half-heartedly, disappointed that he could not personally teach Qi Changfa a lesson. Head Lin. Give it your all, drive Qi Changfa out of the agency. We support you. The crowd in the dining hall cheered. I thank you all for your support. I shall endeavor to confirm today that it was Qi Changfa who instigated this conflict. Compelling me to respond, Lin Haichuan bowed to the crowd. Rest assured, once Head Ji returns, we shall testify that it was Qi Changfa who provoked you, and you acted only out of necessity, the crowd reassured him. With such support, Lin Haichuan felt more at ease. He feared that should Qi Changfa lose the duel, he might twist the narrative to the chief escort, making matters difficult for Lin Haichuan now, with so many witnesses. Should Qi Changfa lose, he would find it difficult to stir up trouble. Chapter 19, Lin Haichuan vs. Qi Changfa. Brats, finish your meals and hurry along. Qi Changfa awaits me at the training grounds. If I delay further, he might think I fear him. Lin Haichuan instructed Lin Feng and Lin Hu, who were still eating. What is the rush? Let him wait. We should eat our fill first. One cannot fight without strength. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Enough chatter, let us go. Lin Haichuan glared at Lin Feng and turned to head outside. Reluctantly, Lin Feng stood and followed, while Lin Hu grabbed a few more buns before chasing after them. A throng of onlookers from the dining hall followed closely behind Lin Haichuan, forming a lively procession toward the training grounds. The training grounds of Changwei Escort Agency spanned approximately 300 square meters. With a robust stone floor, serving as the practice arena for the bodyguards and apprentices, upon their arrival, Lin Feng and the others discovered Qi Changfa already stationed at the center of the field. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, now adorned with a pair of iron gauntlets on his arms, a hallmark of his fighting style designed to counter light weapons like swords. I thought you might not have the nerve to come. In truth, not showing up would have spared you the embarrassment of facing defeat in front of everyone, Qi Changfa sneered as he caught sight of Lin Haichuan. Enough with the idle chatter, let us settle this with our skills, Lin Haichuan declared, drawing his blade. He held the sword with one hand, its tip directed at Qi Changfa, signaling his readiness to strike. Qi Changfa wasted no time and charged forward. Lin Haichuan swung his sword downwards, but Qi Changfa evaded with a swift sidestep, countering with a powerful punch aimed at Lin Haichuan's face. Lin Haichuan retreated. Sweeping his sword horizontally towards Qi Changfa's ribs, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each landing blows upon the other, neither gaining a clear advantage. Lin Haichuan's swordsmanship, honed through over 20 years of experience, was formidable, yet he found it challenging to overcome Qi Changfa's iron arm technique. Qi Changfa's style prioritized defense, and his youth endowed him with superior stamina, resulting in powerful and vigorous strikes. Lin Haichuan realized that if this continued, he risked defeat, for he had yet to find a way to penetrate Qi Changfa's defenses. Prolonged engagement would inevitably deplete his strength, compounded by the fact that his recent battle against the Grey Wolves had already exhausted him. Although he seemed to have regained some energy after a night's rest, he was still not at his peak. Reluctantly, Lin Haichuan resorted to feints, pretending to tire in an effort to bait Qi Changfa into attacking. Youthful and inexperienced, Qi Changfa, upon noticing Lin Haichuan's apparent fatigue, eagerly pressed the attack. His relentless strikes began to wear him out significantly, and while his iron arm technique excelled in defense, it lacked offensive power. Despite his waning stamina, Qi Changfa's flurry of attacks failed to inflict any damage on Lin Haichuan. The duel between Lin Haichuan and Qi Changfa captivated the onlookers, even drawing Lin Feng into a trance. Though Lin Haichuan and Qi Changfa could not match Lin Feng's prowess, each possessed unique techniques, and witnessing their duel provided Lin Feng with valuable insights. Lin Haichuan and Qi Changfa were not in the mood to concern themselves with anything else. Both were fully committed to utilizing their skills to conquer their immediate adversary. At that moment, Lin Haichuan deftly evaded a punch from Qi Changfa, though he momentarily wobbled on his feet. Qi Changfa, seizing this opportunity, pressed the attack, unaware that Lin Haichuan had deliberately exposed a flaw. Not only did Lin Haichuan cleverly dodge Qi Changfa's incoming strike, but he also countered with a powerful kick to Qi Changfa's chest, the force of which sent Qi stumbling back several steps before he could regain his balance. Qi Changfa, it would be prudent for you to withdraw. Let us maintain a distance in our futures. Shall we? Will Lin Haichuan proposed, refraining from pursuing his opponent. He had no desire to deepen animosity with Qi Changfa, having heard that his former sect was a significant power. Should Qi be expelled from the escort agency, it would surely result in a bitter rivalry between them. Qi Changfa, contemplating the suggestion, retorted, do not be too pleased with yourself, Lin Haichuan. I have yet to concede defeat. If you wish to avoid further conflict, Then today's contest shall conclude here. Upon hearing Chi Changfa's intention to relent, Lin Haichuan relaxed his stance and glanced back at Lin Feng, signaling him to remain silent. However, Chi Changfa took this moment to advance. Delivering a punch straight to Lin Haichuan's chest, a brutal impact that echoed with the sound of cracking bones, Lin Haichuan coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, caught off guard by the full force of Chi's attack. Lin Feng and Lin Hu rushed to assist Lin Haichuan, concern evident in their eyes. Do not fret. I am merely bruised, my ribcage is fractured. It seems I shall be unable to engage in combat for some time. Lin Haichuan reassured them, taking a moment to catch his breath. Lin Haichuan, you have lost to me today. Does this not mean you must fulfill your vow and depart from the Changwei escort agency? Chi Changfa declared triumphantly. Very well, once the head of the agency returns, I shall resign from my position. Lin Haichuan responded, his gaze dimmed and spirit somewhat deflated. He had never anticipated Chi Changfa could be so treacherous. He had thought their conflict was merely over trivial matters, yet Chi's vindictiveness aimed to expel him from the agency entirely. Among the onlookers, some righteous souls denounced Chi Changfa's underhandedness. Chi glared at those who insulted him from the crowd, mentally noting their faces for future retribution. If Lin Haichuan could not best him, how could these lesser individuals pose a threat? A sinister smile crept across his face at the thought. You scoundrel! Lacking in ability yet boasting a thick skin, do you think you can drive me, your uncle Haichuan, away without consequence? Lin Feng shouted, standing defiantly before Chi Changfa. Brat, it seems you are courting death, Chi Changfa retorted angrily. During the earlier meal, he had ignored Lin Feng due to Lin Haichuan's presence, but now emboldened without his uncle's backing, Lin Feng dared to insult him, realizing he must teach Lin Feng a lesson. Chi Changfa swung his massive hand towards the boy's face. Stop this at once, Lin Haichuan urged urgently. His concern was not for Lin Feng's well-being, but rather that Lin Feng might strike Chi too hard. Complicating matters further, however, Chi Changfa had no intention of heeding Lin Haichuan's warning. Instead, he quickened his assault, yet Chi Changfa's speed paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. With ease, Lin Feng seized Chi's outstretched wrist, applying pressure until a sickening crunch echoed as Chi's protective arm guard crumpled under the force. A piercing scream escaped Chi Changfa's lips, agony radiating from his right arm as cold sweat dripped down his brow. No matter how he struggled, he could not extricate his arm from Lin Feng's grip. He could scarcely believe that a mere child of 14 or 15 could overpower him, yet the reality was undeniable. As he wrestled to reclaim his arm, Lin Feng forcefully hurled Chi Changfa away. Upon hitting the ground, Chi, disregarding his pain, hastily removed his arm guard to assess the damage. Despair washed over him as he discovered his right arm was nearly shattered beyond repair. He understood that his martial prowess, which relied heavily on his arms, would be severely diminished. Even if he recovered, the ability to wield utensils would be in question, let alone practicing martial arts. His path in the martial world was effectively severed. Lin Haichuan, you cannot best me, resorting to underhanded tactics to harm me, Chi Changfa seethed. If you do not silence that wretched mouth of yours, I shall gladly shatter all your remaining teeth, Lin Feng threatened. Raising his fist in readiness to strike, you insolent child, you are tempting fate, Chi Changfa snarled. Having chosen not to confront Lin Feng earlier due to Lin Haichuan's presence, she now felt the need to teach the boy a harsh lesson for his audacity. Realizing the necessity of punishment, he lunged forward once more. Enough, Lin Haichuan interjected. His concern lay not with Lin Feng's potential injury, but rather the possibility of Lin Feng retaliating too fiercely against Chi Changfa, which could lead to further complications. Ignoring Lin Haichuan's pleas, Chi Changfa continued his assault, only to be met with Lin Feng's deft counterattack. Lin Feng's speed outmatched Chi's, and he effortlessly caught Chi's wrist, twisting it until a sharp crack resonated, leaving Chi's protective gear crumpled and deformed. A wretched wail escaped Chi's lips as he felt the searing pain radiate from his arm. Despite his desperate efforts to escape, he found himself ensnared in Lin Feng's grasp. In disbelief, he grappled with the realization that a mere child had bested him. As Lin Feng flung him away, she landed painfully on the ground, disregarding his injuries to inspect the damage to his arm. The disheartening truth revealed a nearly catastrophic fracture. Chi Changfa understood that his right arm was rendered useless. His entire martial identity was irrevocably compromised. Lin Haichuan, you cannot surpass me and resort to employing outsiders to ambush me, Chi Changfa fumed. If you do not close that foul mouth of yours, I will not hesitate to remove all your teeth, Lin Feng retorted fiercely, brandishing his fist menacingly. I have no desire to bicker with you, but Lin Haichuan, prepare yourself for the return of the head of the agency. I will see how you explain this to him, Chi Changfa warned, his gaze dark and vengeful as he retreated, supported by his disciples. Recognizing Lin Feng's formidable prowess, Chi Changfa noted that it resembled that of a practitioner rather than a mere martial artist. Although Qi belonged to a sect that practiced cultivation, his mediocre talent had precluded him from ascending to the ranks of a practitioner. Within the realm of cultivation, those lacking in talent were often relegated to the lowest status. Forever denied the opportunity for greatness, such a talentless fool, relying on the head of the agency to shield him. Truly a waste of space. Lin Feng scoffed as Qi Changfa retreated. Lin Haichuan realized they had irreparably offended Qi Changfa and pondered how the head of the agency would address the situation upon his return. His greatest concern, however, was whether Qi would leverage his sect's influence to retaliate against him. And Lin Feng, young brother, your skills are commendable. Let us see how Qi Changfa dares to act so brazenly after this. It seems he has finally received his just deserts. Lin Hu remarked. Lin Haichuan, your injuries are not severe. Qi Changfa's despicable act of ambushing you is utterly shameless, the crowd murmured, rallying in support of Lin Haichuan. Lin Feng, Lin Hu, assist me to my quarters. I hope that when the head of the agency returns, you will testify that it was he who struck first, and I was merely responding to his provocation. Qi Changfa has brought this upon himself, Lin Haichuan requested, bowing respectfully to those around him. Rest assured, should the head inquire about today's events, we shall recount the truth. The crowd agreed, nodding in support. Emboldened now that they need not fear Qi Changfa's wrath. After all, any discerning observer could see that Qi Changfa's right arm was effectively crippled, and his martial prowess severely diminished. However, they remained unaware of the powerful sect backing Qi Changfa, which might have altered their willingness to support Lin Haichuan. Lin Feng and Lin Hu helped Lin Haichuan back to his chamber, laying him upon the bed. Lin Hu then spoke. Lin Feng, keep an eye on Uncle Haichuan while I fetch a physician. Very well, Lin Hu returned swiftly. Qi Changfa's attack was indeed vicious. I should have struck him a few more times while I had the chance, Lin Feng replied, irritation evident on his face, without responding. Lin Hu hurried out of the room, fully aware of the urgency in securing medical assistance for Lin Haichuan. Fenger, you were a bit too forceful earlier. Qi Changfa's right arm is likely shattered. This has now forged a deep enmity between us. We must be wary of his potential retaliation, Lin Haichuan cautioned as Lin Hu exited. With his current abilities, even if both his arms were intact, he would still be no match for me. Why should I fear his revenge? Lin Feng scoffed dismissively. Young man, do you not grasp the concept of an open attack is easy to evade? But a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. A scoundrel like Qi Changfa, knowing he cannot best you, will surely resort to underhanded tactics. Moreover, it is rumored that his former sect was a cultivation sect. We must remain vigilant against any potential retribution, Lin Haichuan advised, noting Lin Feng's dismissive attitude. Just as Lin Feng prepared to retort, Lin Hu returned, bringing the physician into Lin Haichuan's chamber. The physician wasted no time approaching Lin Haichuan's bedside to take his pulse. Thank you, Dr. Zhang, Lin Haichuan expressed politely. After a thorough examination, Dr. Zhang confirmed that Lin Haichuan's rib was only slightly cracked, advising a regimen of restorative broths and a period of rest for proper healing. During this recuperation, he strongly advised against any physical exertion, cautioning that further strain could exacerbate his condition and hinder recovery. Once Dr. Zhang departed, Lin Feng and Lin Hu exited the room, leaving Lin Haichuan to rest peacefully. During Lin Haichuan's recovery, many of Qi Changfa's followers attempted to curry favor, only fueling Qi's growing rage and intensifying his hatred towards Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan. However, he found himself at a loss for how to retaliate against them. Contemplating his shattered arm, Qi Changfa clenched his teeth and instructed a trusted ally to deliver this letter and this identification token to Elder Qi Bowen of the Iron Wall sect on Iron Enclosure Mountain. Rest assured, I will ensure the letter reaches Elder Qi, his confidant promised before departing. As his ally left, Qi Changfa exhaled deeply. Elder Qi was his uncle, having raised him after the early demise of his parents. However, lacking the talent for cultivation, Qi had abandoned that path in favor of martial arts. This left Qi Bowen utterly disappointed in his nephew, and it was he who had implored his uncle to allow him to depart from the sect. Now that you have chosen to leave the sect, never return, were the final words Qi Bowen uttered as he departed, clearly indicating his profound disillusionment with him. Chapter 20, Ji Tianjiao. On the fourth day of Lin Haichuan's recovery, Chief Escort Ji returned to the escort agency with a group of bodyguards after successfully completing their protective mission. As soon as Chief Ji arrived, he was informed about the altercation between Lin Haichuan and Qi Changfa. It was astonishing that a youth of merely 14 or 15, whom Haichuan had brought along, could subdue Qi Changfa in a single move and render him one-armed. Chief Ji's voice resonated through the hall. At that moment, only 3 individuals occupied the room. Besides the chief, there was a man and a woman. The man was Chu Xiong, one of the 3 leading escorts of the Changwei Escort Agency. who had accompanied Chief Ji on this mission. Although Chu Xiong possessed commendable martial skills, he was rather simplistic in thought and acted recklessly. Thus, Chief Ji always kept him close, fearing that he might cause chaos if left to lead a group of bodyguards alone. Standing beside Chief Ji was his sole daughter Ji Tianzhou, who, despite being merely 15, had already proven herself unbeatable among the ranks of the Changwei escort agency. Not only was she unmatched by the new generation of bodyguards, but even seasoned figures like Lin Haichuan and Chu Xiong found themselves eclipsed by this young lady. Rumors circulated that Ji Tianzhou's deceased mother hailed from a lineage of cultivators, which had imparted upon her the knowledge of cultivation methods. Might her father, Lin Feng, have also dabbled in the arts of cultivation. Much like his daughter, Ji Tianzhou was not only blessed with striking beauty but also possessed an exceptionally sweet voice. However, those familiar with her understood that beneath her enchanting exterior lay a resolute character. For she was the only daughter of Ji Changwei. Should she fail to inherit the family business, all of her father's years of hard work would be rendered futile. Consequently, she began accompanying her father on protective missions at the tender age of 13 and had participated in no fewer than 20 such endeavors. Amassing considerable experience, within the agency she held significant authority, and had she not been so young, no one would dare question her right to take over as chief escort. Let us observe how this Lin Feng, the young brother, fares, and we must also resolve the matter between Lin and Qi Changfa. Chief Ji pondered aloud. I have long maintained that Qi Changfa is not a man of good character. His attempt to expel Lin from the agency is but a foolish dream, and now he has suffered the consequences of having his arm broken. At that moment, Chu Xiong interjected, his voice booming, clearly audible even to those outside the hall. Do not be agitated, brother Chu. Qi Changfa has learned his lesson, so refrain from uttering words that may sow discord. Once one joins our agency, we are all family. Let us not harbor personal grievances. Chief Ji Changwei found himself at a loss with the reckless Chu Xiong. Lin Haichuan and Chu Xiong were among his oldest companions, and he leaned somewhat toward Lin Haichuan. Given that Qi Changfa had only joined the agency in recent years, however, as the chief escort, one must treat all equally, lest he lose the respect of his subordinates. Thus, Chief Ji Changwei's deliberations were far from simple. He had to balance his allegiance to old friends while ensuring that the newcomers did not feel disheartened. Just then, Ji Tianzhou instructed someone to summon Lin Haichuan, Lin Feng, and Qi Changfa. Before long, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan entered the hall, with Lin Haichuan speaking first. Greetings to the chief escort and the young lady. Lin Feng, feeling weak and dispirited, added to greetings, chief escort and young lady. Yet he had felt stifled these past few days, as Lin Haichuan had not allowed him to stray from his side following the conflict with Qi Changfa, fearing that Lin Feng might cause further trouble. Yet, this overprotectiveness had left Lin Feng feeling suffocated. For he had longed to experience the vibrant life within the escort agency, only to be constrained by Lin Haichuan's caution. Seeing Lin Feng's listless demeanor, Lin Haichuan kicked the back of his calf in frustration, only to find Lin Feng unperturbed. He then remembered that Lin Feng had become nearly impervious to harm, rendering his kick futile. Ji Tianzhou, observing Lin Feng's demeanor, could not help but emit a melodious laugh. Finding him rather intriguing, "What is so amusing?" Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the enchanting young lady before him. "How dare you speak to the young lady in such a manner?" Lin Haichuan quickly interjected to prevent Lin Feng from saying anything further. "Qi Changfa pays his respects to the chief escort and the young lady," came Qi Changfa's voice from the entrance. Although his words were directed at Chief Ji and Ji Tianzhou, his gaze was fixated intently on Lin Feng. "Qi escort has arrived. Lin escort and Qi escort, please take a seat." Chief Ji gestured toward the adjacent seats. Lin Haichuan and Lin Feng settled beside Chu Xiong, while Qi Changfa sat opposite them. The palpable tension and animosity evident on both sides, Chief Ji Changwei felt a wave of headache wash over him at this sight, realizing there was no easy solution to. "I have heard of the recent sparring match between Lin escort and Qi escort, during which both sustained injuries. Might I suggest that you both put an end to this conflict? After all, both of you are vital pillars of the Changwei escort agency, and continued strife benefits no one. Your injuries are a loss for us all," Chief Ji said, attempting to restore harmony. In truth, it is impossible for any individual to be entirely impartial. He leaned slightly in favor of Lin Haichuan yet could not display this openly. "I understand your words, Chief Escort," Qi Changfa replied, "but my arm has been rendered useless by the one who attacked me. While he remains unscathed, it is difficult for me to accept." Yet, Qi Changfa's words were both soft and firm. Expressing his dissatisfaction while leaving room for negotiation. He recognized his diminished strength and knew that his standing in Chief Ji's eyes had likely waned. As Lin Feng prepared to rise and refute Qi Changfa's statement, He was restrained by Lin Haichuan's hand, though he hesitated to exert too much force for fear of injuring Lin Haichuan, especially since his ribs had been fractured only days prior, although Lin Feng was thwarted. Xu Xiong could no longer remain silent. He stood up, glaring at Qi Changfa, and exclaimed, "You shameless wretch, it was you who forced Lin brother into a duel, only to resort to underhanded tactics. The breaking of your arm is your own doing." Chief Ji struck the armrest of his chair in frustration, shouting, "Xu Xiong, be silent. If you continue to interrupt, you shall leave." This foolish man, intending to mediate between the two, only fanned the flames of discord. Chief Ji cursed inwardly. Xu Xiong huffed in anger but retreated to his seat, remaining quiet. "Esteemed escorts, let us not be driven by anger. Perhaps you might allow me to offer a suggestion." Ji Tianzhou interjected with a melodious voice. The others turned their curious gazes toward her, and even Lin Feng perked up awaiting her words, observing their anticipatory expressions. Ji Tianzhou continued, "Since this young brother Lin Feng has indeed injured Qi escort, and he was brought into the agency by Lin Haichuan, let us deduct a year's worth of silver from Lin Haichuan's earnings as compensation for Qi escort. Furthermore, I shall personally administer a light punishment to this young brother, serving as a small lesson for a greater admonition. What do you all think?" Upon hearing his daughter's proposal, Chief Ji nodded in agreement. This approach would serve to punish both Lin Haichuan and his nephew while avoiding any serious harm. Moreover, having his daughter discipline Lin Feng would be an effortless task for her, allowing Qi Changfa to vent some of his frustrations. Chief Ji thought to himself that Lin Feng seemed rather rebellious, and it would be beneficial for his daughter to assert her authority over him. Haichuan consents to the chief escort and the young lady's arrangement. Lin Haichuan affirmed wealth is but a trifle, and he cared little for the silver. However, if Ji Tianzhou intended to discipline Lin Feng, it would not be an easy task, as he would need to persuade the lad to avoid harming the young lady. Lin Feng whispered to Lin Haichuan, "Uncle Haichuan, this young lady seems intent on teaching me a lesson. I wonder if she possesses the capability to do so." Lin Feng perceived this fair and lovely maiden to be rather overconfident. After spending a few days in the escort agency, he had come to understand the rarity of cultivators, and it seemed rather presumptuous for her to challenge him, a cultivator, to a duel. Ji Tianzhou furrowed her brow. Although Lin Feng's voice was low, those present were all martial artists, keen of hearing, and his words did not escape their notice. Chapter 21, Lin Feng vs. Ji Tianzhou. It appears you possess great confidence in your abilities. Today, allow me to ascertain whether your prowess is genuine. Do feel free to strike. Ji Tianzhou approached Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes fixed on the youth who was not much younger than herself. Gesturing for him to make the first move, Lin Feng did not hesitate. He threw a punch at Ji Tianzhou, who, instead of dodging, chose to meet his fist head-on with her delicate palm. Noticing her determination to absorb his strike, Lin Feng instinctively reduced the force of his blow, for he did not wish to cause her harm. When their fists and palms collided, no sound echoed, and Lin Feng felt as though he had struck water. Lacking any solid resistance, before he could fully comprehend, Ji Tianzhou seized his fist and effortlessly flung him backward. Lin Feng executed a somersault in mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground, and turned to face Ji Tianzhou, his previous disdain replaced by newfound respect. Lin Feng, the younger brother, boasted quite grandly, yet his fists seemed lacking in strength. "Have you not had enough to eat?" Ji Tianzhou chuckled. Lin Feng gazed intently at Ji Tianzhou without uttering a word. Instead, he assumed a fighting stance. Aware of Ji Tianzhou's extraordinary abilities, he resolved to exert his utmost to defeat her. With a powerful stomp of his left foot on the ground, a thunderous sound erupted as the stone beneath him shattered. Lin Feng surged forward, delivering a straight punch aimed directly at Ji Tianzhou. Even before his fist reached her, the force of his strike sent a gust that sent her long hair swirling. However, Ji Tianzhou remained unflustered, her hands crossed in front of her. Lin Feng's formidable punch was effortlessly blocked, and she appeared entirely at ease. Lin Feng was taken aback. This punch was his strongest blow, yet it had no effect on Ji Tianzhou. What had seemed like a simple strike was, in fact, the culmination of all his power. Ji Tianzhou did not allow Lin Feng a moment to ponder. She swiftly countered with an open palm aimed at his face. Realizing he could not evade it, Lin Feng closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impact. Seeing Lin Feng stand still, Ji Tianzhou couldn't help but laugh and altered her strike, merely tapping his forehead instead. "Ouch!" Lin Feng exclaimed, covering his forehead in pain. His cry elicited a chuckle from Ji Tianzhou as she casually returned to her father's side. Qi Changfa, witnessing the outcome, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him but refrained from voicing it. The little brat now understands that there are those greater than himself, he thought. Lin Haichuan pulled Lin Feng closer, genuinely worried that Lin Feng might say something foolish. At this point, Lin Feng had become much more subdued. Realizing that Ji Tianzhou was also a cultivator, likely at the inner cultivation stage, his two attempts to attack had failed to even touch Ji Tianzhou, easily thwarted by her spiritual energy. Particularly, Ji Tianzhou's final strike clearly demonstrated her ability to concentrate her spiritual energy at her fingertips. Otherwise, the pain inflicted on Lin Feng would not have been so intense, prompting his involuntary cry. The ability to manipulate spiritual energy throughout the body was typically reserved for those at the inner cultivation stage or higher. Qi Biao and Lin Biao, let your matters conclude here. From now on we remain good brothers within the same escort agency and shall not resort to violence privately. Ji Changwei's voice resonated. Scanning Lin Haichuan and Shi Changfa, both men nodded in agreement. Ji, the chief escort, had earned considerable respect within the agency, and few dared to contradict his decisions. If the chief escort has no further matters, I shall take my leave to rest, as my injuries are quite severe and require ample time for recovery, Shi Changfa stated with a facade of calm. Then do take care to recuperate. All your medical expenses will be covered by the agency, and I will also procure esteemed physicians to attend to you. Rest assured, Ji Changwei assured Shi Changfa. Thank you, chief escort. Shi Changfa bowed slightly before departing the hall. Thank you for not punishing this child, Lin Feng. Lin Haichuan expressed his gratitude to the chief escort as Shi Changfa exited. He understood that Ji Changwei had intentionally favored his side in this matter. A monetary fine was hardly a punishment, and Ji Tianzhou's earlier moves did not constitute a genuine lesson for Lin Feng. Brother Lin, you were the first to follow me, and after over 20 years with the Changwei escort agency, how could I truly punish your nephew? Moreover, Lin Feng possesses exceptional strength. His joining would be like adding wings to our agency. I would never engage in self-sabotage. Ji, the chief escort, spoke with a gentle tone. He held a certain admiration for Lin Feng, for in Jinyun City few could match his daughter in combat. Although he had lost to her, there were reasons for it, primarily his lack of combat experience and the fact that his daughter had exerted her full strength during their match. For an ordinary warrior, the mere backlash of spiritual energy from such an encounter would suffice to inflict injury. Thus, despite Lin Feng's defeat, he had emerged unscathed, a testament to his remarkable abilities. Fenger, do express your gratitude to the chief escort for his recognition. Lin Haichuan nudged Lin Feng. Thank you, chief escort, for your acknowledgement. I wonder when the chief escort will grant me a position as an escort, Lin Feng responded, regaining his audacious demeanor following Ji Changwei's praise. I shall answer that. As long as you can withstand 10 of my strikes, my father will grant you the position of an escort, Ji Tianzhou interjected, her voice clear, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. She harbored no benevolent intentions. She sought to spar with Lin Feng further, relishing the opportunity to teach this disrespectful boy a lesson. Very well, if I can endure 10 strikes from the young lady, then I trust the chief escort will elevate my status to that of an escort. If I manage to withstand an additional 10, might I then be promoted to chief escort? Lin Feng recognized Ji Tianzhou's intent to challenge him. And he knew that with his current power, not only could he not match Qi Changfa, but he also lacked the experience of a bodyguard. Thus, he decided to provoke her in return. Ji Tianzhou glanced at her father. If her father were to promote an escort, she believed he would not oppose it, but a promotion to chief escort was beyond her authority, as only 3 chief escorts existed within the entire Changwei escort agency. Ah, young man, do you possess such confidence? If that is indeed the case, I shall agree. Should you withstand 20 strikes from my daughter, I will promote you to chief escort, making you the 4th chief of the Changwei escort agency. However, while confidence is commendable in the young, overconfidence can lead to folly. I am well aware of my daughter's strength. Those 20 strikes will not be easily endured. Ji Changwei laughed heartily before continuing. From the earlier match, he had discerned that Ji Tianzhou was likely a cultivator at the inner cultivation stage, albeit possibly only at its initial level, while he himself was at the late stage of outer cultivation. Yet, he was confident that within 3 months, he would reach the pinnacle of outer cultivation, at which point enduring 20 strikes from Ji Tianzhou would not pose a challenge. Lin Feng spoke with unwavering confidence. I firmly believe that within 3 months, I can achieve the peak of outer cultivation, making it feasible to withstand 20 strikes from the young lady. Lin Haichuan and Chu Xiong were left baffled by Lin Feng's references to outer and inner cultivation. It was no wonder, as practitioners of spiritual energy seldom mingled with ordinary folk. Even though both men had spent many years at the Changwei escort agency, Ji Tianzhou had never revealed her status as a cultivator, leaving them ignorant of the hierarchical levels within cultivation. It seems you are not blindly arrogant but rather self-assured. I wish you success in achieving the pinnacle of outer cultivation soon, as it would add another chief to our agency. Ji Changwei mused. Although Lin Feng had lost to Ji Tianzhou, he did not feel disheartened. She held a certain admiration for him. Lin Feng, I have a question for you, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Ji Changwei suddenly became serious. Chief Escort, please do ask. As long as it does not pertain to my proprietary techniques, I shall speak candidly. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Young brother Lin, as a practitioner, why do you wish to join the Changwei escort agency? Is the cultivation within a sect not satisfactory? Is there some hidden reason behind this? Ji Changwei pondered before posing his inquiry. Hearing Ji Changwei's question, Lin Feng smiled bitterly, recounting his encounter with Bai Hantian and his younger brother's entry into the Crystal Palace. Naturally, he omitted the incident involving Bai Hantian's slaying of Su Zhongkui, as that matter was of great significance, and Bai Hantian had instructed him to keep it confidential. Chapter 22, Tianzhou gives a book upon finishing Lin Feng's narrative. The others fell into deep contemplation, lamenting his plight, yet feeling powerless to assist. Your path to cultivation has been fraught with difficulties, and you have traversed it alone, ever since my mother's passing. I too have walked this solitary path. I often encounter challenges without guidance, having to navigate through them alone. Achieving the inner cultivation stage is indeed a stroke of luck, Ji Tianzhou remarked, her own experiences fostering a degree of sympathy for Lin Feng. Indeed, the young lady speaks the truth. Cultivating independently is exceedingly arduous, and when faced with difficulties, one is left to ponder alone. If only my teacher had taken me back to the Crystal Palace, my training would not have been so burdensome. Alas, my mediocre talent barred me from entering the gates of the Crystal Palace. Lin Feng expressed with a tinge of melancholy. Young brother Lin, do not belittle yourself. When Tianzhou's mother was alive, she shared insights about the cultivation world with me. At your tender age of 14, to have reached the late stage of outer cultivation without guidance is already remarkable. Even some formal disciples of various sects barely reach the early or mid stages of outer cultivation. With your current prowess, I believe you still have the opportunity to join a cultivation sect. Ji Changwei offered his perspective. If I truly have the chance to join a cultivation sect, I shall undoubtedly strive to enter the Crystal Palace and cultivate alongside my younger brother, Lin Feng exclaimed. Elated. Do not celebrate too soon, Lin Feng. While you may have ample opportunity to join other sects, securing a position in the Crystal Palace is exceedingly challenging. Ji Changwei interrupted Lin Feng's excitement. Why is that? Is it because their standards for accepting disciples are exceptionally high? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. That is one aspect. However, most importantly, only members of the Crystal Palace actively seek out promising disciples. There are no known instances of ordinary individuals successfully entering the Crystal Palace to become disciples. Ji Changwei shook his head, sighing. Father, why is that? Ji Tianzhou curiously inquired. That is because the Crystal Palace is situated at the heart of Crystal Valley, which stretches for hundreds of miles, perpetually beset by snow and wind, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to enter, even those at the outer refinement stage of cultivation. Ji Zongbiao explained. Isn't that an opportunity lost? The technique I practice can only reach the pinnacle of the outer refinement stage. How can I obtain the techniques of the inner refinement stage? This is truly vexing, Lin Feng expressed with some annoyance, his mood instantly dampened. Do not despair just yet, there will always be a way. For now, focus on achieving the pinnacle of the outer refinement stage. You haven't even reached that level yet. How can you speak of inner refinement techniques? Ji Tianzhou advised. Upon hearing Ji Tianzhou's words, Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Indeed, let me first strive for the pinnacle of the outer refinement stage. Fenger, what realm and techniques were you discussing? I am not quite familiar, but remember, opportunities will always arise, especially since you are still so young. The key is not to give up. If you abandon your efforts, then true opportunities will vanish, Lin Haichuan said slowly. I understand now. You need not worry about me. I will first focus on reaching the pinnacle of the outer refinement stage before considering joining a cultivation sect. Lin Feng had come to a realization, a confident smile returning to his face. Lin Feng, my young brother, has a commendable mindset. Tianzhou, if you have time, you may also discuss cultivation insights with Lin Feng. It would be mutually beneficial and foster collective progress. Ji Zongbiao chuckled. Certainly, father, I was just thinking the same. Ji Tianzhou playfully replied, her beautiful eyes glancing at Lin Feng. Thank you, Zongbiao. Thank you, Mississippi. Lin Feng bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. Now that you have joined the escort agency, we are family. In private, you may call me Uncle Ji. Ji Changwei held a favorable opinion of Lin Feng after over 20 years as a bodyguard. He had honed his ability to discern character. He could see that Lin Feng possessed great determination. Such individuals, given the right opportunities, would undoubtedly achieve significant success, and aiding him now would ensure a hundredfold return in the future. I bow to you, Uncle Ji. Lin Feng took a few steps forward and bowed deeply. Good Fenger, there is no need for such formality. We shall conclude our discussion for today. Lin brother is still recovering from his injuries, and it would be wise for him to rest. Additionally, remember to avoid any conflicts with Qi Changfa in the future, and remain vigilant against him, as he hails from a cultivation sect, though his personal strength may not be formidable. He could have friends or relatives who might come to his aid. Ji Changwei cautioned. This matter was also Ji Changwei's greatest concern. He hoped it would not come to pass. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Ji. I will be extra cautious, Lin Feng replied. Upon returning to their residence, Lin Feng assisted Lin Haichuan to bed and then began practicing the body refinement technique in the central courtyard. He aimed to swiftly reach the pinnacle of the outer refinement stage, aspiring to become the escort leader, which would not only enhance his experience but also increase his chances of learning about the cultivation sections. Time passed swiftly in the pursuit of cultivation, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. Lin Haichuan's injuries had improved, and Qi Changfa had not caused any further trouble for Lin Feng and the others. In contrast, Ji Tianjiao frequently visited Lin Feng, providing guidance on his cultivation. Lin Feng was exceedingly grateful for this. Despite her occasionally peculiar temperament, he could discern her sincerity. Perhaps their mutual struggles on the path of cultivation fostered this bond. Is the little madman around? Ji Tianjiao called out as she entered the courtyard. Now quite familiar with Lin Feng, even knowing his childhood nickname, Sister Tianjiao, could you refrain from calling me little madman? I am an adult now, and it feels rather inappropriate for others to hear you address me that way. It's all because of that blabbermouth Lin Hu, otherwise you wouldn't even know that nickname, Lin Feng said with some exasperation. Ji Tianjiao playfully pretended to strike him, saying, "What is wrong with calling you little madman? Are you itching for a fight?" Startled, Lin Feng quickly retreated a couple of steps. Having endured Ji Tianjiao's lessons over the past few days, while he appreciated her guidance in cultivation, he often found himself at the mercy of her martial training. After spending these days together, Lin Feng had developed a certain apprehension towards this energetic young lady. "Not at all, Sister Tianjiao. You can call me whatever you like. I was merely suggesting that perhaps we could drop the nickname Little Madman." "If you refuse, then so be it," Lin Feng hastily replied. "I doubt you would dare. Today, I have brought you a wonderful gift." Ji Tianjiao chuckled, extending her hand to offer something. Lin Feng accepted it, discovering it to be a book titled Complete Guide to the Talented. "Sister Tianjiao, what is this?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "A foolish boy. The Complete Guide to the Talented is, of course, written by me. A few days ago, my father received another escort assignment, and I had to accompany him. But if I am not there, who will guide you in your cultivation? Thus I came up with this brilliant idea. I wrote down all my training insights in this book. If you encounter anything unclear, just refer to it, and this way, your progress won't be hindered. I hope you can soon become the escort leader, and we can work together." Ji Tianjiao flicked Lin Feng's forehead playfully. Laughing, Lin Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the book. "Thank you, Sister Tianjiao. Since you've called me sister, isn't it only right for a sister to help her own brother?" Ji Tianjiao replied nonchalantly. Hearing her words, Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude. Aside from his parents, younger brother, and Uncle Haichuan, no one had ever treated him so kindly. "I will not let Sister Tianjiao's kindness go to waste," Lin Feng thought to himself. "When do you depart?" "Sister Tianjiao, I shall see you off," little brother said after a moment of contemplation. "Today, my father and I are leaving. I came here to share my training insights with you and to bid you farewell. This mission will take us to Heiyu City, and I do not know when we shall return." Ji Tianjiao said somewhat wistfully. Jinyun City is renowned for its silk and satin production, and merchants often enlist the Changwei Escort Agency to transport these goods. Conversely, Heiyu City is known for its precious stones and jade, with affluent residents, yet it lacks a supply of silk and textiles. Thus, many merchants travel between the two cities, which often keeps Changwei Escort Agency busy. However, the distance between the two cities is considerable, with an escort mission typically taking at least a month. To save on manpower costs, Ji Changwei frequently accepts additional tasks while in Heiyu City, which can prolong their return. As Sister Tianjiao, please be cautious on your journey. When you return, I will have surely achieved the pinnacle of the outer refinement stage, and then I shall accompany you as the escort leader," Lin Feng stated with conviction. "Excellent, that's the spirit. If I return from the escort and you have yet to reach the pinnacle of the outer refinement stage, you know the consequences," Ji Tianjiao threatened. Raising her small fist, Lin Feng couldn't help but gaze at Ji Tianjiao's charming face and knew an unfamiliar feeling blossoming in his heart. His eyes were clear, yet they held an unspoken emotion. Lin Feng stared intently at Ji Tianjiao, causing her to feel a hint of shyness. Her heart raced like a startled deer. Women are inherently more sensitive than men, and Lin Feng's gaze made her uneasy. She forced herself to remain composed, raising her hand to flick Lin Feng's forehead. Ouch, Sister Tianzhou, why do you always flick me? Flicking the forehead can make one foolish, if it hinders my training speed. I'll have to compensate, Lin Feng complained while rubbing his forehead. Little madman deserves a beating. Ji Tianzhou pretended to strike him, and Lin Feng quickly darted away, making a silly face when he realized she wasn't pursuing him. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted them, announcing that the convoy was preparing to depart and requesting the young lady to come quickly. Little madman, sister is leaving. You must continue to train diligently, for I shall test you upon my return. Ji Tianzhou said with some reluctance. Sister Tianzhou, take care, and travel safely. I regret that I cannot see you off further, Lin Feng replied, feeling a sense of loss. Since he began cultivating, he had spent considerably less time with peers, and friends his age were even rarer. Arriving at the Changwei escort agency and meeting someone of a similar age in cultivation brought him genuine joy. Although Lin Feng had not known Ji Tianzhou for long, their shared experiences as cultivators had forged a friendship. Chapter 23, Jinbin Martial Arts School. It had been a few days since Ji Tianzhou left the Changwei escort agency, and Lin Feng felt as if something was missing, his concentration wavering, making it difficult to engage in cultivation. Occasionally, the image of Ji Tianzhou's radiant smile would flit through his mind. Head escort Lin. Trouble is brewing. A shout from outside the courtyard interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts, aggravating his already frazzled state. Zhang Mang, what is causing such panic? Lin Feng asked upon recognizing Zhang Mang. I asked the head escort in. There has been a disturbance at the Jinbin Martial Arts School. Several people have already been injured, and Lin Hu couldn't tolerate it and was also injured by those from the Jinbin Martial Arts School. Zhang Meng explained urgently. Quickly, take me there. Upon hearing that Lin Hu had been hurt, Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Haichuan also stepped out and quickly grabbed Lin Feng as he rushed past. Feng, calm down, do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness can lead to mistakes. One must think things through. Lin Haichuan said calmly. Lin Hu has been injured, and Uncle Haichuan, you're telling me to stay calm. How can I possibly remain calm? Lin Feng replied anxiously. What? Who injured Lin Hu? Lin Haichuan asked, his expression shifting upon hearing Lin Hu had been harmed. The Lin brothers were injured by the disciples of the Jinbin Martial Arts School. Lin Biao, we must hurry over. In just a moment, several more brothers may have been harmed. Zhang Meng urged anxiously. Let us go and see. The wind will soon be at your back. The people from the Jinbin Martial Arts School will strike indiscriminately as long as they do not kill. Injuries and disabilities mean nothing to them. Lin Haichuan was equally incensed. The Jinbin Martial Arts School had gone too far by attacking them directly. The Jinbin Martial Arts School and the Changwei Escort Agency were located on the same street. Yet they had always been at odds. The school primarily attracted the children of wealthy families, while the students of the Changwei Escort Agency were mostly impoverished youths. The affluent often looked down upon the less fortunate, and such proximity inevitably led to conflicts among the young. However, both sides had traditionally managed to maintain a semblance of control. That was until last year, when the son of the Jinbin Martial Arts School's head had the audacity to harass Ji Tianzhou. This act resulted in a severe beating for him, leaving several of his ribs fractured. In retaliation, Li Jinwan of the Jinbin Martial Arts School could not tolerate the humiliation inflicted upon his only son and led an assault on the Changwei Escort Agency to demand an explanation. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had hoped. Under Ji Tianzhou's overwhelming strength, Li Jinwan and his brother Li Jinwu were no match for her. The brothers, who had allied together, ended up with battered faces, leaving the Changwei Escort Agency in disgrace. This confrontation established Ji Tianzhou's formidable reputation, revealing to the masters of Jinyun City that she was not merely a martial artist but a practitioner of considerable prowess. The distinction between martial artists and practitioners was clear, thus, no one dared to provoke the Changwei Escort Agency in Jinyun City, including the city lord's office. Nonetheless, the Li brothers from the Jinbin Martial Arts School were consumed with a desire for vengeance. Yet they lacked the opportunity and strength to act upon it until today, when they audaciously entered the Changwei Escort Agency, clearly emboldened by something. Upon arriving in the hall, Lin Feng and his companions discovered several members of the Changwei Escort Agency had been injured, and Lin Hu appeared to be in considerable pain. Lin Hu, how are you? Who injured you? Lin Feng inquired as he approached. It's nothing serious. It seems a few of my ribs are broken and I can hardly move. Lin Hu replied weakly. It appears that Lin Biao has arrived, but where are your chief escort Ji and the renowned Ji Tianzhou today? One individual remarked with a hint of mockery. This person was none other than Li Jinwan, the head of the Jinbin Martial Arts School, flanked by his brother Li Jinwu. The two brothers bore striking similarities. the elder exuded an air of scholarly refinement, while the younger appeared more robust and fierce. Ah, the esteemed Li brothers have graced us with their presence. However, I wonder what brings you to our Changwei escort agency, especially after injuring so many of our members. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Lin Haichuan said, his brow furrowed. Although he was seething with anger, he retained his composure, recognizing that the Li brothers were clearly emboldened and that the chief escort was absent, preventing him from acting rashly. You are in no position to demand explanations from us. If you wish to speak, summon your chief escort, Li Jinwu retorted impolitely. Our chief escort and Ji Tianzhou have stepped out, but I am in charge of the Changwei escort agency now. While it may not be a den of danger if you do not provide an explanation today, do not expect to leave here unscathed, Lin Haichuan said calmly, though his voice betrayed his underlying anger. He realized that the Li brothers had come to cause trouble, and he could not afford to back down. Excessive concessions would only embolden them further. Ha, how amusing, Li Jinwen, you claim the Changwei escort agency is arrogant and oppressive. I was skeptical, but seeing even a mere escort head daring to speak so boldly makes me question the authority of your chief escort. A diminutive man beside Li Jinwen chimed in. His peculiar appearance resembled that of a humanoid monkey, and despite his slight frame, his arms were disproportionately long, adorned with steel claws. Indeed, the Changwei escort agency has terrorized the neighborhood, leaving them too fearful to voice their grievances. We at the Jinbin Martial Arts School have suffered greatly from this, but fortunately Master Wu is here. I implore Master Wu to rid this area of its scourge. I extend my gratitude in advance. Li Jinwen said, bowing slightly to the small man. Lin Haichuan was no fool. He discerned from Li Jinwen's words that this Master Wu was no ordinary individual, otherwise, they would not have dared to come here so brazenly. It seemed that today's events would not conclude without conflict. Which scoundrel dares to harm my brother? Step forward if you have the gall. I Fengyi will break your legs, Lin Feng shouted, emerging from the crowd and pointing at the Jinbin martial arts disciples. You insolent brat, who do you think you are to call yourself? You're simply asking for death. Li Jinwu sneered disdainfully upon noticing that Lin Feng appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. Such audacity, Lin Feng bellowed, propelling himself forward to deliver a punch straight at Li Jinwu's chest. Li Jinwu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the youth's speed, although he intended to defend himself. It was too late. Lin Feng's fist collided with Li Jinwu's chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Li Jinwu was sent flying, crashing into several Jinbin martial arts apprentices before coming to a halt. Second brother, Li Jinwen finally reacted, rushing to Li Jinwu's side, only to find him spitting blood and unconscious. Quick, someone fetch the deputy head to the physician for treatment, Li Jinwen commanded urgently. No one leaves until this matter is resolved. Lin Haichuan stepped forward, blocking the entrance. The members of the Changwei escort agency had effectively sealed off the exit. With Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan present, their morale was bolstered. Lin Haichuan, you scoundrel, do you not see how gravely my brother is injured? Hurry and let your people stand aside. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable, Li Jinwen shouted, his eyes filled with desperation as he assessed Li Jinwu's condition, fractured ribs and internal injuries that posed a life-threatening risk if not treated promptly. Wu Yang raised his steel claws, stating, do not be anxious, Director Li. If they refuse to allow passage, I shall carve a path myself. Come if you dare. Do not mistake my words for arrogance. With your strength, you are no match for me, Lin Feng replied, unperturbed. Very well, I shall face you in a contest. However, do remember that blades and swords are blind. Should I accidentally harm you, it is your own fault. Wu Yang said, realizing he could not back down now that the challenge had been made. Chapter 24. A narrow victory over Wu Yan. Lin Feng and Wu Yang stood in the center of the hall. With others instinctively retreating a few steps, prepare yourself, Lin Feng shouted. He initiated the attack with a punch aimed at Wu Yang, employing only 50% of his strength to gauge his opponent's abilities while testing the techniques Ji Tianzhou had taught him. Wu Yang was not like Li Jinwu. He reacted swiftly, shielding his chest with his steel claws. However, Lin Feng's punch was merely a feint. He swiftly shifted his attack, striking towards Wu Yang's face. Wu Yang, seasoned in combat, thrust his claws forward to push Lin Feng back. Sensing the glint of the steel claws, Lin Feng opted not to take the hit directly. Despite his formidable physique, he understood that many sharp weapons could inflict harm. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid a direct confrontation. Lin Feng's judgment proved correct. Wu Yang's clawed weapon could harm even a practitioner at the perfected external cultivation stage. Lin Feng leaned back, extending his right leg to target Wu Yang's abdomen. Wu Yang pressed down with both hands, successfully blocking Lin Feng's kick. The previous exchanges resulted in a stalemate, and both retreated 2 steps to regroup for another assault. Through their encounter, Lin Feng gained a clearer understanding of Wu Yang's strength, realizing he was at the late stage of external cultivation. Although Wu Yang possessed slightly less strength, his speed matched Lin Feng's. Lin Feng felt exhilarated to confront an opponent of similar caliber. Only through frequent battles with peers of comparable strength could one experience rapid improvement. Unlike the exuberant Lin Feng, Wu Yang's mood was at its nadir. For he had discerned the true strength of Lin Feng. At such a tender age, Lin Feng had already reached the pinnacle of the outer cultivation realm. No one could convince Wu Yang that Lin Feng was not a disciple of some esteemed sect. After 3 decades of arduous cultivation, Wu Yang had only achieved such a feat, while Lin Feng was merely a boy of 14 or 15. Such a disparity in talent was indeed significant. "We were evenly matched just now. Why not call it a day?" Wu Yang spoke softly. At this moment, he was reluctant to continue competing with Lin Feng, for winning might invite retaliation from Lin Feng's sect. While losing would be a disgrace. As a rogue cultivator, Wu Yang had long accepted that he would not break through to the inner cultivation realm in this lifetime. Thus, he sought a place to spend his remaining years peacefully. Hoping to find a successor along the way. He had come to appreciate the charm of Yin-Yang City, which, despite its remote location, was relatively prosperous. With his decision made, he needed to secure a place to stay. And fortuitously, the very house he had his eye on belonged to the Li brothers. Thus, their acquaintance was formed. Wu Yang knew that the Li brothers, who ran a martial arts school, had encountered numerous young talents. He requested them to keep an eye out for gifted youths to become his apprentices. When the Li brothers asked for his assistance against the Changwei escort agency, he gladly obliged, unaware that he would encounter such a young cultivator of comparable strength. "No way, you won't leave without settling this today," Lin Feng declared, fueled by the thrill of battle, unwilling to let Wu Yang depart at this juncture. "You are pushing your luck," Wu Yang retorted furiously. Feeling that he had already made significant concessions, yet Lin Feng showed him no respect. Resolving to cease the chatter, he decided to unleash his full strength to defeat the boy first. If he succeeded, he would leave Yin-Yang City afterward. With determination in his heart, Wu Yang struck without holding back, his claws launching a rapid assault against Lin Feng, be it sweeping strikes or direct thrusts, leaving Lin Feng with only the ability to defend. Utilizing the advantage of his weapon, Wu Yang gradually suppressed Lin Feng, and to any discerning observer, it was merely a matter of time before Wu Yang claimed victory. Watching the tense battle unfold, Lin Haichuan felt a surge of anxiety, yet with his own injuries still unhealed, he knew his intervention would be futile. Lin Feng, aware of the inevitability of losing if he merely defended, sought Wu Yang's vulnerabilities. He recognized that Wu Yang's greatest asset was his pair of claws. If he could neutralize them, victory would be within reach. Thus, he fought while retreating, gradually maneuvering to the copper cauldron in the hall. Encouraged by Lin Feng's retreat, Wu Yang pressed the attack, only to find Lin Feng quickly ducking behind the copper cauldron and charging at him with it. Lin Feng exerted all his strength, and with a resounding crash, the cauldron collided with Wu Yang, embedding his claws deep into it. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng sprang from behind the cauldron, launching a punch aimed straight at Wu Yang's face. However, Wu Yang, experienced in battle, deftly evaded the blow by tilting his head, yet Lin Feng swiftly altered his punch into a palm strike, which landed squarely on Wu Yang's left shoulder. The impact sent Wu Yang staggering back several steps before he steadied himself, the acute pain informing him that his left arm was momentarily incapacitated. Nevertheless, he glared fiercely at Lin Feng, as if resolved to take them both down together. "Stop, there have already been too many injuries today. Let us allow everyone to recuperate," Lin Haichuan urged, noticing Wu Yang's intent to engage in a reckless exchange. "We are leaving," Li Jinwen huffed angrily. "Wait a moment, you've injured so many people. If you plan to leave, you must compensate for their medical expenses," Lin Feng interjected, blocking Li Jinwen's exit. "Very well, here is 100 taels of silver for the medical expenses of those injured today," Li Jinwen said, producing a banknote from his pocket and handing it to Lin Haichuan. "Mark my words, young man, this grudge will be repaid." Wu Yang growled menacingly. "If I were afraid of you, I would not bear the surname Lin today. I have merely struck you once. Next time, it shall be a far more severe reckoning, at least 10 or 8 punches." Lin Feng replied defiantly, raising an eyebrow. Wu Yang, infuriated by Lin Feng's words, stumbled slightly, casting a furious glare at him before turning to leave. The humiliation of being defeated by a mere teenager was unbearable. As the people from the Jinbin martial arts school departed, the hall erupted in jubilant cheers, yet Lin Feng's expression remained somber. He knew his victory had been a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the copper cauldron, he would likely have faced a more daunting defeat. This realization deepened his understanding of the importance of strength. "Uncle Haichuan, I will return to my training. Contact me if necessary," Lin Feng said to Lin Haichuan. who was busy organizing the care for the injured. Alright, go ahead, but your clothes are torn, you should change before continuing, Lin Haichuan replied after a moment's hesitation. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Feng reflected on the earlier battle, replaying Wu Yang's techniques in his mind, and soon found himself practicing unconsciously. He was so engrossed in his training that he did not notice when Lin Haichuan returned. Ha, Wu Yang, next time we spar, you shall suffer an even more crushing defeat. Lin Feng chuckled to himself as he trained. After much contemplation, he had finally discerned Wu Yang's weaknesses. He was confident that if they were to duel again, he could defeat Wu Yang within 20 moves. The ability to devise a counter to Wu Yang's techniques in merely 2 or 3 hours was a testament to Lin Feng's genius. Bai Hantian had once been astounded by Lin Feng's rapid mastery of martial arts. Recognizing his exceptional talent in learning techniques, Lin Feng's innate gifts were already commendable, and after a month of practice with Ji Tianzhou, his understanding had only deepened, as she possessed at least a dozen different martial arts styles. This broadening of perspective facilitated Lin Feng's comprehension of various techniques, and since Wu Yang's claw techniques were not particularly sophisticated, he was able to quickly devise a counter. Elated by his newfound understanding of how to counter Wu Yang's claws, Lin Feng's spirits lifted, invigorating his training. Young man, you've been practicing all day, are you not hungry? Lin Haichuan's voice interrupted Lin Feng's concentration. Uncle Haichuan, when did you return? It has grown dark, Lin Feng asked, perplexed. You foolish boy, it is already evening. Since you returned, you've been engrossed in your practice, while cultivation is important. Your health is even more crucial. Regardless of what you are training in, you must eat, otherwise you may find the dining hall closed. Lin Haichuan admonished earnestly. I will head to the dining hall now. I was so absorbed in my practice that I lost track of time. I am indeed feeling quite hungry, Lin Feng replied with a sheepish laugh. Starving, Lin Feng resolved to indulge himself at the dining hall. He was genuinely satisfied with the meals provided by the Changwei escort agency. If you find that insufficient, I can prepare more for you. Young men do have hearty appetites, the head chef remarked as he approached Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had not been with the Changwei escort agency for long, the staff had taken a liking to him, especially since he had helped repel a formidable foe that day. No need, this is enough for me. You should return to your duties, Lin Feng replied politely. Very well, Lin Feng, if you find the food lacking, do come find me, the chef said before turning back to the kitchen. Chapter 25, The Conspiracy of Qi Changfa. While Lin Feng was enjoying his dinner, Qi Changfa unexpectedly ventured alone outside Jinyun City. On a dirt slope beyond the city, a figure clad in a black robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon spotting the elder, Qi Changfa rushed over and knelt before him, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Uncle, you have finally arrived. I have been wronged by treacherous individuals and lost an arm. I beseech you to seek justice for me. The old man in black was none other than Qi Changfa's uncle, Qi Bowen, an outer elder of the Iron Wall sect. He had hastened to Jinyun City after receiving his nephew's letter. Did I not instruct you to refrain from contacting me once you left the sect? Have you forgotten my words? Qi Bowen replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Uncle, can you bear to watch as your nephew is bullied? If you do not intervene, I may very well die in the streets, and our Qi family would face extinction, Qi Changfa implored, knowing that if his uncle truly intended to abandon him, he would not have come to Jinyun City. Enough of your excuses, let me see your injury first, Qi Bowen commanded. Despite his stern demeanor, he could not bring himself to turn away, for their family had not thrived, and only he and his brother remained of his generation. With no family of his own, Qi Changfa was now the sole descendant of the Qi lineage. Qi Changfa extended his injured arm, and after a careful examination, Qi Bowen remarked, though your arm is severely injured. With the sect's spiritual medicine, it can be healed. However, such medicine is rare. I will find a way to procure some for you upon my return to the sect. Thank you, uncle, Qi Changfa expressed, bowing deeply. Rise, Changfa, you are still my nephew. Now tell me how your arm was injured, Qi Bowen inquired. Hearing his uncle's words, Qi Changfa felt a glimmer of hope for vengeance and recounted his conflict with Lin Haichuan and how Lin Feng had injured him. Naturally, he distorted the truth, portraying Lin Haichuan as a bully and Lin Feng as a hired hand sent to deal with him. That little escort head is truly overstepping his bounds. Tomorrow, you shall take me to the Changwei escort agency, and I will take care of these two scoundrels for you, Qi Bowen declared with fury. It would not be appropriate for you, uncle, to act in such a manner. As a cultivator, it is unbecoming to unleash your prowess upon an ordinary individual, especially when that individual, Lin Feng, is merely a junior. To strike against a younger generation in front of others is indeed a loss of dignity for a senior like yourself. Furthermore, they coerced me into agreeing to a truce before the head of the escort. and I found it quite easy to turn back on my word. Shi Changfa expressed his sentiments thus. What do you propose then? Shi Bowen inquired. My nephew has a splendid idea. I shall devise a way to lure Lin Feng to the slopes of Sheiyang Mountain outside Jinyan City. And you, uncle, can take action to incapacitate him. As for Lin Haichuan, once my injuries have healed, I shall deal with him accordingly. Shi Changfa's eyes glimmered with malicious intent. Very well, let it be as you say. Shi Bowen contemplated for a moment before speaking. He too felt that his nephew's words held merit. For a senior cultivator to engage a youth was indeed beneath his stature, since it was not fitting to incapacitate the junior in plain sight. It would be prudent to act in a secluded area instead. Then I shall trouble you, uncle, the moment that Brad exits the city. I will send word to you, and you may proceed to Sheiyang Mountain ahead of time. Shi Changfa stated, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy at the prospect of having his uncle personally intervene. After all, his uncle was a master of the inner cultivation realm, more than capable of handling Lin Feng. A mere outer cultivation practitioner, the thought of Lin Feng's tragic fate nearly made Shi Changfa chuckle, though he maintained the facade of a victim before his uncle. Suppressing his laughter, Shi Changfa asked his uncle, Uncle, I have made arrangements at the finest tavern in the city to welcome you today. I shall not attend. You may return to the city on your own. We, as cultivators, must endure hardships in our training to achieve progress. One must remember not to indulge in pleasures, Shi Bowen replied with a serene expression. The Iron Wall sect, of which Shi Bowen was a member, consisted of practitioners who were solely devoted to arduous training. The sect's teachings emphasized the forging of willpower, resulting in disciples whose minds were as unyielding as iron. However, their prolonged ascetic lifestyle meant that the members of the Iron Wall sect had limited interaction with the outside world, leading to a lack of understanding of human nature. Otherwise, Shi Bowen would not have been so easily swayed by his nephew's few words. My nephew will heed your teachings, uncle. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Shi Changfa scoffed internally at his uncle's words yet feigned respect as he spoke. Shi Bowen merely nodded in acknowledgement, his expression remaining indifferent. After dinner, Lin Feng returned to his quarters to cultivate. Having made considerable progress that day, recognizing the importance of diligent practice, he resolved to further his efforts to reach the next level. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke refreshed, having made another leap in his cultivation overnight. At this pace, he believed he could reach the pinnacle of the outer cultivation realm within a mere 10 days or so. Zhang Mang arrived at the courtyard and called out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, has the head of the escort risen? Uncle Haichuan is looking for you. Let him know when you're up. Do not shout, Lin Feng. I have no major business, just a piece of news I wish to share with the head of the escort. Zhang Mang exclaimed, startled by Lin Feng's loud call that he would not dare disturb the head of the escort's rest without good reason. What are you shouting for so early? Do you not know I am an injured man who needs rest? Lin Haichuan emerged from his room, glaring at Lin Feng. Uncle Haichuan, it is not I who sought you, it is Zhang Mang who has something to discuss. Lin Feng pointed to Zhang Mang, looking at Zhang Mang. Lin Haichuan thought, could it be that something has occurred again? Head of the escort, someone spotted Su Gu Chao on Sheiyang Mountain. Shouldn't we send someone from our escort agency to gather it? Zhang Mang stepped forward to report. Su Gu Chao, a remarkable herb indeed. However, Sheiyang Mountain is exceedingly steep. Had I not been injured, I would have gone myself. Currently, our escort agency lacks anyone capable of scaling Sheiyang Mountain. Lin Haichuan lamented with regret. What is Su Gu Chao, and where is Sheiyang Mountain? Lin Feng interjected. How could I forget about you, young man? With your abilities, you could certainly venture to Sheiyang Mountain. The primary function of Su Gu Chao is to heal bone and muscle injuries. However, this matter seems a bit suspicious. Most of our men suffered from such injuries yesterday. Today, someone discovers Su Gu Chao, which raises doubts, Lin Haichuan remarked, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He did not notice that Zhang Mang appeared somewhat anxious upon hearing his words. I heard from a herbalist this morning that he had seen Su Gu Chao on Sheiyang Mountain a few days ago. Whether it is true or not remains uncertain. Zhang Mang steadied his emotions and explained. Lin Haichuan took him at his word. Operating an escort agency meant living on the edge, often interacting with medical practitioners and herbalists. If we can acquire Su Gu Chao, uncle, you're in Lin whose injuries would heal more swiftly. If it proves effective, I shall venture to Sheiyang Mountain to gather the herbs for you, Lin Feng declared, eager to assist in treating Lin Haichuan and Lin Hu, even if it meant facing danger. Indeed, it would be beneficial. As for my injuries, with the current recovery speed, it may take 2 months or more to heal fully. However, with Su Gu Chao, I could recover within a month, Lin Haichuan elucidated. Excellent, I shall set off for Sheiyang Mountain at once. Uncle Haichuan, please tell me where it is located and what Su Gu Chao looks like. Lin Feng hurriedly inquired to Lin Haichuan, then explained how to reach Sheiyang Mountain and described the appearance of Su Gu Chao. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng went to prepare horses, intending to accompany Lin Feng on the journey. The two mounted their steeds and galloped out of the city, the scenery blurring past them. Lin Feng felt an extraordinary sense of exhilaration. Although he had ridden before, he had never experienced such speed as Zhang Meng. The horses of our escort agency are remarkably swift. At this pace, we should reach Yin-Yang Mountain in no time, right? Lin Feng asked as they raced along. These are the prized steeds of our agency. We possess only 10 in total, that if all goes well, we could return in time for dinner without issue, Zhang Meng replied with pride. Then we ought to quicken our pace. Returning to the agency for dinner would be ideal, though I have grown unaccustomed to dry rations, Lin Feng remarked, having been spoiled by the fare at Changwei Escort Agency's dining hall. After an hour of galloping, they finally arrived at Sheyang Mountain. Brother Lin Feng, this is Sheyang Mountain. With my skills, I cannot ascend it. You must exercise caution, Zhang Meng indicated towards the steep cliff face before them, true to its name. Sheyang Mountain was indeed quite steep. Without a certain level of skill, one would find it impossible to scale. Zhang Meng, you remain here. I will descend once I have gathered the herbs, Lin Feng instructed as he gazed at the daunting mountain. Stretching his body, Lin Feng began to climb. Although Sheyang Mountain was steep, it posed little challenge for him given his strength. He ascended quickly, vanishing from Zhang Meng's sight in no time. If you perish, do not blame me. Instead, lay the blame on Lin Haichuan. Despite my long service, he has never promoted me to an escort apprentice. After all my hard work attending to him, if he shows no kindness, he cannot complain when I show no loyalty, Zhang Meng muttered to himself as he watched Lin Feng disappear. Chapter 26. The Pact of 10 Moves. Lin Feng swiftly reached a natural platform halfway up the mountain. He decided to search for Su Guchao here, but upon his arrival, he noticed an elderly man standing by the cliffside. The old man wore a black robe, had an unremarkable appearance, yet his physique was exceptionally robust, rivaling that of a young man. The wrinkles on his face, however, indicated that he was not in his youth. Old man, have you come to gather herbs as well? Have you seen Su Guchao? Lin Feng discerned that this elder was no ordinary person, as one could not reach this height without a certain level of capability. Young lad, are you named Lin Feng? The old man in the black robe fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, an overpowering aura pressing down upon him. Indeed, I am Lin Feng. How does the elder know my name? Lin Feng replied, instinctively taking a few steps back while secretly bracing himself. The pressure emanating from the old man was formidable. Though Lin Feng did not recognize the elder, he surmised that he might be a hired hand from Jin Bin Martial Arts or Qi Changfa, sent to deal with him. Sensing the elder's formidable strength, Lin Feng prepared to flee. However, being on a mountainside with sheer cliffs on 3 sides left him with little avenue for escape. Well done, young man. Do you know Qi Changfa? Was it not his arm that you broke? Before Lin Feng could ponder further, the elder posed another question. So it was a helper sent by Qi Changfa. This despicable fellow has deceived me. It seems his words before the head of the escort were all lies. The claims of Su Guchao being spotted on Sheyang Mountain were likely false as well, merely a ruse to lure me here. Could it be that he intends to kill me to silence me? Lin Feng feigned calmness and queried, though internally he regretted his previous arrogance. Knowing he had broken Qi Changfa's arm and offended Jin Bin Martial Arts, he should have been more cautious, yet here he was, trapped in an inescapable situation. You are quite astute, but also mistaken. Luring you to Sheyang Mountain was to prevent your escape, and it is well known among cultivators that battle should not harm ordinary individuals. Yet you, young man, have dared to break my nephew's arm. Although my nephew is skilled, he is still merely an ordinary person, Qi Bowen stated calmly, unfazed by Lin Feng's earlier remarks. I do not concern myself with the notions of right and wrong. All I comprehend is that your nephew has assaulted me, and breaking his arm is merely a consequence of his own actions. If you wish to strike me as a lesson, then do so swiftly. Spare me your grandiloquent philosophies. Lin Feng spoke with an air of disdain, having discerned that this elder was intent on reprimanding him. Escape was no longer an option, and pleading for mercy would likely be in vain. It would be better to confront this elder head-on. You sharp-tongued brat, rest assured, I shall not take your life today, Qi Bowen declared. Upon hearing that he would not be killed, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, he was still but a youth. However, what Qi Bowen said next chilled his heart. You broke my nephew's arm. Is it unreasonable for me to take one of yours in return, you old scoundrel? Are you toying with me? You dare to threaten me with the loss of an arm? Do you truly believe Lin Feng is so easily intimidated? Lin Feng retorted fiercely, glaring defiantly. To be left as an amputee was a fate worse than death. The cultivation techniques he practiced relied on a complete bodily form to establish a cycle of elemental energy. Any physical imperfection would disrupt this harmony, stunting his progress. If he were to lose an arm, His body would no longer be whole, and he would be barred from reaching the pinnacle of external cultivation, effectively severing his path of advancement. A loss of an arm would not merely be an inconvenience. It would cripple his very essence of cultivation. Such a proposition was unacceptable to someone like Lin Feng, who regarded his training as a matter of life and death. You dare to be so bold? Qi Bowen bellowed, the pressure mounting upon Lin Feng. The overwhelming aura left Lin Feng struggling for breath, yet his gaze remained resolute, determined to stand his ground against the elder. A bit of spirit. I see it. I shall grant you an opportunity. I will only use my left hand to contend with you. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, I will let you go, Qi Bowen stated. A hint of admiration for Lin Feng evident in his tone. He recognized Lin Feng's unwavering will, aligning with the principles of their Iron Wall sect's martial philosophy. Had he not suffered the loss of his nephew's arm, he might have considered letting Lin Feng off the hook today. Do not renege on your word, Lin Feng replied, sensing a glimmer of hope. But the elder's strength was inscrutable, yet the limitation of using only one hand presented him with a significant opportunity. Fear not, I, Qi Bowen of the Iron Wall sect, am a man of my word. Prepare yourself, for I shall strike now. Qi Bowen's left hand transformed into a claw, lunging towards Lin Feng's right hand with the intention of incapacitating him. Lin Feng stepped back, deflecting Qi Bowen's claw with a swift motion. However, he had underestimated Qi Bowen's prowess. Though he employed deftness, the impact left his right arm tingling with numbness. From this exchange, he discerned that Qi Bowen was considerably stronger than Ji Tianzhao, and the challenge of enduring 10 strikes would be formidable. Without granting Lin Feng a moment to ponder, Qi Bowen unleashed another claw aimed at Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng barely evaded the blow. Realizing that if he continued to evade, he would inevitably be struck within 3 more moves. He resolved to adopt an offensive approach, thrusting his left hand toward Qi Bowen's throat, targeting the vulnerability of his opponent. Although Qi Bowen was adept in internal cultivation and could wield elemental energy for defense, he was loath to confront Lin Feng's attack against such a fragile area. Qi Bowen easily parried Lin Feng's strike with his left hand. But Lin Feng had a follow-up move prepared, a kick aimed directly between Qi Bowen's legs. You rascal, Qi Bowen exclaimed, caught off guard by Lin Feng's shamelessness. Not only had he attempted to incapacitate him, but he had resorted to such underhanded tactics. Nevertheless, Qi Bowen deftly retreated, evading the kick with ease. You have already unleashed 4 strikes, and after 6 more, you must release me, Lin Feng said with a grin. His words not a mere reminder but a calculated taunt. When angered, individuals often falter, and should Qi Bowen err, Lin Feng would seize the opportunity to withstand the ensuing 6 strikes. However, Qi Bowen had trained for decades. He was not so easily provoked by Lin Feng's provocations. You mistake my intentions, young one. I initially intended to grant you a chance, but since you have resorted to such underhanded tactics, do not blame me for being unyielding. Qi Bowen glared at Lin Feng, his resolve hardened. Although Lin Feng's prior strikes had not found their mark, they had prompted Qi Bowen to treat this cunning youth with the seriousness he warranted. Any technique that can counter you is a fair one. Given your superior strength, employing unconventional methods is the only way to withstand your 10 strikes, Lin Feng retorted, unconcerned with Qi Bowen's words. Now was not the time for scruples. He would utilize any means necessary to thwart Qi Bowen's assault. With a fierce glare, Qi Bowen ceased his verbal sparring, channeling his elemental energy into his feet. In an instant, he surged toward Lin Feng, his left palm aimed directly at Lin Feng's right shoulder. Should Qi Bowen succeed, Lin Feng's shoulder would surely be shattered. Lin Feng, sensing the disparity in their speeds, attempted to evade the strike but could only manage a slight sidestep. Though he did not fully escape Qi Bowen's blow, he significantly mitigated its force, sparing himself from a catastrophic fate. Yet, Lin Feng's condition was far from favorable. His right arm could no longer be lifted, severely hindering his mobility. Aware of the impending assault from Qi Bowen, he relinquished his resistance, letting his arms fall to his sides. Since you have surrendered, I shall take your right arm, Qi Bowen announced, his left hand reaching for Lin Feng's right arm. Lin Feng made no effort to resist, allowing Qi Bowen to seize his arm with a mere exertion of force. Qi Bowen could easily crush Lin Feng's right limb. However, in a surprising turn of events, Lin Feng stepped forward, positioning himself nearly flush against Qi Bowen. Realizing the peril too late, Qi Bowen attempted to retreat but found it was already too late. Lin Feng's right hand grasped Qi Bowen's left sleeve tightly, while his left hand lunged toward Qi Bowen's eyes. With no time to evade, Qi Bowen raised his right hand to block, simultaneously channeling his elemental energy to repel Lin Feng. Lin Feng was propelled back 5 meters by the force of Qi Bowen's energy, landing on the ground without a hint of despair. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Elder, you have lost. you have used your right hand, Lin Feng declared with a hint of joy, deeming this a narrow escape. You misunderstand. I stated I would use my left hand against you. Not that I would refrain from using my right hand for defense today. I shall claim your arm. Do not resist futilely. Qi Bo encountered, genuinely surprised by Lin Feng's cunning and audacity. He realized he had irreparably offended Lin Feng. And there was no turning back. At that moment, Qi Bowen felt a murderous intent rising within him, as Lin Feng's demeanor resembled that of a disciple trained in a prestigious sect. Regretting not having ascertained Lin Feng's background before acting rashly, he resolved that since he had already antagonized the youth, he might as well go all the way and eliminate him. You old scoundrel! How dare you go back on your word? Lin Feng exclaimed in anger, incredulous at Qi Bowen's shamelessness. With his mind made up, Qi Bowen wasted no further time, launching a fist aimed at Lin Feng's head. Intent on delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself utterly defenseless. Qi Bowen had already inflicted significant internal damage, leaving him with no means to resist, yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, a flash of white light darted between the two. Lin Feng felt a gentle breeze sweep past him, while Qi Bowen staggered back several steps to regain his balance. Suddenly, a young man clad in white appeared between them. Tall and strikingly handsome, a rare beauty in the world. He appeared to be in his 20s, and though his attire was white, it was adorned with intricate patterns, featuring a character for rain embroidered on the left breast. His flamboyant appearance exuded a rather frivolous air. Who are you, and why do you interfere with my affairs? Qi Bowen demanded, taken aback that his full-force strike had been effortlessly blocked by this newcomer. Indicating that the man's cultivation was far superior to his own, with great effort, Lin Feng rose to his feet and addressed the young man respectfully. I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. May I ask your name? You possess a unique character, which I admire. Once I have dealt with this old fellow, we shall converse further, the young man replied, his voice soothing and reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. You old fool, not only bully the younger generation but also lack integrity. I, Mo Xiaotian, have little patience for your kind. I offer you a chance, if you can withstand a single strike from me. I shall grant you your freedom, Mo Xiaotian said, casting a disdainful glance at Qi Bowen. Having arrived at Sheiyang Mountain for leisure and to admire the scenery, Mo Xiaotian initially paid little mind to the confrontation between Lin Feng and Qi Bowen. While Qi Bowen's actions bore the hallmarks of bullying, he had only employed one hand. However, Qi Bowen's breach of trust had irked Mo Xiaotian, compelling him to intervene in this matter. I am an elder of the Iron Wall sect. I hope that you will show me some respect and refrain from interfering in my affairs with this youth, Qi Bowen said politely, having realized that Mo Xiaotian's strength likely surpassed his own. He sought to appease the young man with courteous words, believing that once Mo Xiaotian learned of his identity, he would refrain from further aggression. You old man are quite loquacious, regardless of your status as merely an elder of the Iron Wall sect. Even if you were the sect leader, you hold no value in my eyes. Refrain from entertaining any further notions and focus instead on how to withstand my strike, once I have dealt with you. I shall continue to relish the scenery. Mo Xiaotian remarked, his gaze drifting with impatience towards the horizon. You are being excessively arrogant. Today, I shall take your blow head on and see what you can do to me. Qi Bowen seethed with indignation, having never encountered such audacity. The notion that someone could dismiss the leader of the Iron Wall sect with such disdain was nothing short of folly. One must remember that the sect leader is a formidable master of the harmonization realm, renowned throughout Qingdi Wanzhou. Without further contemplation, Qi Bowen resolved to attack first, channeling all his inner force into his right palm. He intended to unleash his most celebrated technique, the Iron Palm Mountain Smash, striking forth with a force as swift as lightning. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's face blanched in terror. Had Qi Bowen executed this move moments prior, his demise would have been assured, and he could not help but inwardly lament his fortunate escape. Mo Xiaotian, observing Qi Bowen's relentless assault, showed no inclination to evade. This delighted Qi Bowen, prompting him to instinctively intensify his palm's force, just as Qi Bowen's palm was a mere foot away from Mo Xiaotian. Countless minute droplets of water manifested around him, swirling rapidly in a mesmerizing dance. These droplets, seemingly devoid of offensive or defensive power, nonetheless managed to obstruct Qi Bowen's fierce strike. Moreover, the droplets began to entwine along Qi Bowen's arm, causing him to retreat in haste, desperate to shake off their relentless grip. Yet, Qi Bowen's speed proved insufficient. The droplets transformed into flickering blue glimmers, swiftly rotating and slicing into his arm, rendering it a mass of shredded flesh. Ah, you have manifested your inner force. You are a practitioner of the sorcery realm, Qi Bowen shrieked, clutching the severed limb as agony coursed through him. The strangeness and cruelty of Mo Xiaotian's attack astonished Lin Feng. Yet he felt no sympathy for Chi Bowen. "You wicked old man, this is your retribution. The more force you exerted, the greater the backlash. Had you not launched a full frontal assault, you would not find yourself in this predicament. Now, you have no business remaining here, old man, you may leave," Mo Xiaotian stated with disdain, as if he had merely carried out an inconsequential task. Chi Bowen's fury surged, yet he dared not refute Mo Xiaotian's words. Instead, he cast a malevolent glare at Lin Feng. Having redirected his wrath towards him, Lin Feng, undeterred by Chi Bowen's fierce gaze, returned the glare with equal intensity. Mo Xiaotian, noticing Chi Bowen's expression, remarked, "Young brother, it seems this old fellow harbors resentment towards you. He will undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. Allow me to rid you of this nuisance. Did you not claim you would only deliver a single strike? If you act again, you would be contradicting your own words. Are you not the one who despises those who go back on their word?" Chi Bowen hastily retorted, instinctively taking a step back. A fear gripped him, for he understood that Mo Xiaotian was at least a practitioner of the sorcery realm. And to him, eliminating Chi Bowen would be as simple as slaughtering livestock. "I am not one to contradict myself, and besides, I have not struck you even once. The severing of your arm was merely the autonomous counterattack of my protective spell." Mo Xiaotian replied with a chuckle. "Senior, may I have a word?" Lin Feng interjected suddenly. Mo Xiaotian looked at Lin Feng, puzzled, but permitted him to speak. "Senior, please spare him today. I vow that when I have matured in my cultivation, I shall seek him out to exact vengeance for today's grievances," Lin Feng declared, his tone resolute. Mo Xiaotian placed a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, increasingly impressed by the young man's ambition. "Well said, lad. Today, consider yourself fortunate, old man. Begone swiftly. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed sir," Chi Bowen replied, departing hastily without a backward glance, having narrowly escaped with his life due to Lin Feng's words. "Old man, should you dare to seek revenge on my young brother, you shall meet your end," Mo Xiaotian whispered to Chi Bowen. The latter nodded in understanding and quickly retreated. "Truly, I wonder which sect could cultivate a disciple of your caliber, determined, cunning, and ambitious. Such talent at your age is indeed rare," Mo Xiaotian commented with a smile. In response, "Esteemed sir, I am but a solitary cultivator, not a disciple of any sect," Lin Feng respectfully replied, deeply grateful to Mo Xiaotian for his timely intervention, which had undoubtedly saved his life. "You are not deceiving me, are you? You claim to be a solitary cultivator, yet your mastery of the body refinement technique far surpasses that of typical solitary practitioners. It is evident you possess the authentic cultivation methods of a major sect. Had it not been for your solid foundation in genuine techniques, you would not have withstood that old fellow for so long." Mo Xiaotian remarked, skepticism evident in his expression. "Esteemed sir, I would not dare deceive you. I practice the body refinement technique of the Crystal Palace, though I have only been fortunate enough to learn it. Regrettably, I lack the fortune to join the Crystal Palace and have spent these years cultivating alone," Lin Feng hastily explained upon sensing Mo Xiaotian's doubt. "I see, you taught yourself, and the Crystal Valley's failure to accept you as a disciple is indeed their loss. Your talent is commendable. It is merely unfortunate you have yet to encounter someone discerning," Mo Xiaotian mused, puzzled as to why the one who had taught Lin Feng had not recognized such potential. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yutian, taken under by Han Tian's wing, possessed an even more remarkable talent, rendering Lin Feng's abilities comparatively modest. "Esteemed sir, since you deem my talent worthy, would you consider taking me as your disciple?" Lin Feng cautiously inquired. "Do not call me esteemed sir any longer. I admire your character. Should you wish, simply refer to me as Brother Mo. Your talent is commendable, yet I am rather lazy and unwilling to take on disciples." Mo Xiaotian replied with a chuckle, "Since Brother Mo is unwilling to take on disciples, I shall not press the matter. Merely to have met a person of your caliber is already a blessing in my life. Were it not for your timely aid, I would not have survived today," Lin Feng remarked, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. "Do not be disheartened, young brother. While I cannot be your master, I can certainly offer you some guidance in your cultivation," Mo Xiaotian began, yet was interrupted as his communication jade began to emit sounds. In an instant Mo Xiaotian leaped into the air, hovering as if his feet were firmly planted on solid ground. A protective blue and white aura surrounding him. Lin Feng, witnessing this feat, realized that Mo Xiaotian was not merely a practitioner of the sorcery realm, but rather someone of higher cultivation, as only those above the harmonization realm possessed the ability to soar unaided. No wonder he had so casually dismissed the Iron Wall sect. It became apparent that his strength rivaled that of its leader. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. If even a practitioner of the harmonization realm recognized his talent, perhaps he truly possessed great potential, and there might be hope for him to join the Crystal Palace one day. As Lin Feng pondered, Mo Xiaotian completed his conversation and descended slowly, his demeanor grave. Young brother, I had intended to impart some cultivation techniques, but it appears time is of the essence. The sect requires my urgent return. However, I have a technique for you to cultivate in the inner realm, and I hope you can reach that stage soon. Additionally, take this vial of healing elixir, it will greatly benefit your injuries. Lin Feng accepted the cultivation technique and healing elixir, yet he did not glance at them. Instead, expressing his reluctance, Brother Mo, though our acquaintance has been brief, I sincerely wish you could remain longer, not for any other reason than to enjoy the picturesque views of Sheyang Mountain together. For once we part today, I know not when we shall meet again. Foolish brother, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. It is the way of the world. As long as you devote yourself to your cultivation, we shall undoubtedly meet again. I have high hopes for you. May you carve out your name in the realm of cultivation. Mo Xiaotian laughed, his demeanor carefree, before he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of white light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, Brother Mo, I shall not forget my cultivation. The next time we meet, I will undoubtedly be stronger, living up to your expectations. Lin Feng called out to the direction in which Mo Xiaotian had disappeared. After gazing into the distance for a while, Lin Feng turned his attention to the cultivation technique and healing elixir in his hands. After some contemplation, he resolved to return to the escort agency first to study the technique. As for the healing elixir, he decided to consume one to alleviate his injuries. Once the potion coursed through his system, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, significantly easing his pain, feeling considerably better. Lin Feng made his way down the mountain to return to the escort agency, his mind occupied with a lingering question: was Zhang Meng in cahoots with Qi Changfa? The whispers regarding Sheyang Mountain and the news of the continuation of the bone grass originated from Zhang Meng. It is evident that Qi Bowen must have received a tip-off prior to his ambush at Sheyang Mountain, otherwise how could he have known of his visit today? Thus, the suspicion surrounding Zhang Meng is undoubtedly the greatest. However, without solid evidence, it remains challenging to ascertain the truth. Yet, Lin Feng has already convinced himself that Zhang Meng is indeed the informant. Upon seeing Lin Feng descend the mountain unscathed, Zhang Meng's heart began to race with a hint of panic. Are you somewhat disappointed to see me emerge unharmed, Zhang Meng? Lin Feng remarked with a touch of sarcasm, having concluded that Zhang Meng is a traitor. Lin Feng, while not intending to take any drastic measures against him, certainly would not bestow upon him any semblance of goodwill. Brother Lin, what are you saying? I am overjoyed to see you safe and sound. How could I possibly be disappointed? Zhang Meng replied, though his voice trembled slightly, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Observing his nervous demeanor only solidified Lin Feng's suspicions. You are most aware of your own deeds. When I return, I will inform Uncle Haichuan of everything, and how he chooses to deal with you is his prerogative. Lin Feng spoke with disdain. Suddenly Zhang Meng's knees buckled, and he knelt before Lin Feng. Brother Lin, I implore you, do not disclose this to Captain Lin. I was merely momentarily confused. Please grant me this one reprieve. I bow before you, having never witnessed such a display. Lin Feng felt a flicker of sympathy. After all, it is said that a man's knees are as precious as gold. Watching Zhang Meng repeatedly bow, Lin Feng's anger began to dissipate. He considered that perhaps Zhang Meng acted out of desperation or was coerced by Qi Chang. Rise, Zhang Meng. We shall discuss this matter further at the escort bureau, where you can adequately explain yourself to both me and Uncle Haichuan. Lin Feng suggested after a moment's reflection. Brother Lin, if you cannot forgive me, I shall remain kneeling forever, Zhang Meng exclaimed, continuing to bow until his forehead met the hard ground. Drawing blood, Lin Feng, feeling a twinge of pity, stepped forward to assist him. Little did he know Zhang Meng's act was but a ruse. He swiftly brandished a dagger hidden in his sleeve and thrust it toward Lin Feng's chest. Caught unawares due to his inexperience in the ways of the world, Lin Feng was struck by the dagger with a swift and vicious attack. You will not escape death. Once you perish, Captain Qi will deal with Lin Haichuan, and you two will accompany each other on the road to the underworld. Zhang Meng sneered, his face contorted with malice. Yet Zhang Meng was unaware that Lin Feng was a practitioner at the late stage of external cultivation. With a body as tough as iron and bronze, impervious to ordinary blades, Lin Feng's ire surged upon hearing Zhang Meng's words. He had never encountered such a treacherous and shameless individual. You scoundrel! Perish! Lin Feng roared, delivering a powerful strike to Zhang Meng's crown. The force of Lin Feng's blow was fueled by his rage, causing Zhang Meng's eyes to bulge, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Without need for further examination, it was clear that Zhang Meng's skull had been shattered by Lin Feng's might. As Lin Feng gazed upon Zhang Meng's lifeless form, a knot of unease settled in his heart. Although the sensation of taking a life for the first time was unsettling, Lin Feng did not harbor regrets. Ridding the world of a villain such as Zhang Meng was indeed a service to society. With Qi Chang's malicious intent toward his uncle and himself unquenched, he pondered whether he should seek an opportunity to eliminate him as well, or perhaps consult Uncle Haichuan upon his return. Lin Feng mused aloud. Riding swiftly on his steed, Lin Feng made his way back to the Changwei Escort Bureau, where his first order of business was to recount the events at Sheiyang Mountain to Lin Haichuan. The latter listened in shock, realizing that Qi Chang had indeed sought to harm Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng's fortune prevailed as he had encountered Mo Xiaotian, who intervened in his defense, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Losing an arm was trivial compared to losing one's life. When Lin Feng narrated Zhang Meng's ambush, Lin Haichuan slammed his palm upon the table in fury. Of this ingrate, had I not taken pity on this orphaned wretch and taken him into the escort bureau as a laborer, he might have perished on the streets. Now emboldened, he dares to betray me. I shall personally make him pay. Uncle Haichuan, you may no longer have the opportunity to deal with this scoundrel yourself, Lin Feng replied calmly. Did you allow that rascal to escape? Lin Haichuan thundered. Of course not. In my fury, I struck him down on the spot, so you will not have the chance to settle the score with that rogue. The pressing matter at hand is whether we should take the initiative to deal with Qi Chang. He is the mastermind behind this affair, and as long as he lives, he will remain a threat to us. Lin Feng understood the necessity of eradicating evil entirely. Good riddance. Your strike was a fitting end for him, Lin Haichuan declared, slapping his thigh as he rose. He paced the room before continuing. Let us await the return of the chief escort before deciding on Qi Chang's fate. After all, he is our leader, and without evidence, we cannot act against him directly. Captain Lin is back. A subordinate has something to report. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Li Qing, is it? Come in and speak. Lin Haichuan said, his brow furrowed slightly. As Li Qing entered and bowed, he stated, Captain Lin, just moments ago, Captain Qi withdrew 500 taels of silver from the accounts and hurriedly left the city. I suspect something untoward is afoot, so I took the liberty of informing you. You have keen instincts. I appreciate your diligence. I shall look into this. You may leave now, Lin Haichuan replied thoughtfully. From now on, the duties previously assigned to Zhang Meng will be entrusted to you. Perform well and do not bring shame upon me. Thank you, Captain Lin. I will do my utmost not to disappoint your expectations. Li Qing said, his face alight with gratitude. Although he and Zhang Meng were both laborers, Zhang Meng's responsibilities were less demanding and yielded greater rewards among their peers. Lin Haichuan waved him off, and Li Qing exited the room. Qi Chang's escape is swift. He is fortunate indeed, Lin Feng lamented. From Zhang Meng's betrayal, he learned that one must not show mercy toward evildoers. Had he not possessed such a resilient physique, he might have easily met his demise today. Thus, he was resolute in not letting Qi Chang, the instigator, escape unpunished. However, with Qi Chang now out of the city, capturing him would prove difficult, since Qi Chang has fled. Let us leave the matter be. With my current strength, I cannot stir up any significant trouble, Lin Haichuan sighed. Since Qi Chang has absconded, my presence here is no longer necessary. Uncle Haichuan, I shall take my leave. My encounter with Qi Bowen today has greatly benefited me, advancing my progress toward the pinnacle of external cultivation. Lin Feng expressed with excitement. Each step forward in his training brought him joy, especially after his first true clash with a skilled practitioner. He found himself dreaming of the day he might attain Mo Xiaotian's level, becoming a cultivator capable of soaring through the heavens without reliance on external aids. While your progress is commendable, do not rush your cultivation, Lin Haichuan cautioned. Although the paths of martial arts and cultivation may differ, the principle that haste makes waste applies universally. Rest assured, Uncle Haichuan, I am well aware of such elementary truths. When I first began practicing the body refining and nurturing essence technique, Master Bai emphasized this very point. Lin Feng replied with a smile. I am glad to hear that. Your intelligence suggests I need not worry. Lin Haichuan responded with satisfaction, pleased that Lin Feng had not become arrogant despite his newfound strength. Lin Feng then produced a healing elixir from his robe and handed it to Lin Haichuan. I nearly forgot. This is the healing medicine given to me by Brother Mo. I used one earlier, and its effects were remarkable. Please take these others, Uncle Haichuan. Lin Haichuan chuckled, accepting one of the elixirs. Your Brother Mo is indeed a master of cultivation. This healing medicine must be of exceptional quality. I will accept this one, but keep the rest for yourself. Lin Feng retrieved the remaining elixirs. Uncle Haichuan, I shall return to my training now. Should this single elixir prove insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more. Lin Haichuan shook his head with a smile. You have also sustained injuries today. It would be wise to rest. Understood, Lin Feng replied. Upon returning to his chamber, he quieted his mind to reflect on his battle with Qi Bowen. New insights emerged, yet he realized that defeating Qi Bowen would be nearly impossible given the disparity in their strengths. Mere finesse and technique would not suffice. It appears I must hasten my advancement to the peak of external cultivation to even have a chance of exchanging blows with those of inner cultivation. Lin Feng contemplated. Chapter 29. The rematch with Wu Yang. A little over a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, Lin Feng did not allow a moment of relaxation. Diligently training each day, whenever he encountered uncertainties, he would consult the cultivation insights provided by Ji Tianzhou. Finally, on one auspicious morning, Lin Feng achieved a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of external cultivation, a form impervious to weakness. With a body of bronze and iron invulnerable to common weaponry and significant enhancements in both strength and speed. At last, I have leveled up, now I have a real chance of becoming an escort. Lin Feng exclaimed with a triumphant shout. Lin Feng, what on earth are you making such a racket about this early in the morning? Lin Haichuan's voice echoed from within the house as he stepped outside. Before he could utter another word, Lin Feng had rushed to him, brimming with excitement. Uncle Haichuan, I have advanced, I am now a practitioner at the peak of external cultivation, I am aware of your advancement. But surely there is no need to be this ecstatic, Lin Haichuan replied. Lin Haichuan looked at Lin Feng with suspicion. Uncle Haichuan, you don't understand, I am now impervious to harm, with no weaknesses remaining. If you don't believe me, feel free to try, Lin Feng explained, noticing the disbelief on Lin Haichuan's face. How shall I try? Lin Haichuan, intrigued, decided to test Lin Feng's newfound strength. Uncle Haichuan, please wait a moment. Lin Feng swiftly dashed into the house, returning shortly with a steel blade in hand. Uncle Haichuan, strike with all your might at this spot, Lin Feng said, pointing to his neck. You little rascal, I know your body is as hard as iron, but my full-powered strike could cleave through ordinary steel. Don't be reckless, Lin Haichuan admonished with a laugh. I'm not being reckless, I truly have achieved an impervious body. There's no way you can harm me now, Lin Feng insisted, growing impatient with Lin Haichuan's skepticism. Are you really not afraid of this steel blade? Lin Haichuan asked. Lin Feng nodded resolutely. Seeing Lin Feng's determination, Lin Haichuan decided to give it a try. He unleashed a strike with 30% of his strength. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the blade came down, yet Lin Feng bore no mark upon his neck. Uncle Haichuan, did you really put any effort into that? I felt nothing. Go ahead and use all your strength, Lin Feng remarked with some dissatisfaction. You brat, I'm just worried about injuring you, Lin Haichuan replied, before swinging the blade once more, this time with 80% of his power. Though the strike was powerful, it still failed to leave a scratch on Lin Feng's neck. In contrast, the steel blade shattered into several pieces from the recoil. You truly have become a monster. Invulnerable to blades and arrows, my strike couldn't even graze your skin, Lin Haichuan exclaimed, astonished. If I'm a monster, then the young lady is even more of a monster. Her strength far surpasses mine, though I have greatly improved. I can barely hold my own against her for a dozen or 20 exchanges, Lin Feng said, pleased with his progress yet not overly arrogant, knowing the significant gap in power that still existed. It seems you still have your wits about you, not forgetting your place due to your newfound strength. Tonight, I'll have the cafeteria prepare a feast to celebrate your achievements, Lin Haichuan said, genuinely delighted. Recognizing Lin Feng's success as a point of pride for himself, having brought Lin Feng into the escort agency, Lin Feng smirked mischievously. Uncle Haichuan, you are correct, we must celebrate today, but not at the agency. Are you suggesting we go to a tavern to celebrate? Do you have the money for that? Don't expect me to foot the bill, Lin Haichuan remarked, casting a wary glance at Lin Feng. Not at all, Uncle Haichuan, you are overthinking it. Today, I intend to celebrate at the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall. Last time, they injured so many of our people, merely compensating us with silver won't suffice, especially since Wu Yang seems quite unwilling to accept his defeat to me. Now that my strength has increased, I must teach them a proper lesson, ensuring they never dare to provoke our escort agency again. This was a plan that Lin Feng had long considered. Once he reached the pinnacle of external cultivation, he was determined to confront the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall and demonstrate his prowess to Wu Yang and the others. You brat, you've just made some progress in strength and you're already looking for trouble. Are you confident you can defeat Wu Yang again? After all, last time you barely won by relying on trickery, Lin Haichuan questioned. Defeating him won't be difficult. After I returned last time, I studied his techniques. His claw techniques no longer pose a threat to me. Moreover, my strength is now incomparable to before. I am fully confident I can win, Lin Feng declared, thumping his chest emphatically. Very well, since you were so confident, I shall join you young ones in a bit of madness. I will gather some people. You get ready, and we shall depart for the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall in an hour, Lin Haichuan replied. Having harbored a grudge since the previous incident with the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall, many of the injured were his former apprentices, particularly Lin Hu, whom he had trained personally, had Lin Feng not narrowly defeated Wu Yang. He would have relished the opportunity to teach the people at the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall a lesson. An hour later, a crowd stood at the entrance of the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall. The guards, upon seeing so many members of the Changwei escort agency, realized the situation was dire and quickly sent someone to report to the hall's master, Li Jinwen, upon learning that the Changwei escort agency had blocked the entrance to his martial arts hall. Li Jinwen immediately thought to notify Wu Yang but decided to assess the situation outside first. At that moment, the area outside the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall was bustling with activity, in addition to the 30 or so members of the Changwei escort agency. A large crowd had gathered to watch. Li Jinwen surveyed the scene and understood that the Changwei escort agency was not here with good intentions. He knew he must not appear weak. He spoke in a commanding tone. Lin Haichuan, what brings so many of you to my martial arts hall? Are you looking to instigate a conflict between our two factions? Director Li, your words are rather severe. I merely brought my people for a visit, much like you did at our Changwei escort agency a few days ago. Do you not welcome us? Director Li, Lin Haichuan replied with a teasing smile. Seeing Lin Haichuan's expression, Li Jinwen felt an urge to confront him physically, yet he lacked the courage to do so. Lin Feng stood beside Lin Haichuan, and without Wu Yang by his side. Li Jinwen dared not act against Lin Feng. His brother served as a warning. After days of recuperation, his brother could only manage to get out of bed, and he certainly did not wish to suffer a similar fate at Lin Feng's hands. Enough with the pleasantries, state your intentions plainly, spare us the ridiculous excuses. They will only waste our time, Lin Haichuan said, cutting to the chase. Knowing that Lin Haichuan's intentions were far from benign, Li Jinwen decided to be frank. He had already spotted Wu Yang walking out of the martial arts hall, which gave him some confidence. Lin Haichuan glared at Li Jinwen. Since we are being straightforward, you must remember that a few days ago, you and your men assaulted our Changwei escort agency, and I'm here to seek justice for my injured brothers. What measures does Master Lin intend to take for this justice? Li Jinwen inquired that day. Your martial arts hall injured 12 of our members. I demand 100 taels of silver for each person, totaling 1,200 taels. Hand over the silver, and I will turn around and leave with my men. Lin Haichuan stated firmly. Lin Haichuan was placing Li Jinwen in a difficult position. 1,200 taels was no small sum. If he were to pay that amount, it would severely cripple the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall. Furthermore, if Li Jinwen acquiesced to Lin Haichuan's demands, it would signify the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall's submission to the Changwei escort agency, and the Li brothers would no longer be able to operate in Jinyun City. And what if I refuse to pay? Li Jinwen retorted angrily. Then we will storm your hall. If you refuse to comply, I will make you submit, Lin Feng threatened, raising his right fist threateningly before Li Jinwen. This gesture startled Li Jinwen, causing him to instinctively take a step back, misinterpreting it as an imminent attack. You little brat, you're courting death. Wu Yang rushed forward to shield Li Jinwen, noticing his retreat. Lin Feng paid Wu Yang no mind, instead proposing, I have a suggestion. Let me duel with this Master Wu Yang. If I win, Director Li will hand over the 1,200 taels of silver. Should I lose, we of the Changwei escort agency will turn and leave. What do you say, Director Li? Li Jinwen glanced at Wu Yang, who nodded in agreement. In truth, Wu Yang was eager for the opportunity to settle the score with Lin Feng. He had underestimated Lin Feng during their previous encounter, failing to anticipate the cleverness of his tactics, which had used a large cauldron to neutralize his deadly claws. Very well, I accept your challenge. But I have a condition of my own, Li Jinwen said, emboldened by Wu Yang's support. Please, Director Li, state your condition. Lin Haichuan responded. If you lose today, you must promise never to cause trouble at my Jinbin Martial Arts Hall again and publicly apologize. Li Jinwen declared. Agreed. Lin Haichuan, accept your terms, and all present can serve as witnesses. Today, my nephew Lin Feng will duel with Master Wu Yang of the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall. Should my nephew Lin Feng miraculously emerge victorious, Director Li will pay us 1,200 taels of silver. If my nephew is unfortunate enough to lose, Lin Haichuan will immediately apologize to Director Li and vow never to approach the Jinbin Martial Arts Hall again. Lin Haichuan announced to the gathered crowd while frequently glancing at Li Jinwen. Good, that is quite straightforward. Everyone, please step back to avoid any accidental injuries, Li Jinwen instructed. Upon hearing Li Jinwen's words, the crowd retreated a few steps, clearing a space in the middle. Lin Feng and Wu Yang stood at the center of the arena, facing each other, neither willing to make the first move. Brat, you won by a fluke last time, but today your luck has run out. Watch how I deal with you, Wu Yang sneered, launching the first attack with his deadly claws. Come at me, Lin Feng shouted back. He leaped into the air, performing a split in midair to evade Wu Yang's claw strike effortlessly, and then thrust his right fist forward, aiming for Wu Yang's face. Wu Yang, startled by Lin Feng's rapid approach, retreated to avoid the punch. Although he dodged the blow, he lost the initiative, allowing Lin Feng to press the attack. As soon as Lin Feng landed, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Wu Yang, who found himself struggling to defend, with little opportunity to counterattack. In Wu Yang's heart, a sense of bewilderment lingered. He couldn't fathom why Lin Feng's speed today surpassed that of the previous days. Yet Lin Feng's rate of attack continued to escalate, leaving him no time to reflect. Li Jinwen, witnessing Wu Yang's precarious position, felt a surge of panic, for if Wu Yang were to fall to Lin Feng, losing money would be trivial compared to the catastrophic blow to the reputation of the Jinbin martial arts school. The Li brothers had invested their utmost efforts into this establishment and could not allow it to be tarnished. When Lin Feng struck Wu Yang back with a palm, Li Jinwen was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, yet the course of battle would not alter due to his concerns. "How have you become so strong?" Wu Yang inquired, retreating several steps. "Only now do you realize, I have ascended to the pinnacle of the external refinement stage, otherwise how could I possibly handle you?" Lin Feng responded with a smile. Feeling a great sense of relief, although he had triumphed in their previous encounter, it had been perilous, and today he sought to decisively overcome Wu Yang once more with absolute strength. "You are now at the pinnacle of the external refinement stage." Wu Yang exclaimed in shock. Had both he and Lin Feng been at the later stages of external refinement, he might have had a chance against Lin Feng with the sharpness of his weapon. However, with Lin Feng now at the zenith, he truly lacked confidence in securing victory. Noticing Wu Yang's astonishment, Lin Feng ceased speaking, fearing that Wu Yang might concede defeat. He unleashed another punch, the force of which left Wu Yang too intimidated to engage in conversation. Wu Yang staggered back from Lin Feng's strike. Although he managed to defend against the attack, the sheer power behind it numbed his arm. Seizing the momentum, Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Wu Yang in a state of despair, utterly devoid of options. He attempted several times to concede, but each time he opened his mouth to declare his surrender, Lin Feng's relentless assault intensified, instilling fear that rendered him unable to speak. Lin Haichuan recognized that Wu Yang's defeat was inevitable, allowing him to relax and shift his attention solely to Li Jinwen, wary of any treachery. Wu Yang struggled to withstand Lin Feng's onslaught, but prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Finally, Lin Feng spotted an opening and executed a sweeping kick. Wu Yang was struck on his left leg, losing his balance, and Lin Feng simultaneously struck towards Wu Yang's chest with both palms. Wu Yang was sent flying by the force of Lin Feng's attack, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, clearly indicating a severe injury. Just as Lin Feng prepared to pursue, he heard Li Jinwen shout, "Stop! We concede." Lin Feng glanced at Lin Haichuan, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he relented, turning back to join Lin Haichuan. Chapter 30, Hongfu Restaurant. The crowd that had gathered was utterly enthralled, and the name Lin Feng was now firmly etched in their minds, with such a formidable young expert anchoring the Changwei escort agency. Alongside Ji Tianjiao, the agency would henceforth be a force to be reckoned with, one to be befriended rather than provoked. "You have triumphed, young man. Your talent is beyond my comparison. I never imagined you would ascend to the pinnacle of the external refinement stage in such a short span." Wu Yang admitted candidly, accepting his defeat. For a rogue cultivator like Wu Yang, there was nothing but envy for someone as gifted as Lin Feng. Had he possessed such talent, he would not have been a rogue. "Enough of this. What good does it serve?" "Directorly, please hand over the silver. I believe you would prefer us to leave promptly," Lin Feng stated, fixing his gaze on Li Jinwen, who felt a shiver down his spine. Filled with regret, why had he persistently sought trouble with the Changwei escort agency, only to face such a dismal outcome? "Very well, I concede it. From now on none of the disciples of the Jinbin martial arts school shall cause trouble at the Changwei escort agency." Recognizing the futility of continuing the standoff, Li Jinwen resolved to concede gracefully. "Here is 1,200 taels in silver. Please accept it." "Chief Lin, I must take my leave," Li Jinwen instructed, sending for the silver and personally delivering it to Lin Haichuan. Before leading his disciples back to the martial arts school, "Uncle Haichuan, let us take our leave as well." "It seems Li Jinwen can accept defeat," Lin Feng remarked cheerfully, relishing in his victory over Wu Yang through his own prowess. "It's not that he can accept defeat, he has no choice but to concede." Lin Haichuan chuckled, noting that circumstances had forced Li Jinwen's hand. Had he dared to refuse acknowledgement of his defeat, Lin Feng alone could have dismantled the Jinbin martial arts school. Apart from Wu Yang, who else in the Jinbin martial arts school could stand against Lin Feng? "You make a valid point, Uncle Haichuan, that if they refused to concede, they would only suffer further humiliation. In the end, they would owe us silver, and their dignity would be utterly lost." Lin Feng pondered aloud. "Let us head to Hongfu Restaurant today and treat our brothers to a feast." Upon hearing this, the members of the Changwei escort agency erupted in cheers. Lin Haichuan raised his hands to silence the crowd, then continued, "Return and inform the brothers at the agency, apart from those on duty. Everyone else is to join us at Hongfu Restaurant. Li Qing, you go ahead to make arrangements. We shall follow shortly." "Understood, Chief Lin, I will attend to it immediately," Li Qing replied, hastily heading toward the direction of Hongfu Restaurant. Hongfu Restaurant was the largest establishment in Jinyun City, adorned with lavish decor and renowned for its exquisite cuisine. Those fortunate enough to dine at Hongfu Restaurant were typically affluent or esteemed individuals. Even someone like Lin Haichuan would seldom indulge in its offerings. Today, he could treat everyone to a meal there only due to Lin Feng's achievements. Had Lin Feng not defeated Wu Yang and intimidated Li Jinwen, he would not have had the silver to host his men. Lin Feng approached Lin Haichuan and whispered, "Uncle Haichuan, is the food at Hongfu Restaurant truly delectable? With such a windfall, you ought to be generous." "You little rascal, Hongfu Restaurant is the finest establishment in Jinyun City, and the dishes will surely satisfy your palate. As for the money I collected, aside from today's dining expenses, the remainder shall go into the treasury. Do not harbor any further thoughts about it." Lin Haichuan jested. "What a pity, if only I could use this money to enjoy a few more meals at Hongfu Restaurant." Lin Feng lamented, for he had a particular fondness for gourmet food. However, since Lin Haichuan had already declared that the remaining silver would be allocated to the treasury, he would not oppose it. He did not feel entitled to the money simply because he had triumphed over Wu Yang. Nor did he believe that the silver was rightfully his. He held no excessive desire for wealth, for such an attitude was beneficial to his cultivation. Enough with the lamentations, let us hasten to our feast. Lin Haichuan threatened, "I will heed your words, Uncle Haichuan, let us go eat. I intend to indulge thoroughly," Lin Feng replied, grinning, as he took the lead toward Hongfu Restaurant. Hongfu Restaurant was a 5-story building, with varying prices for dishes on each floor. The first being the most affordable and the fifth the most extravagant. Approaching the vicinity of Hongfu Restaurant, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan noticed Li Qing waiting outside, though his expression was far from pleasant. Upon seeing the crowd from the Changwei escort agency, Li Qing hurried over to Lin Haichuan and said, "Chief Lin, Hongfu Restaurant has been booked today and is no longer accepting other patrons." "Oh, what unfortunate timing." "Li Qing, follow me. I will inquire with the manager to find out who has reserved the restaurant," Lin Haichuan said, perplexed. In the past, he had never heard of anyone booking the entire establishment. Despite its usual throngs of guests, given the expenditure standards of Hongfu Restaurant, it would require at least 200 to 300 taels of silver to reserve the whole place. As Lin Haichuan took a few steps, he noticed Lin Feng following closely. "You better not cause trouble," he warned. "Rest assured, Uncle Haichuan, I'm merely accompanying you to broaden my horizons. I would never stir up trouble," Lin Feng replied with a grin. Lin Haichuan shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance but said nothing further as they entered the restaurant. "Chief Lin, what a rare visitor." A man in his 50s approached them with enthusiasm. This man was Su, the manager of Hongfu Restaurant, who had been informed by Li Qing of Lin Haichuan's imminent arrival. While Li Qing may have been indifferent, Lin Haichuan was a notable figure in Jinyun City, possessing formidable martial skills. Su was keen to avoid offending Lin Haichuan and the Changwei escort agency over the matter of the restaurant being booked. "Manager Su, you are too kind. I appreciate your effort in welcoming me. I had intended to treat my brothers to a meal here today, but it seems the restaurant has been reserved." Lin Haichuan replied with a smile. "I wonder what wealthy patrons have the means to book the entire restaurant. I hope to have the honor of making their acquaintance. I regret that I am not acquainted with the individuals who reserved the restaurant today. However, based on my years of experience, they are undoubtedly affluent and distinguished. If it is not absolutely necessary, I would advise against disturbing our esteemed guests," Manager Su said courteously. "Are you suggesting that the ones who booked your Hongfu Restaurant are merely a handful of individuals? Is it not an extravagant waste for such a large establishment to serve so few diners?" Lin Feng interjected, having overheard Lin Haichuan's earlier praise of the restaurant's culinary delights. He felt it would be a great disappointment to miss out on such a feast. Manager Su cast a glance at Lin Feng, perplexed by the young man's audacity to interject while he was conversing with Lin Haichuan. Chapter 31, Confrontation. "Young man, you make a valid point. With so few diners, it would be more appropriate to allow us access to the main hall on the first floor." "Manager Su, would you kindly communicate this to them?" Lin Haichuan suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Well, Lin Biaotu intends to convey Su's message to the esteemed guest upstairs. However, if the guest above declines, it is hoped that Lin Biaotu will not take offense." Upon hearing Lin Haichuan's words, Su Zhanggui found it difficult to contradict him. "What are you saying, Su Zhanggui? Although I am but a mere martial artist, I am not devoid of reason. Please feel free to inquire. if the person upstairs does not agree, I shall take my leave with my companions. Lin Haichuan said, discerning the implication in Su's words. Very well, Lin Biaotu, your straightforwardness is appreciated. I shall now inquire if the esteemed guest upstairs can relinquish the first floor hall for the dining of the esteemed escort members of Changwei Escort Agency. With that, Su Zhanggui proceeded upstairs. Uncle Haichuan, do you think the guest above will grant us the hall for our meal? Lin Feng inquired once Su had departed. You ask me, who am I to ask? If they are willing to grant it to us, that would be splendid. If not, do not cause a ruckus, Lin Haichuan replied, somewhat irritable. Uncle Haichuan, while I do enjoy a good meal, the restaurant has indeed been booked by someone else. If they choose not to accommodate us, I am not unreasonable enough to cause a scene, Lin Feng retorted with some discontent. As Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan conversed, Su Zhanggui descended from upstairs, bearing news that the esteemed guest had agreed to allow the hall for their dining. Marvelous, Uncle Haichuan, let us proceed to order our meals, Lin Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager to enter the hall. Hold on, young brother, although the esteemed guest upstairs has consented to let the hall be used by the members of Changwei Escort Agency, they have also stipulated a condition. They wish to witness the skills of your escort members. Su Zhanggui said, his expression tense. He was apprehensive, having sensed that the upstairs guests were not to be trifled with. Oh, they wish to see our skills, just in time, as I found the earlier match at Jinbin Martial Arts Hall rather unsatisfactory. A bit of exercise before our meal sounds perfect, Lin Feng replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Su was taken aback, realizing that this young man was no ordinary person. He had just fought at Jinbin Martial Arts Hall and still desired more. You reckless youth, you shall follow me upstairs to meet the esteemed guest. Do not speak unless I command it, Lin Haichuan warned sternly, having noticed Su's growing anxiety since he had come down from upstairs. Lin Biaotu and this young brother, please proceed upstairs, Su Zhanggui directed, feeling a headache coming on, hoping fervently that no conflict would arise. Fortunately, Lin Haichuan, being a sensible man, did not allow the entire group from Changwei Escort Agency to accompany them upstairs. Su led Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan to the entrance of the largest private room on the 5th floor, where 2 strong guards stood watch. Please inform the esteemed guest inside that Lin Biaotu from Changwei Escort Agency has arrived. You need not say more, our young master has already instructed that they may enter, one of the guards brusquely interrupted Su's words. Su glanced at Lin Haichuan, then opened the door to the private room. Lin Biaotu, please enter. Lin Haichuan stepped forward confidently, followed closely by Lin Feng. The Hongfu restaurant truly deserved its reputation as the finest establishment in Jinyun City. The room's decor was lavish, with intricate golden patterns adorning the ceiling and a soft carpet underfoot. In the center stood a massive wooden round table, 3 meters in diameter. Seated at the table was a young man whose handsome visage bore an overly delicate contour. Flanking him were 2 middle-aged women, one in blue and the other in green, while a dozen guards stood along the walls. You must be the escort members of Changwei Escort Agency. The woman in blue to the left of the young man spoke first, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Haichuan, clearly recognizing him as a martial arts expert while dismissing Lin Feng as inconsequential. I am Lin Haichuan of Changwei Escort Agency, may I inquire how to address you? Young master, Lin Haichuan stepped forward slightly and bowed respectfully. How dare you inquire about our young master's name? Such impudence from a mere martial artist, the woman in green retorted sharply, standing to the right of the young man. Lin Haichuan's brows furrowed at her words, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. Observing their attire, he deduced they did not belong to the wealthy merchants of Jinyun City, thus refraining from expressing his anger. While Lin Haichuan maintained his composure, Lin Feng could not contain himself. How dare they insult my uncle in such a manner? Are they embarrassed by their own names? Too shameful to reveal, Lin Feng scoffed sarcastically. You insolent brat, seize him, the woman in green commanded, pointing at Lin Feng, who had drawn the ire of the young man. The 3 chosen guards surged forward, clearly trained in martial arts, their skills formidable, though perhaps not exceeding those of the average escort members from Changwei. However, today they encountered Lin Feng, a practitioner of the arcane arts, and their fate was sealed just as they reached Lin Feng. He swiftly extended his right leg, delivering 3 sharp kicks. Crack, crack, crack. The guards were sent flying onto the massive round table, sending exquisite tableware and delectable dishes flying in all directions. The young man, seated closest to the table, found himself splattered with the debris, while the 2 women beside him reacted quickly, pulling up the tablecloth to shield themselves from the onslaught. Everyone, let us calm down and discuss matters rationally. No need for violence. Su Zhanggui attempted to intervene, but Lin Feng's swift actions had already rendered the guards incapacitated in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, Su Zhanggui, I shall compensate for the damages incurred today in double. The young man said, rising calmly. However, his voice, unlike that of an ordinary man, was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a woman's. Lin Haichuan's keen observation revealed that the young man was, in fact, a woman, her disguise skillful. But her voice betrayed her identity. So, you are not mute after all. I had thought your young master was a speechless one, given that it was these two fierce women doing all the talking. Lin Feng grinned mockingly. You insolent brat, Cloud Ant, Ing Ant, silence him, the young woman said expressionlessly. Lin Haichuan sighed, feeling regretful for allowing Lin Feng to accompany him upstairs. This young man was indeed a troublemaker. Please, esteemed young master, do not take offense at my nephew's behavior. He grew up in the countryside and lacks refinement. I apologize on his behalf and hope for your understanding, Lin Haichuan said, bowing once more. What are you to presume to speak to our young master? If you wish to live, then step aside. The woman in green sneered contemptuously at Lin Haichuan. After decades in the martial world, Lin Haichuan had cultivated a temper far more composed than in his youth. But repeated insults and condescension pushed even the most patient of men to their limits. Su Zhanggui, feeling the tension rise, recognized that Lin Haichuan was a figure of importance in Jinyun City. Someone even the city lord would think twice before offending. Lin Haichuan had already shown considerable respect by apologizing to a young person. For them to respond with such disdain was unacceptable. Lin Feng, in a fit of anger, slammed his palm down on the round table, producing a cracking sound, and the table shattered under the force, splintering into pieces. The two women immediately sprang into action. Blocking the flying debris while drawing their swords, they leapt into the air, their blades aimed directly at Lin Feng. He took a half-step back, raising his hands to deflect their strikes, then pushed forward. Sending both women staggering back a few paces, realizing the futility of their assault, they exchanged glances before turning to their young master for guidance. Impressive skills, young man. It is rare to encounter such a young practitioner. The young woman said with a smile, clearly impressed by Lin Feng's prowess. Moreover, her ability to discern that Lin Feng was a cultivator suggests that she herself is likely a practitioner as well or has had prior encounters with cultivators. What does my status as a cultivator have to do with you, Uncle Haichuan? Since they are not welcoming us, let us take our leave. Furthermore, dining in the presence of such unreasonable individuals certainly dampens one's appetite. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly reluctant to continue the dispute with these individuals. You speak wisely, young man. Since they do not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Lin Haichuan concurred with Lin Feng. Especially considering that these individuals were indeed formidable, and he preferred not to engage with them further. Young lad, you are already a cultivator. Are you afraid of us mere mortals, if you can withstand the strikes of the swords wielded by Ant Yun and Anting without flinching? I shall cover all expenses for your long-way escort agency at the Hongfu Tavern today, declared the young woman upon noticing Lin Haichuan and Lin Feng's intention to depart. Lin Feng mused that such a fortunate turn of events made for an excellent day, first receiving silver from the Jinbin Martial Arts School. And now someone offering to treat them to a meal. Very well, I shall stand here and accept your challenge without flinching, Lin Feng replied readily, extending a hand in a provocative gesture. Alas, both Lin Haichuan and manager Su sighed in resignation. They felt somewhat helpless. Lin Haichuan did not wish to provoke trouble, while manager Su was concerned about the potential damage to the tavern's decor. When Lin Feng shattered the table, manager Su felt as though that blow had struck him directly in the chest, causing him a moment of heartache. With Lin Feng's words already spoken, there was no turning back. The two women, undeterred, drew their swords and lunged at Lin Feng. With both hands, Lin Feng effortlessly parried their attacks by striking the blade's spines. Undaunted by the thwarted strike, the two women regrouped and attacked again, each sword faster than the last, yet Lin Feng continued to easily deflect their assaults. Faced with a youth, two martial artists boasting over 30 years of experience found themselves utterly unable to land a blow. Even without Lin Feng evading their attacks, this left them feeling utterly embarrassed, for they had always prided themselves on their swordsmanship, believing that even external cultivators would find it a challenge to contend with them. However, today, their esteemed swordplay repeatedly faltered against a mere boy who did not flinch. Realizing that their current approach was futile, the two exchanged glances and resolved to unleash their ultimate sword technique. They shifted positions, with one woman in blue at the forefront and the other in green behind her. The blue-clad woman aimed a direct thrust at Lin Feng's eyes, while the green-clad woman swiftly aimed for Lin Feng's heart from beneath her armpit. Her sword moving with astonishing speed. Lin Haichuan, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel anxious for Lin Feng. The speed and angles of the two women's attacks were indeed challenging for any ordinary martial artist to withstand. Fortunately, Lin Feng had previously demonstrated his perfected external cultivation, or else Lin Haichuan might have been compelled to intervene. Yet, facing such an onslaught, Lin Feng remained entirely unperturbed. Instead, he shouted, "Come at me," with a swift upward motion of his right hand. He surprisingly seized both swords in his grasp, applying pressure to break them in two. This mute young master, no, this young gentleman, consider this a victory for me, Lin Feng began to taunt the woman, but was quickly silenced by a sharp nudge from Lin Haichuan and an admonishing glare. Of course, you have won. Manager Su, please prepare the finest dishes for the members of the Longwei Escort Agency. And Ing, please hand over 500 taels of silver as compensation for the damages and dining expenses, the young woman said in a melodic tone. The blue-clad woman produced several silver notes and handed them to Manager Su, who immediately transformed his earlier pained expression into a broad smile. This private room is no longer suitable. I shall prepare a new one for you, young master. No need, Aunt Jun and Ing, we shall take our leave, the young woman declared, choosing to exit the Hongfu Tavern without lingering. You truly possess some skill, young lad. Until we meet again in a few days, she remarked as she passed by Lin Feng, her voice low enough for only him to hear. Lin Feng, taken aback by her words, gazed at her retreating figure in confusion. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and call in the brothers below for dinner, Lin Haichuan urged, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Right, dining is of utmost importance. I shall inform them at once. Manager Su, that young gentleman just provided you with a substantial sum of silver. Do prepare us some delightful dishes, Lin Feng exclaimed as he dashed downstairs. This boy simply loves to chatter. Manager Su, do not take offense, Lin Haichuan said politely. Not at all, not at all, young brother, you are simply being genuine. Manager Su quickly waved his hands, realizing that not only had the young man just referred to Lin Haichuan's nephew as a cultivator, but he also dared not offend Lin Feng given the display of strength he had just witnessed. Today, he was determined to provide the finest delicacies for the members of the Longwei Escort Agency, especially to ensure Lin Feng's satisfaction, as he thought to himself upon Lin Feng's arrival outside the tavern. He relayed the situation to the group, and soon dozens of members and attendants from the Longwei Escort Agency flooded into the main hall of the Hongfu Tavern. The crowd settled into their seats in an orderly fashion, and Lin Haichuan entered the hall just as Li Qing hurried over to him. Li Qing, discreetly follow that group that just left and see where they are staying, Lin Haichuan instructed in a hushed tone. Li Qing nodded, signaling his understanding, and then turned to leave the Hongfu Tavern. The guests in the hall eagerly awaited the arrival of the sumptuous feast, none noticing Li Qing's departure. However, Lin Feng, ever observant, caught sight of Li Qing's exit and approached Lin Haichuan. Uncle Haichuan, what task did you send Li Qing out for? Children should mind their own business. Hurry back and sit down. Be careful, or you might miss out on the meal, Lin Haichuan replied, casting Lin Feng an annoyed glance. Fine, if you won't say, then I won't press. You sent Li Qing out likely to check on where those people are lodging, right? Is it necessary to be so secretive? Lin Feng remarked casually. Only you, clever boy. Now go sit down, Lin Haichuan retorted. At that moment, several attendants emerged from the kitchen, each carrying exquisite dishes, instantly capturing Lin Feng's attention, prompting him to rush back to his seat. Lin Haichuan shook his head, a look of helplessness etched across his face. As the exquisite dishes were presented at the table, the members of the Longwei Escort Agency picked up their chopsticks, ready to begin their meal. At this juncture, someone suggested offering a toast to Lin Haichuan. Thank you all for your kindness. I shall drink this cup, Lin Haichuan declared, downing the fine wine in one go. Lin Head, you have quite the capacity for liquor. The crowd cheered. The atmosphere grew lively as the guests exchanged cups and toasts, while Lin Feng immersed himself in the delightful dishes before him. Continually praising the Hongfu Tavern's renowned reputation, the meal stretched from midday into dusk, and most members of the Longwei Escort Agency found themselves a bit tipsy. Fortunately, their martial training allowed them to recover quickly, or else the logistics of returning the group to the agency would have posed a challenge. Upon returning to the agency, Lin Feng patted his stomach, thoroughly satisfied. Today's meal was truly delectable. If only I could dine at the Hongfu Tavern more frequently. Stop daydreaming, you can only talk about dining there once you have the means, Lin Haichuan replied, somewhat exasperated. This boy only knows how to eat. With the prices at the Hongfu Tavern, how could one afford to dine there often? Alright, once I have money, I'll go myself, Lin Feng muttered, rolling his eyes before retreating to his room for cultivation. Just as Lin Feng left Lin Haichuan's quarters, Li Qing entered from outside, reporting, today, those individuals are staying at the Qingyi courtyard and have yet to emerge. Lin Haichuan sank into thought as Li Qing stood silently by, sensing the gravity of the situation. Keep a close watch on their movements over the next few days. If anything noteworthy occurs, report to me immediately, Lin Haichuan instructed. Calculating the days, he realized that Chief Ji would soon return. A great deal had transpired during Chief Ji's absence, and he hoped nothing further would arise in the meantime. Rest assured, Lin Head. I will report any developments promptly. Li Qing responded affirmatively. Lin Haichuan waved his hand, indicating that Li Qing could leave. You may go now. This matter is entrusted to you. Li Qing respectfully exited Lin Haichuan's room. With days passing without incident, Lin Feng devoted himself to rigorous training, which ultimately aided in stabilizing his current cultivation realm. While practicing his martial arts in the small courtyard, Lin Haichuan arrived outside. Quietly observing Lin Feng's movements without interruption. As Lin Feng shattered a granite block taller than himself with a single punch and exhaled slowly, it was clear he had completed his training. At that moment, Lin Haichuan approached Lin Feng and said, Chief Ji and the young lady have sent word. They will be returning to the agency in 1 or 2 hours. Go wash up and change into something clean. Then join me in welcoming Chief Ji and the young lady. Understood, I will go at once, Lin Feng replied before heading to his room. 2 hours later, Lin Haichuan and Lin Feng welcomed Chief Ji and the others into the hall. After which Lin Haichuan detailed the events of the past few days to Chief Ji. This Qi Changfa is truly insidious. Fortunately, young brother Lin Feng has been fortunate and escaped unscathed. Moreover, he has brought honor to our agency in the competition against the Jinbin Martial Arts School. I wonder what reward young brother Lin Feng desires, Chief Ji remarked after hearing Lin Haichuan's account. I have no desire for rewards, I merely hope that the head of the escort can fulfill his promise. If I can withstand 20 moves from Sister Tianjiao during our duel, I shall be granted the title of escort head. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Little madman, it seems you must have reached the consummate stage of external cultivation. Otherwise, you wouldn't exude such confidence, Ji Tianjiao remarked with a glimmer in her eyes. Lin Feng nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed, I have advanced. You 1T go back on your word, will you, head of the escort? Do not heed his nonsense. This boy has never even protected a single escort. Even if he could endure 20 moves from the young lady, he is far too inexperienced to be deemed worthy of the title. Lin Haichuan interjected, hoping for Lin Feng's promising development within the escort agency, contingent upon him acquiring some experience as a bodyguard. Brother Lin, allow me to offer a word of caution. Firstly, Lin Feng has yet to duel with the young lady. Thus, the outcome remains uncertain. Undoubtedly, withstanding 20 moves from her is no trifling matter. Secondly, Lin Feng may lack bodyguard experience, yet he has you as his uncle. You can guide him through future assignments, and gradually he shall accumulate experience, Head Ji stated, his words laced with ulterior motives. Recognizing the rarity of a young cultivator like Lin Feng, who could elevate the prestige of the Changwei Escort Agency, father was correct. Although Lin Feng has reached the consummate stage of external cultivation, there remains a significant gap in our realms. If I were to unleash my full power, it would not be an easy feat for him to endure 20 moves. Before Lin Haichuan could continue, Ji Tianjiao interrupted. Then it is settled. Tomorrow morning at the training ground, Tianjiao will duel with Lin Feng. Should Lin Feng withstand 20 of Tianjiao's moves, I will acknowledge you as the head of the Changwei Escort Agency, affording you the same privileges as your uncle. However, should you fail to endure, I shall still recognize you as an escort, so I hope you perform admirably tomorrow, Head Ji concluded, patting the armrest of his chair. Lin Haichuan looked up at Head Ji, observing the resolute expression on his face. Since Head Ji had made such a decision, Haichuan had no objections. Thank you, Head Ji, for your support. Lin Feng's face brightened. With Head Ji's affirmation, if he could indeed withstand Sister Tianjiao's 20 moves tomorrow, he would become the head of the escort. After some further discussions between Head Ji and Lin Haichuan, they dispersed to attend to their respective duties. Following Qi Changfa's escape, Lin Haichuan's workload had significantly increased. Do you have confidence for tomorrow's battle? Lin Haichuan inquired as they exited the hall. Confidence, of course. Without confidence, would I have proposed our agreement? Lin Feng retorted. A hint of indignation in his tone. His recent rapid progress was largely attributed to the several battles he had fought against fellow cultivators, and as his strength and combat experience grew, so too did his self-assurance. Lin Haichuan shot him a sideways glance. I worry you may lose too embarrassingly. Tomorrow morning, the entire escort agency may come to witness your duel with the young lady. Do not bring shame upon me. Still doubting my abilities, I shall return to my training. Please refrain from interrupting me, Lin Feng replied, somewhat vexed, and proceeded toward his residence. He is truly upset, Lin Haichuan mused. Smiling wryly the following morning, Lin Feng arrived alone at the training grounds. He had a habit of despising tardiness, which is why he arrived before Head Ji and Ji Tianjiao, standing alone in the center of the training ground. He watched as more and more people gathered, yet none dared to approach him. Most of them were already aware of the duel between Lin Feng and Ji Tianjiao, recognizing that the outcome would determine Lin Feng's potential as the head of the escort. In such a crucial contest, who would dare to disturb Lin Feng? Good morning, Head Ji. Good morning, young lady. As soon as the crowd saw Head Ji and Ji Tianzhou arrive, they rushed forward to greet them. Lin Feng turned towards the sound, spotting Ji Tianzhou clad in a light blue training outfit, her long black hair elegantly tied back, exuding an air of heroism. Her stature was upright, and her steps were brisk and powerful. Each stride radiating confidence and strength. Lin Haichuan approached from the crowd, having intended to arrive before Head Ji and Ji Tianzhou but opting to stay back so as not to disturb Lin Feng. Ji Tianzhou faced Lin Feng, their gazes locking, and they both perceived the fervent confidence and combat spirit reflected in each other's eyes. Since both main participants of today's duel have arrived, let us commence. Head Ji declared, seeing that they were positioned in the center of the training ground. Young lady, please make the first move. Lin Feng's voice rang out strong and clear, revealing his self-assuredness. Very well, be prepared. Ji Tianzhou replied, and as her words fell, she swiftly launched a palm strike toward Lin Feng's chest, the speed of which seemed deceptively slow. Lin Feng's response was equally swift. He raised his hand to block her strike. There is no need for such tentative probing, young lady. You should unleash your full strength, otherwise, you will find it impossible to defeat me. Then I shall use all my might to vanquish you. Ensuring you accept your defeat wholeheartedly, Ji Tianzhou retorted, her brow slightly furrowed. The two then unleashed their full powers. Ji Tianzhou, with superior strength and agile movements, found it challenging to breach Lin Feng's defenses. Who adopted a steady and methodical approach. Of the audience, comprised of escort members and attendants, were thoroughly entertained, having never witnessed such a captivating duel before. Do you think Lin Feng has a chance of enduring 20 of Tianzhou's moves? Chang Wei inquired of Lin Haichuan and Chu Xiong. Lin Haichuan shook his head, stating, both the young lady and Lin Feng possess strength beyond our comprehension. I cannot discern the outcome. Indeed, Haichuan is right. I never anticipated that these two, though young, would wield such formidable power. If I were to compete, I would likely be defeated in a single move, Chu Xiong added. In my view, the victory will hinge upon the final move, Chang Wei asserted confidently. Aware that his daughter possessed a unique technique that would determine the outcome, during the duel, Lin Feng and Ji Tianzhou had exchanged 19 moves, both slightly breathless. Ji Tianzhou paused her assault, her brows furrowing with concern. With Ji Tianzhou ceasing her offensive, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Although she had not managed to defeat him, the previous flurry of attacks had exerted immense pressure upon him. Lin Feng remained acutely focused, knowing that her strength greatly surpassed his. Even the slightest misstep could lead to his defeat. Little madman, your progress over the past month has been remarkable, and I have one final technique. If you can withstand it, victory shall be yours today. Ji Tianzhou understood that without unleashing her ultimate move, it would be nearly impossible to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly serious. He recalled Ji Tianzhou mentioning this particular technique, which comprised a series of moves, yet with her current level of cultivation, she could only execute the first. Today, I shall witness the mastery of your Biluo Qingjian palm. Sister Tianzhou, Lin Feng was well aware of its formidable nature but remained confident in his ability to withstand it. Seeing Lin Feng's determination, Ji Tianzhou refrained from further banter and began to approach him. Her form shifting fluidly as if she were a fish gliding through water. As she drew closer, Lin Feng summoned all his focus to prepare for her technique. Ji Tianzhou executed a series of movements, her hands gracefully oscillating, channeling pure energy into her delicate fingers. With a swift motion, she struck Lin Feng with her Biluo Qingjian palm. Lin Feng crossed his arms before his chest, quickly responding with a powerful punch. Employing the iron palm technique he had learned from Qi Bowen, albeit adapting it to suit his style. In the encounter, Lin Feng's innate talent for technique cultivation, coupled with his recent advancements in strength and insight, allowed him to remarkably mimic Qi Bowen's iron palm technique, even managing to modify it into a form more suited to his own combat style, though its power was somewhat diminished compared to Qi Bowen's execution. As their strikes collided, Lin Feng felt waves of energy crashing against him like water. He could only hold out for a brief moment before Ji Tianzhou's Biluo Qingjian palm sent him hurtling backward. Ji Tianzhou, too, was affected. Her hands tingled from the impact of Lin Feng's strike, instinctively retreating half a step. Lin Feng soared 5 or 6 meters away, shattering several stones beneath him as he landed. Slowly rising to his feet, he flexed his swollen hands, acknowledging, Sister Tianzhou, that Biluo Qingjian palm is indeed formidable. Had I been unprepared, I would have struggled to withstand it, yet you did manage to endure, did you not? Ji Tianzhou remarked dismissively, turning away, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome of the duel. Lin Feng, slightly bewildered, glanced at Ji Tianzhou, who had joined Chang Wei, then turned to observe Chang Wei and Lin Haichuan. Today marks a momentous occasion for our Chang Wei escort agency. Let us celebrate Lin Feng's ascension to the position of our new head escort, Chang Wei declared, his face beaming with pride, unperturbed by his daughter's defeat. Congratulations, Lin Feng, from this day forth, you are the head escort. Lin, who was the first to approach Lin Feng, offering his congratulations. Indeed, I have triumphed in the duel. I am now the head escort, Lin Feng thought triumphantly. In Lin Feng's heart, a hidden thought blossomed, and a faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, Lin Haichuan approached Lin Feng, teasingly inquiring, "What are you grinning about, boy? Hurry and thank the chief escort." "Thank you, chief escort, for your promotion." Lin Feng promptly stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. To celebrate the emergence of a new escort leader at the Changwei Escort Agency, Chief Escort Ji Changwei had ordered a grand feast for the day, although Lin Feng had been promoted to escort leader for several days. He had continued to lead a life of routine, occasionally accompanied by Lin Haichuan to meet the elite of Jinyun City. On this day, Ji Changwei sent word that an old acquaintance wished to meet both Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan. Upon arriving in the main hall, they found Ji Changwei seated in the principal position, with Ji Tianjiao standing beside him. To Ji Changwei's right sat a young gentleman clad in a white robe, flanked by two middle-aged women. This young gentleman was none other than the youth from Hongfu Tavern. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow and spoke. "What do you think I'm here for?" "To serve as an escort, of course," the young gentleman replied with a playful laugh. Lin Haichuan looked somewhat taken aback, although he had instructed Li Qing to keep an eye on this young man and his associates. They had rarely ventured out from the Qingyi elegant residence, leading Lin Haichuan to cease monitoring them. Little did he expect to encounter this young lady at Changwei Escort Agency today. Lin Haichuan raised a hand to stop Lin Feng from speaking further. "Miss, we have no prior acquaintance. How can we consider ourselves old friends? It seems my disguise has been seen through by escort leader Lin. The other day at Hongfu Tavern, I spent 500 taels to treat you all to a meal. Doesn't that count as a connection?" The young lady, with her delicate brows slightly knitted, spoke in a gentle tone. "Brother Haichuan, you and Lin Feng may be puzzled. This young lady is the cherished daughter of the city lord of Qingye City. She has come to specifically request our escort services." Ji Changwei interjected, aware of the misunderstanding between Lin Feng and the lady. "I am Yi Shiyun. That day at Hongfu Tavern I merely wished to test the skills of the escort masters." "I apologize if my words were offensive," Yi Shiyun said as she offered a slight bow to Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan. Since she had expressed her apology, Lin Feng, not one to hold grudges, considered it a case of not knowing each other before. "You treated us to a splendid meal. Let bygones be bygones," he remarked graciously. "Missy, you are too kind," Lin Haichuan responded with a slight bow. Ji Changwei clapped his hands, urging them to cease their formalities and discuss the escort mission at hand. "Missy wishes for us to protect her and a box of jewels, ensuring their safe arrival in Qingye City." Upon hearing Ji Changwei's words, Lin Haichuan fell into contemplation. Although Lin Feng had learned some aspects of escort duties from him, his experience remained insufficient, so he refrained from speaking. "I hope that this mission can be led by escort leaders Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan. With the two of you at the helm, I am confident this journey will be safe and sound. What are your thoughts?" Yi Shiyun smiled, having recognized Lin Feng as a cultivator that day. Hiring a cultivator as an escort would undoubtedly ensure her safety. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of finally being able to serve as an escort, though he kept his elation concealed. This was a testament to the progress he had made through his recent training with Lin Haichuan, understanding that one must not be overly direct in speech and action nor reveal all one's thoughts, as doing so could lead to disadvantages. Lin Haichuan turned to Ji Changwei, stating, "I defer to the chief escort's decision." At this, the gazes of the others shifted towards Ji Changwei. If there were no objections, the escort mission would be entrusted to Lin Haichuan and Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the task, pledging to complete it. Lin Haichuan also affirmed his commitment. "Father, I wish to join this mission as well." Ji Tianjiao expressed after a moment of contemplation. "Tianjiao, if you accompany them, who will manage the affairs of the escort agency in your absence? Should we rely on Uncle Chuxiong?" Ji Changwei lamented, feeling overwhelmed with responsibilities. Although Qi Changfa had vacated, the ensuing mess required someone to handle it. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan had proven capable, winning a considerable sum from the Jinbin martial arts school, preventing any adverse effects on the agency's operations. Ji Changwei's only reliable assistants were his daughter and Lin Haichuan. Lin Feng, being young and inexperienced, was not yet equipped for management, and while Chu Xiong was an old escort, his simple-mindedness rendered him ill-suited for administrative tasks. With Lin Haichuan absent, Ji Changwei's only dependable aide was his daughter. Although Ji Tianjiao felt reluctant, she recognized her father's reasoning. "Now that the escort leaders have been decided, when does Chief Escort plan to set off?" Yi Shiyun inquired. "How does 2 days from now sound?" besides escort leaders Lin Haichuan and Lin Feng, we will also arrange for some experienced escorts from the Changwei Escort Agency to accompany us. Ji Changwei replied courteously, let us heed Chief Escort's arrangements, then we shall gather at the gates of Jinyun City in 2 days, Yi Shiyun said, glancing at Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan. No problem. Lin Haichuan replied directly, confident that the 2 days would suffice for him to coordinate the accompanying escorts. The young lady must take her leave now. I look forward to seeing you all in 2 days. With the matter settled, Yi Shiyun took her leave without further ado. Chapter 35. The escort. On the morning of the second day, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan rode their horses to the gates of Jinyun City. Lin Feng's heart brimming with boundless joy, akin to the sun rising in the early dawn. Behind them were the skilled escorts Lin Haichuan had chosen for this journey, though the number was few. Each was a seasoned veteran. Both their martial prowess and horsemanship were among the elite within the Changwei Escort Agency, a clear indication of Lin Haichuan's seriousness regarding this mission. The stakes were high. For Yi Shiyun was the only daughter of the city lord of Qingye City, who was said to dote on her immensely. Successfully escorting Yi Shiyun back to Qingye City would leave a favorable impression on the city lord, which would greatly benefit the Changwei Escort Agency's prospects in Qingye City. Conversely, failure in this escort mission could jeopardize any future endeavors in Qingye City and potentially incite the city lord's wrath. Lin Feng sat quietly atop his steed, savoring the sunrise while awaiting Yi Shiyun's arrival. The wait was brief. They soon discerned Yi Shiyun's family carriage approaching the gates. As the carriage halted before Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan, Yi Shiyun leaned out, greeting, "Good morning, esteemed escort leaders. I appreciate your assistance with this mission." "Good morning, Monsieur. I have arranged the journey with the utmost care. I hope it meets your expectations," Lin Haichuan replied courteously. "It is only fitting, as you possess far more experience in this matter," Yi Shiyun responded with a charming smile. "With your reassurance, I feel at ease." Lin Feng, "Do not stray too far from Monsieur's carriage. Protecting her must be your utmost priority under any circumstance," Lin Haichuan instructed with a bow, then began organizing the other escorts. "Uncle Haichuan, rest assured, I will ensure Monsieur's safety," Lin Feng replied confidently. With the escorts positioned, Lin Haichuan declared, "Everyone, stay vigilant and be aware of any suspicious activity. Let us embark." The procession set forth, with Lin Haichuan leading the way. Lin Feng remained close to Yi Shiyun's carriage. Keenly observing their surroundings, he was determined to avoid any mishap on his first escort mission, prompting him to act with utmost caution. Having traveled over 10 days since departing Jinyun City, they had encountered several waves of bandits. However, upon recognizing the Changwei Escort Agency's insignia, the brigands retreated at a distance, for the agency held a formidable reputation among the nearby cities. Otherwise, Yi Shiyun, the daughter of the city lord, would not have chosen the Changwei Escort Agency for her escort. Naturally, there were some reckless bandits, but after witnessing the valor of the Changwei Escort Agency's escorts, they left behind a few corpses and fled in disgrace. As they approached the vicinity of Qingye City, the threat of bandits diminished considerably, yet Lin Haichuan remained aware that as long as the escort mission was incomplete, they could not afford to lower their guard, especially ahead lay a narrow canyon. An ideal location for an ambush. "Yes," the escorts nodded in agreement. "Escort you and escort Li. I must trouble you two to scout ahead," Lin Haichuan instructed, knowing the area was prone to danger, thus dispatching 2 older yet experienced escorts for reconnaissance. The 2 acknowledged his command and galloped towards the canyon. An hour later, escort you and escort Li returned to the convoy. After their inspection, they reported no abnormalities within the canyon, granting Lin Haichuan a slight sense of relief. However, ever since reaching the canyon's entrance, Lin Feng had felt an unsettling sense of being watched. Despite his keen observations, he had discovered nothing amiss, nor had Yu Orly reported any irregularities. Still, a sense of unease lingered within Lin Feng, prompting him to ride alongside Lin Haichuan. "Uncle Haichuan, I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched." "Is that so?" Lin Haichuan inquired, startled. "Of course it's true. I wouldn't jest about such matters. It's just that I haven't detected anything unusual." Lin Feng replied, his expression grave. "Lin Xiaobiao, perhaps, due to exhaustion from the journey, is experiencing hallucinations. The canyon ahead has been thoroughly examined by Li Biao and me, revealing no anomalies," Yu Jiao remarked somewhat sarcastically. It is only natural for Lin Xiaobiao, on his inaugural security mission, to feel a bit anxious and encounter peculiar sensations. "Surely he does not doubt our judgment, does he?" Li Biao's tone remained calm. Yet he too harbored skepticism towards Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's ascension to the position of Biao elicited mixed emotions. While Lin Haichuan and Lin Hu genuinely rejoiced, Ji Tianzhao felt a tinge of annoyance after losing to Lin Feng in a contest. Yet she would never reject his new role. Conversely, Yujio and Li Biao were greatly dissatisfied with Lin Feng's promotion as it diminished their own chances of advancement. With their extensive experience, it was evident that Lin Feng could not compare. If they chose not to believe Lin Feng's earlier statements, they might as well disregard them entirely. Lin Feng, gripping the reins, returned to the carriage of Yi Shiyun. He had undergone considerable changes during this period. In the past, he would have argued vehemently with Yujio and Li, potentially even resorting to physical confrontation. However, the current Lin Feng was no longer impulsive, recognizing that not all matters could be resolved through force. Unless one possessed unrivaled strength, Lin Haichuan still held faith in Lin Feng, yet the lack of discernible anomalies noticed by Yujio and Li left Lin Feng with merely a feeling of being surveilled. Devoid of concrete evidence, rendering Lin Haichuan unable to explicitly favor Lin Feng, given the treacherous terrain of the canyon, everyone must remain vigilant. Let us proceed, Lin Haichuan reminded the group once more. Yi Shiyun leaned out of the carriage, inquiring, "What were you discussing just now, Lin Feng? Is there something amiss?" After several days of interaction, Lin Feng and Yi Shiyun had grown somewhat familiar, particularly during their breaks. Yi Shiyun often sought Lin Feng's company, frequently inquiring about his sect. However, Lin Feng was merely a rogue cultivator, a fact Yi Shiyun found hard to believe, as she had encountered practitioners before. A few at Lin Feng's age possessed such strength, and it was exceedingly rare for someone to cultivate to such a level independently. Convinced that Lin Feng was deceiving her, Yi Shiyun persisted in her conversation, hoping to extract the truth from him. "There are indeed circumstances, yet no one believes my words. Nevertheless, rest assured, as long as I am here, your safety is assured," Lin Feng replied confidently with a smile. "Then I shall entrust my life to you. Do not let me down." Yi Shiyun chuckled lightly before retreating back into the carriage. Lin Feng recognized her playful teasing, choosing to gaze forward without responding. Chapter 36, Ambush. The convoy progressed steadily through the canyon, which lay in eerie tranquility, inciting Yujio and Li to silently deride Lin Feng, a mere boy. What could he possibly understand? Suddenly, the canyon walls quaked, and a cascade of rocks tumbled down, followed by a group of individuals clad in yellow emerging from the cliffs, charging at Lin Feng and the others without uttering a word. Two of the bodyguards failed to react in time, falling victim to the assailants' blades. Among Yi Shiyun's guards, 5 met a gruesome fate at the hands of the yellow-clad attackers. Lin Haichuan recognized that these individuals had laid in wait, clearly premeditated, and wasted no time organizing a counterattack. Yujio, Li, you lead a team to hold back these yellow-clad assailants. Lin Feng, take Miss Yi and her guards back to the canyon entrance. Be wary, there may be an ambush there as well. Ha! As expected of Lin Haichuan from Changwei Escort Agency, your reaction is indeed swift. However, since we have laid in wait here, do you think we will allow you to escape? A boisterous laughter echoed from the rear of the group. Lin Feng and the others turned to see a contingent of over 20 individuals clad in black, brandishing gleaming long knives. Lin Haichuan furrowed his brow, instructing everyone to gather towards the center, forming a circular formation with the escorts on the outside and the guards within. Gentlemen, since you are aware that this escort belongs to Changwei Escort Agency, might I request you to grant us passage? Here are some silver notes as a token of respect. Lin Haichuan produced several silver notes from his pocket. Regrettably, today you will not leave here alive, replied a figure cloaked in black, his face obscured by a mask, wielding a 2.5-meter-long iron staff. With a gesture of his left hand, the group of black-clad individuals charged towards Lin Feng's formation. Do you recall how we dealt with the Grey Wolves? Lin Haichuan shouted to Lin Feng. This exclamation bewildered the others, but Lin Feng understood. Lin Haichuan intended to capture the leader first. Of course. Uncle Haichuan, hold your ground, I shall return shortly. With that, he leapt into the air, soaring 5 or 6 meters to land above the man wielding the iron staff, using the momentum from his descent. Lin Feng aimed a powerful kick at the man's head. Although surprised by Lin Feng's speed, the man remained composed, attempting to block the strike with his staff. The impact of Lin Feng's kick bent the staff, causing the man to emit a muffled groan as he fell from his horse, which also neighed in distress, its hooves sinking into the ground from the force. Lin Feng seized the man by the scruff of his neck, lifting him effortlessly despite his struggles. Your leader has already been subdued. Will you not surrender, or do you wish to provoke a massacre? Lin Feng bellowed, tearing away the mask to reveal the man's face. The bandits were taken aback. They knew well the capabilities of their leader, yet he was now held aloft as if he were a mere chick. Lin Haichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the assailants were numerous, they did not match the strength of his escorts, and a prolonged fight would yield heavy losses. Just then, a man clad in yellow burst forth from one side of the canyon. Appearing to be in his 30s, wielding a blade in each hand, he flicked his left hand, sending one of the blades flying straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng tossed the captive into the air just as the blade struck the black-clad leader in the chest, piercing through and causing blood to spatter as the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The yellow-clad assailant frowned, astonished by Lin Feng's rapid response. His ambush had utterly failed. Why does a mere cultivator hide among these bodyguards? Reveal your sect and name. I do not slay nameless individuals. The yellow-clad man approached the fallen black-clad figure, retrieving the blade embedded in his chest. Only a coward who hides and ambushes is unworthy of knowing my name. I sense someone surveilling us at the canyon entrance. It must be you. You do not seem like an ordinary person. Why align yourself with these bandits? Lin Feng deduced, recognizing this man as another practitioner, albeit merely an external cultivator. Impudent boy, I, Yang, have roamed the martial world long before you were born. Today, you shall meet your end. Yang Weiyu retorted angrily, though he appeared to be in his 30s. He was actually over 40, having achieved the pinnacle of external cultivation, which slowed his aging process. Yang Weiyu had initially intended to inquire why a cultivator was among the escort, but that was irrelevant now. He had resolved to eliminate everyone present. Age does not equate to strength, and merely being seasoned does not imply skill. To extinguish me, you must possess the capability. Lin Feng scoffed, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. This proclamation grated on Yu Jiu and Li's ears, as if it were directed specifically at them. Such arrogance will lead to an early demise, Yang Weiyu remarked, signaling his bandits to continue their assault. Whether the arrogant perish early depends on their strength, but bandits rarely meet a good end. Lin Feng met Yang Weiyu's gaze, aware that he alone possessed the ability to defeat him. And once Yang Weiyu fell, their side would secure victory. Seeing that his subordinates struggled to overcome Lin Haichuan's well-organized formation, Yang Weiyu understood that he must first eliminate Lin Feng to have any chance of success. Thus, he ceased his verbal sparring and charged at Lin Feng. Blades drawn, Yang Weiyu's dual blades danced swiftly, yet Lin Feng, too, moved with agility, narrowly evading each strike. Yang Weiyu, sensing the need for utmost concentration, increased the speed of his attacks. Lin Feng found himself laboring to keep pace. Their strengths were nearly equal, with Yang Weiyu relying on the sharpness of his blades for an advantage. Chapter 37. Repelling the bandits. Lin Feng recognized that this stalemate could not continue. He could not allow Yang Weiyu to dictate the rhythm of the battle, thus, he leveraged his agility to engage Yang Weiyu in close combat. Aiming to negate the advantage of his weapons, with a flurry of fists and kicks, Lin Feng relentlessly pressed Yang Weiyu into a position of sheer defense, leaving him momentarily devoid of any capacity for counterattack. The young man's proficiency in both boxing and palm techniques astonished Yang Weiyu, who was deeply shocked by Lin Feng's extraordinary talent. His aptitude for martial arts and swift mastery of combat techniques far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Further augmented by the martial arts manuals gifted to him by Ji Tianzhou, which significantly diversified his repertoire, Lin Feng's extensive knowledge of various fighting styles rendered him a formidable opponent, making it exceedingly difficult for the seasoned bandit leader to respond effectively. Frustration and anger bubbled within Yang Weiyu as he found himself continuously suppressed, yet he could not devise a viable method to extricate himself from Lin Feng's close-quarters combat. How about we call it a truce? If you agree to cease hostilities, I shall lead my men away, Yang Weiyu proposed, all the while moving ever closer to the protective circle formed by the bodyguards. Very well, but your men must first halt their assault. Lin Feng replied, persisting in his attack but reluctantly acquiescing to Yang Weiyu's suggestion. Everyone cease your attacks and withdraw 10 paces. Brother Yang, I trust this demonstrates my sincerity. Shouldn't you also consider laying down your arms? A broad smile spread across Yang Weiyu's face. You may leave now, and I hope we never cross paths again. With that, Lin Feng took a cautious step back, bringing his assault to a halt. Inside the carriage, Yi Shiyun had grown increasingly impatient. Eager to discern who dared to rob her and her companions, she resolved that upon her return to Qingye City, she would implore her father to dispatch soldiers to eradicate these brigands. Upon hearing the cessation of combat outside, she cautiously poked her head out of the carriage. At that moment, Lin Haichuan attempted to warn Lin Feng of a potential ruse, but it was too late. A glint of malice flickered in Yang Weiyu's eyes as he lunged forward, dual blades aimed at Lin Feng's abdomen. Should those blades find their mark, Lin Feng would surely meet his demise. In an instant, Lin Feng leapt into the air, evading the lethal strike and delivering a series of powerful kicks to Yang Weiyu. The force of the blows sent Yang Weiyu staggering backwards, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Did you truly believe I would trust a rogue like you so readily? Lin Feng retorted, alighting gracefully on the ground and brushing off his trousers with a hint of sarcasm. Yang Weiyu ignored Lin Feng's words and charged towards Yi Shiyun's carriage, his goal fixed on her. Her death would signify the success of his scheme. As soon as Yang Weiyu made a move, Lin Feng pursued him, determined to protect Yi Shiyun from harm. Thus, they became entwined in combat once more. Yang Weiyu seethed with resentment, lamenting that had it not been for this meddlesome youth, his plan would have already come to fruition. Unfazed by Yang Weiyu's inner turmoil, Lin Feng launched a fierce offensive. Yang Weiyu, already at a disadvantage, had sustained minor injuries from Lin Feng's earlier attacks, rendering him even less capable of withstanding the onslaught. If this continued, his situation would only worsen, and his very life might hang in the balance. However, extricating himself from Lin Feng's relentless grip proved to be no easy task, resulting to take a gamble. Yang Weiyu began to whirl his blades in a frenzied display, forcing Lin Feng back a step. With a powerful throw, he launched one blade towards Yi Shiyun's exposed head, the weapon flying with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dashed towards Yi Shiyun, blood splattering as he intercepted the blade with his left arm. At that moment, Yang Weiyu had already fled to the gorge's edge, taunting, "You little brat, consider that my treasured blade left in your care. I shall return one day to reclaim my blade in your head." With that, he vanished from sight, prompting the other bandits to flee in haste upon witnessing their leader's retreat. This scoundrel allowing him to escape while boasting of claiming my life. Should we cross paths again, let us see who meets their end. Lin Feng cursed as he glared in the direction of Yang Weiyu's disappearance. Seething with rage, he reflected that had it not been for his quick reflexes, Yi Shiyun would now be gravely injured, or worse, his inaugural bodyguard mission had nearly been ruined by this villain. Lin Haichuan observed the retreating bandits but chose not to organize a pursuit. Harboring a deep-seated disdain for the ambushers, yet, he understood the wisdom of not pursuing a desperate enemy. Their foremost priority was to tend to the wounded. After some time, Yi Shiyun finally regained her composure. Realizing how perilous the situation had been, though she possessed some martial skills, as the cherished daughter of the city lord, she lacked any real combat experience. "Lin Feng, are you uninjured?" she inquired, stepping down from the carriage to approach him with concern. She was acutely aware that had Lin Feng not used his left arm to deflect the lethal blow, she would have been in grave danger. "I'm fine, merely a superficial wound," Lin Feng assured her. Testing his left arm to confirm that no serious injury had been sustained. "You say you're fine, yet you've lost so much blood. Yuni, quickly fetch the best ointment for external injuries," Yi Shiyun commanded. Unconvinced by Lin Feng's words, and determined to personally tend to his wounds, aware of her good intentions, Lin Feng accepted her assistance without resistance, though it was evident that this young lady had little experience in bandaging wounds. Eventually she managed to wrap his arm in cloth strips. At last, "It's done," Yi Shiyun exclaimed, wiping the perspiration from her brow with a handkerchief, seemingly pleased with her handiwork. Lin Feng, however, looked at his heavily bandaged arm with a hint of exasperation. Meanwhile, Lin Haichuan had swiftly attended to the wounded, ensuring they received basic treatment. "Nissi, do you recall anything about those bandits? They are not like ordinary thieves, their ambush seems specifically tailored for our convoy," Lin Haichuan remarked as he approached her carriage. A lingering suspicion grew within him that these bandits had targeted Yi Shiyun specifically. "Lin Ding, please remember your position. Our miss has hired you as a bodyguard, and the Longwei Escort Agency has compensated you for your services. Your primary duty is to safeguard her." Yi Shiyun's maid Hing Yi interjected bluntly. Lin Feng frowned slightly, evidently displeased by her words. "Hing Yi, do not speak so recklessly. Had it not been for the brave efforts of the bodyguards from the Longwei Escort Agency, particularly the two of you, we might have perished here today, upon our arrival in Xingye City. I shall ensure my father hosts a grand banquet to express our gratitude to all the members of the Longwei Escort Agency." Yi Shiyun replied sincerely, her appreciation for their protection genuine, especially towards Lin Feng, who had risked himself to save her life. Chapter 38. Arrival at Xingye City. Yi Shiyun felt immensely fortunate for having fortuitously encountered Lin Feng at the Hongfu Tavern in Jinyun City. Her curiosity had led her to discover that he was the head of the Longwei Escort Agency, prompting her impulsive decision to hire him for her protection. In truth, she had her own motives. Having encountered other cultivators who often exhibited haughty attitudes, she had grown weary of their arrogance. Even within the city lord's residence, a certain elder cultivator had consistently looked down upon her, occasionally disregarding even her father's authority. Having a cultivator as her protector would undoubtedly elevate her status, allowing her to show that even cultivators could be mere bodyguards. Upon hearing Yi Shiyun's thoughts, Lin Feng's frown gradually eased. He was relieved to know that the life he risked saving was not one devoid of gratitude. It seemed that despite her occasional airs of a young lady, Yi Shiryun possessed a discernible sense of right and wrong and an appreciation for kindness, since Miss Yi has not encountered these bandits before. We must exercise even greater caution. The unknown enemy is the most perilous, and we should hasten our journey to Qingye City, Lin Haichuan suggested after a moment of contemplation, all according to your arrangements. Lin Ding, Yuni, Yingyi, let us board the carriage. Yi Shiryun concurred, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Haichuan's words. Wind, is your injury truly not severe? Lin Haichuan whispered to Lin Feng, fear not, this minor injury is nothing to me. And I discreetly ingested a healing pill given to me by Brother Mo. Lin Feng responded in a hushed tone. Lin Haichuan murmured a few words to Lin Feng, who nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. Now that everyone is prepared, let us set off, Lin Haichuan declared as he observed that the group was ready to depart. The pace of their journey quickened significantly, allowing them to reach Qingye City in just 2 days. During which they encountered no further bandit attacks. At last, we have arrived at Qingye City. Lin Feng stretched atop his horse, having maintained a heightened state of alert throughout the journey, wary of any potential mishaps. As they approached the city, Lin Haichuan's demeanor softened, a smile gracing his face. The group, comprising both bodyguards and Yi Shiryun's household retainers, wore expressions of relief and joy. The journey had indeed been fraught with peril. During the ambush in the gorge, they had felt greatly outnumbered, fearing the worst, yet, with Lin Feng's decisive victory over the bandit leader, the tide had turned, allowing them to escape with their lives. The bodyguards and retainers expressed their immense gratitude and admiration for Lin Feng. A sentiment echoed by Yu Ding and Li Ding as well. The two individuals had surreptitiously sought out Lin Feng, expressing their apologies for their previous remarks. However, Lin Feng assured them that he bore no ill will. Acknowledging that it was entirely reasonable for others to doubt his capabilities, given his lack of experience as a bodyguard, his words left both Yu and Li, the bodyguards, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had anticipated being ridiculed by Lin Feng. Yet they were taken aback by his magnanimity. With a person of Lin Feng's caliber present, how could the Changwei escort agency possibly fail to thrive? This thought took root in the minds of both bodyguards. As the group arrived at the gates of Qingye City, several soldiers approached for a routine inspection. At that moment, a figure descended from a carriage, none other than Aunt Yun, the maid of Yi Shiryun. In her hand, she held a token, which she casually tossed to the leading soldier. Initially, the soldier appeared displeased, but upon recognizing the token's insignia, he was instantly taken aback. Apologies for our lack of courtesy. Please, esteemed guests, enter the city, he said respectfully, returning the token to Aunt Yun. The woman accepted it with an air of pride before returning to the carriage. It was no wonder she spoke so haughtily. Her status in Qingye City was evidently significant, as a mere token could elicit such deference from the soldiers. Lin Feng mused to himself, typically, cities like Qingye would have soldiers checking incoming individuals. Especially for a group like theirs, which was numerous and armed. However, the token Aunt Yun presented was a pass issued by the city lord, granting them unfettered access in and out of Qingye City. Proceed into the city, Lin Haichuan instructed as Aunt Yun rejoined the carriage. Lin Feng and his companions traversed the streets and arrived before the city lord's residence, where the magnificence of the architecture left them awestruck. The city lord's mansion in Qingye City was grand and imposing, resembling a majestic palace standing proudly at the city's heart. Its architectural style was both solemn and elegant, exuding an aura of prestige and nobility. Towering walls surrounded the estate, robust and formidable, as if capable of withstanding any external threat. The gates were adorned with unknown gemstones, sparkling brilliantly and showcasing the dignity and glory of the city lord's residence. At that moment, Aunt Yun and Aunt Ying stepped forward to guide the group into the mansion. The family guards, familiar with the surroundings, assisted the members of the Changwei escort agency in leading their horses to the stables. Aunt Yun arranged the finest guest quarters for the bodyguards, insisting that no neglect be shown to them. I shall go meet my father. I am certain he will be most grateful to all of you. Yi Shiryun announced as she disembarked from the carriage. Miss Yi, you are too kind, Lin Haichuan replied with a respectful gesture. Lin Feng, meanwhile, surveyed the interior of the mansion with great curiosity, marveling at the grandeur of the architecture, which was truly beyond comparison with Jinyun City. It was no wonder that Chief Ji harbored ambitions of developing to this level. Lin Feng and his companions were assigned to a secluded courtyard with smooth bluestone slabs underfoot, shaded by verdant trees on either side, and vibrant flowers blooming in the garden, filling the air with their delightful fragrance. Lin Feng was quite pleased with this luxurious accommodation, having never resided in such opulence before. Should any of the bodyguards require anything, please do not hesitate to summon a servant or maid. However, I urge you to remember that this is the city lord's residence and not the outside world. Kindly refrain from wandering beyond this courtyard, Aunt Yin stated coolly. What if we wish to go out? Lin Feng inquired with some dissatisfaction. After all, he had longed to explore Qingye City. Should you wish to venture out, simply instruct a maid to notify me, and I will make the necessary arrangements. If there is nothing further, I must report to the young lady and shall not delay your rest any longer, Aunt Yin said, her impatience evident. Lin Feng was about to voice further objections when Lin Haichuan interjected. We appreciate your assistance. Since you must return to report to Missy, we shall not take up any more of your time. Should any matters arise, we will communicate with the servants. Chapter 39, The Dinner Invitation. Uncle Haichuan, why did you stop me from speaking? We must notify her if we wish to go out, and she will arrange it for us. It feels as though we have no freedom within the city lord's residence, Lin Feng grumbled. You have grown too accustomed to freedom outside. This is the city lord's residence in Qingye City, where one cannot roam as they please. Moreover, do not be misled into thinking that the city lord here holds the same rank as that of Jinyun City. Our city lord is appointed by the prefect, while the city lord of Qingye is hereditary. It is said that the Yi family has governed this city for over 200 years, and their standing is considered quite respectable in Qingyuan Prefecture. Lin Haichuan explained, having taken the time to familiarize himself with Qingye City and the Yi family's significance prior to this escort mission. In this city, the Yi family wielded power akin to that of local monarchs, and the city lord's mansion was akin to a royal palace. Were it not for Yi Shiyun's presence, Lin Feng and his companions would not have been granted entry. At times swiftly passed to midday. Without waiting for Lin Feng and the others to place an order, servants naturally arrived with meals for them. A series of exquisite dishes were laid out upon the dining table, igniting Lin Feng's appetite. Each bite brought a wave of satisfaction, causing him to momentarily forget the frustrations of the morning. Uncle Haichuan, the cuisine at the city lord's residence is truly exceptional. It seems even more delectable than that of Hongfu restaurant. Perhaps I should speak with Yi Shiyun next time and suggest we extend our stay at the city lord's residence as a way to repay my savior, Lin Feng mused after savoring several delightful dishes. You foolish boy, stop daydreaming and eat your meal, Lin Haichuan chided with a chuckle. Lin Feng huffed in annoyance but continued to relish the delicious fare. After lunch, Lin Feng and a few bodyguards engaged in casual conversation within the courtyard when Yi Shiyun and a woman entered the area. Aunt Yun and Aunt Ing followed closely behind. The woman, resplendent in her elegance, appeared to be in her 40s, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Shiyun. This is my mother. She has come specifically to thank you for saving my life, Yi Shiyun introduced, linking her arm with the woman. The woman was none other than the wife of the city lord. Madam Yi. Greetings, Madam Yi, Lin Feng said, bowing respectfully. Truly a remarkable young talent, even your appearance is striking. In a few years, you will surely captivate countless young ladies, remarked the city lord's wife, her words intriguing as she chose to compliment Lin Feng's looks before expressing gratitude for saving her daughter. This left Lin Feng somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Yi Shiyun's cheeks flushed slightly at her mother's words. Madame Yi was once a prominent figure in Qingye City, hailing from a martial arts family, and possessed martial skills rivaling those of her male peers. Aunt Yun and Aunt Ing were her maids, and much of their training had been under her tutelage. Due to her early training in martial arts, she was not as demure or refined as other women but rather somewhat brusque, often speaking and acting without much regard for decorum. Thank you for your kind words, madam. I am but an ordinary person, hardly deserving of such praise, Lin Feng replied modestly. How humble, you are far superior to those young noblemen who only boast. No wonder you have achieved your status as a cultivator at such a young age, Madame Yi complimented. At that moment, Lin Haichuan emerged from the house, having overheard their conversation. I am Lin Haichuan. Honored to meet you, Madame Yi. Mother, please get to the point, Yi Shiyun urged, shaking her mother's arm. Today, I wish to express my gratitude to all the bodyguards for safely escorting my daughter back to Qingye City. My husband and I have prepared some gifts for you, please accept them, Madame Yi stated graciously, gesturing to her maid, Aunt Ing. Aunt Ing held a beautifully carved small box, which had gone unnoticed by the gathered spectators. She handed the box to Lin Haichuan, who felt its slight weight as he accepted it. Thank you, madam, and the city lord for your generous gifts, Lin Haichuan said with a slight bow. There is no need for formalities. This is what you all deserve. Tonight, my husband has prepared a banquet to welcome Lin Jiao and Lin Feng. We hope the two of you will honor us with your presence, Madame Yi added as Lin Haichuan accepted the gift. Madam, you are too kind. My nephew Lin Feng and I will certainly attend the banquet, Lin Haichuan replied courteously. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, indicating he would also be present for the evening's festivities. We shall not intrude any longer until tonight, Madam Yi said, leading her daughter away from Lin Feng's courtyard. As Yi Shiyun glanced back at Lin Feng, her gaze lingered on the bandage wrapped around his left arm, revealing her concern for his injury. Yet, with her mother present, she felt somewhat hesitant to voice her worries. Lin Feng, noticing her concern, quickly gestured with his right hand to indicate that he was fine. It is quite rare for Shiyun to show such concern for someone, Madam Yi remarked softly to her daughter, now outside the courtyard. He saved your precious life. Is it so strange for you to care about his injury? Yi Shiyun pouted slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Madam Yi observed her daughter with a knowing smile. Is that truly all there is to it? Yi Shiyun frowned, letting out a soft huff to express her discontent. After Madam Yi and Yi Shiyun departed, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan returned inside. Uncle Haichuan, what do you suppose is inside that box? Lin Feng inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. If I am not mistaken, it likely contains gold, Lin Haichuan replied. Upon opening the box, Lin Feng was met with the sight of an entire cache of gold. Uncle Haichuan, you speak the truth. It truly is a chest of gold. The city lord and his lady are indeed generous to bestow such a fortune upon us, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of emotion. Did I not tell you before, the Yi family of Qingye City is no ordinary clan. To us, this chest of gold may seem like a considerable sum, yet for the Yi family, it is of little consequence, Lin Haichuan responded. Typically, Lin Haichuan's character would not allow him to accept any remuneration beyond the fees for the bodyguards. However, with several guards having lost their lives, it is only fitting to provide some compensation to their families. It is entirely reasonable to offer additional financial support to the families of these guards. The demise of these guards represents a significant loss for Changwei Escort Agency, which will also need to recruit capable individuals to fill the vacancies, incurring further expenses, coupled with the need for compensation. This situation necessitates a substantial amount of silver, thus Lin Haichuan resolved to accept the gold, for the Yi family hardly lacks such wealth. Chapter 40. The city lord's assassination. As evening approached, a servant arrived at the small courtyard of Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan, guiding them to the banquet hall of the city lord's residence. Upon entering the hall, the two were awestruck by the grandeur before them. The banquet hall was not only vast but also exquisitely adorned, with various renowned paintings hanging on the walls and an array of antiques and fine porcelain displayed on stands crafted from precious rosewood. As Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan recovered from their astonishment, they noticed Yi Shiyun waiting for their arrival, while servants busily prepared items for the banquet. Lin Feng, you have arrived, come over here quickly, my parents will be here shortly. Yi Shiyun greeted them warmly. She was dressed in a delicate lavender gown, radiating an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor, clearly indicating that she had put great effort into her appearance for this evening's event. Missy, I scarcely recognized you in this attire, Lin Feng remarked, having approached her and observed her closely. What, is my outfit not beautiful? Yi Shiyun replied with a charming smile. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful, I have never seen such a stunning woman. Lin Feng exclaimed with exaggerated fervor. Yi Shiyun huffed softly, clearly displeased with Lin Feng's display, as she had devoted an entire afternoon to meticulously selecting this gown. Lin Feng dared not offend Miss Yi further. Lin Haichuan then patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, at that moment, three individuals entered through the main door of the banquet hall. To the far left was indeed the city lord's wife, while the man in the center was a middle-aged gentleman of average height and ordinary appearance, yet he exuded an air of authority as he walked. This must be Yi Qingfeng, the city lord of Qingye City. To the far right stood an elderly man with white hair, appearing quite aged, likely no less than 80 years old. Despite his advanced age, his eyes sparkled with vitality, for he was also a practitioner and served as a guardian of the Yi family. This must be the young brother who saved my daughter. I should have paid my respects sooner, but as the city lord, I am mired in mundane affairs, hence I arranged this banquet to express my gratitude. Yi Qingfeng said with a warm smile, his demeanor now akin to that of a friendly neighbor. Yi Qingfeng was no fool. He understood where to exert his authority. Upon entering, the elder beside him had already informed him of Lin Feng's formidable strength, which surpassed even his own, thus explaining the warm reception Lin Feng received. As the city lord of Qingye City and the head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng had encountered practitioners before. The elder by his side was one. He was well aware that practitioners often possessed high and mighty temperaments, and given that Lin Feng had saved his daughter's life, it was only natural for him to treat Lin Feng with utmost hospitality. While Lin Feng pondered how to respond, Lin Haichuan stepped forward. City Lord Yi, you are too gracious. You, as the lord of the city, are undoubtedly occupied with official duties. For you to take the time out of your busy schedule to host this banquet for us is something we should be grateful for. Lin Haichuan said politely, bowing slightly. Lin Haichuan interjected, concerned that Lin Feng might inadvertently offend the city lord with his words, and you must be Lin Haichuan, the head of the Lin escort agency. I was so focused on conversing with young brother Lin Feng that I neglected to acknowledge you. My apologies, please be seated. Let us dine and converse, Yi Qingfeng said, waving his hand to signal everyone to sit. While he took his place at the head of the table, Yi Qingfeng was quite talkative, and the group engaged in delightful conversation. At that moment, the city lord's wife instructed the servants to begin serving the dishes. And soon exquisite delicacies were presented on the dining table. You look remarkably familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Lin Feng inquired of a serving attendant. This attendant was of modest stature and rather ordinary in appearance. Appearing to be around 20 years old, the type one could easily overlook in a crowd. The others were puzzled by Lin Feng's remark, as he had never been to the city lord's residence before and should not have recognized the attendant. I should not have, for I grew up in the city lord's residence. My parents work here, and I rarely leave the premises, the attendant replied. Just then, a deep voice resonated from outside the hall. Brother, who are you hosting today without informing me? Following the voice, a robust man strode into the hall, causing the attendant to step back, joining the other servants along the walls. Qinghe, when did you return? Come sit down, I will introduce you to our guests, Yi Qingfeng said with a hearty laugh, appearing very pleased. Following Yi Qingfeng's introduction, the guests became acquainted with one another. This man was Yi Qingfeng's younger brother, named Yi Qinghe, who frequently traveled and had fortuitously returned to the city lord's residence today. Although the dishes served at the banquet were unfamiliar to Lin Feng, his mind was preoccupied, rendering the food unappetizing. He possessed an excellent memory, and while he felt a sense of familiarity with the attendant, he could not recall where he had seen him before. As the dishes and drinks circulated, everyone at the table, except for Lin Feng and a few women, began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Suddenly several flying daggers shot out from among the attendants, aimed directly at Yi Qingfeng. In an instant, Lin Feng leaped from his seat. While others reacted slowly, Lin Feng's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. As he had been discreetly observing the attendant, the moment the daggers were launched, he sprang into action, landing beside Yi Qingfeng and deftly swatting the daggers to the ground with his right hand. It was only then that the others realized an assassination attempt was underway, and chaos erupted in the banquet hall. A guardian, protect my brother, Lin Feng, help me subdue this scoundrel, Yi Qinghe shouted as he charged toward the attendant. However, just as he reached the attendant, he was kicked back onto a dining table, rolling to the floor. You are a practitioner, Yi Qinghe managed to utter before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, some astute attendants and maids attempted to flee the hall to seek assistance. But outside, ambushes had already been laid. As they reached the entrance, several hidden assailants in black swiftly dispatched them. Followed by the closing of the banquet hall doors, the black-clad assailants turned to face the remaining guests, evidently intent on eliminating them before proceeding with their objectives. Chapter 41, Defeating Yang Weiyu. You little brat, you have thwarted my plans once again. Today, I shall see you torn to shreds. The attendant glared menacingly at the assembled group, particularly at Lin Feng. I recognize you now. You are the leader of the bandits who attacked us that day. You truly are a persistent pest. To think I would encounter you within the city lord's residence. It seems today shall determine our fates, Lin Feng retorted, recalling the attendant's unmasked voice. Today, it shall be you who meets your demise. How did it feel to be struck by my blade that day? Yang Weiyu sneered, eyeing Lin Feng's injured left arm. You vile scoundrel, had you dared to face me openly that day, you would have been the one lying dead. Lin Feng shot back, indignation rising within him. The victor lives, and the vanquished perishes. Such is the way of the world. Prepare to die, Yang Weiyu declared, accepting his treasured blade from one of the black-clad figures and swinging it directly at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng sidestepped the blow, narrowly avoiding it, but Yang Weiyu's relentless assault continued, each strike more ferocious than the last, targeting Lin Feng's injured arm, leaving him in a precarious position. The others were not faring much better. The Guardian was tasked with protecting City Lord Yi and the combat-inept Yi Shiyuan, while the unconscious Yi Qinghe remained vulnerable. The burden of defense fell squarely on Lin Haichuan and the City Lord's wife, both of whom were skilled fighters, making it difficult for the assailants to overwhelm them. Lin Feng managed to evade another horizontal slash from Yang Weiyu, but the latter retaliated with a vicious upward strike, the hilt of his blade crashing into Lin Feng's wounded arm. Lin Feng staggered back, clutching his arm. You despicable fiend, he exclaimed. Ha, it seems your injury is quite severe. Let us see how you cope with my techniques using just one arm. Yang Weiyu taunted, advancing with his blade aimed at Lin Feng once more. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Lin Feng would succumb to Yang Weiyu's onslaught. As Yang Weiyu unleashed a powerful strike, Lin Feng not only displayed no signs of tension but instead revealed a peculiar smile. The moment Yang Weiyu beheld Lin Feng's grin, his heart jolted with alarm. However, the blow had already been struck and could not be retracted. Lin Feng stepped forward, raising his left arm to intercept Yang Weiyu's weapon-wielding hand, followed by a thunderous punch. The iron fist struck directly at Yang Weiyu's abdomen, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, causing him to stagger backward until he collided with the wall, finally coming to a halt. "You little trickster, your left arm's injury has long since healed," Yang Weiyu stammered, pressing his palm against the spot where Lin Feng had struck him. "How dare a despicable scoundrel like you accuse me of deceit? Fortunately, Uncle Haichuan advised me to feign an unhealed injury, otherwise how could I handle such a vile character?" Lin Feng replied with a hint of pride. Witnessing Lin Feng's triumph over Yang Weiyu, the others felt their confidence surge, while the black-clad individuals hesitated upon seeing their leader defeated. Observing Yang Weiyu leaning against the wall, Lin Feng resolved to deliver a final blow. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Nian, the protector of Yi Qingfeng, suddenly launched an attack against him. Yi Qingfeng, skilled in martial arts and vigilant of the emerging chaos, swiftly evaded Nian's strike. However, as a cultivator, Nian's speed was formidable, and Yi Qingfeng barely managed to dodge, resulting in one of his right arms being broken in the process. Although Qingfeng has become the lord of the city, he has not neglected his training, Nian remarked with a hint of surprise. "What are you doing, Nian?" the lady of the city exclaimed as she rushed to Yi Qingfeng's side. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan joined forces with Yi Qingfeng to guard against further attacks from Nian. "Do not panic, my lady. I am unharmed. It seems Nian is indeed an insider among these individuals. Without him, they would not have infiltrated my residence so easily. Moreover, no guards have yet detected the abnormality in the banquet hall." Indicating that Nian had arranged everything in advance, Yi Qingfeng calmly stated, despite the severity of his injury. "Indeed," Nian readily acknowledged, "however, I find myself perplexed. What benefit do you gain from killing me? I have treated you well." "Yi Qingfeng, since my father took charge of Qingye City, you have made me a protector of the Yi family. Why the sudden betrayal?" Yi Qingfeng struggled to comprehend Nian's treachery, as the Yi family had always shown him great respect. "It appears you still do not grasp what we cultivators seek, nor does your father. True, the Yi family has treated me well, but you and your father should not have concealed the matter of the Tianfeng Dihua decree from me. I despise it. It was only a few years ago that I discovered your family possessed such a decree, and you never mentioned it to me. Had you both shared it with me, I would not be trapped outside the realm of full cultivation now." Nian's agitation grew with each word, his wrinkled skin quivering with fury, revealing the depths of his anger. "How could you possibly know about the Tianfeng Dihua decree?" Yi Qingfeng exclaimed in shock, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the unconscious Yi Qinghe on the ground. Suddenly, the prone Yi Qinghe sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water. Swiftly approaching Nian's side, "Nian, it would be wise for you to eliminate them quickly to avoid further complications," Yi Qinghe said with a solemn expression. "Qinghe, so you are the mastermind," Yi Qingfeng thought in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his own brother was behind the assassination plot against him. "Brother, words are futile. After today, I, Yi Qinghe, shall be the lord of Qingye City." Yi Qinghe's face twisted into a sinister grin. "Lin Feng, little brother, if you assist me in eliminating these two, I, Yi Qingfeng, shall reward you handsomely." Yi Qingfeng's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. The betrayal of two individuals close to him struck him deeply. "Very well, I, Lin Feng, detest those who would kill their own brothers for power. Fear not, Lord Yi. As long as I am here, they shall not lay a finger on you." Lin Feng felt immense disdain for Yi Qinghe's actions. He too had brothers, and even the emperor's throne paled in comparison to his brother Lin Yu. "You arrogant brat, do not presume that just because you have some skill and a few years of training, you can best me. The captain of the thieves serves as a prime example." Lin Feng scoffed at Nian's words. "You sharp-tongued whelp, I hope you remain as arrogant after the battle." Yang, you and Qinghe focus on eliminating Yi Qingfeng. "Leave this little brat to me." As soon as the words left his lips, Nian launched an attack at Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghe exchanged glances with Yang Weiyu, and the two charged towards Yi Qingfeng. But Lin Haichuan and the lady of the city remained vigilant against them. Both Yi Qinghe and Yang Weiyu found themselves intercepted by Lin Haichuan and the lady of the city. With Lin Haichuan facing Yang Weiyu and the lady of the city engaging Yi Qinghe in combat, initially Lin Haichuan had been concerned about facing Yang Weiyu, but he soon realized that Yang Weiyu was gravely injured. With only a fraction of his strength remaining, this allowed Lin Haichuan to gain the upper hand, while Yang Weiyu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The black-clad assailants had also turned their attention to Yi Qingfeng and his daughter Yi Shiyun. Although Yi Qingfeng struggled due to his injured right arm, he managed to fend off several attackers. Meanwhile, Yi Shiyun, though shocked and frightened, set aside her fears and utilized her martial skills to alleviate her father's burden. The battle within the hall descended into utter chaos, with numerous paintings and ceramics being destroyed, yet, remarkably, no one dared approach the vicinity of Lin Feng and Nian, as both were cultivators unleashing their full power. The risk of being caught in their clash meant certain death. Lin Feng's strikes were straightforward and aggressive, targeting Nian's vital organs and head, aiming for a swift kill. Nian, on the other hand, employed a vicious claw technique, targeting Lin Feng's joints and throat with deadly precision. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, yet such a stalemate was unfavorably tilted towards Nian. Being older, his stamina was not what it once was. Compelling him to seek a swift resolution, Nian leapt into the air, crossing his arms and forming claw-like hands, declaring, "Prepare to receive my technique." The rending tendon and breaking bone hand, unfazed, Lin Feng channeled his strength into his arms and unleashed his iron fist. Crashing against Nian's claws, the sound of shattering bones echoed from Nian's hands as he was sent flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. "You old fool, lacking in skill yet still boasting. Now that I've shattered your hands, let us see how you will harm others in the future." Lin Feng's breath was labored, his hands trembling uncontrollably, revealing several bloodied lines on the back of his hands, evidence that he too had not emerged unscathed from their encounter. Nian, struggling to sit upright, gazed in dismay at his broken hands, unable to catch his breath before losing consciousness. Upon witnessing Nian's defeat at Lin Feng's hands, Yi Qinghe and Yang Weiyu felt a surge of dread. Promptly abandoning their opponents in a desperate bid to flee. At that moment, Lin Feng had regained some strength. Though his hands remained weak, he could afford to ignore Yi Qinghe, but Yang Weiyu had to die today. With a jump, he executed a sweeping kick that struck Yang Weiyu's neck with a sickening crack, resulting in his head snapping back. Yang Weiyu's eyes bulged, blood frothing from his mouth, as he realized he was beyond saving. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghe also found no escape, as Lin Haichuan's intervention allowed the lady of the city to completely overpower him, ensuring his defeat was merely a matter of time. Lin Feng seized Yang Weiyu's prized blade, delivering several swift strikes that severed the tendons of a few black-clad figures attempting to flee, leaving them writhing in agony on the ground. "Will you surrender, or shall I be forced to take action? Should I intervene, you may find it quite painful," Lin Feng stated coldly as he approached Yi Qinghe from behind, refraining from immediate action. Fate has not favored me today, brother. You are fortunate, were it not for this brat. The position of city lord would have been mine." Yi Qinghe forced a bitter smile, his sleeve flicking to reveal a dagger sliding into his grasp. In a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into his own heart, blood splattering forth as he collapsed lifeless. The rapidity of events left everyone unable to prevent Yi Qinghe's suicide. Lin Feng, positioned behind him, had not seen the dagger in his hand and was thus unable to intervene in time. "Alas, Qinghe, why must you go to such lengths?" Yi Qingfeng sighed deeply. Just then, the guards of the city lord's residence finally noticed the commotion in the banquet hall. A group of soldiers burst through the doors, and a commander hastily approached Yi Qingfeng, kneeling before him. "We apologize for our tardiness, my lord. Please punish us. Nian conspired with thieves to assassinate me, but thanks to young Lin Feng, I was able to escape this calamity. However, my brother has been brutally harmed. Today marks a moment of misfortune for the Yi family, and I fervently hope that no one disseminates news of this event. In this moment, Yi Qingfeng exudes the imposing authority of the city lord." The commander repeatedly assents, though it is evident that Yi Qinghe's demise was a suicide. He dares not voice his inquiries. The city lord's leniency towards him already fills him with relief, and he promptly rises to instruct the soldiers to manage the scene. "I am truly grateful to both of you today. Without your assistance, my family could have faced dire consequences." Yi Qingfeng expressed his gratitude towards Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan. "There is no need for such formality. Lord Yi, my nephew and I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time," replied Lin Haichuan, aware that Yi Qingfeng now was a favor to him and Lin Feng. "In the future, should the Changwei Escort Bureau wish to flourish in Yi City, this Lord Yi will undoubtedly offer his support. There is no need for courtesy, for these matters compelled my intervention. The bandit leader harbors enmity towards me, and even had I chosen not to act, he would not have spared me," Lin Feng remarked. He refrained from voicing the thought that had Yang Weiyu chosen to spare him, he would not have extended the same courtesy. "Regardless, I must thank both of you once more. As night falls, I kindly request that you return to rest, with the hope that you do not speak of today's events, as they pertain to the reputation of the Yi family." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingfeng added, "Should word of my brother's treachery in seeking to usurp the city lordship leak, it would severely tarnish the Yi family's honor. I am not one to gossip, rest assured. Lord Yi. Lin Haichuan, seeing no reason to decline Yi Qingfeng's request, understood that publicizing this incident would bear no benefit for him either. I am but a fighter. I am not versed in matters beyond that. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest, for I am quite fatigued after 2 consecutive battles, Lin Feng said nonchalantly, although the skirmishes were brief. He had exerted himself fully, and the toll on his stamina was considerable, leaving him genuinely wearied. In light of this, you both should indeed return to rest. Once I have managed matters here, I shall ensure that I express my gratitude to you both properly in a few days. Yi Qingfeng remarked, your kindness is appreciated, Lord Yi. My nephew and I shall take our leave now, Lin Haichuan replied, bowing courteously. Chapter 43, the Tianfeng Dian order. Having bid farewell to Lord Yi and his family, Lin Feng and Lin Haichuan returned to their small courtyard, where an escort inquired curiously about their tattered garments from the evening banquet. Lin Haichuan simply shook his head, instructing the escorts not to pry and to remain within the courtyard, as the city lord's residence would be under strict scrutiny in the coming days. Although the escorts were puzzled, none dared to defy Lin Haichuan's orders. The following morning, indeed, the city lord's residence commenced a thorough investigation. Yet Lin Feng and his companions were left undisturbed in their courtyard. Thus, 2 days elapsed, during which Lin Feng's injuries fully healed. Breathing in the fresh air of the courtyard, he began practicing his boxing technique, each punch sending leaves fluttering down. Excellent technique, young brother. Yi Qingfeng's praise reached Lin Feng's ears. Yi Qingfeng stood at the courtyard entrance, flanked by 4 guards, a precaution taken since the assassination attempt. Greetings, Lord Yi. Lin Feng stepped forward courteously. Despite being confined to the city lord's residence these past few days, he had enjoyed a level of privilege within the courtyard. Moreover, a physician had attended to his claw wounds the morning following the banquet, indicating that Lord Yi had treated him quite well. Young brother Lin Feng, do you have a moment? Yi Qingfeng inquired. I do have time. May I ask why the Lord seeks me? Lin Feng replied, puzzled by Yi Qingfeng's personal visit to the courtyard, suggesting the matter at hand must be significant. There are indeed matters I wish to discuss with you, young brother Lin Feng, if you are free. Let us converse in my study, Yi Qingfeng said, maintaining a warm smile. Certainly, please lead the way, Lord Yi. Lin Feng agreed readily. Having enjoyed fine food and drink at the city lord's residence, he felt inclined to assist with any reasonable requests. In his mind, Lin Feng surmised that Yi Qingfeng must have a matter of importance for which he sought his counsel, hence the invitation to the study. Upon reaching Yi Qingfeng's study, both took their seats, and a maidservant served fragrant tea. You may all leave. Unless summoned, no one is to approach the study, Yi Qingfeng commanded, as several guards stepped outside, standing 2 meters from the door. Young brother Lin Feng, what are your thoughts on my residence? Yi Qingfeng took a sip of tea and posed the question. The food is delightful, and the accommodations are excellent, Lin Feng replied honestly, unsure of the intent behind Yi Qingfeng's inquiry. Since you find my residence agreeable, would you be interested in remaining here as a vassal of the Yi family? Yi Qingfeng chuckled before continuing. His intention in seeking Lin Feng was to secure his presence in the city lord's residence, especially following the betrayal of the previous vassal, as the residence urgently required a cultivator to deter those with ill intentions towards the Yi family. While the offer is generous, I, Lin Feng, have my aspirations set elsewhere. I hope Lord Yi can understand, Lin Feng responded without hesitation, his ambition to become a powerful cultivator making it improbable for him to remain long in the city lord's residence. Yi Qingfeng, taken aback by Lin Feng's resolute answer, fell into a moment of contemplation. Lin Feng chose not to disturb him, instead savoring the fragrant tea. Allow me to be forthright, Lin Feng. Should you choose to remain as a vassal of the Yi family, you would receive not only substantial wealth annually but also be free from any command aside from my own. Furthermore, upon your coming of age, I could arrange for you to wed Shiyun, ensuring that your offspring would inherit the position of the next city lord. Yi Qingfeng extolled numerous enticing prospects, all with the hope of persuading Lin Feng to join their ranks. I appreciate your understanding, Lord Yi, but my sole focus lies in the pursuit of cultivation. Even my affiliation with the Changwei Escort Bureau is merely a means to explore and seek out a sect that may accept me as a disciple. Thus, until I have entered a cultivation sect, I cannot remain in one place for long, nor can I accept your offer of vassalage. Even if your terms are tempting, I must decline, Lin Feng stated firmly. Observing that Yi Qingfeng was still intent on persuading him, Yi Qingfeng sighed deeply, recognizing that Lin Feng's steadfastness rendered him impervious to the benefits he had proposed. Your dedication to your cultivation is commendable, Young brother Lin Feng, I understand that material possessions may not sway you. However, my family possesses a treasure that I believe may change your mind upon viewing, Yi Qingfeng said confidently, producing an object from within his robes and placing it on the table. Lin Feng refrained from examining the item, as he had already made his decision and would not be swayed by any treasure, regardless of its nature. Lord Yi, I will not stay in the city lord's residence as a vassal of the Yi family. I kindly request that you take this treasure back, Lin Feng replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. It appears you are unfamiliar with this item. Do you know why the bandit leader, who has achieved the pinnacle of external cultivation, and the former vassal obey my brother? Yi Qingfeng initially paused, then chuckled. I do not know, Lin Feng admitted, puzzled as to how the bandit leader, a formidable figure, and the former vassal, a prominent character within Xingye City, had been swayed. This item is the Tianfeng Dian order. The bandit leader and the former vassal followed my brother's command solely to obtain it. Yi Qingfeng lamented. The Tianfeng Dian order was bestowed upon our ancestor by a powerful cultivator of the wind and fire Xianyuan sect. It was through this cultivator's aid that our ancestor ascended to the position of city lord, establishing a legacy wherein only the Yi family could hold this title. When this formidable cultivator departed, he left the Tianfeng Dian order with the head of the Yi family, stating that anyone who attained the pinnacle of external cultivation and possessed this token would be granted entry into the wind and fire Xianyuan sect. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at the mention of the order. With it, he could join a cultivation sect. Young brother Lin Feng, should you agree to become a vassal of the Yi family, the Tianfeng Dian order shall be yours. I understand your focus is on cultivation and that you wish to avoid mundane matters. My request is modest. Your role as a vassal would merely be nominal, and when the Yi family faces peril, you would need only to lend your strength. Yi Qingfeng acknowledged the improbability of Lin Feng committing entirely to the city lord's residence but sought to secure his assistance in protecting the Yi family. Given that Lord Yi has presented me with the Tianfeng Dian order today, I, Lin Feng, vow that within my capabilities, I shall ensure the safety of the Yi family, Lin Feng declared earnestly. Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly, handing the Tianfeng Dian order to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng carefully examined the token, he noted its obsidian hue, crafted from an unknown metal, with one side inscribed with the characters Tianfeng in turquoise and the other side bearing Dian in crimson. The script exuding an ancient and dignified aura. Chapter 44, Wind and Fire Xianyuan Sect. May you flourish in the Wind and Fire Xianyuan Sect, young brother. Yi Qingfeng's face beamed with joy. Although parting with the Tianfeng Dian order pained him greatly, gaining Lin Feng's assurance was not without merit. With Lin Feng's talent, his enrollment in the Wind and Fire Xianyuan Sect would undoubtedly lead to remarkable progress in his cultivation. With a hopeful heart, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, stating that he must inform his uncle Lin Haichuan about his intention to seek discipleship at the Wind and Fire Xianyuan sect. Upon departing from Yi Qingfeng's study, Lin Feng dashed back to his modest courtyard with great fervor. Several waves of guards attempted to intercept him, but upon recognizing the frantic figure as Lin Feng, they relinquished their intentions. Many of the guards had encountered Lin Feng before, particularly those aware that the former year-end offering had been vanquished by this very youth. Hence, Lin Feng's reputation within the Lord's manor was undoubtedly formidable. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Feng proceeded directly to Lin Haichuan's chamber. Overwhelmed with excitement, he neglected to knock and burst in unannounced. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Lin Haichuan instinctively drew his saber and swung it with intent. Given the recent spate of incidents, first with bandits attacking a convoy and later with an assassination attempt on the Lord, Lin Haichuan's nerves were taut with tension. It's me, Uncle Haichuan, Lin Feng interjected hastily, blocking the blade with his arm. What has you in such a flurry, you rascal? Lin Haichuan inquired. Sheathing his saber, Lin Feng recounted his intentions to join the Fenghua Xianyuan sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Haichuan fell into deep contemplation. Noticing the furrow in Lin Haichuan's brow, Lin Feng felt a pang of worry, hoping his uncle would not oppose his decision. Fenger, as long as you genuinely wish to join the Fenghua Xianyuan sect, Uncle Haichuan wholeheartedly supports you, Lin Haichuan declared, recognizing the rarity and value of such an opportunity. Thank you, Uncle Haichuan. I thought you might disapprove after pondering for so long, Lin Feng exclaimed with joy. This is indeed a fortuitous event. How could I possibly object? My concern was merely how to explain this to your parents upon returning to Linjia village. You can simply leave, but I must provide them with some clarity. Seeing as I brought you out of that village, Lin Haichuan replied with a hint of exasperation. The mere thought of confronting Li Wenshou, Lin Feng's mother, filled him with dread. Do not worry. Uncle Haichuan, I will compose a letter to my parents for you to deliver. Even had you not brought me out of Linjia village, I would eventually leave once I attain the peak of my cultivation. You must understand that Linjia village is too small and life there is too comfortable for individuals like us. Lin Feng reflected, a touch of melancholy in his tone. Lin Haichuan smiled faintly. You re quite astute, aren't you? While cultivation is paramount, do ensure to visit me and your parents occasionally. Don't be like your younger brother, who has been training for years without returning. Leaving your parents in worry. Rest assured, Uncle Haichuan, I will definitely return to see you and my parents. Moreover, should my cultivation progress well, I plan to visit the Crystal Palace to find Lin Yu. And perhaps we shall return to Linjia village together, Lin Feng replied, envisioning the joyful reunion with his brother. When do you plan to depart, and are you aware of where Finghua Shenyuan sect is located? Lin Haichuan inquired. I intended to leave tomorrow, but you reminded me that I actually have no idea where the sect is situated. Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly. However, I believe Lord Yi must know, after all. The Tianfeng Diyang order belongs to him, and he would certainly be aware of the sect's location. I shall seek him out to inquire. Just as Lin Feng was about to exit in search of Yi Qingfeng, Lin Haichuan grasped his arm. Why the haste? Lord Yi is not going anywhere. You'll need to locate a servant to announce your desire to see him. Allow them to inform Lord Yi on your behalf. Lin Feng nodded slightly and called upon a servant to convey his request to meet Lord Yi. The servant, not daring to delay, hurried off to report to the Lord. Before long, the servant returned, informing Lin Feng that the Lord awaited him in his study. Upon entering Yi Qingfeng's study and stating his purpose, Yi Qingfeng wasted no time, providing Lin Feng with a map to the Finghua Shenyuan sect. Grateful, Lin Feng thanked Yi Qingfeng and mentioned his plans to set off the next day before returning to his courtyard to study the map. Early the following morning, Lin Feng departed from Qingye City alone. Although Yi Qingfeng and Yi Shiyun had intended to see him off, he politely declined their offer. Standing at the city gate, Lin Haichuan gazed after Lin Feng as he receded into the distance. Feeling a mix of concern and pride riding the fine steed gifted by Yi Qingfeng, Lin Feng galloped along the road, his heart swelling with excitement and aspirations for a promising future. The journey to the Finghua Shenyuan sect would require 3 days, even on horseback, and the path was sparsely populated. Therefore, Yi Shiyun had prepared ample provisions and water for him, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance, allowing him to focus solely on his journey. The Finghua Shenyuan sect, with its ancient lineage and formidable strength, was perched atop the Tianfeng mountain in the Mixchi mountain range. The sect's formidable presence deterred foreign tribes from encroaching upon the territory of the Ansha Empire. Consequently, the sect held a prestigious position within the cultivation community of the Ansha Empire, attracting numerous aspirants. However, the criteria for admission were stringent. Not everyone could join this revered sect. 3 swift days passed, and Lin Feng arrived at the foot of Tianfeng mountain. The journey had its minor tribulations, as he faced an attack from a beast as he neared the mountain. Fortuitously, it was merely a lesser pig-like demon. Had it been any more formidable, Lin Feng would have been in peril. Even so, he exerted considerable effort and ultimately resorted to Yang Weiyu's dual blades to slay the beast. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with a genuine demon, and he realized that even the weakest of them was far from ordinary. Gazing at the towering mountain before him, Lin Feng examined the map, confirming that this was indeed Tianfeng mountain, with the Finghua Shenyuan sect situated at its summit. This mountain is quite lofty. Climbing it will not be an easy feat, he mused quietly. Chapter 45. Arriving at Finghua Shenyuan sect. Now that he had reached this point, Lin Feng resolved to ascend despite the challenges. After a brief moment of preparation, he commenced his ascent. Just then, a voice echoed in his ears. Who are you, and why have you come here, if you have strayed into this place by mistake? I implore you to leave at once. Lin Feng looked up to see a figure riding a hawk-like demon beast, circling above him. The individual, clad in a light azure robe, was only vaguely discernible due to the altitude of the hawk. Lin Feng is my name. I have come specifically to seek apprenticeship. May I inquire if you are a disciple of the Finghua Shenyuan sect? Lin Feng called out to the figure above. I am indeed a disciple of the Finghua Shenyuan sect. However, if you seek to become a disciple, I must regretfully inform you that we are not currently accepting new students, as the recruitment period has passed. The figure responded. This individual was Li Xianfeng, a patrolling disciple of the Finghua Shenyuan sect, who had been conducting his rounds. Though he had noticed Lin Feng earlier, he had not paid him any mind until Lin Feng displayed intent to climb the mountain. Esteemed senior, I possess the Tianfeng Diyang order. Does that not allow me direct entry into the Finghua Shenyuan sect? Lin Feng produced the order, feeling a pang of nervousness at the thought of it being ineffective. Who is your senior? What do you mean by that? you possess the Tianfeng Diyang order. Li Xianfeng, initially displeased at being called senior, was taken aback upon hearing Lin Feng mention the order. The Tianfeng Diyang order was a rare token within the Fenghua Shenyuan sect. Typically bestowed by elders to members of prestigious cultivation families, those bearing the order could approach the sect at any time to request apprenticeship, as the sect extended certain privileges to members of such families, who generally exhibited commendable talent. Gaining entry into the Fenghua Shenyuan sect often signified access to experienced mentors and an abundance of profound cultivation techniques, due to the rarity of the Tianfeng Diyang order. Its issuance was strictly regulated. Each elder could only bestow it once every decade, resulting in a limited number of orders available outside the sect. Do you truly possess the Tianfeng Diyang order? Li Xianfeng inquired as he commanded the hawk to descend gradually. Yes, esteemed senior. If you do not believe me, take a look, Lin Feng replied, extending the order to Li Xianfeng as he approached. Li Xianfeng scrutinized the order for a moment before confirming its authenticity. Although Lin Feng did not appear to be from a prestigious family, the veracity of the order compelled him to assist Lin Feng in ascending the mountain. Follow me up the mountain. The sect's officials will arrange your entry once we arrive, Li Xianfeng stated, returning the Tianfeng Diyang order to Lin Feng and gesturing for him to mount the hawk, with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Lin Feng climbed onto the hawk, as it was his first experience riding a flying beast. Steady yourself, I am about to take off, Li Xianfeng announced before urging the hawk into the air. In mere moments, Lin Feng beheld the architectural grandeur of the Fenghua Shenyuan sect from above, with its towering structures exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, Li Xianfeng dismounted and led Lin Feng inside. Who is this? Not just anyone can enter the Fenghua Shenyuan sect, came a voice laced with condescension. A tall, slender man dressed in a crimson robe emerged from within, his elongated eyes reflecting a somewhat gloomy demeanor. Ah, it's junior brother Lu, it seems you're on gate duty today, Li Xianfeng remarked. Li Xianfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that Lu Shuxing, who often had discord with him, was evidently seeking trouble today. Indeed, upon seeing that Li Shixiang was leading a group towards the mountain gate, Lu Shuxing had intercepted him, claiming it was his duty and requesting that Li Shixiang not take offense, with a sullen expression. Lu Shuxing made it clear that he was unwilling to allow Li Xianfeng and his companions to enter. Both Lu Shuxing and Li Xianfeng were outstanding disciples of the same generation. Yet Lu Shuxing hailed from a prestigious lineage, while Li Xianfeng came from a humble background, which led Lu Shuxing to look down upon him. However, Li Xianfeng's extraordinary talent and several years of cultivation had granted him slightly greater strength than Lu Shuxing, which only fueled Lu Shuxing's animosity towards him, constantly plotting to create difficulties for Li Xianfeng. Today, Lu Shuxing was determined to prevent Li Xianfeng from bringing anyone into the sect. Noticing Lin Feng's attire, he immediately deduced that Lin Feng was not a scion of a noble family, and mistaking Lin Feng for a relative of Li Xianfeng, he assumed that Li Xianfeng intended to secure a place for his kin within the sect. It seemed that Lu Shidi was resolute in not allowing me to enter the sect today, Li Xianfeng remarked with a furrowed brow. He was taken aback by Lu Shuxing's utter lack of courtesy. In the past, other disciples had brought outsiders into the sect without issue. Given Li Xianfeng's standing within the Fenghua Shenyuan sect, he would typically be permitted entry as long as it was not into the inner sanctum or restricted areas. Why not allow Li Shixiang to bring in his guests? With his esteemed reputation in the sect, no one would dare to speak ill, he suggested. Just then, another man emerged from within the gate. Dressed identically to Lu Shuxing, this individual, short in stature with notably small eyes, was named Han Chong, a junior disciple of Lu Shuxing, whose demeanor appeared affable but was as venomous as his elder. Han Shidi, Lu Shuxing remarked, while I understand your perspective, we mountain guardians have our responsibilities, and I trust that Li Shixiang would not intentionally create difficulties for us. Lu Shuxing regarded Li Xianfeng with a narrow-eyed expression that conveyed a clear message. His decision was beyond Li Xianfeng's influence. Are you suggesting that Li Shixiang intends to force his way in? I advise against such impulsiveness, or you may find my and Han Shidi's actions rather ruthless. Lu Shuxing sneered coldly, secretly hoping for Li Xianfeng to attempt a breach, so he could take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Lin Feng, present your token to him and see if he dares to deny us entry, Li Xianfeng instructed as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng, having overheard their conversation, could sense Lu Shuxing's intent to provoke Li Xianfeng, which stirred feelings of disdain within him. Were it not for his own inadequate strength, he might have directly confronted Lu Shuxing. Lin Feng tossed the Tianfeng Deyang token towards Lu Xuxing, who caught it effortlessly, but his expression turned to one of shock upon recognizing the token. This is the Tianfeng Deyang token. It seems you possess some discernment. Will you still obstruct our entry? Li Xianfeng stated without reservation. A glint of malice flashed in Lu Xuxing's eyes. His resentment was not only directed at Li Xianfeng but also at Lin Feng. Yet Li Xianfeng sensed the sinister intent behind Lu Xuxing's gaze. Lu Xuxing scoffed, turning away. Having failed to find a way to trouble Li Xianfeng, he felt it futile to remain and expose his humiliation. Please, Li Shixiang and this young brother, do come in, Han Chong said warmly. Li Xianfeng remained silent as he led Lin Feng into the inner sanctum. Brother, who was that young man? How could he possess the Tianfeng Deyang token? Had it not been for him, we would have ensured Li Xianfeng faced consequences today, Han Chong remarked coldly once they were out of earshot. I will have someone investigate his identity when I have the chance. Since he possesses the Tianfeng Deyang token, he must be seeking to join our sect, and once he does, there will be ample opportunity to deal with him. As for Li Xianfeng, it would serve to diminish his prestige. For with him around, the common disciples no longer regard us, the descendants of esteemed families, with any respect. Lu Xuxing concluded ominously. Lin Feng, you must be cautious of Lu Xuxing and Han Chong. These two brothers have always been at odds with me. Due to my strength, they cannot act against me, but they may very well vent their frustrations on you. Therefore exercise caution, Li Xianfeng advised, aware that Lu Xuxing and Han Chong were not broad-minded individuals and could easily retaliate against Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging the warning. Little did he expect that upon his arrival at the Finghua Shenyuan sect, even before formally becoming a disciple, he had already offended two formidable cultivators. Li Xianfeng guided Lin Feng to a large hall. The sign above which read Disciplinary Hall. Su Zhisher, this young brother Lin Feng has come to seek apprenticeship with our Finghua Shenyuan sect, he announced respectfully upon entering the hall, indicating for Lin Feng to present the Tianfeng Deyang token. Indeed, it is the Tianfeng Deyang token. You must be Lin Feng, correct? You are quite fortunate. This token is a rare treasure. Once you reach the peak of the external cultivation realm, you will be eligible to join our Finghua Shenyuan sect. Su Zhisher said, straightening in his seat. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, realizing his serendipity. Who would have imagined that such a treasure would surface from a family like the Yi family in Qingye City? Follow me. I need to assess your strength and elemental affinity, Su Zhisher instructed, turning to Li Xianfeng. You may wait here. Once the assessment is complete and there are no issues, you can arrange for his accommodations. Following Su Zhisher into a modestly lit room, Lin Feng found himself in the center before a massive stone platform, atop which lay a radiant circular crystal. This crystal was no ordinary object. It was the inner core of a rare nine-headed serpent demon, meticulously crafted by a master forgeman with precious materials, culminating in the creation of the Yuanling Jiuxiang stone. This stone was specifically designed to test the elemental affinities within a person's body. Place your hand upon the Yuanling Jiuxiang stone, and it will reveal your elemental nature, Su Zhisher instructed, gesturing towards the stone. Upon hearing that his elemental affinity would be tested, Lin Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Uncertain whether the Yuanling Jiuxiang stone could detect any special elemental affinities. Su Zhisher, can this Yuanling Jiuxiang stone identify unique elemental attributes? Lin Feng inquired. Of course, the Yuanling Jiuxiang stone can test for 9 elemental attributes: wood, fire, earth, metal, water, wind, lightning, poison. Should it fail to identify any attributes within you, it would only indicate the absence of any elemental affinity, Su Zhisher replied with a hearty laugh, although Lin Feng felt a knot of apprehension in his stomach. He followed Su Zhisher's instructions and placed his hand upon the Yuanling Jiuxiang stone. As seconds turned to minutes, 5 minutes elapsed with no sign of change from the stone. Despair began to creep into Lin Feng's heart. Was it truly the case that he possessed no elemental affinity? Alright, Lin Feng, you may remove your hand now, Su Zhisher said, shaking his head with a sigh. May I try once more? Lin Feng pleaded, hope glimmering in his eyes. Very well, you may attempt it again, Su Zhisher acquiesced. Though he understood that the Yuanling Jiuxiang stone was infallible, no amount of attempts would alter the outcome. 5 more minutes passed, deepening Lin Feng's despair. Su Zhisher, too, felt a twinge of curiosity. It was uncommon for someone without any elemental affinity to reach the peak of the external cultivation realm. Had Lin Feng perhaps consumed some extraordinary treasure to achieve such a level? Regrettably, there is indeed no elemental affinity within you. However, due to your possession of the Tianfeng Deyang token and your attainment of the peak external cultivation realm, you are eligible to join our Finghua Shenyuan sect. I must be honest though, even if you join, you will only be a low-ranking outer disciple. Do you still wish to become a member? Su Zhisher expressed a hint of regret for Lin Feng's situation. I am willing to join the sect, even if it means starting as the lowest-ranking outer disciple, Lin Feng replied, having been despondent until Su Zhisher revealed that he could indeed join the Fenghua Shenyuan sect. Since you are willing, I will begin recording your information. Lin Feng followed Su Zhisher back to the hall, where Li Xianfeng eagerly approached to inquire about the results of the assessment. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's somber expression, he understood that the outcome was not favorable, and his question died on his lips. The registration process was straightforward. Once completed, Su Zhisher handed Lin Feng a token and a small booklet. Lin Feng looked at the token and booklet with curiosity. This token serves as your identification. You must present it whenever entering or exiting the sect. Furthermore, it acts as the key to your cave dwelling. The booklet contains essential information about our sect. Feel free to consult it if you have any questions, Su Zhisher explained. Thank you, Su Zhisher, Lin Feng replied with a slight bow. Li Shixiang, please escort him below. Su Zhisher gestured, indicating that the two could depart. From now on, I shall refer to you as Lin Shidida. I wonder what rank your cave dwelling is. May I see your token? Li Xianfeng initiated the conversation once they exited the hall. Of course, Li Shixiang. Lin Feng handed the token in his hand to Li Xianfeng. Alas, it is indeed the token of a Ding-level disciple's cave dwelling, although Li Xianfeng was aware that Lin Feng's testing results might be exceedingly poor. He never anticipated they would be so dismal. The allocation of cave dwellings within the sect is determined by the disciple's talents, and a Ding-level cave can be deemed the most inferior among them. Consequently, Ding-level outer disciples are regarded as the lowest tier of all outer disciples and are the least valued within the sect. Chapter 47, the Yin-Yang breathing technique. No wonder Lin Feng's countenance was so grim upon his exit. It turns out his test results were indeed that poor. Li Xianfeng mused to himself. Junior brother Lin, having lesser talent is not a concern. One must always remember that diligence can make up for deficiencies. Although I possess decent talent, I am not as formidable as Lu Shuxing, thus I practice even harder and with greater focus than he does, which is why my strength consistently surpasses his. Therefore, you must not give up on yourself. If you abandon hope, your cultivation journey will also come to an end. Seeing Lin Feng's despondent demeanor, Li Xianfeng spoke with encouragement. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Please do not worry, I merely need some time to adjust, Lin Feng replied, his face regaining the confident smile of your. Li Xianfeng patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, Come, junior brother Lin. Let me take you to see your cave dwelling. The Fenghua Shenyuan sect is indeed vast. It took nearly half an hour to walk from the Elder Hall to Lin Feng's cave dwelling. Junior brother Lin, this is the area designated for Ding-level disciples. You can choose your cave dwelling here. Simply place your token into the groove on the cave door to activate it, and from then on, this cave will belong to you. Only your token can unlock its door. Li Xianfeng pointed to a cave dwelling and explained. Following Li Xianfeng's instructions, Lin Feng retrieved his token and placed it into the groove of the cave door, which then opened slowly. Junior brother Lin, should you have any uncertainties in the future, refer to the pamphlet provided by Elder Su. However, I must attend to my mountain patrol duties now, so I shall take my leave. After Lin Feng opened the cave door, Li Xianfeng decided to depart, as he had responsibilities to fulfill. Thank you for your guidance along the way, senior brotherly, Lin Feng said with a slight bow. Guidance is hardly the term. Let us hope to meet again, Li Xianfeng replied before leaving the Ding-level disciples area. Once Li Xianfeng departed, Lin Feng turned and entered his cave dwelling. Though simply arranged, it contained all the essentials: a stone table, a stone bed, and stone chairs, all present in abundance. Lin Feng seated himself and began to peruse the pamphlet he had received. The Fenghua Shenyuan sect allocates outer disciples based on their talents. The higher the level of one's Yuan spirit, the greater the resources one receives. The Yuan spirit is divided into 9 levels, with level 9 being the highest and level 1 the lowest. Consequently, Ding-level outer disciples are those with a Yuan spirit below level 3. As Lin Feng did not test positive for a Yuan spirit, he was relegated to the Ding-level disciples ranks. As Lin Feng was engrossed in the pamphlet, a knock echoed from outside the cave. He approached the door and opened it to find a man in his mid-20s standing outside. You must be the new disciple. I am Chen Yufei, the steward of this Ding-level disciple area. If you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Here is your sect attire. Remember to wear it within the sect at all times. Chen Yufei handed Lin Feng a set of new disciple clothing upon his arrival. Thank you, Steward Chen, Lin Feng said politely as he accepted the garments. If there is nothing else, try to remain within the Ding-level disciple area as much as possible. The other disciples may not be particularly welcoming to you. So it is best to minimize interaction with outer disciples from other areas, Chen Yufei advised. Lin Feng understood and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Steward Chen. Chen Yufei nodded with satisfaction before turning to leave. And Lin Feng closed the stone door behind him. It appears that life within the Fenghua Shenyuan sect is not particularly peaceful. I must hasten to enhance my strength. The absence of a Yuan spirit is inconsequential. I have still reached the peak of the outer cultivation realm, and I am not far from breaking into the inner cultivation realm, Lin Feng murmured to himself, having reached the pinnacle of the outer cultivation realm some time ago. Lin Feng now felt the strength coursing through his body, his Yuan Qi abundant. As long as he could gather the Yuan Qi circulating within him into his Dantian, he could advance to the inner cultivation realm. Thus, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed and attempted to concentrate his Yuan Qi into his Dantian, but after several attempts, he met with failure. It seems that advancing to the inner cultivation realm is no easy feat. Tomorrow, I shall visit the library to see if there are any texts regarding the advancement to the inner cultivation realm, Lin Feng contemplated. The following morning, Lin Feng arrived at the library and presented his identity token to the steward. You may enter, but you are only permitted to select books from the first floor. The second floor is reserved for those who have reached the inner cultivation realm, and there are restrictions in place. So do not wander about carelessly, the steward instructed as he returned Lin Feng's identity token. Upon entering the first floor of the library, Lin Feng found it to be quite expansive, with rows of bookshelves filled with volumes. Since it was still early, few others were present, leaving Lin Feng to search for books that elucidated the advancement to the inner cultivation realm. Although he found several texts, they proved of little assistance. As they all required a Yuan spirit, the path to advancing to the inner cultivation realm greatly varies depending on the level of one's Yuan spirit. The size of the Qi whirlpool formed within the Dantian differs immensely. Since Lin Feng lacked a Yuan spirit, he hesitated to employ the methods outlined in these texts. Nevertheless, he refused to give up easily. With so many books available, he was certain there would be something of value to discover. After 2 more hours of searching, Lin Feng finally made a noteworthy find of this book, titled Yin-Yang breathing technique, detailed how to progress from the peak of the outer cultivation realm to the inner cultivation realm without necessitating the presence of a Yuan spirit. Instead, it instructed to absorb the Yin and Yang energies of the universe upon entering the inner cultivation realm and subsequently expand the Qi whirlpool within the Dantian. Lin Feng read the Yin-Yang breathing technique repeatedly. Feeling that the methods described within were feasible. As for the Yin and Yang energies, he had never heard of them before, yet Lin Feng was unconcerned. He did not wish to remain trapped at the peak of the outer cultivation realm for eternity. With determination, Lin Feng resolved to continue searching the library. If he could not find an appropriate method, he would attempt to break through using the techniques from the Yin-Yang breathing technique that night. Lin Feng was resolute, prepared to take a risk rather than remain forever confined to the outer cultivation realm. In the ensuing hours, Lin Feng perused numerous texts, yet none suited his needs for a breakthrough. Perhaps it is time to return. It seems I have exhausted my options. Tonight, I will take a leap of faith to challenge the inner cultivation realm, Lin Feng contemplated inwardly upon returning to his cave dwelling. Lin Feng first adjusted his physical state, intending to enter the most optimal condition for his breakthrough. Chapter 48. The Yin-Yang Hunyuan Pearl. With his state adjusted, Lin Feng sat cross-legged upon his stone bed. Preparing for the breakthrough, he understood that to advance to the inner cultivation realm, he must summon all his energy. Following the methods recorded in the Yin-Yang breathing technique, he circulated his Yuan Qi within, continuously gathering it toward his Dantian. As the Yuan Qi accumulated within the Dantian, it began to swirl increasingly. Success was within reach. Feeling the Yuan Qi rotating within his Dantian, Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. However, at that moment an unforeseen crisis struck. The whirlpool composed of Yuan Qi began to spin too rapidly, causing excruciating pain in his Dantian. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Feng's forehead, yet he persevered in controlling the whirlpool. Knowing that losing control would lead to consequences he could not bear, Lin Feng had not wasted his time in the library. He had gained substantial understanding of the breakthrough to the inner cultivation realm. An uncontrollable Qi whirlpool could potentially inflict irreversible damage to the Dantian, rendering him incapable of advancing to the inner cultivation realm ever again. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng fought to regain control of the whirlpool. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the Yuan Qi whirlpool spiraled out of control. The tearing pain in his Dantian became unbearable. Even Lin Feng's formidable willpower succumbed to the overwhelming agony, and he lost consciousness. At that moment, however, the Yin-Yang breathing technique transformed into two beams of black and white light, soaring directly into Lin Feng's dantian. With the entrance of these two beams, the yuan qi within the dantian gradually returned to normal, and the intense pain began to subside. Lin Feng slowly regained consciousness. He was unaware of what had just transpired or why the previously turbulent mass of yuan qi had stabilized, however, recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity, he exerted effort to form the qi whirlpool. The yuan qi within Lin Feng's dantian began to rotate gently, ultimately forming a stable whirlpool. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, for he knew that with the stabilization of the qi mass, he had now advanced to the inner cultivation realm. That he leapt from the bed to the ground, moving his limbs to assess his current state. It is truly unbelievable. I cannot believe my fortune. Just a moment ago, I thought I was doomed, yet here I am, having successfully broken through to the inner cultivation realm. Lin Feng beamed with excitement, for what could be more exhilarating than narrowly escaping death? Child, what are you so pleased about? Had it not been for my assistance, you would have long since met your end. A deep voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind. Who is it? Who was speaking to me? The sudden voice startled Lin Feng. He looked around, yet found nothing amiss. The clarity of the voice moments ago could not have been a mere figment of his imagination. Young one, cease your searching. I reside within your dantian. If you concentrate and calm your mind, you will be able to perceive me. The deep voice resonated once more in Lin Feng's mind. This time, he listened intently, realizing that the voice emanated from within his own body, not from the outside. Lin Feng's expression shifted, for anyone would be unsettled by the sudden presence of a speaking entity within them. Nevertheless, he followed the voice's instructions, focusing his thoughts and directing his awareness to his dantian, trying to sense the qi whirlpool residing there. At the very center of the qi whirlpool in Lin Feng's dantian lay a sphere composed of black and white. He was perplexed. Could this black and white sphere be the source of the voice? Indeed, young one, I dwell within this black and white sphere. Had I not assisted you with the yin and yang energies, you would not have been able to break through to the inner cultivation realm. The deep voice echoed again in Lin Feng's mind. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. Might I inquire if it is possible for you to emerge from within me? Lin Feng expressed, not wishing to harbor such an enigmatic sphere within himself. After all I have done for you, are you now seeking to expel me? The voice bore a hint of irritation. That is not my intention, esteemed elder. I merely wish to see your true form. Lin Feng quickly clarified. It was only prudent to be cautious with this strange sphere residing within him. He dared not provoke it unduly. You wish to see my true form? That is impossible. I too wish to exit your body, but at present I am unable to do so, the voice replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. No one would desire such an entity to exist within them, especially in the vital area of the dantian. Esteemed elder, is it truly impossible for you to emerge from my dantian? Lin Feng persisted. Do you think I would deceive you, and do you suppose I willingly chose to enter your dantian? You, young one, possess a yin-yang attribute spirit yet remain unaware. When you broke through to the inner cultivation realm, the suction generated by your qi whirlpool drew me in due to our compatible attributes. Your dantian was already in a state of disrepair, and it was I who utilized the yin and yang energies to repair it, enabling your breakthrough. And now, my power is nearly exhausted. It is impossible for me to exit your dantian. The voice articulated. Lin Feng fell into contemplation. It seemed he would have to coexist with this mysterious sphere. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder, since it appeared he must forge a rapport with this enigmatic sphere? It would be wise to establish a good relationship, as it had previously aided him. Without it, he might have perished or become a mere shell of a cultivator with a shattered dantian. You may refer to me as Elder Long. The black and white sphere within your dantian is the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl, and I am its spirit. Due to a cataclysmic battle, I lost many memories and most of my energy, which is why the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl has manifested as this Yin-Yang transformation technique. I only entered your dantian upon being awakened by the Yin-Yang attribute spirit within you, Elder Long explained. Elder Long, you previously mentioned that I possess a Yin-Yang attribute spirit. What exactly is this Yin-Yang attribute? I have never heard of it before, Lin Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. The prospect of possessing a spirit within him was indeed a joyous revelation. Yet he had never encountered any mention of a Yin-Yang attribute in the various attributes he was familiar with. Young one, do not jest with me. The Yin-Yang attribute is the most powerful of all attributes, and you remain oblivious to it. I am compelled to question how you have cultivated as a practitioner, Elder Long replied, his tone laced with skepticism. Although his memories were scant, he recalled a time when the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl was intact. In that era, cultivators possessing either extreme Yang or extreme Yin attributes were exceptionally formidable among their peers. Elder Long, how could I dare deceive you? Among the elemental attributes I know of, there truly exists no Yin-Yang attribute. Lin Feng responded, equally perplexed. Elder Long's words did not seem fabricated. Elder Long fell silent, lost in thought. He understood that Lin Feng would not lie about something so straightforward, yet he pondered why such a powerful Yin-Yang attribute had vanished from the world. Chapter 49, The Herb Gathering Task, Part 1, Elder Long, are you well? Lin Feng gently called out a few times, young one, cease your unnecessary calls. What could be amiss with me? I merely expended considerable energy assisting you with your Dantian's restoration and may need to enter a slumber for a time. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent, Elder Long replied brusquely. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt no anger. Rather, he experienced a sense of relief, for it meant he would not be under constant scrutiny from Elder Long. He stretched his limbs and returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged to commence his qi cultivation. The methods for cultivating in the inner cultivation realm differ significantly from those in the outer cultivation realm. In the outer cultivation realm, qi is utilized to nourish the physical body, whereas in the inner cultivation realm, while qi still nourishes the body, the majority ultimately integrates into the qi whirlpool within the dantian. As the qi whirlpool within the dantian expands and accumulates more qi, one advances to the mid, late, or even perfected stages of the inner cultivation realm. Time passed swiftly during Lin Feng's training. And before long morning dawned, he awoke from his cultivation, surprised to find that his dantian's qi whirlpool had indeed grown somewhat. Lin Feng was astonished, for while the qi whirlpool does expand with cultivation, such a significant increase in a single night was unprecedented. He pondered this development but decided to inquire with Elder Long when he had the opportunity, convinced that Elder Long would possess the answers. Considering he had repaired Lin Feng's dantian and currently resided within it, a series of knocks interrupted Lin Feng's contemplation. Lin Feng, come out. Manager Chen has summoned all disciples to gather in the square. A youthful voice called from outside Lin Feng's cave. Lin Feng opened the door to find a lad of about 16 or 17 years. Who are you? Lin Feng inquired. I am Dong Chengfeng. Your neighbor Manager Chen sent me to inform you, the youth replied. Dong Xixiang, please wait for me a moment, Lin Feng said, deciding to tidy up before joining Dong Chengfeng in the square. Dong Chengfeng felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, Manager Chen had asked everyone to gather promptly, yet this young man had the audacity to make him wait. He thought to himself that if Lin Feng were late, Manager Chen would undoubtedly assign him the most menial task. Dong Xixiang, let us set off, Lin Feng announced as he exited his cave. When Lin Feng and Dong Chengfeng arrived at the square, they found that several other young disciples had already gathered. Today, we have a task to assign to you all. The sect requires a substantial quantity of Qingjin mushrooms for alchemical purposes. Outer disciples may go to the medicine mountain to gather them. Any disciple who successfully retrieves a Qingjin mushroom will receive 10 sect contribution points. I believe I need not elaborate on the significance of contribution points. Chen Yufei began as the attendees settled. Completing tasks assigned by the Fenghua Shenyuan sect grants disciples contribution points, which serve as a form of currency within the sect, allowing them to exchange for various cultivation manuals and elixirs. The sect possesses numerous rare texts and precious medicines that cannot be purchased with spirit stones outside but can be obtained using contribution points within the sect. The disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, for it was the first time they had been offered such generous rewards for a task, indicating that Qingjin mushrooms were indeed not easy to find. Silence. This task will not only involve you Ding-level disciples. The Bing and E-level disciples will also participate, therefore, it would be wise to team up. I trust you understand the implications, Chen Yufei cautioned the young disciples, ensuring they would not be outdone by the more advanced peers. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the crowd to disperse. Dong Xixiang, where is the medicine mountain? Lin Feng inquired of Dong Chengfeng. You do not even know where the medicine mountain is. Refer to the pamphlet you received upon entering the sect, Dong Chengfeng replied, somewhat exasperated. Noticing Dong Chengfeng's demeanor, Lin Feng chose not to press further and instead approached Chen Yufei to collect his gathering equipment. Chen Yufei cast a few extra glances at Lin Feng, for today he appeared remarkably different from the Lin Feng he had seen previously. Lin Feng inspected the equipment, pleasantly surprised by the sect's thoroughness. It included a map to the Medicine Mountain as well as illustrations of various herbs. The journey to the Medicine Mountain would take at least an hour, so Lin Feng resolved not to delay further. Seizing his gear and preparing to depart. An hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the foot of the Medicine Mountain, where numerous disciples were already busily searching for Qingjin mushrooms. However, Lin Feng quickly discerned that their medicinal baskets bore little fruit. He resolved not to search like those at the foot of the mountain, but rather to delve deeper into the heart of the medicinal mountain. A few others shared Lin Feng's sentiment. Yet as he ventured further, the presence of fellow disciples dwindled almost to nothing. Although the sect's rewards were enticing, the elusive King Jinzi was not easily found. Lin Feng muttered to himself in contemplation. He continued to seek the King Jinzi among the mountains, yet his efforts yielded no results. Just then, he glanced up and noticed, to his astonishment, a single King Jinzi growing on a rocky cliff. Fortunately for Lin Feng, his vantage point was optimal. Had he approached from any other angle, the plant would have been obscured by other flora, rendering it invisible. He set down his gear and decided to scale the cliff to procure the King Jinzi. Though steep, the rock face posed no challenge to Lin Feng's agile prowess. In a matter of moments, he adeptly ascended the cliff and plucked the King Jinzi with ease. With a graceful leap, he landed back on solid ground. Determined to continue his search for additional specimens of King Jinzi, with the successful acquisition of the King Jinzi, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, yet he was not one to settle easily. Thus, he resolved to venture even deeper into the mountain. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's misfortune, or perhaps the King Jinzi was simply too elusive, but after an entire morning, he had found only one specimen. He decided to locate a flat area to rest for a while, eat a bit, and then resume his search for more King Jinzi. "Hey, did you find any King Jinzi?" a discordant voice called from behind him. Lin Feng turned to see three young men approaching, one of whom had posed the question. The trio exuded formidable strength. Two of them were at the pinnacle of the outer cultivation realm, while the third appeared to be an inner cultivation practitioner. Chapter 50, The Medicinal Gathering Task, Part 2. Lin Feng chose to ignore them, focusing instead on his provisions. "Hey, Lu Shixiang asked you a question. Are you deaf or something?" the leftmost of the trio said with a tone laced with hostility. Which dog was let loose, barking recklessly? Unaware it might get its leg broken or its teeth knocked out, Lin Feng shot a sidelong glance at the speaker. "You're courting death." The words barely left his lips before the man lunged at Lin Feng. Aiming a kick at his chest, Lin Feng swiftly supported himself on the ground, standing upright and effortlessly dodging the strike. In a fluid motion, he retaliated with a palm strike to the man's chest. Although Lin Feng had not exerted his full strength, the impact sent the man stumbling back several paces. "Cough, you're an inner cultivation practitioner." The assailant coughed a few times, his expression one of shock. He hadn't anticipated that someone so young could possess inner cultivation prowess. "Kid, I see you're not without skill. You must have inner cultivation capabilities, yet I've never seen you before," the inner cultivation youth remarked. "I haven't seen you either. There are so many outer sect disciples, how could I possibly know all of them?" Lin Feng scoffed dismissively. "You're right, with so many outer sect disciples, it's impossible for me to know them all. But I am familiar with all the inner cultivation disciples among the outer sect. Furthermore, there should be few who are unfamiliar with me." Lu Shukong, he declared arrogantly. Lu Shukong indeed had reason to be boastful. He was an outer sect grade B disciple, a prodigy with a 6th level Yuan spirit, and at merely 15 years of age, he already possessed mid-level inner cultivation strength. Hearing Lu Shukong's name sparked a sense of familiarity in Lin Feng. "Are you quite well known among the outer sect disciples?" Lin Feng asked casually. "You're truly ignorant. You've never heard of Lu Shixiang's esteemed name. Hand over the King Jinzi, and perhaps Lu Shixiang might show you some mercy. Otherwise, you'll find your fate quite dire," remarked another of Lu Shukong's companions. Although his words remained unfinished, the threat was unmistakable. "If you desire the King Jinzi I possess, it's simple. Take it by your own strength," Lin Feng retorted boldly, extending his right hand in a beckoning gesture towards Lu Shukong. "You've got some guts. Let me experience your strength and see if it matches your bravado." Lu Shukong's narrowed eyes gleamed with a cold light, his patience wearing thin with this persistent provocateur. Slowly, he approached Lin Feng, his aura intensifying with each step. Faced with Lu Shukong's formidable presence, Lin Feng felt no fear, having recently advanced to inner cultivation. He was eager to test his strength against an opponent of equal caliber. When Lu Shukong was merely 2 meters away, he initiated the first strike, unleashing a knife-hand blow aimed directly at Lin Feng's neck. Exuding the intent to determine the victor in one decisive encounter, however, Lin Feng was not one to acquiesce easily. His reflexes were rapid, as he raised his left hand to block Lu Shukong's strike. The two collided, neither gaining an advantage. "Indeed, you possess some skill. You're not merely an empty boast," Lu Shukong conceded as he withdrew his hand. "You're impressive, but your strength is insufficient to take the King Jinzi from me." Lin Feng, with a hint of amusement, replied, "You're not too shabby yourself, but to claim the King Jinzi from my grasp, your abilities fall short." Lu Shukong furrowed his brow slightly. He had exerted a considerable portion of his strength in that last strike. Yet Lin Feng had easily countered it. This left him perplexed, for despite his arrogance, he was typically cautious in his actions. Thus, he contemplated withdrawing, not wishing to continue the conflict with Lin Feng, yet Lin Feng's words left no room for face-saving. Thus Lu Shukong resolved to unleash his full might to defeat Lin Feng. "What are you two doing?" A booming voice interrupted the impending confrontation, upon recognizing the speaker as Chen Guanshi from the Ding-level disciples. Lin Feng relinquished the thought of further hostilities. Chen Yufei moved swiftly, leaping between the two. "Disciples are strictly forbidden from engaging in private fights. I trust you are both aware of this. It's just Chen Guanshi. I was merely sparring with my junior brother. How could that be classified as a private brawl?" "Junior brother, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Shukong's face bore a hint of a smile, although Lu Shukong was indeed powerful. He was dwarfed in comparison to the authority of the overseers, hence he refrained from antagonizing Chen Guanshi too much. Chen Yufei's gaze shifted slowly to Lin Feng. "Yes, Chen Guanshi, I was merely engaging in a friendly spar with Lu Shixiang. However, it's rather unfortunate that Lu Shixiang does not appear to be as formidable as the rumors suggest. This has somewhat disappointed me. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with Lu Shixiang again in the future." Lin Feng stated earnestly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Shukong's eyes involuntarily twitched. "Chen Guanshi, my fellow junior brothers and I still need to search for King Jinzi. It would be a waste of time to linger here. Would this junior brother be so kind as to share your name with Lu?" Lu Shukong glowered at Lin Feng, his demeanor darkening. Had it not been for Chen Yufei's presence, he would have unleashed his full strength to teach Lin Feng a lesson. "Outer sect Ding-level disciple Lin Feng," he replied coolly, revealing no trepidation towards Lu Shukong. Although Lu Shukong had not exerted his full power, neither had Lin Feng, and he believed he would not be outmatched by Lu. Hence he felt no fear. With a huff of indignation, Lu Shukong turned on his heel and departed. "You've got some guts, don't you, daring to provoke Lu Shukong so openly," Chen Yufei remarked after Lu Shukong had left. "Chen Guanshi, regardless of his identity, if he wishes to seize my possessions, he should not expect me to treat him kindly," Lin Feng replied, never one to be overly compliant, given Lu Shukong's attempts to take advantage of him. He would not respond with anything but defiance. "Quite the spirited fellow, are you? Lu Shukong is no great threat, but his brother Lu Shuxing is an inner sect disciple. While he may not stoop to personally deal with you, he could easily employ his influence within the sect to create difficulties for you," Chen Yufei warned kindly. "Even as an outer sect Ding-level disciple, you should think twice before crossing Lu Shuxing." Lin Feng finally understood why Lu Shukong's name had sounded so familiar. He was indeed the younger brother of Lu Shuxing. "Thank you for the warning, Chen Guanshi, but it seems I've already offended Lu Shuxing upon entering the sect." Lin Feng replied with realization. Having already crossed the elder brother, he felt little concern over offending the younger, and given the sect's rules, the brothers would have limited opportunities to act against him. This was Lin Feng's reasoning. Chen Yufei glanced at Lin Feng, who remained unfazed, and shook his head in resignation before departing. With everyone gone, Lin Feng resumed his search for the King Jinzi. Chapter 51, The Yin-Yang Dao Canon. As dusk approached, the quest for King Jinzi grew increasingly challenging. Thus, Lin Feng prepared to abandon his search and descend the mountain. However, on his way down, he stumbled upon yet another King Jinzi growing on a steep cliff. Lin Feng felt fortunate. Amidst his descent, he encountered numerous outer sect disciples, all of whom returned empty-handed. To have gathered 2 specimens of King Jinzi was indeed a stroke of luck. Upon returning to the sect, he submitted his task at the task hall and exchanged it for 20 contribution points. While perusing the offerings available for exchange with contribution points, he noted a plethora of valuable items, affirming that good things indeed required such contributions. Thus, Lin Feng came to understand why Lu Shukong sought to rob him. Lu Shukong, too, desired to acquire more contribution points, although 20 contribution points were considerable. The astronomical figure required to exchange for truly valuable items was daunting. Therefore, Lin Feng resolved to retain these 20 contribution points for the time being. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Feng softly called out to Long Lao several times, yet received no response. He remained unfazed, as he had anticipated this. He decided to continue his cultivation. Indeed, after advancing to the inner cultivation realm, his strength had significantly increased, or else the outcome today could have been dire. He mused to himself. Lin Feng retrieved the inner cultivation technique bestowed upon him by Mo Xiaotian, preparing to commence his training. "Young man, do not engage in reckless cultivation. Within you resides a dual attribute Yin-Yang elemental spirit, and not every technique can be practiced indiscriminately." Long Lao's voice suddenly resonated in Lin Feng's mind. "Long Lao, you've awakened," Lin Feng exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his tone. "If I had not awakened, Would I merely watch you squander your innate Yin-Yang talent through careless training? Long Lao replied sternly. Long Lao, are you implying that I cannot casually practice other techniques? Lin Feng inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. Indeed, those possessing a dual attribute Yin-Yang elemental spirit must cultivate both Yin and Yang simultaneously, and the techniques they practice will differ significantly from those of other cultivators, Long Lao elucidated. Long Lao, where might I find such techniques for simultaneous Yin-Yang cultivation? Do you possess any? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with hope, for if Long Lao had such techniques, it would resolve a significant dilemma for him. Indeed, I possess the techniques for simultaneous Yin-Yang cultivation. But for me to bestow them upon you, you must agree to one condition, Long Lao stated with gravity. Please state your condition. Long Lao, Lin Feng replied cautiously, refraining from hastily agreeing. My condition is that upon your successful cultivation, you must assist me in locating the fragments of the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl, for only by recovering these fragments can I restore my complete memories and the full power of the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl. Long Lao declared solemnly, that is certainly no issue. Even if you did not possess the Yin-Yang simultaneous cultivation techniques, I would not refuse your request to help find the fragments of the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl. After all, you have repaired my dantian and saved my life, Lin Feng responded without hesitation. Well said, young man, you are indeed a person of integrity, and I have not misjudged you. Long Lao expressed his satisfaction with Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and smiled. With Lin Feng having agreed to his terms, Long Lao wasted no time and transmitted a portion of the cultivation secret to him. At that moment, countless black and white characters emerged around the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl within Lin Feng's dantian. As soon as these characters appeared, they transformed into streams of black and white light that surged into Lin Feng's mind. These black and white characters were the Yin-Yang Dao canon that Long Lao wished to impart to Lin Feng. This canon not only detailed the cultivation methods pertinent to Yin-Yang attributes but also encompassed various spells and techniques that required the Yin-Yang properties to operate. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming influx of information in his consciousness, causing him excruciating pain, as though he might faint. Endure it, young man. If you cannot withstand this minor discomfort, how will you bear the hardships of cultivation? Should you faint now, the Yin-Yang Dao canon you receive will be incomplete, and I will not be able to impart its power to you again anytime soon, Long Lao urged. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Determined not to succumb to unconsciousness, his current achievements were the result of unimaginable effort, and now that he had earned Long Lao's favor and the opportunity to learn the Yin-Yang Dao canon, he could not afford to disappoint him. The black and white light persisted for a full hour before gradually dissipating, and the pain in Lin Feng's mind began to subside. He collapsed onto the stone bed. Gasping for breath, how do you feel, young man? Long Lao inquired. That was truly agonizing, but thankfully, I managed to endure, Lin Feng replied, a sense of relief evident in his voice, although the Yin-Yang Dao canon has now entered your consciousness. There are certain aspects you cannot perceive until you reach a higher level of cultivation. With each advancement in your realm, the Yin-Yang Dao canon will automatically unlock the cultivation methods for the next stage. Long Lao explained. Lin Feng could distinctly sense a new tome of cultivation within his consciousness. The secret manual could only be cultivated up to the peak of the channeling realm, confirming that Long Lao's words held true. Lin Feng diligently examined the contents of the Yin-Yang Dao canon, marveling at its intricacy, especially the sophisticated applications of vital energy it contained. Unconsciously, he became engrossed in its depths, completely unaware. Long Lao recognized that Lin Feng was absorbing the subtleties of the technique and thus quietly withdrew into the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl to continue his recuperation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's focus intensified as he envisioned himself mastering these vital energy techniques, imagining the tremendous power his techniques would gain. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Dao canon also contained various martial arts forms suitable for inner cultivation realm practitioners, including fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, as well as sword and saber techniques. The Yin-Yang Dao canon could be deemed all-encompassing. Enthralled by its contents, Lin Feng began practicing the fist techniques within the cave. After completing a set of fist techniques, still unsatisfied, he took out dual sabers and commenced practicing saber techniques. He practiced tirelessly for 4 to 5 hours before returning to bed to cultivate vital energy. Lin Feng discovered that utilizing the methods recorded in the Yin-Yang Dao canon to cultivate vital energy yielded significantly better results than the cultivation techniques gifted to him by Mo Shatian. If the technique bestowed by Mo Shatian resulted in an increase of 1 unit of vital energy in his dantian with each cycle, employing the methods from the Yin-Yang Dao canon resulted in an increase of 3 units. This marked Lin Feng's first experience with the Yin-Yang Dao canon, and as he grew more adept, the increase in vital energy within his dantian might multiply further. Chapter 52, Outer Sect Disciples Advancement Competition, Part 1. A month had elapsed since Lin Feng joined the Fenghua Shen Yuan sect. Through relentless training over this month, Lin Feng had advanced to the mid-stage of the inner cultivation realm. The rapidity of his advancement left Lin Feng feeling as though he were living in a dream. But Long Lao assured him that this was entirely normal, given his exceptional talent and the superior quality of the techniques he practiced. This month not only saw a significant enhancement in Lin Feng's strength but also allowed him to adapt more comfortably to life within the Fenghua Shen Yuan sect. "Good morning, Lin Feng, you're practicing your fists again. You truly are diligent." Dong Chengfeng greeted Lin Feng, who was exercising outside his cave since news of Lin Feng's altercation with Lu Shukong had spread. Dong Chengfeng had come to realize that Lin Feng possessed the strength of the inner cultivation realm, leading to a marked change in his attitude towards Lin Feng. Now, he proactively greeted Lin Feng whenever they crossed paths and sought opportunities to befriend him. Given that their rank D disciples had rather dismal talent, it was a remarkable feat for anyone to attain the inner cultivation realm. Lin Feng, at such a young age, had managed to reach this level, indicating he was undoubtedly superior in talent to them. Dong Chengfeng found himself puzzled as to why, with such talent, Lin Feng was assigned to the rank D disciple area DI and the D disciple zone. Possessing the strength of the inner cultivation realm rendered one the most prominent figure in that cohort. There were scarcely 3 to 5 inner cultivation disciples in the C disciple zone. If he could form a connection with Lin Feng, he believed no one in the D or C disciple areas would dare to bully him. Lin Feng remained silent, harboring a disdain for Dong Chengfeng, whom he viewed as a sycophantic opportunist. "Lin Feng, did you know, in 2 months, the Outer Sect Disciple Advancement Competition is set to commence. With your strength, you have a great chance of entering the ranks of A-level disciples." Dong Chengfeng continued, undeterred by Lin Feng's silence, inching closer as he spoke. Although Dong Chengfeng did not genuinely believe Lin Feng could ascend to A-level disciple status, who would not enjoy flattery? Besides, engaging Lin Feng in conversation could help foster a closer relationship. "What exactly is this Outer Sect Disciple Advancement Competition? I thought the distribution among Outer Sect disciples was based on elemental spirit rank. How can one advance to A-level disciples?" Lin Feng queried, turning his gaze towards Dong Chengfeng with a hint of curiosity. "Lin Feng, since you've only recently joined the sect, you may not be aware. The Outer Sect disciples are divided into 3 ranks, B, C, and D, based on elemental spirit rank. However, A-level is different. There are only 30 A-level disciples. Periodically, the Outer Sect organizes a disciple advancement competition. The top 3 disciples in this competition have the opportunity to challenge an A-level disciple, and those who succeed in their challenge will ascend to A-level status. Naturally, if an A-level disciple is promoted to inner sect disciple, a vacancy is created, allowing the top 3 from the Outer Sect Disciple Advancement Competition to ascend directly to A-level." Dong Chengfeng explained earnestly. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that to become an A-level disciple, he would need to secure a top 3 finish in the competition against B and C-level disciples, followed by challenging one of the 30 A-level disciples. Success in that challenge would grant him A-level status. If fortune favored him and an A-level disciple had an available spot, the top 3 could ascend to A-level without contest. It seemed that the path to becoming an A-level disciple was indeed fraught with challenges, and the benefits associated with A-level status must surely be substantial. "You speak quite rightly. The benefits bestowed upon the elite disciples are indeed incomparable to those of us who are mere rank D disciples. The monthly allocation of spirit stones from the sect is several times that which we rank D disciples receive. Furthermore, the most significant aspect is that should one attain the status of an elite disciple, there arises the opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by the elders within the sect. This is a golden opportunity that could propel one to great heights. Thus the competitions for the outer disciples' advancement are fiercely contested. Those inner cultivation disciples participating in these advancement matches exert themselves to the utmost, and the watching disciples are treated to a visual feast." Initially, Lin Feng held little regard for material possessions like spirit stones. However, upon entering the inner cultivation realm, his demand for spirit stones has significantly increased. With spirit stones to aid in cultivation, the process becomes far more effortless and time efficient than merely absorbing the natural energies of the world, allowing the internal energy to grow at a much faster rate. "How does one participate in the outer disciples' advancement matches?" Lin Feng inquired. He had resolved to enter the competition, not for any other reason but to secure a greater share of spirit stones upon advancing to elite disciple status. "It's quite simple. Any disciple who has reached the inner cultivation realm may participate. You merely need to register with the overseer of your designated area in advance," Dong Chengfeng promptly replied upon hearing Lin Feng's query. Lin Feng nodded slowly, deciding to seek out Chen Yufei immediately to register for the competition. Noticing Lin Feng's intent to leave, Dong Chengfeng hastily followed him. Lin Feng glanced back at Dong Chengfeng, who was grinning at him. Although Lin Feng held a certain disdain for Dong Chengfeng, he felt it inappropriate to dismiss him outright, especially after Dong Chengfeng had just shared valuable information regarding the advancement matches. Upon finding Chen Yufei, Lin Feng expressed his desire to participate in the advancement matches. You, my friend, are quite audacious. Do you realize that the minimum cultivation level for participants in these matches is mid-inner cultivation? With your current strength, you would only bring shame upon yourself, Chen Yufei remarked bluntly upon learning of Lin Feng's intention to compete. Although the rules of the Outer Disciples advancement matches prohibit lethal force, injuries are not uncommon as disciples vie for the coveted elite disciple slots. Since I dare to register, rest assured I possess some confidence. Just a few days ago, I fortuitously broke through to mid-inner cultivation, making me eligible for this competition to gain some practical experience. Lin Feng replied with a smile, unfazed by Chen Yufei's concerns. He understood that Chen Yufei meant well. Participating without sufficient strength could lead to elimination, but suffering severe injury at the hands of a formidable opponent could have dire consequences for future cultivation. You've already advanced to mid-inner cultivation, Chen Yufei exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng's speed of advancement seemed almost too rapid. Was it possible he had no spirit root? How could he advance at a rate comparable to that of a genius with a 6th or 7th grade spirit root? Yet Chen Yufei remained skeptical. Extending his right hand to rest on Lin Feng's shoulder, gradually channeling energy to apply pressure, Lin Feng felt the energy emanating from Chen Yufei's hand and circulated his own energy throughout his body to counteract the pressure. As Chen Yufei intensified the energy in his hand, Lin Feng's feet sank into the ground, yet he maintained his composure. Given my strength, can I indeed participate in the Outer Disciples advancement matches? Lin Feng chuckled, inquiring. Yes, of course, if you manage to achieve commendable results in the matches, it will elevate the standing of our rank D disciples, Chen Yufei responded with a grin, slowly withdrawing his hand. Chapter 53, The Outer Disciples Advancement Matches, Part 2. The overseers of the rank B and C disciple areas frequently flaunted the talents and rapid progress of their disciples to Chen Yufei, which greatly irked him. Thus, should Lin Feng excel in the Outer Disciples advancement matches, it would bring honor to Chen Yufei as well. Then, I kindly request you to register me, Lin Feng said, feeling confident that Chen Yufei now acknowledged his strength. Make sure to perform well. You have 2 months until the matches commence, so do not slack off, Chen Yufei advised, retrieving a black pouch from his robe and handing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng received the pouch with a hint of confusion, sensing that it was filled entirely with spirit stones. Thank you, Chen Yufei. I shall strive to win the championship and bring glory to our rank D disciple area, Lin Feng declared solemnly, setting aside his smile. Do not be so serious, just aim for a respectable rank. Do not be overly ambitious about the championship. The rank B disciple area has several disciples at late inner cultivation, and Lu Shukong has also advanced to late inner cultivation just 10 days ago, Chen Yufei cautioned, maintaining modest expectations. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. He was all the more eager for the Outer Disciples advancement matches. Being a naturally combative person, the prospect of facing numerous formidable opponents invigorated him. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Chen Yufei assumed he had abandoned his ambition for the championship, unaware that his words had only ignited Lin Feng's fighting spirit. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Feng bid farewell and returned to his cave dwelling. Once there, he pondered deeply, resolving to reach late inner cultivation within the next 2 months. Otherwise, claiming first place in the advancement matches would be a daunting challenge, particularly with the subsequent Elite Disciple Challenge ahead. Defeating Elite Disciples would be even more arduous. It seemed he would have to enter seclusion for rigorous training and ensure he repaid Chen Yufei for the Spirit Stones once he became an Elite Disciple. Lin Feng murmured to himself as he examined the black pouch given to him by Chen Yufei, for he was not one to enjoy owing favors to others. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the Outer Disciples advancement matches officially commenced. Just 3 days prior to the competition, Lin Feng successfully advanced to late inner cultivation. The past 2 months had been grueling for him, filled with relentless training. Even Old Long had cautioned him about the perils of haste, yet Lin Feng understood that time was of the essence, leaving no room for complacency. Thankfully, his efforts bore fruit, and he finally reached late inner cultivation. With his advancement achieved ahead of schedule, he had 3 days to rest and recuperate before the matches began, allowing him to relax his taut nerves and recover from the fatigue of prolonged cultivation. The day of the Outer Disciples advancement matches arrived, and as Lin Feng stepped out of his cave dwelling, he found Dong Qingfeng waiting outside for him. "Good morning, Lin Feng, are you headed to the outer arena?" Dong Qingfeng greeted him enthusiastically. "If not to the arena, do you intend to watch the sunrise?" Lin Feng retorted, mildly irritated. Dong Qingfeng, however, took no offense, having grown accustomed to Lin Feng's demeanor. As long as he maintained his thick skin, Lin Feng had little recourse against him. Lin Feng quickened his pace toward the arena, evidently wishing to leave Dong Qingfeng behind, yet Dong Qingfeng pursued closely. The two soon arrived at the Outer Disciples arena. "Greetings, Overseer Chen, I didn't expect you to arrive so early," Lin Feng called out upon spotting Chen Yufei outside the arena. "Lin Feng, it has been some time since I last saw you, how prepared are you?" Chen Yufei's expression grew somewhat serious. He had initially believed that with Lin Feng's strength, placing within the top 10 should be easily achievable. However, he had recently heard that several disciples in the rank B area had also advanced to late inner cultivation, making Lin Feng's chances of securing a top 10 position considerably slimmer. "Rest assured, Overseer Chen, I have unwavering confidence in my abilities. While I cannot guarantee the championship, I am certain that a spot in the top 3 is within my reach," Lin Feng replied, his confidence soaring since his advancement to late inner cultivation. "Confidence is a good thing, but remember that anything can happen during the competition. Do not underestimate your opponents," Chen Yufei warned. Intending to inform Lin Feng about the advancements in the rank B area, however, seeing Lin Feng's self-assured demeanor, he hesitated, unwilling to dampen Lin Feng's spirits. Lin Feng had intended to share the news of his own advancement with Chen Yufei but noticed Chen Yufei's solemn expression and refrained from doing so, simply nodding in understanding. A total of 28 disciples were participating in today's Outer Disciples advancement matches. While the number was not vast, these 28 were undoubtedly the finest among the Outer Disciples, second only to the Elite Disciples. As they stood in the center of the enormous arena, Lin Feng scanned the surroundings, recognizing only Lu Shukom among the other disciples. In the stands of the arena sat two elderly figures, both elders of the outer sect. Typically these elders spent their time in seclusion, seldom attending outer sect events. However, the advancement matches were a rare occasion, prompting them to make an exception and attend. One elder donned a light blue robe, while the other was clad in a fiery red robe. The slender elder in the light blue robe was the Valley Elder of the outer sect, possessing the strength of the spell realm, while the stout elder in the fiery red robe, known as Elder Tong, was similarly powerful, also possessing spell realm cultivation. "Today, the match will be officiated by Zhang Mao, and you may commence the drawing of lots." At this moment, a middle-aged man approached the arena stage and spoke. This individual is a steward from the outer sect, known as Zheng Kaishan, a practitioner of the Tongqiao realm. It is rumored that among the stewards of the outer sect, Zheng Kaishan's prowess ranks first. Following Zheng Kaishan's instructions, the participants began to draw lots. Lin Feng drew number 6, which corresponds to the third match of the day, while Lu Shukong drew number 24. Now, aside from competitors 1 and 2, the other participants returned to the rest area, as Zheng Kaishan announced. Once the others had moved towards the stage, Zheng Kaishan bellowed, "The match begins." As soon as Zheng Kaishan's voice faded, competitors 1 and 2 clashed fiercely. Both were adept swordsmen, and a flurry of sword energy filled the arena. Generally, those who wield swords tend to adopt a forceful approach, and these two were no exception. After exchanging several powerful strikes, it was ultimately the second competitor whose vitality proved more substantial. With a fierce slash, he sent the first competitor's long blade crashing to the ground, deprived of his weapon. The first competitor had no choice but to concede defeat. This outcome was anticipated by the spectators, as the first competitor's strength was merely at the mid-stage of the internal cultivation realm. In contrast, the second competitor was a practitioner of the late stage of the internal cultivation realm, and it seemed he had not even unleashed his full potential during their bout. Next, the match between competitors 3 and 4 commenced. The third competitor, a formidable figure among the B-grade disciples named Duan Fei, possessed a 6th-level Yuan spirit, significantly surpassing the fourth competitor in strength. Thus, this contest lacked excitement. The third competitor did not even resort to using a weapon and, after a series of rapid assaults, ultimately delivered a punch that sent the fourth competitor tumbling off the stage. Competitors 5 and 6 ascended to the ring. Zheng Kaishan's voice resonated again. Lin Feng leaped onto the stage. Landing precisely in the center, opposite him stood the fifth competitor, a lad of 16 or 17 years. Though not diminutive in stature, he appeared rather unassuming. As Lin Feng observed the fifth competitor, the latter scrutinized him in return. Upon noticing Lin Feng's youthful visage, the fifth competitor deduced that the latter was merely 14 or 15 years old. Instantly he felt a surge of relief. in the early stages of cultivation, age disparities significantly impact the depth of one's practice. With similar talent, the difference of a single year in cultivation can lead to vastly different levels of mastery. The fifth competitor now regarded Lin Feng with disdain, yet he would soon regret underestimating him. The match commenced. Zheng Kaishan, seeing the two ready, shouted. Observing the fifth competitor's evident disregard, Lin Feng decided not to hold back. Channeling his internal energy, he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful palm strike to the fifth competitor's chest. The ferocity of Lin Feng's energy was overwhelming. The fifth competitor was caught off guard and was sent flying a dozen meters, ultimately crashing to the ground outside the ring. The audience below felt that the fifth competitor's loss was unwarranted. Had he not been so careless and had he activated his energy defense, he would not have been so easily dispatched by Lin Feng's strike. However, those with true strength understood otherwise, for they recognized that Lin Feng's palm had been as swift as lightning. The competitors in the rest area regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect, and Lu Shukong, witnessing Lin Feng's display of power, felt a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Over the past few months, Lu Shukong had been focused on preparing for the Outer Sect Disciples Promotion Tournament, spending most of his time in seclusion and cultivation, and thus had not sought out Lin Feng. However, he was taken aback by the latter's formidable strength. Chen Yufei, upon seeing Lin Feng's match conclude, finally comprehended the source of Lin Feng's self-assuredness. Judging from the intensity of Lin Feng's outburst of energy, he had evidently advanced to the late stage of the internal cultivation realm. That insufferable brat, having reached the late stage of internal cultivation, didn't even bother to inform me, Chen Yufei inwardly cursed. Lin Feng returned to the competitor's rest area while the matches continued. He meticulously observed the victors. As they might well be his future adversaries, time passed swiftly, and soon it was Lu Shukong's turn to compete. His opponent was an exceptionally robust youth, whose towering physique surpassed that of many adults. This young man, known as Hu Tai, was quite renowned among the Outer Sect disciples, being the foremost among the C-grade disciples. Although his Yuan spirit level was only 5, his physical prowess was extraordinary. During the peak of the external cultivation realm, he could contend against two similarly ranked practitioners and emerge victorious. Lu Shukong, too, was a prodigy among the B-grade disciples, thus their clash promised to be a fierce battle. The audience below was growing impatient, with friends of both competitors fervently cheering them on. Lu Shukong and Hu Tai were acquainted, though their relationship was not particularly close, as Lu Shukong hailed from a lineage of cultivators, while Hu Tai was merely the child of an ordinary family. Furthermore, Hu Tai's talent was not on par with Lu Shukong's, leading to a degree of contempt from Lu Shukong, who regarded him as nothing more than a brutish strongman. "Today, let me show you whose might," Hu Tai bellowed, lifting his large axe and charging at Lu Shukong. Lu Shukong remained unperturbed, wielding his iron staff and channeling his energy to effortlessly block Hu Tai's swing. It appeared Hu Tai had anticipated this move, as he swiftly altered his attack, executing a sweeping strike aimed at Lu Shukong's waist. Lu Shukong planted his feet firmly and leaped into the air, thrusting his iron staff toward Hu Tai's face. Hu Tai hastily dodged backward, but Lu Shukong, channeling ample energy, flicked his staff, conjuring a flurry of staff shadows. Caught off guard, Hu Tai was struck in the chest and staggered backward. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shukong pressed his advantage, wielding his iron staff with ferocity, alternating between thrusts and sweeping attacks. In a matter of moments, Hu Tai found himself with no option but to evade. Unable to counterattack, aware of his inferiority, Hu Tai contemplated conceding. However, Lu Shukong, being quite cunning, offered no chance for Hu Tai to voice his surrender. Each time Hu Tai attempted to declare his defeat, Lu Shukong intensified his assault. Ultimately, Hu Tai was struck in the chest by a powerful blow from Lu Shukong's staff, sending him tumbling from the stage. Zheng Kaishan observed Lu Shukong's behavior with slight dissatisfaction, yet since Hu Tai had not uttered the words of surrender, Lu Shukong's actions did not constitute a violation. The victor is Lu Shukong. Lu Shukong descended the stage with measured steps, casting a glance at Hu Tai, who was rising from the ground. Talent is insufficient. No matter how large one's stature, one remains merely a brute. With that, Lu Shukong turned his attention towards Lin Feng, his eyes gleaming with malice. Lin Feng, unwilling to back down, glared fiercely in return. Lu Shukong snorted in anger, sweeping his robe as he returned to the competitor's rest area. The subsequent matches proved far less thrilling than the contest between Lu Shukong and Hu Tai. As the final bouts concluded, Zheng Kaishan announced that the 14 victors could return to rest, with the afternoon matches to proceed later. "I hope your luck remains as favorable this afternoon," Lu Shukong remarked, approaching Lin Feng. "My luck has always been good. I wonder if you will be so fortunate." Lin Feng retorted, unwilling to appear submissive. You've done well, Lin Feng, advancing to the late stage of internal cultivation without even informing me. At that moment, Chen Yufei also arrived at the competitor's rest area. Chen Steward, it's not that I lacked the time to tell you, Lin Feng offered a sheepish smile. Come Lin Feng, let me treat you to a fine meal at noon, Chen Yufei said enthusiastically. Meanwhile Lu Shukong, who felt overlooked by Lin Feng, seethed internally, vowing that if he encountered Lin Feng during the competition, he would ensure the latter was left in tatters. However, Lin Feng remained indifferent to Lu Shukong's thoughts. Engaging in jovial conversation with Chen Yufei as they exited the arena, the afternoon matches commenced as scheduled, and the results of the new draw placed Lin Feng against the second competitor. Marking the first match of the afternoon, the second competitor wielded a long blade, while Lin Feng brandished his twin daggers as he ascended the stage. The two exchanged a slight bow, and the contest officially began. The second competitor, fully aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength, sought to conclude the match swiftly. He raised his long knife, channeling all his energy into a powerful downward strike aimed at Lin Feng. With a burst of force, Lin Feng sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly blow. The second competitor relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a series of slashes. Lin Feng, in turn, parried with his twin blades, continuously defending against the onslaught. After several rapid exchanges, Lin Feng began to discern the flaws in the second competitor's swordsmanship. Although the latter's attacks were fierce, his defenses were lacking. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng began to unleash a flurry of strikes aimed at the second competitor's legs. The second competitor's long knife lacked agility, while Lin Feng's techniques were versatile and unpredictable. In a matter of moments, the second competitor's legs bore several deep gashes from Lin Feng's daggers. Realizing he was outmatched, the second competitor hastily retreated, exclaiming, "Your strength is formidable, and your swordsmanship is exceptional. I humbly concede defeat." Li Feng sheathed his twin blades and offered a slight bow to the second contestant, acknowledging his skill. Lin Feng returned to the resting area, continuing to observe the matches of others, for the forthcoming victors would undoubtedly not be weaklings. Lu Shukong's match was the fourth, and his opponent was the ninth contestant named Han Chong, who, like him, was also a disciple of the second tier. The two were familiar with one another, possessing some knowledge of each other's strengths and weaknesses, thus both were exceedingly cautious during their duel. Wary of exposing any vulnerabilities simultaneously, they meticulously scrutinized each other, seeking an opportunity to exploit a flaw and secure victory. The standoff persisted for nearly 30 minutes before a victor emerged. Ultimately, Lu Shukong's superior skill allowed him to claim triumph in this contest. Despite his victory, Lu Shukong had barely managed to prevail, his vital energy nearly depleted. Observing his state, Lin Feng inferred Lu Shukong's capabilities. Should this be his full strength, it would be prudent for him to avoid crossing paths with Lin Feng in the subsequent matches. Otherwise, Lin Feng was determined to teach him a thorough lesson. The ensuing contests were equally thrilling, showcasing the formidable prowess of several second-tier disciples. Among these competitors was a disciple of complete internal cultivation, a contender deemed the front-runner for the championship. Zhu Tong, the foremost disciple of the second tier. Despite his youth, appearing merely 14 or 15, he possessed a 7th-level elemental spirit, enabling him to cultivate at an astonishing pace and wield immense power. Lin Feng had been keenly observing him since the first match, where he effortlessly defeated each opponent with a single unarmed strike. It was clear that if Lin Feng aspired to secure the title in the Outer Disciple Promotion Tournament, Zhu Tong would be his greatest adversary. After 3 hours of competition, only 7 contestants remained. Apart from Lin Feng, the other 6 were all second-tier disciples: Su Shifang, Zhou Zhang, Wang Haiyu, Zhang Zhendong, Lu Shukong, and Zhu Tong. The overseer of the second-tier disciple area, seated in the stands, could hardly contain his delight, as 6 of the 7 competitors hailed from his jurisdiction, significantly enhancing his prestige. The only blemish was the presence of a third-tier disciple among the group. Had all 7 been from the second tier, it would have been flawless. In stark contrast, the overseer of the third-tier disciple area, Chen Feiyu, wore a gloomy expression, his face seemingly dripping with dismay. The absence of any representatives from his tier in the competition left him feeling utterly humiliated. While he simultaneously harbored resentment that a third-tier disciple had managed to secure 2 victories and break through the ranks, considering it sheer luck, conversely, Chen Feiyu maintained a composed exterior, though internally he was elated. Silently praising Lin Feng's performance, the 6th contestant is your disciple from the 3rd tier. He possesses considerable strength. Brother Chen, it seems your tier may not finish at the bottom this year, the overseer of the 2nd tier remarked with a smile. Casting a glance toward the third-tier overseer, Lin Feng exhibits some strength, yet in comparison to your second-tier disciples, he pales in significance. This year's championship will undoubtedly belong to your tier, Chen Feiyu replied casually. As Lin Feng exited the arena, Dong Chengfeng had been waiting outside for him. Senior Lin, your performance today was truly remarkable. You cannot imagine the expressions on the faces of the disciples beside me as they witnessed you vanquishing one expert after another. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, Dong Chengfeng hurried over, a look of flattery on his face. While today's opponents were not weak, they hardly qualify as true experts. I cannot guarantee victory in tomorrow's matches. As that Zhu Tong clearly possesses an edge over us, I lack confidence in defeating him. At that moment, Lin Feng was preoccupied with thoughts on how to overcome Zhu Tong and secure the championship in the Outer Disciple Promotion Tournament. Reaching the top 7 is already an impressive achievement. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Chen Feiyu's voice resonated from behind Lin Feng. Since I have reached the top 7, it is natural for me to strive for further ascendance. After all, no one wishes to be left behind, Lin Feng responded, turning to face him. You certainly have ambition. Here, take this. It should be of some assistance to you. Chen Feiyu handed Lin Feng a small booklet. As Lin Feng opened it, he discovered it contained information about the second-tier disciples, including their cultivation techniques, weapon proficiencies, and signature moves. The elder Chen, this Lin Feng began, only to be interrupted by Chen Feiyu. You entered the sect later than others and have insufficient knowledge of these disciples, which could lead to disadvantages in the competition. Study it diligently, but remember not to disclose it to outsiders, Chen Feiyu admonished sternly. Please keep this. I prefer to rely on my own abilities to attain the championship. Although my time in the sect has been brief and my knowledge of these disciples is limited, that also serves as my advantage, for they remain unaware of my capabilities. Lin Feng returned the booklet to Chen Feiyu. Clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's response, Chen Feiyu's expression shifted. Excellent. You possess ambition, and with your determination, even if you do not claim the championship this time, I believe it will be yours in the next competition. Admiration gleamed in Chen Feiyu's gaze. Thank you for your kind words, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Well then, if there's nothing further, you should return and rest well. Tomorrow's matches will not be as straightforward as today's, and you must exert double the effort to secure victory. Chen Feiyu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, imparting his advice. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Chen Feiyu, Lin Feng offered a slight bow to bid farewell before turning toward his cave dwelling. Observing Lin Feng's intent to return, Dong Chengfeng excused himself from Chen Feiyu and followed Lin Feng, now resembling a devoted attendant, with a peaceful night behind them. The following morning, Lin Feng arrived early at the Outer Disciple Arena. With Dong Chengfeng trailing closely behind, Dong Chengfeng had thoroughly embraced the role of Lin Feng's follower, much to Lin Feng's exasperation. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the champion of the Outer Disciple Promotion Tournament would be determined that day. Beginning with the drawing of lots, due to the number of participants, whoever drew the 7th number would receive a bye in the first match. The draw yielded the following results: Su Shifang 1, Zhou Zheng 2, Lin Feng 3, Lu Shukong 4, Wang Hu 5, Zhang Jindong 6, Zhu Tong 7. Upon seeing the results, Lin Feng and Lu Shukong exchanged glances, both feeling their competitive spirits surge. Since Zhu Tong had drawn the 7th number, he would have a bye in the first round. This outcome was less than favorable for the other contestants, as Zhu Tong was already the strongest among them. Now, with a bye in the first round, he could conserve considerable energy for the subsequent matches. As Zheng Kaishan called for the competition to commence, Su Shifang and Zhou Zhang launched their attacks simultaneously. Both were second-tier disciples, familiar with one another, having even trained together previously. Although their match was highly engaging, Lin Feng had little interest in watching. Instead, he closed his eyes to meditate, preparing for his upcoming bout with Lu Shukong. After a fierce exchange lasting over 10 minutes, Zhou Zhang emerged victorious, having skillfully wounded Su Shifang's right arm with a precise thrust, although he himself bore a gash on his left leg from Su Shifang's sword. Lin Feng and Lu Shukong approached the arena, both leaping onto the stage and standing opposite each other. I have long anticipated this match. It was quite disappointing not to have a proper bout with Lin Shidi the other day, Lu Shukong declared with a smile, though a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Had he known of Lin Feng's rapid progress, he would have struck first that day, ensuring Lin Feng spent months recuperating in his cave. Indeed, that was somewhat disappointing, but only because Lu Shixiang's abilities were lacking. I hope today will not prove too disappointing, Lin Feng replied with a cold chuckle, feigning indifference toward Lu Shukong. However, this was merely a tactic to unsettle Lu Shukong. For Lin Feng was acutely aware of his strength. By provoking him before the match, Lin Feng hoped to disrupt his focus and rhythm, making it easier to secure victory. Have you both finished your banter? If so, let us commence the match. Zheng Kaishan, serving as the referee, interjected impatiently. Both Lin Feng and Lu Shukong nodded, signaling their readiness. Let the match begin, Zheng Kaishan bellowed. Lin Feng seized the initiative, launching an assault with his twin blades aimed at Lu Shukong. Undeterred, Lu Shukong brandished his sturdy iron staff. The clash of their weapons reverberated through the arena, neither gaining the upper hand as they retreated a few steps after the initial exchanges. However, Lin Feng quickly regrouped. Launching a second wave of attacks, one blade aimed at Lu Shukong's head and the other at his legs. At this moment, Lin Feng resembled a spinning top, perpetually whirling. Lu Shukong, on the other hand, forcefully brought his long staff crashing down onto the ground, causing fragments of stone to soar into the air. He retreated a few steps, seeking an opportunity to counterattack Lin Feng. However, the shattered stones obstructed Lin Feng's assault, preventing him from inflicting any harm on Lu Shukong. Yet, Lin Feng's relentless blade techniques left Lu Shukong with no chance to retaliate. Although Lu Shukong had not been wounded by Lin Feng's dual blades, his continuous retreats had brought him perilously close to the edge of the arena. How could Lin Feng let such a splendid opportunity slip away? He leaped into the air, both blades aimed directly at Lu Shukong's face. Unyielding, Lu Shukong conjured a flurry of staff shadows with his iron rod, targeting Lin Feng's vital points. This was Lu Shukong's lethal move. The illusory shadows of his staff were a blend of reality and illusion, making it difficult for anyone to decipher their true nature and thus evade the attack. However, with Lin Feng's keen eyesight, he swiftly identified the flaws in Lu Shukong's technique. With a swift motion, he deflected Lu Shukong's iron staff with his left blade while simultaneously delivering a rapid strike toward Lu Shukong's face with his right. Despite Lu Shukong's hasty retreat, the blade managed to carve a long gash across his face. After several more steps back, Lu Shukong ultimately stumbled off the edge of the arena. On the ground, he pressed his hand against the wound on his face, his eyes brimming with malice. This time, he had truly lost face, having been struck by Lin Feng's blade. Although the injury was not severe, the energy imbued in Lin Feng's sword meant that even after healing, it might leave behind unsightly scars. Chapter 57, The Outer Sect Disciples Advancement Competition, 6. Consequently, Lu Shukong's hatred for Lin Feng reached its zenith, yet it was evident that he could not contend with Lin Feng given his current capabilities. Nevertheless, he vowed to seek assistance from his elder brother Lu Shuxing to deal with this insufferable Lin Feng. Once he found the opportunity, Lin Feng descended from the arena, casting not a single glance at the defeated Lu Shukong. His previous strike had the potential to eliminate Lu Shukong entirely, but Lin Feng refrained from doing so. He deemed the conflicts with Lu Shukong to be trivial matters, unworthy of lethal force. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lu Shukong was already plotting his revenge. Had Lin Feng been aware, he would surely have regretted not delivering a fatal blow to Lu Shukong. Next up were the matches between Wang Haiyu and Zhang Zhendong. However, Lin Feng paid no attention to this contest, instead focusing on recuperating his energy in the competitor's rest area. Though the skirmish with Lu Shukong had been brief, Lin Feng had taken the initiative in every exchange, leading to significant depletion of his energy. Thus, he was determined to maximize every moment to restore his vitality in preparation for the upcoming matches. How could Lin Feng have been assigned to the D-tier disciple area? With his prowess, he would easily dominate all but Zhu Tong in the B-tier disciple area. The allocation of disciples by the steward hall seemed utterly arbitrary, if such a promising talent were to be squandered. The old man would certainly confront them for an explanation. Elder Tong, clad in a fiery red robe, expressed his dissatisfaction. Little did Elder Tong know that during Lin Feng's assessment at the steward hall, the 9-element spirit stone had failed to reveal his spirit element, as he possessed none. Hence, he was assigned to the D-tier disciple area, as explained by a steward below Elder Tong. How peculiar! This individual lacks a spirit element yet has managed to cultivate to the late stages of internal refinement. It is quite astonishing, Elder Gu remarked, equally perplexed. You speak true, Brother Gu. It is indeed strange. Could it be that there was an issue with the 9-element spirit stone? Elder Tong pondered. Our sect has stood for many years, and the 9-element spirit stone has never malfunctioned. There must be another explanation. Perhaps this individual is simply fortunate, having consumed some rare treasures. Elder Gu stroked his beard thoughtfully. Brother Gu's words hold merit. Elder Tong agreed, finding himself in accord with Elder Gu's reasoning. The battle between Wang Haiyu and Zhang Zhendong was closely matched, lasting nearly an hour before a victor emerged, with Wang Haiyu ultimately prevailing. However, no trace of victory could be seen on Wang Haiyu's face, for he was soon to face Zhu Tong, the strongest contender in this competition. Being both B-tier disciples, Wang Haiyu possessed some knowledge of Zhu Tong's capabilities, and he knew that even at his peak, he would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, having sustained injuries in his previous match against Zhang Zhendong, he was in no condition to confront Zhu Tong. At this moment, Lin Feng had regained a considerable amount of his energy in the rest area. He was confident that in his current state, defeating Zhou Zhang would pose no challenge just then. Zheng Kaishan called for Lin Feng and Zhou Zhang to ascend to the arena. Upon reaching the stage, Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Zhang's injured leg and remarked, "Senior brother Zhou, your leg is injured. It will undoubtedly hinder your agility. Winning this match will be nearly impossible for you. I kindly suggest you concede to avoid further injury during the fight." Lin Feng meant well, but Zhou Zhang, possessing a prideful disposition, perceived the statement as a slight against his ability. "Junior brother Lin, though you have won a few matches, do not become overly arrogant. My injury does not mean I am easily defeated," Zhou Zhang retorted, drawing his long sword and pointing it at Lin Feng. Seeing that Zhou Zhang was unappreciative of his offer, Lin Feng raised his dual blades, positioning them defensively across his chest, and charged toward Zhou Zhang. Undeterred, Zhou Zhang thrust his sword toward Lin Feng's throat. With a swift sidestep, Lin Feng narrowly avoided the strike aimed at him. Zhou Zhang's wrist flicked, causing the sword's tip to slice through Lin Feng's left shoulder sleeve. Observing the tear in his garment, Lin Feng silently acknowledged that he had underestimated Zhou Zhang. Despite his injury, Zhou Zhang's strength was not to be dismissed. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to hold nothing back. His blades danced in a mesmerizing rhythm. One strike followed another, alternating between feints and genuine attacks, creating a harmonious blend of deception and reality. Such a masterful technique was beyond Zhou Zhang's experience, and he found himself struggling to keep up. In no time, Zhou Zhang bore several wounds, while Lin Feng remained unscathed. The disparity in their abilities was stark, with Lin Feng's swordplay far surpassing Zhou Zhang's swordsmanship. In the competitor's rest area, Zhu Tong couldn't help but observe Lin Feng with renewed interest, for the finesse of his blade techniques was truly extraordinary, far from something an ordinary individual could easily counter. In that moment, Lin Feng suddenly withdrew and took 2 steps back. "Senior brother Zhou, shall we continue this match?" While Lin Feng was capable of defeating Zhou Zhang, he was also mindful of conserving energy. Excessive expenditure of energy would be detrimental to his subsequent matches, hence he hoped Zhou Zhang would voluntarily concede. "Junior brother Lin, your swordplay is impressive." I concede. Zhou Zhang sighed softly. He had entered the competition with great confidence, believing himself to be the strongest aside from Zhu Tong, yet he found himself utterly overmatched by this D-tier disciple. "Lin Feng, senior brother Zhou, I appreciate your sportsmanship," Lin Feng acknowledged with a respectful bow. Stepping down from the arena, upon returning to the rest area, Lin Feng's gaze fixed on Zhu Tong, but Zhu Tong paid him no mind, instead approaching the stage to prepare for his own match. Despite Lin Feng's commendable skills and exquisite techniques, Zhu Tong was confident in his superiority. Equipped with a guaranteed winning move, Wang Haiyu, standing on the stage opposite Zhu Tong, was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. His strength paled in comparison to Zhu Tong's, and having sustained injuries in his previous match, he was even less capable of posing a threat. However, conceding outright would bruise his pride, so he resolved to at least exchange a few blows with Zhu Tong before ultimately yielding. Chapter 58, the final battle of the Outer Sect Disciples Advancement Competition. Yet Zhu Tong was indifferent to Wang Haiyu's predicament. As the match commenced, Zhu Tong drew an arc with his right hand before striking downwards, unleashing a faint azure vortex from his palm. The vortex, seemingly slow, traveled at a remarkable speed, swiftly colliding with Wang Haiyu's chest. Wang Haiyu was sent hurtling backwards, spewing blood mid-flight before crashing heavily to the ground. Unconscious, Zheng Kaishan, serving as the referee, hurried to Wang Haiyu's side, kneeling to assess his condition. The suddenness of the events had prevented him from intervening sooner. Upon examination, he discovered Wang Haiyu had sustained severe injuries, with several broken ribs, but fortunately his life was not in danger. "This is wind attribute energy. Has this child already advanced to the Qi opening stage?" The stewards in the stands exchanged bewildered glances, for many among them were only at the initial stage of the Qi opening realm. Yet they were older than Zhu Tong by a significant margin. Thus, witnessing Zhu Tong wielding an energy that only those at the Qi opening stage could produce astonished them greatly. "Silence!" Elder Gu shot a cold glare at the stewards, who quickly fell silent. Zhu Tong, a prodigious talent, has remarkably achieved the pinnacle of internal cultivation at the tender age of 15, having comprehended elemental attacks, truly a genius not seen in our sect for a century. Elder Tong beamed with joy, feeling immense happiness at the emergence of such a gifted disciple like Zhu Tong within the sect. It is indeed commendable. Attaining the peak of internal cultivation at such a young age is no small feat, and to further grasp elemental attacks is astonishing. Observing the wind-based attack he unleashed, it is clear that Zhu Tong will surely hold a prominent position among the true disciples of the Tianfeng lineage in the future. Elder Gu's expression softened at this moment, bestowing Zhu Tong with high praise. Only the sect's mountain lords and cave masters have disciples recognized as true successors, since they impart their lifelong knowledge to these chosen few. Such true disciples have a significant opportunity to ascend as mountain lords or cave masters. Even if they do not achieve such heights, they can still attain the rank of elder within the sect. At this moment, Lin Feng's countenance darkened. He was no longer the Na'vi youth of the past, and he was profoundly astonished that Zhu Tong could execute elemental attacks. He understood that only those at the Tongqiao realm could wield such elemental energy attacks. Zhu Tong approached the edge of the arena, beckoning Lin Feng, who was seated in the resting area. With an air of disdain in his eyes, Lin Feng stood up abruptly, although he was shocked by Zhu Tong's strength. He felt no fear, only a burning desire to fight. As Lin Feng strode towards the arena, the spectators erupted in excitement, anticipating a thrilling spectacle. One was a genius from the B-level disciple area, while the other was a dark horse who had surged up from the D-level area. Both had impressive records. Zhu Tong had bulldozed his way to the finals with sheer strength, while Lin Feng had triumphed over numerous formidable foes with his exceptional swordsmanship and adaptability. What are you two planning? The matches to determine first, second, and third place are scheduled for the afternoon. Are you not aware? Zheng Kaishan, having carried Wang Haiyu off the stage to be treated for injuries, turned and noticed Lin Feng and Zhu Tong, clearly intent on battling right then and there. As it stands, Wang Haiyu is in no condition to compete this afternoon, so Zhou Zhang is guaranteed third place. In that case, why not make this match between Lin Feng and me the one for the finals? It would save everyone time, as we might as well determine first and second place now. In response to Zheng Kaishan's inquiry, Zhu Tong replied calmly, casting a somewhat provocative glance at Lin Feng. Zheng Kaishan, feeling somewhat helpless, looked up at the two elders seated in the stands, hoping for their guidance. Upon seeing both elders nod slightly, he ceased his chatter and addressed the two contenders directly. If neither of you has any objections, let the finals commence now. Lin Feng and Zhu Tong exchanged glances. Both nodding slightly, Lin Feng's mind raced as he sought a strategy to defeat Zhu Tong, for he believed that with the right approach, he could indeed overcome him. While Lin Feng pondered, Zhu Tong launched the first attack. Raising his right hand to send a pale blue vortex hurtling towards Lin Feng, quick to react, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, retreating several steps while channeling his energy into his right hand, striking at the approaching vortex. The rotational force surged from the blade to his arm, nearly wrenching it from its socket. He narrowly managed to retract his strike, realizing that if he had been struck in a vital area by that vortex, he would have lost his combat ability on the spot. Thus, Lin Feng was left with no choice but to evade the pale blue vortex. He darted across the stage, making it difficult for Zhu Tong to land a hit. However, Zhu Tong was not one to let Lin Feng off so easily. He suddenly shouted, "Whirlwind double push palm." Simultaneously, he unleashed two pale blue vortices from his palms. Lin Feng gasped inwardly, recognizing the peril of his situation. As he was dangerously close to the edge of the arena with little room to evade, Zhu Tong raised his right hand, preparing to follow up with another attack. In a desperate gamble, Lin Feng leaped into the air, channeling his energy into his single dagger before hurling it towards Zhu Tong in the center of the arena. The blade contained nearly all of Lin Feng's energy and flew with great speed, leaving Zhu Tong with no choice but to use his vortex to block it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng descended, gripping his dagger with both hands, and aimed a fierce strike at Zhu Tong's neck. Given Zhu Tong's youth, he faltered momentarily under the ferocity of Lin Feng's attack, yet he managed to concentrate all his energy at his neck, hoping to withstand the blow. Lin Feng, however, poured all his energy into this strike, knowing that if he failed to defeat Zhu Tong with it, his own defeat would be assured. A tremendous impact resonated as Lin Feng's dagger was deflected away, sending vibrations through his hands. It was then that he realized he had struck not Zhu Tong, but the referee Zheng Kaishan. In that critical moment, Zheng Kaishan had swiftly pushed Zhu Tong out of harm's way, using his body to absorb Lin Feng's strike. Having discerned Zhu Tong's flustered state and knowing he could not withstand such a fierce attack, that strike of yours was ruthless. Had it connected with Zhu Tong, even if he survived, he would have been left crippled, Zheng Kaishan remarked, his earthy aura gradually retracting. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained in shock, taking a few seconds to comprehend why he had struck Zheng Kaishan instead of Zhu Tong. The audience erupted into cheers. Though the B-level disciples were notably silent among the crowd, the most fervent cheers came from the D-level disciples, particularly Dong Chengfeng, who was nearly hoarse from shouting, "Everyone, please settle down. First, let us congratulate Lin Feng from the D-level disciple area for winning the championship." The challenge against the A-level disciples will take place in 3 days in the A-level area, Zheng Kaishan announced with a smile. He held great admiration for Lin Feng, who had fought valiantly to reach the finals and then triumphed over an opponent stronger than himself. Demonstrating a balance of strength, mentality, and courage. As the cheers echoed in his ears, Lin Feng felt exhilarated, raising his clenched fist towards the sky and letting out a triumphant roar. In that moment, he felt that years of arduous training were finally yielding fruit. And the crowd's cheers were for him. It was truly unexpected that Lin Feng would emerge victorious in the end. Elder Tong shook his head, clearly surprised by the outcome. Lin Feng's success stemmed from his mental fortitude, brave and decisive, while Zhu Tong, despite his superior strength, faltered in a moment of crisis. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have never bested him. Elder Gu provided his insights. Expressions among the various overseers in the stands were a spectacle to behold. Chen Yufei wore a bright smile, while the overseer of the B-level area wore a grim visage, his eyes nearly aflame with anger, and his face flushed. The overseer of the C-level disciples wore a look of schadenfreude. Similarly, Zhu Tong's expression was one of discontent. Losing to Lin Feng was difficult for him to accept, leaving him momentarily frozen in place, unable to move. Zhu Tong, you are indeed formidable. Had I not been fortunate, you might have emerged victorious today. I hope to have the opportunity to compete with you again. Lin Feng approached Zhu Tong, a sincere smile gracing his face. Zhu Tong's expression shifted several times before he finally replied, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. There's no such thing as luck, but next time I will surely be the victor. The two shared a glance and a smile. While winning the match was important, finding a worthy opponent is also one of life's greatest joys. Though the competition had concluded, discussions surrounding Lin Feng only intensified over the next few days, as Lin Feng focused on his cultivation in his cave. Many from the D-level area visited him, as well as disciples from other tiers. Lin Feng, however, refrained from entertaining these visitors, choosing instead to immerse himself in training, hoping to make further progress in the 3 days available. During this time, Chen Yufei came to visit Lin Feng once, bringing the rewards for his first-place finish, a storage bag containing 100 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng was overjoyed by this unexpected windfall. Having been so focused on improving his capabilities that he had not considered the rewards for winning the competition, today, Chen Yufei arrived early at Lin Feng's cave to escort him to the A-level disciple area. The matches against the A-level disciples were always held in their designated area, and this occasion was no exception. Guided by Chen Yufei, Lin Feng made his way to the practice field of the A-level disciples, where Zhu Tong and the overseer of the B-level disciple area had already arrived ahead of them. Zhou Zhang, who secured the 3rd place in the disciple promotion competition, did not attend, as he had sustained injuries in several preceding matches. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that challenging the elite disciples with his current abilities would yield no chances of victory, thus he opted to forego the opportunity to confront them. Chen Yufei greeted the steward of the B-level disciples and, alongside Lin Feng, awaited the arrival of the outer sect elders and the elite disciples. Before they had to wait long, Zheng Kaishan arrived with 6 elite disciples at the training ground. Steward Chen, Aren't there supposed to be 30 elite disciples? Why have only 6 come this time? Lin Feng inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Indeed, there are a total of 30 elite disciples, but only these 6 possess the strength of the inner refinement realm. The remaining 24 are merely at the Qi awakening stage. You wouldn't wish to challenge those at that level, would you? Chen Yufei cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, bemused by his singular focus on cultivation, which left him rather uninformed about the affairs within the sect. At that moment, 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in red, suddenly materialized in the center of the training ground. Elder Gu and Elder Tong, both esteemed elders of the outer sect. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I shall serve as the judge for today's contest. Lin Feng, as the champion of the disciple promotion competition, you may select your opponent from these 6 elite disciples, Elder Tong announced in a deep voice, while Elder Gu gracefully descended outside the training area. Taking a seat in a chair that had been prepared for him, the 6 elite disciples, brought forth by Zheng Kaishan, stepped forward in unison. Among them, only one was a female disciple. The expressions of the 5 male disciples were notably serious. In stark contrast, the female disciple, named Zheng Xinyu, who happened to be Zheng Kaishan's sister, regarded Lin Feng and Zhu Tong with a cheerful demeanor. She possessed the highest strength among the 6, being just a step away from advancing to the Qi awakening stage. Lin Feng scrutinized the group, but all exuded a subdued aura, rendering it difficult for him to discern who among them was the strongest. I humbly request guidance from this esteemed senior, he stated, deciding to face the man on the far left, who was named Cheng Bufan and whose prowess did not stand out among the 6. Lin Feng felt he had a fair chance of winning against him. Observing Lin Feng's choice, Zhu Tong approached the remaining 5 and selected the man on the far right, known as Feng Hao, whose abilities were comparable to Cheng Bufan's. It appeared that both Lin Feng and Zhu Tong had been fortunate in their selections. As neither had chosen the strongest among the group, and now that you have both selected your opponents, let the match commence. All except Lin Feng and Cheng Bufan, please vacate the stage, Elder Tong instructed. Prompting the others to step down while Lin Feng and Cheng Bufan took their positions at the center of the arena, silently gauging each other, Cheng Bufan wielded a long sword that was evidently of high quality. Lin Feng, in turn, unsheathed his twin blades, poised to unleash his techniques against Cheng Bufan. With me as your judge today, you may fight with abandon, without concern for seriously injuring your opponent. Let the contest begin. Elder Tong declared, retreating a few steps to the edge of the arena. As the match commenced, Lin Feng wasted no time, raising his twin blades to strike at Cheng Bufan. Cheng Bufan swiftly thrust his sword forward, then deftly maneuvered it to the sides, successfully parrying Lin Feng's dual strikes. The force emanating from Cheng Bufan's sword was formidable, indicating that he possessed a higher level of energy cultivation than Lin Feng. Not to mention his exceptional swordsmanship. Although Cheng Bufan had effortlessly deflected Lin Feng's initial attacks, Lin Feng remained undeterred. He swiftly altered his approach, directing both blades toward Cheng Bufan's ribs. Cheng Bufan hurriedly raised his sword to block, internally musing, how can such a young individual wield such refined and skillful swordplay? Though this attack was also thwarted with ease, Lin Feng continued to press the assault, targeting Cheng Bufan's vital points with relentless strikes. Each of Lin Feng's attacks aimed at Cheng Bufan's crucial defenses, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, unable to mount a counterattack after exchanging a flurry of blows. Cheng Bufan felt increasingly frustrated. Despite his superior strength, he found himself solely on the defensive while Lin Feng pressed forward with unyielding ferocity, seemingly intent on securing victory in one fell swoop. Yet, as an elite disciple, Cheng Bufan would not allow Lin Feng to triumph so easily. With a sudden bellow, Cheng Bufan unleashed a series of strikes, his sword gleaming with a faint azure light. In a flurry of movements, he sent Lin Feng staggering back several paces. Lin Feng's heart raced as he noticed several chips had appeared on his twin blades, leaving him in shock. These blades were renowned for their durability, having endured numerous battles without a scratch, yet Cheng Bufan had damaged them effortlessly. Lin Shitty, I advise you to concede while you still can. My sword is imbued with wind attribute energy, far exceeding the capabilities of your ordinary blades, Cheng Bufan stated, revealing his prowess. Grateful for the warning, Lin Feng responded politely, thank you for your counsel, but I wish to further experience your esteemed techniques, and I hope you will indulge me. Despite his astonishment at Cheng Bufan's capabilities, Lin Feng had no intention of conceding. He believed that if he unleashed his full potential, victory was still within reach. Then do not blame me for being ruthless, Cheng Bufan retorted with a disdainful huff, clearly displeased by Lin Feng's obstinacy. At that moment, Lin Feng hesitated slightly, for he had yet to employ his ultimate technique. However, once unleashed, it would be beyond his control. Should it strike Cheng Bufan, the consequences could be dire, yet if he refrained from using it, overcoming Cheng Bufan would prove exceedingly difficult. Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards Elder Tong at the edge of the arena, contemplating whether the elder, with his formidable abilities, could intervene if necessary. At that moment, Cheng Bufan lunged forward, sword in hand, the azure light shimmering as he attacked. Lin Feng recognized that hesitation was not an option. He hurled his twin blades at Cheng Bufan while leaping high into the air. Cheng Bufan deftly struck down the incoming blades, but as Lin Feng soared above, he unleashed a powerful shout. Gale Palm, a greenish palm shadow composed of wind attribute energy, surged forth from Lin Feng's hand, hurtling directly towards Cheng Bufan. Cheng Bufan's expression shifted to one of alarm. The speed of the palm was astonishing, and he realized evasion was impossible. He could only brace himself to withstand the impact. Channeling all his energy into his sword, he prepared to meet Lin Feng's attack head-on. When the two forces collided, an overwhelming force erupted, and Cheng Bufan found himself launched from the arena. Just then, Elder Tong raised his hand and waved it, releasing a crimson light that transformed into a delicate, rosy mist, not only intercepting Lin Feng's gale palm but also cushioning Cheng Bufan's fall as he was propelled from the stage. Lin Feng landed back on the arena, his complexion pale and unsteady, nearly collapsing. Observant spectators quickly surmised that he had exhausted his energy reserves. Take this, it will aid in your swift recovery, Elder Tong said as he approached Lin Feng, offering him a restorative pill. Having witnessed Lin Feng's use of wind attribute energy, Elder Tong began to doubt the accuracy of the previous assessment concerning Lin Feng's elemental affinity. Elder Gu, seated nearby, was even more astonished. as a practitioner of wind attribute energy himself, he had sensed Lin Feng's use of it distinctly, confirming its authenticity. He marveled at Lin Feng's talent, realizing that such a practitioner could bypass any bottlenecks when transitioning to the Qi awakening stage. And even when breaking into the spellcasting realm, obstacles would be trivial. As long as this young man did not meet an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of spellcasters within a few short years. "Thank you for the medicine, Elder," Lin Feng expressed respectfully, bowing his head in gratitude. Chen Yufei assisted Lin Feng down from the stage, and from the moment Lin Feng triumphed over Chang Bufan, he was officially recognized as an elite disciple. "How is it that you can wield wind attribute energy? I thought you lacked a spirit essence. Could the sect's assessment have been erroneous?" Chen Yufei whispered to Lin Feng as he supported him. "Truth be told, I am as perplexed as you are. When I entered the sect, the test indicated I had no spirit essence, but during my cultivation I discovered a faint azure energy within me. Initially it was quite weak, but as my cultivation progressed, it grew stronger. I sought out texts in the library and learned that this azure energy is indeed wind attribute energy. Therefore, I am nearly certain that I possess a spirit essence. I just cannot fathom why it failed to manifest during testing," Lin Feng replied, his voice weak yet resolute. Chapter 61, Challenging the A-Class Disciples, Part 3. These were all carefully crafted responses he had prepared beforehand. As Elder Long had informed him that given the current state of the cultivation world, where no one practiced the profound arts of Yin and Yang, it would be prudent for him to keep his cultivation of Yin-Yang attribute essence a secret to avoid unnecessary complications. As for why Lin Feng utilized wind attribute essence, it stemmed from the fact that he possessed a Yin-Yang attribute spirit. This Yin-Yang spirit is incredibly mysterious, not only surpassing other attribute spirits in strength but also capable of imitating them. Ultimately achieving the effects of utilizing other attribute essences, Lin Feng's choice of wind attribute essence was also driven by his own rationale. The Wind-Fire mystical sect's strongest factions were the Heavenly Wind lineage and the Earth Flame lineage. Thus Lin Feng resolved to emulate wind attribute essence in hopes of gaining entry into the Heavenly Wind lineage and acquiring more cultivation resources. Since you do not fully comprehend the reasons behind this, it would be wise not to dwell on it. For now, focus on recovering your essence. Once you officially become an A-class disciple, you will have the opportunity to consult the two elders on this matter. Chen Yufei did not question Lin Feng's words, for it was quite normal for various extraordinary occurrences to arise during cultivation. Observing that Chen Yufei had ceased further inquiries, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief and quietly resumed his essence recovery. At that moment Zhu Tong and Feng Hao ascended the arena to commence their match. From the very outset, Zhu Tong unleashed a full frontal assault, eager to swiftly vanquish Feng Hao, although their cultivation levels were comparable. Feng Hao possessed significantly more combat experience, hence Zhu Tong opted for this aggressive approach, hoping to conclude the battle quickly. Zhu Tong's Whirlwind Palm, while lacking the raw power of Lin Feng's Gale Palm, had the advantage of releasing two cyclones simultaneously. In the face of Zhu Tong's Whirlwind Palm, Feng Hao could only evade its sharp edges. This year's qualifiers seemed to be filled with exceptionally formidable opponents. Feng Hao mused inwardly. However, Feng Hao was not entirely devoid of countermeasures against Zhu Tong. At this moment, he infused essence into the long knife he wielded, causing a faint red glow to emanate from the blade. With a single slash, he could cleave Zhu Tong's cyclone in half. Thus Feng Hao steadily advanced towards Zhu Tong, convinced that once he closed the distance, he would unleash a thunderous counterattack. Though Zhu Tong lacked Feng Hao's extensive combat experience, he could somewhat anticipate Feng Hao's approach. Consequently, when Feng Hao was 2 meters away, Zhu Tong executed his ultimate move, the dual cyclone palm. 2 torrents of violent cyclones surged toward Feng Hao, who reacted swiftly. Slicing through one cyclone with his blade, however, he had no choice but to take the other cyclone head-on. The raging cyclone struck Feng Hao, forcing him to stagger backward several steps. The impact tore the sleeve of his right arm to tatters. "Your junior's palm technique is extraordinary, I concede," Feng Hao admitted, a tinge of dejection in his voice. He had anticipated that withstanding this cyclone would provide him an opportunity to retaliate against Zhu Tong. To his dismay, Zhu Tong's cyclone palm had rendered his right arm numb. Under such circumstances, he had lost the chance to counterattack, and even without conceding, losing to Zhu Tong was merely a matter of time. "From this day forth, Lin Feng and Zhu Tong, you two shall officially become outer sect A-class disciples." At that moment, Elder Tong's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Lin Feng felt a slight thrill. Becoming an A-class disciple would grant him access to more cultivation resources, greatly benefiting his quest to enhance his strength. Zhu Tong, casting a proud glance at Lin Feng, seemed to imply, "You struggled to win, while I triumphed with such ease." Lin Feng remained silent, offering Zhu Tong only a smile. For through their interactions, he had discerned that despite Xu Tong's arrogance, he was not a bad person. He was quite pleased to share the status of outer sect A-class disciple with Xu Tong. As having a worthy rival could serve as a significant impetus for his growth, Lin Feng, now that you have become an A-class disciple, you will reside in the A-class disciple quarters. Don't forget to visit the D-class disciple quarters when you have the time. Chen Yufei remarked, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Elder Chen, although my stay in the D-class disciple quarters was brief, I will not forget it, for I was once a disciple there, Lin Feng replied. Although his time in the D-class disciple quarters was short and he knew few people, he remained grateful to Chen Yufei for the substantial assistance he had provided. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Yufei smiled knowingly. Lin Feng and Xu Tong, if there are no other matters, you may move into the A-class disciple quarters tomorrow. It was Zheng Kaishan who spoke, producing 2 A-class disciple tokens, which he presented to Lin Feng and Xu Tong. One side of the token bore the characters for wind and fire, while the other displayed the character for A. This token was exclusive to the outer sect A-class disciples of the wind-fire mystical sect. It should be noted that disciples bearing this token, when traversing the outside world, would garner respect from various sects, except for some nefarious or demonic sections, though these A-class disciples might not possess great strength at present. They represented the elite of the outer sect. Most of the disciples within would eventually ascend to inner sect disciples, with some even becoming true disciples. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Feng glanced at the new disciple token before tossing it back into his storage pouch. Lin Feng, your performance today was commendable. Based on your outstanding display, there is a significant possibility you may attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Wind-Fire mystical sect and be chosen as a disciple. However, you must ensure that the fact you possess a Yin-Yang attribute spirit remains concealed, and during your essence cultivation, take care not to allow outsiders to observe you, as adept cultivators may discern certain clues. Elder Long's voice echoed in Lin Feng's consciousness. Elder Long, I understand your counsel. Given the absence of Yin-Yang attribute spirits in the current cultivation world, I do not wish to be seen as an anomaly. Recently, due to the competition, I have indeed been somewhat conspicuous. Therefore, I have resolved to request leave from the steward tomorrow to visit my family in Lingjia village to see my parents and, in doing so, will avoid drawing attention. I believe that after some time, no one will pay me much mind, Lin Feng responded after a brief contemplation. In truth, this had been his intention all along, for he had been away from Lingjia village for half a year and it was high time he paid a visit to his parents. Additionally, possessing a Yin-Yang spirit made it unwise to be discovered by others if he were to be favored by the higher-ups of the Wind-Fire mystical sect and accepted as a disciple. The likelihood of his Yin-Yang attribute spirit being revealed would significantly increase, thus, he intended to use this visit home to diminish their impression of him. Chapter 62, The Beast Taming Mountain. You are indeed optimistic. Yet do you not realize that these powerful old monsters are the most patient? If you genuinely manage to capture their attention, you must tread carefully. Of course, this does not preclude you from accepting them as your masters. Just be cautious not to let them discover that you possess a Yin-Yang attribute spirit. Elder Long chuckled derisively. Since you have articulated your perspective, I suppose it is all left to fate. If any elder wishes to take me as a disciple, it seems I shall have to obediently become their apprentice. However, my plan to visit my parents remains unchanged, as I have been away from Lingjia village for quite some time. And for the sake of alleviating my parents' worries, I must return, Lin Feng asserted resolutely. His brother Lin Yu had been apprenticed to the Crystal Palace for over 5 years and had yet to return to Lingjia village, causing great concern for their parents. If he too failed to return for several years, their worries would only deepen. Despite his singular pursuit of the path of cultivation, he could not neglect the bond he shared with his parents. Your personal matters are not my concern, but excessive attachment to mortal relationships can be detrimental to your cultivation. As your strength increases, so too will your lifespan, and your loved ones will inevitably depart one by one. Being overly concerned with them will only disrupt your state of mind. Elder Long sighed, speaking slowly. Elder Long, even if everything you say is true, the bond with my parents is not something one can simply cast aside. As long as my parents are alive, I will return to see them whenever I have the opportunity. As for the impact on my mental state, if refraining from visiting my parents leads to an obstructed heart, I believe that would be an even greater detriment to my mindset, Lin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. Since you have made your decision, then follow your own path. I shall return to my slumber. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent, Elder Long stated, sounding somewhat displeased. Lin Feng shook his head. Having spent months with Elder Long, he understood that the elder was not genuinely angry. Indeed, Elder Long as he had suspected, bore no ill will, but rather silently admired Lin Feng's clarity of thought. Early the following morning, Lin Feng arrived at the outer sect steward's office to meet with Zheng Kaishan to claim his cave dwelling and inform him of his intention to return home. I approve your trip home, but you must go early and return promptly, prioritizing your cultivation. At your age, this is a crucial period for your training and advancement in strength. You should not expend too much energy elsewhere. Zheng Kaishan contemplated for a moment before ultimately agreeing to Lin Feng's request. Thank you, Manager Zhang. I shall set off immediately, striving to return to the sect as soon as possible. Having said this, Lin Feng turned to leave. You truly are a man of haste. Here, take this. Make a trip to Beast Taming Mountain and borrow a bird-like demon beast. It will save you the trouble of a long journey. Zheng Kaishan handed Lin Feng a token. Thank you, Manager Zhang. I will head to Beast Taming Mountain right away to borrow a bird-like demon beast. Upon hearing that a bird-like demon beast was available for borrowing, Lin Feng felt a flicker of excitement within him. On that day when Li Xianfeng took Lin Feng up the mountain, he had greatly envied the giant eagle that Li Xianfeng rode. After bidding farewell to Zheng Kaishan, Lin Feng made his way directly to Beast Taming Mountain. However, as Lin Feng reached the foot of the mountain, he was halted by two men clad in grey robes. Both of them were robust in stature. One had a dark complexion while the other sported a thick beard, yet they appeared to be quite young, perhaps in their 20s. Junior brother, this is Beast Taming Mountain. No idle folks are permitted entry, please leave at once. The dark-faced man spoke. This senior brother, I am Lin Feng, an outer sect grade A disciple, here specifically to borrow a bird-like demon beast for my journey. Here is the token for borrowing demon beasts. Please, esteemed brothers, take a look. Lin Feng replied politely, presenting the token given to him by Zheng Kaishan to the dark-faced man. This token is indeed for borrowing demon beasts. Junior brother, please follow me up the mountain to select your beast, the dark-faced man said after examining the token carefully. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, Lin Feng and the dark-faced man arrived before a certain residence. The dark-faced man respectfully announced, the mountain lord has someone seeking to borrow a bird-like demon beast. Who wishes to borrow a bird-like demon beast? A gruff voice emanated from within, followed by the appearance of a burly man in his 40s before Lin Feng. This man was the most robust Lin Feng had ever encountered, towering at least a yard high, clad in a vest made of animal hide, with muscular arms like twisted vines. The mere presence of this formidable man instilled immense pressure in Lin Feng, leading him to believe that even without employing his vital energy, this individual could easily tear apart an ordinary demon beast. This man was none other than Shintu Gang, the master of Beast Taming Mountain, whose strength was profound and unfathomable. It was said that half of the demon beasts in this mountain were captured by him personally. However, due to his lack of aptitude for teaching disciples, Beast Taming Mountain had always been sparsely populated. This is Master Shintu of Beast Taming Mountain. Junior brother Lin, do not hesitate to pay your respects, the dark-faced man gently urged, nudging the somewhat dazed Lin Feng. I am Lin Feng, here to pay my respects to Master Shin. Tuesday. Lin Feng understood that the individual before him was a highly accomplished practitioner, yet he had not anticipated that this person would be the master of Beast Taming Mountain. Thus, he stepped forward respectfully to bow to Master Shin Tu. I am the Feng Hua Xian Yuan sect. Apart from the sect leader and a few reclusive elders, these mountain lords and cave masters wielded the greatest authority and strength. Within the peaks and secret caverns they governed, they possessed absolute power and prestige, not easily challenged even by the sect leader. Are you the one wishing to borrow a demon beast? What kind of beast do you seek? Shintu Gang's voice was deep and powerful, resonating so intensely that Lin Feng felt a slight pain in his ears. The sheer might of Shintu Gang's presence left Lin Feng in awe, as even his voice could reverberate with such intensity. Junior brother wishes to borrow a rideable bird-like demon beast, and I hope Master Shintu will grant this request, Lin Feng respectfully stated. That is quite simple, Shintu Gang replied nonchalantly. He then let out a thunderous cry that left Lin Feng momentarily dizzy, prompting him to quickly channel his inner energy to shield his ears. In that instant, a gigantic eagle soared from the distance towards them. This eagle was of an imposing size, with a wingspan of 3 yards, its feathers shimmering with a metallic luster, and its sharp claws glinting like cold steel. Within moments, the giant eagle landed before Shintu Gang, who raised his hand to caress its feathers. This is the Iron Feather Eagle, and it is quite suitable for you. I have other bird-like demon beasts, yet their strengths are far too formidable. With your current capabilities, you would find them unmanageable. The Iron Feather Eagle, in its initial stage of consciousness, may still pose some challenges for you. The initial stage of consciousness in demon beasts is akin to the human realm's opening chi stage. Shintu Gang, having discerned Lin Feng's true strength upon their first encounter, recognized that he was merely a late-stage inner cultivation practitioner. Demon beasts, much like human practitioners, are capable of cultivation, albeit their cultivation levels differ significantly from those of humans. Categorized into four major realms: unawakened intelligence, consciousness formation, shape transformation, and spirit communication. Unawakened intelligence refers to demon beasts that lack consciousness and survive solely on instinct, typically possessing weak strength comparable to that of a human realm's outer cultivation practitioner. While stronger ones may barely match inner cultivation practitioners, consciousness formation demon beasts have developed a certain level of intelligence, capable of cultivating and utilizing the world's vital energy, with weaker ones comparable to human realm opening chi practitioners and stronger ones akin to human realm spell practitioners. Shape transformation demon beasts can assume human form, boasting formidable strength that can rival human realm integration practitioners. The most powerful shape-transforming demon beasts can even achieve a soul projection akin to that of a human realm spirit separation practitioner. As for spirit communication demon beasts, their strength is comparable to that of Xuanchu practitioners, with their other abilities remaining largely unknown due to their extreme rarity. Thank you, Master Shin Tuesday. This iron feather eagle is truly remarkable. Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at the majestic creature. Since you have no objections, here is the beast taming token. With this token in hand, you can command the iron feather eagle. Additionally, this is a demon beast pouch where the beast can rest. Of course, both items are merely lent to you, they must be returned promptly upon your return to the sect, with a flicker of spiritual light. Shintu Gang produced a jade token and a small pouch woven from exotic threads, presenting them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the beast taming token and the demon beast pouch. Examining the two items closely, after a brief exploration, he discerned their functions. The beast taming token required his spiritual sense to establish a connection with the iron feather eagle, while the demon beast pouch functioned similarly to a storage pouch, with the notable difference being that it could contain living creatures. Unlike the latter, Lin Feng initiated a simple communication with the iron feather eagle. At first, the eagle was somewhat resistant, yet under the influence of the beast taming token, its resistance diminished, and it eventually grew somewhat affectionate towards Lin Feng. This prompted Shintu Gang to cast several more glances at Lin Feng, realizing that although this young man was only a late-stage inner cultivation practitioner, his spiritual sense was already comparable to that of an opening chi practitioner. The strength of his spiritual sense was one of the reasons Lin Feng could unleash his formidable gale palm during battles. Transcending his own capabilities, the potency of his spiritual sense also facilitated his smooth communication with the iron feather eagle, a testament to Lin Feng's formidable abilities. In a matter of moments, Lin Feng and the iron feather eagle had become quite familiar with one another. Remarkably, when Lin Feng commanded the eagle to return to the demon beast pouch, it complied without resistance. Typically, while demon beasts could rest within their respective pouches, many preferred not to be confined within them. The fact that the iron feather eagle obeyed Lin Feng's command illustrated its growing acceptance of him. I never anticipated you possessed a modicum of talent for beast taming. Should you find joy in the path of beast taming, feel free to come to my beast taming mountain in the future. I am confident that with my guidance your cultivation will flourish. Shintu Gang observed Lin Feng's prowess with keen interest, subtly inviting him to become his disciple. This was an extraordinary opportunity, as few could ever hope to be taught by such a mountain master. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself lost in contemplation. His foremost desire was to join Tianfeng Mountain, where the Mountain Lord was said to be the strongest among all mountain and cave masters. Moreover, Tianfeng Mountain's overall strength surpassed that of any other faction. However, even if Lin Feng were to gain entry to Tianfeng Mountain, there was no guarantee that the Mountain Lord would accept him as a disciple. Conversely, Lin Feng was unfamiliar with the inner workings of Beast Taming Mountain, making him hesitant to accept Shintu Gang's offer without due consideration. The prospect of being accepted as a disciple by a Mountain Lord was indeed a rare opportunity, and Lin Feng grappled internally with the decision. Do not feel rushed to respond. I merely wish to convey that while the overall strength of my beast taming mountain may be modest, my prowess ranks among the top among the mountain and cave masters. Furthermore, the demon beasts here are treasures coveted by various factions. I trust you recognize the immense benefits of possessing a formidable demon beast companion, Shintu Gang remarked, noticing Lin Feng's indecision and refraining from pressuring him into an immediate decision. Thank you, Master Shintu, for your understanding. Upon my return from visiting family, I will provide you with a prompt response. Lin Feng expressed, surprised by Shintu Gang's amicable demeanor, as he did not compel him to provide an answer on the spot. What is there to thank? This matter is one of mutual consent. Can this mountain lord truly force you to join my beast-taming mountain, though Yin-Yang held the esteemed title of mountain lord? He never imposed his authority on others, possessing an amiable nature that starkly contrasted with his imposing appearance. Junior brother certainly harbors no such thoughts, Lin Feng quickly denied. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. However, do not forget the promise you made, Yin-Yang concluded, turning to return to his dwelling. Junior brother Lin, allow me to escort you down the mountain, the dark-faced man offered. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother, Lin Feng politely remarked. There is no trouble at all. Perhaps in the future, my junior brother will also join the beast-taming mountain, and then we shall be like one big family. The dark-skinned man chuckled and responded, it seems I may have inadvertently displeased Master Shinta just now, so whether I can join the beast-taming mountain is indeed uncertain. Lin Feng sighed deeply and spoke.